Good morning, everybody, and welcome to CECC Arlington, presented by McDonald's North Texas once again. And thank you all for joining us so early on this Sunday morning as well. I am Septilence, and today we're partnering with the National Seize the Awkward campaign, which offers tips and resources to help young adults start the conversation with friends who may be struggling with their own mental health. For more information and resources about this conversation, not only are you going to gain them throughout this panel and throughout the next upcoming hour as we discuss it, but you can also visit seizetheawkward.org or follow at Seize the Awkward on Instagram. The Seize the Awkward campaign was developed by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and the JED Foundation, in collaboration with the Ad Council. We are very excited to be having this discussion today. I have two players alongside me. We have Slayer and Zest, and they're going to be joining this conversation to show that the mental health can help anybody inside esports, outside esports, the casters, the hosts, the players, and anybody that falls in between that. Alongside the three of us, we are going to be joined by Dr. Marshall, who herself has a very large inclusion here with this program. Dr. Marshall, can you hear us?
I can. Hello there.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Thanks. Glad to be joining you.
Yeah, absolutely. We are super excited to have you here. And I know we have Dr. Whitlock as well, who will be joining in the chat. So if anybody has any questions in the chat and you see the name Seize_the_awkward, very much related to what we're talking about here today. And Dr. Whitlock is going to make it possible to talk about everything that's happening. They're a senior advisor with the JED Foundation and the Seize the Awkward, and one of the Seize the Awkward partner organizers. So they are, or partner organizations, coming into this. We are super excited to have you here with us, Dr. Marshall, as well as Dr. Whitlock. But I do want to give our friends a chance to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about your team, why you guys are here, and kind of what you're excited to talk about this morning.
Yeah, no, my name is Blade, or Slayer in game. I'm from Indian River, or I go to Indian River State College. I'm the captain of the Rocket League team. And, mental health is very important. It's always good to be talked about and just, be an open conversation. So that's why I'm up here, and hope that, I can help in any way possible,
Yeah, absolutely. Zest?
My name is Isaac Porter, also Zest in game. I attend Weber State University. It's up in Ogden, Utah. And also, I think it's important. I mean, mental health is it's kind of what drives you. So if it's good or bad, that's kind of what you have to take into account, and it's just really important in that sense. So, yeah.
Absolutely, and I think it's super exciting personally that we have these students up here, because there could be an hour-long panel where I sit here and talk all about mental health with you guys, and we go over all these hypotheticals and possibilities, but to have players that have truly experienced this, that have strong opinions about it, to have these professionals like Dr. Marshall waiting in the wings like Dr. Whitlock here to discuss this, I think really does add a new layer to it and show the credibility of it all and how important this discussion can truly be. So I know we've got a bit of a schedule here. It's going to be about an hour, give or take, and starting off, we're going to be discussing a lot of things about mental health. These two are going to play Rocket League. I certainly am not going to play Rocket League, but I am going to have a discussion with them about mental health and a lot of great things that I know Dr. Marshall is going to be joining us on. And then between each game, we're going to be talking a bit just more in depth, right? We're going to be covering some surface level stuff, and then take a few minutes to really dive into what that means, how we can help somebody that needs that, or how we kind of came to our own realization of recognizing we needed help when we did, and looking for things like that just moving forward. And yeah, and Dr. Marshall, I do want to give you the space to kind of introduce yourself as well before we hear from you and hear all of your expertise.
Yeah, well, thank you. So I'm Doreen Marshall. I am the Vice President of Mission Engagement at the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and a psychologist by training. And obviously, I think mental health is something that we all should be talking about, but the Seize the Awkward campaign is really one we're proud of to have worked on with the Ad Council and the JED Foundation, because it really does help us see how to talk about our mental health and encourage people to do that.
Absolutely, and encouraging that discussion of mental health is something you've become, I think we can confidently say, a bit of an expert on, right? Something you have very much dedicated a lot of time to. And I do want to say to everybody watching in chat that you are absolutely, as I mentioned, available to ask questions. We have professionals on screen, we have professionals off screen in the chat waiting to answer those questions. So we very much encourage you to do so. That is quite literally what this is all about. So please definitely take this time and value it, because I think this can be a very valuable experience for everybody involved. after this as well, I know we have a panel that you can head over to Esports U Discord. There's going to be a panel discussion and a Q&A where you can join in on the conversation, where I will also be. So I will be in that one as well, so we can chat a little bit more over there, but that comes immediately after this. I think we are going to be ready to jump into game number 1 here, though, in just a bit, as these two are gonna just hang out and kind of play Rocket League, the game they know and love, the game they're comfortable with, and one that they're both very good at. We want to, put them into a comfortable space. They get to show themselves off a little bit on, and hopefully we hear a little bit about them off the field as well. So I think this is going to be a pretty exciting experience, all things considered. I think they're both ready to join. I wanted to check very quickly before I was like, yeah, let's go to game, and then no one was going to be in the game. But no, they are about both ready. And I think the first topic kind of is pretty quick and pretty open, I believe. It kind of gets us to rip the Band-Aid off a little bit early, but if either of you would be comfortable sharing, and they've seen these questions, we're not blindsiding them by any means, they're very comfortable talking about this. We have gotten their consent and permission to discuss this on stream and on stage. So the first question is, of course, just going to be, was there a time in either of your lives, and as you join the teams and kind of get that figured out, was there a time where you guys kind of had that realization of, perhaps this is a time I need to address, I need to recognize that I need help, or like if you have previously received help for your mental health?
I think it comes in all shapes and forms and sizes for everyone, right? So for me, I've been very lucky in a very good supportive family, and I've always been able to talk to them, and it's always very important to just know that there's always someone there to talk to. That's been the biggest key for me. I haven't had too many instances where I needed it, but when I did, I knew it was there, and it's always important to know that there's always at least someone there for you. Just to talk about anything that you need to, or especially in your tougher times if you need it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for me as well. I mean, I've had a couple instances, but like you said, for me at least, there's always people like around me that has helped me in the future or in the past as well. I guess it was more just religious differences for me, and then
sure,
yeah, and then I had a friend's mom that was like probably the best, I guess, person that stood out to me, and then yeah, really helpful.
Absolutely, and I love that you guys kind of give us a little bit similar but still very different answers, right? Because I think that leads very comfortably into our next analysis, into our next question of what can support look like? What does it look like in your personal lives? Because I think you guys already hit the nail on the head pretty strong, that I think support is going to be different for everybody.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, support comes in many ways, right? I mean, I think just especially reaching out and just like kind of gauging where people are at. You can definitely read if a person's having a good day or a bad day sometimes, but even if not, it's always good to just be there and just know that your presence is there. And then on the other side, like it's always good to be able to just be open about it and try to at least. It's definitely very tough. It's easier said than done. Just to
sure.
Ask for help or feel like you need help. Because some people look down upon it, but it definitely shouldn't be. I mean, it's a very serious issue, and it should be normalized that mental health, just like a physical body, it is important. Your mental health and that is just as important too. It's good to talk about things, and that's the biggest key to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Zess, what about you? What does mental health kind of look like, or what does that support rather look like for you?
It kind of is just like I guess, if you think of it as like a vessel to kind of like rant to me, because like you can take advice every once in a while by a person that like has either experienced it or has like kind of, I would say that has experienced it in the past. I think that's like the person usually I go to is kind of like just someone that has gone through the same or around the same thing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Marshall, to hear from you, I would love to hear kind of what are the most, perhaps, I feel like popular may not be the correct word, perhaps the most common or recognizable signs of support or versions of support that we may see for those that need it.
Yeah, well, I think one of the most important things is just that we take notice of people around us, and particularly the people in our network that we're close to. And when we see things, we see them not, being their usual selves, or withdrawing, or not being around as much, that we take an extra step and really ask them how they're doing, how they're doing with their mental health. And then we listen, right? That's
Right.
such an important thing. I think we all need people who will just listen to us non-judgmentally and just let us talk about whatever it is that's on our minds or what's bothering us. We all need that. and we can be that for each other. I think that's the other important piece.
Absolutely, and I think you absolutely you bring up a great point that I think we're going to get to discuss later as well, as that teamwork and camaraderie that you will find in a space like the one that we have and the one that these players are in right now, being on these teams, and the support that can create. But that's going to be the good side. But I mean, do you guys kind of feel like you've seen that camaraderie, that team growth? Do you think being on a team has been helpful to you in your mental health?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, having those around you that are very positive, or just good vibes in general. At the end of the day, especially when you're on a team, it's almost like family, right? And having a good family around you and a good support system is going to be key. Whether it's just helping when needed, or just even the day-to-day simple things. Having good vibes, being excited, being happy to be around each other, competing. At the end of the day, it's going to be where your time is most spent, right? So
yeah,
having good people around you is key, and good vibes.
I think for me as well, I've been around 4 lands now, and my team is probably one of the reasons that we keep going to these lands without kind of feeling discouraged, we'll say. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, you scrim all the time, you just randomly play ranked, I don't know, you're kind of always with them, so they're just the easiest person to go to, team-wise, so
yeah,
I agree with that.
Absolutely. So what do you guys think are kind of rather the main barriers that one might face when reaching out, or reaching out to a friend who might be struggling? In this sense, you're kind of stepping forward to someone, you realize their mental health may not be as strong. What do you think the difficulties in that may be?
I know, sometimes you can definitely sense and see that someone's down, and then that's one of the things. And just, I believe the key with that is just, maybe checking in on them, but maybe not making it so direct, depending on the person, right? Everyone's different. Just seeing their, how their day's going, just talking with them about, things that you would usually talk about. Try to uplift their spirits, in any way you can. And it's also tough too, because, mental health is a tough thing. Some people put up a face and maybe they're not okay. So it's something that, you just kind of got to keep an eye out on, and just really try to, be there for each other, and just see how everything's going, as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Zess, what about for you?
Yeah, I think the two issues I've seen is first, just overstepping boundaries. You don't know how much they want to tell you, or how much they just want you to know, kind of thing.
Sure.
And then just, I guess, the other kind of harder thing is just recognizing if they are there is an issue in the what's ever happening with them. It's hard, it's sometimes hard to recognize what they're going through, or even if they are, if that's just how they kind of act or just deal with stuff.
Absolutely.
It's hard to realize.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Marshall, looking at the kind of further scope of it as game one comes to a close, what are the strategies that we're going to be seeing most often? Or if somebody did want to reach out to somebody, what would be the proper steps for them to take without, like these two mentioned, overstepping those boundaries?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just important to just create some space for the person to talk. So, saying, hey, I care about you, I'm here for you, that no matter what you're going through, you can talk to me about it. These come, one of the reasons the campaign's called Seize the Awkward is because sometimes it does feel awkward, but it doesn't need to.
Exactly.
And I love what one of the players brought up about, kind of interacting with them in their everyday lives, doing the things you normally do, but then taking the opportunity to really ask, how are you? How are you feeling these days? Or to share with them that, look, whatever you're going through, I'm someone you can talk to about it.
Without a doubt. And I'm going to throw in almost like a secondary question to that, Dr. Marshall, because I think it's really fascinating. But a question as simple or as easy as, how are you doing? How far can that question really go to help somebody when they need it?
Well, I think it's important that we don't just stop there, that,
Of
we
course.
say, how are you doing? And most of us answer fine or okay, but to really say, well, I've noticed that you haven't been with us as much, or I've noticed you've been kind of more to yourself lately. And I'm wondering, what's going on? Are you okay? How are things going for you? How are you feeling? That's a hard question
Right.
that we often don't ask, right? How have you been feeling lately? Um, to take that extra time, and then just to kind of sit back and listen and reassure the person that no matter what they're going through, you're going to be there with them. You'll help them get help if they need it. but that you're someone they can trust to talk to.
Right. Absolutely.
Sometimes we catch people in the wrong moment too, right? I mean, sometimes they're not ready to talk when we think we want to talk. So letting them know, hey, if whenever you need to, let's circle back. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love what you say there as well, because it does go back to that conversation we had of knowing where those lines lay, right? And in the initial kind of opening, knowing where those boundaries are. It might not be the right day. It might not be the right time. And while it's not effective once, it doesn't mean you stop trying, right? It's very important to continue reaching out to them and trying to help them, because I feel like we've all made leaps and bounds as people, as individuals, because we have those in our lives willing to help. And it's about putting the ladder down for the person behind you to help them as well when they need it. So have either of you kind of had a specific instance where you were really thinking there was a specific person that came through and was able to help, and did you find that to be effective in helping you with your own struggles?
Definitely. I mean, like I said, my family's been great. I mean, obviously, I believe the people around you probably know you the best. So, I've had instances where I've been down, and for whatever the reason may be, sometimes I tried to hide it, and they were able to sense it, like I said, because, they're the people that are around you, and most of the time they can, and they know when something's wrong, and they really pry it from me and ask me, like, how I'm doing, and, like, me being able to open up, and me, like, opening up helped a lot. So, I think, honestly, it's just, like, having the right people around you, a good support system, and,
Absolutely.
like I said, they get a gauge for how you act, and when something may seem off, they ask, and being able to open up is huge.
Without a doubt. Zest, what about you?
Yeah, so I remember reading something on ZZ Awkward's site when I was reading it last night. It was something just like kind of like open up even if you aren't in like a bad state.
Sure.
Just because like then it kind of invites it even when you are or aren't in a bad state, and it kind of just like it helps in the long run. Just because like if you're just in a bad state and that's when you need help, then or like vice versa when you're wanting to support someone else and you only like support them when they are like kind of going through something. It's kind of like, it just seems like you're not there for them the whole time kind of thing. So like it's good to like always be there. And that's how my roommates have been for me. I mean, my roommate, I work at the same job with him. I'm obviously roommates with him. I've been friends with him since like junior high. So like it's kind of been like, so it's kind of been like, he knows literally everything. So it's easy for him, like Slayer was saying.
Yeah.
It's just, you can just notice it, and vice versa. He notices it for me as well.
Absolutely. I love to hear that. And Dr. Marshall, kind of in regard to that, how critical is it that we continue to be open even in those times where people don't need it? I really like that they brought that up. How consistent and effective can it be to be open for them just as much as the little things compared to those big things as well?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is really to have this be a conversation that comes as easy as we talk about our physical health in other ways, right? And sometimes the best thing you can do is talk about your own mental health. It kind of lets other people know that this is a topic they can go to with you and you will go to with them. So just saying, I've been having a rough time, but I'm doing these things to try and make it better, or I've reached out for help myself. Like just even being able to say like I'm taking care of my mental health in these ways. I'm trying to get more sleep, or I'm taking breaks more. Taking that proactive stance and talking about what you're doing to take care of your mental health can really invite others to do the same.
Absolutely. And as we kind of jump into game number 2 here, you guys are fully good to jump in. We're going to discuss a little bit as well, and kind of discuss more so with the scope of gaming, right? That is what we are all here to do, to talk about esports, to talk about collegiate, and to talk about how the mental health struggle doesn't stop when the game starts. And I think this is a very interesting discussion. So this is kind of a broad one for both of you. Is there that moment? Is there the recognition that sometimes gamers can experience challenges like loneliness or stress and anxiety?
Definitely, for sure. With gaming and being in esports in general, right? I mean, it's already another step, closer to being secluded, right? Like obviously you have a lot of people online, but at the end of the day, when you turn your computer off, or you're having a tough time in general, right? Like there's nobody around you, right? Whereas if you have like sports team stuff like that, it's easier. So like you can definitely feel that sense of loneliness, right? Being in your room, or just constantly gaming all day, and that's definitely tough. But there's ways around it for sure. Like I said, obviously having the right people around you, having good balance in your life, right? Obviously, we all want to grind and game,
Of course.
a lot to try to be the best, right? And that's important. But at the end of the day, mental health is important too, right? If we want to perform well, we have to have a good mental health,
Right.
and having that is just balance. Going outside, doing things, spending time with people outside in the real world. I think that's something that's been neglected a lot more in this new generation and this new time, right? We've been on our phones a lot. We've been, on social media and stuff, and that's going to stick with, a lot of people, right? But finding time to go outside, hang out with friends, right? Like I said, family, just go and explore the world and stuff like
Yeah.
That's very key to me. Having a good balance is going to be the biggest thing always.
Absolutely. I love that. Zest, what are you thinking?
I kind of agree with him on like the nocturnal side. Like, if you want to be good at this game, you kind of have to always be playing, and if you do kind of take a break, then everyone says the word rusty, like you're not performing as well and all this stuff. So like it kind of is hard to kind of balance, like he was saying. But I do agree, like a good balance actually helps. Like, yeah, people think like, oh, you need to put in 80 hours past 2 weeks or something like that, and like that's just like the words in Rocket League that people use. But I think it's just finding the balance actually helps, because like the word mental is used a lot in like video games.
Right.
Like, oh, they have a bad mental, they have a bad temper, stuff like that. So I think just like building that actually like helps in the long run. Even if you aren't playing the game as much, I think having a good mental, like a good like idea of the game actually will help in the long run, more than just kind of just focusing the game and owning the game.
Yeah, so do you guys find yourselves in an interesting circumstance, right? Because being collegiate representatives, playing on a collegiate program, do you find yourselves, like, what are the unique challenges you guys are running into? How do you kind of handle the constant grind? You guys can both kind of reference this, right? How do you find yourselves keeping a strong mental and making sure your mental health is properly in check in the situations in which you may be constantly in that high competitive setting? How do you guys work to make sure you're able to, I guess, make sure your mental health is still on the ball, so to speak?
Yeah, no, I mean, competing at any high level is always going to be tough because you have a lot of pressure. I mean, again, everyone handles it differently with anxiety and that sort of thing, right? But competing at a high level is always going to be stressful and nerve-wracking sometimes. You're competing against other programs. You're fighting for your spot on the team. You're fighting to try and place better than the other team. You're trying to prove something for yourself, your college. Right, so there's a lot on the line, and that can get overwhelming for a lot of people, for sure, especially if they're just getting into it. But even for the experienced ones, it's tough. So, it's definitely something to take serious, right? And like I said, having that good balance definitely helps, and trying to know that there's also more to just competing. Like, obviously, you should enjoy it, right? That's a big key factor. But there's more to life than just competing as well. Like, there's always stuff outside. If something doesn't go your way, right? You can always look towards the next thing, whether it be, another competition or even just something completely outside of it, right? There's more to us than just competing. And that's very important. I think some people only think competing is their only thing, and if they fail or they don't do well, like that is the end of the world for them, right? And that's absolutely not the case. There's so much to life and things that there are to enjoy in the world, right? So
yeah, and Zest, do you kind of mirror those same beliefs?
Yeah. It's kind of hard because like when you do want to kind of be the best at said game, it's like, I don't know, it's not like rough when I guess someone's like better than you, but it's just kind of like you have to like not like accept it in that sense. But like I'm also the captain of the Weber State game, or the Weber State Varsity Rocket League, and then it's just putting like all the time. It kind of like affects you because then you have to like kind of think about all the other players, which you do it anyways. But it's more of just like you kind of have to focus more because like that's how your team's gonna do. Because if their mental's down, the team is not gonna do well. Like if they've just not wanting to play Rocket League, then that's not gonna help in the long run. So it's just more of like you do have to really focus on your team. And I think it's like a blessing in disguise, even if it does kind of like, I guess, take a lot of time in that sense. But yeah, I guess it's just like it's kind of hard. I mean, even if it is like hard to like, I guess, have like going through mental health wise, it's also hard to kind of like support most, if not all the time. Like it's just kind of like, it comes from both ends really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to hear from both of you on this next question as well as you, Dr. Marshall. When they're done, I'd love to hear from the professional standpoint once again. But what are some signs do you guys think that a friend is struggling, whether it's related to esports or whether it's related to this, anything beyond it? What are some general signs that you guys have been able to identify that someone in your life has been struggling with mental health?
For me, within our team, like I said, we're very close. We share
Right.
a dorm with each other. So we know our tendencies, we know how each other act, and I think obviously the biggest sign for us is whether we're playing in scrims or just like going through the motions, right? If someone's maybe more quiet or just acting a lot more closed off or not giving their all or not basically showing all of their emotions, right? They're just kind of like very like short answered and just acting different than they normally do. That's the biggest key. And
Right.
like I said, at least with our college, and the biggest thing we focus on as a team, just because we care about each other, we just try to make sure everything's there, and we try to cheer each other up and ask each other, if they're doing okay and whatnot, and how we can help. Sometimes people just need space, and that's a key too. But just being there for them if they need it or when they need it is very, very key. And just spotting those little things, is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Zest?
I guess like key things that I look for is like you were saying, it's like it's comms for us at least. You can kind of tell when someone's like when they're just calming different, like when they're just using like I guess less words.
Sure.
I mean, obviously you kind of want to keep it concise mid-game, but it's more of just like I guess tone also helps. It's just more of like I don't know. I mean, obviously like, if you're just talking to them outside of the actual game, you can kind of tell
Right.
when they're just like down or like it's just like a key like little thing. But I guess in game, yeah, it's more of just like kind of how like you can kind of tell like it's like how they play, it's how they calm, it's how they like do
Right.
basically everything. So I don't know. It's like not really like the same for each person, but it is very like you can tell obviously if you spend so much time with them.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dr. Marshall, just for those that may not know, what are some general signs to look out for if we think someone may be struggling with mental health?
Yeah, well, I think changes in behavior or changes in the way they normally are. So, both the guys talked about like changes in the way they're communicating or just kind of not communicating. Sometimes people start communicating in ways that they sound hopeless or like they're not really looking toward the future. Um, Isolating from other people or not doing the things that usually give them joy. These can be some of the signs that someone is struggling with their mental health. So we're really looking for changes, and the more we get to know people, we start to know like what's typical for them.
Right.
But I'd say anytime you even have a thought like maybe they're going through something, it's important to take an extra step and reach out.
Sure, and that goes back to our starter conversation, right, of reaching out, taking that first step, and even just asking, hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? And following through on that can make a world of difference. But I do want to follow up. We're almost going to double dip questions with you very quickly, Dr. Marshall. What are some ways that someone can, as we've been talking about, seize the awkward and reach out to a friend, right? We've talked about how that could be uncomfortable. Are there any kind of surefire methods or ways to not avoid the awkwardness, but almost embrace it to try to help those that we care about?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it's just kind of letting them know what you've noticed, like not in an accusatory way or a
Of
way that
course,
makes
of
them
course.
feel bad, but just say, like, hey, I noticed you don't seem to be like enjoying the game as much anymore, or, whatever the thing you're noticing is, and just say, that doesn't seem like you, and I'm wondering, are you okay? Is there anything, that you want to talk about or that I can be here for you around? Is there anything I can do to help? Just kind of reaching out. And I think sometimes just letting them know, like, hey, everybody goes through hard times and everybody may
Right.
have times when they're struggling with their mental health. Sharing that if you've been through something like that, what you did that helped. These are things we can do that really normalize the conversation and not make it something that's like a big scary conversation, but
Of
more
course.
just something that's, showing them we care and that we're here to listen.
Yeah, absolutely. And then to Slayer and Zest, kind of what ways in would you guys kind of utilize, right? If you needed to talk to a teammate or a friend or a family member about that, what do you think would be one of the more effective ways to go into it without the accidentally accusatory nature, right? That's the thing we accidentally see is when you try to help somebody, all of a sudden they think, oh, you think something's wrong with me, oh, X, Y, Z, and it's almost that moment of panic. But what ways have you guys found effective to be able to address such a serious topic without making them feel that way?
Like on the receiving end, like if we
Either
need
way,
help?
yeah.
Oh.
Whether you're the talker or the talkie.
Yeah, no, if you were the one that is feeling down, I think the hardest part, honestly, sometimes is letting people in, especially because
Sure.
A multitude of reasons. Like maybe you don't want to accept that you're going through something, or you don't want to let other people know that you're going through. You want to put up like a strong front and make it seem like everything's okay. But at the end of the day, right? Like I said, mental health is so key, and it's very similar to, like I said, physical health, where you want to go to the gym, work out, or stay healthy and fit, right? You got to do the same thing with your mind, and being able to talk about things like that, especially with like the people around you, right? Open up to them and become more comfortable and try to just like let it out like that. That's going to be key for sure. Just because, like I said, that when you let it out, like you have people around you to support you. You feel better. At least I do. I feel like a lot of people feel better just talking it and letting it off their chest. And then on top of that, if there is, or are things that you need to deal with beyond that, or any extra help, like you have
Right.
people to talk to about furthering, what we can do to figure this out and make things better, because there always is, greener grass on the other side, in my
Yeah.
opinion. You always get through it. There's tough times. Like I said, I've been there myself, and there's been times where it just seems like there's really nothing, but there always is. You just got to believe. You just got to believe and have the people around you.
Absolutely. Zest?
Actually, this exact thing happened. So one of my teammates, I guess last semester, I mean, he wasn't just really enjoying the game, like you could tell. And like Steam, I guess I don't really know what it's actually is, but it's basically, it tracks your hours past 2 weeks.
Sure.
So, and I think he had 5 hours past 2 weeks, and this was during CRL, like the qualifiers. So it was kind of like,
Surprising.
yeah, exactly. So when it matters the most, it was just like, it just wasn't there coming from him. So me and my other teammate Rivers, we just kind of like got in a call. Like it was just a normal thing. Like it was just one night. Like we just play a scrim or something like that.
Sure.
We all got in a call, and yeah, like I asked him, like, are you enjoying the game anymore? And honestly, I think like right then he opened up. It was actually it's like, it seems hard at first, but it is
Always.
So sometimes, obviously, there's other circumstances, but it was that easy. He opened up immediately, and then we got to talking, and then yeah, we kind of just subbed him out just because I don't think it was like any like tough times kind of thing, but I think he just wasn't enjoying the game in that sense. So yeah, I think it is tough in the moment, but honestly, just kind of the first question kind of just will domino effect all the way down.
Absolutely. And Zest, to kind of throw in a bit of a bonus question for you here, because I really appreciate the story that you just shared with
Yeah.
us, so thank you for that. But did you find having that teammate with you to be more effective? Do you think that it made the circumstance perhaps less confrontational and made it easier to open up without that accusatory feeling attached to it?
Exactly. Like I think that's what it kind of helped, because it was just like a normal, hey, we're all getting on at like 8 or something like that. Like it wasn't like,
Right.
any, like, hey, can I get in a call with you? Even though like that is kind of normal. Like, hey, let's get in a call. Like it's kind of like that when your mom tells like you like, oh,
Right.
we got to talk now. It's
Yeah.
like, it's kind of like, it brings like a little different emotion. But when it's just like a normal thing, like, hey, you joined the game, it's still like, it makes it feel more casual rather than like trying to force it, like, hey, what's going on? Which I think both are okay. I think you just got to gauge it, and I think in this case it was better to just have it be a casual night kind of thing.
Yeah, and Dr. Marshall, as they get ready to jump into Game 3 here, is that something that people could maybe try to do to try to bring in other loved ones, or do you think there could be some downsides to that circumstance?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the situation, but I think, what you're really trying to do is help the person open up in the way that they
Of
feel
course,
most comfortable.
of course.
And sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's
Right.
another friend or another person that you're more comfortable with. And so I think it's important sometimes to recognize that, like, hey, if you don't feel comfortable talking with me about this, like, is there someone you can reach out to, or is there someone I can help you reach out to? But I think what's been said is really important, that it doesn't have to be a big awkward conversation. Sometimes it's just as much as just letting them know, hey, I'm here for you. I know I'm seeing something different, but I want you to know whatever you're going through, I'm here to help.
Absolutely. And guys, go ahead and jump into game number 3, our last game of the matchup. We want to get them in there so we can continue to have this conversation, because unfortunately we only have the 1 hour, so we want to try to address as much as we can. But I think this next question is a very important one. Slayer and Zest, you as well. What do you do after that initial conversation, right? Okay, yes, you've gotten them to open up, you've gotten them to talk about mental health, but that's absolutely not where the journey ends. What are the next proper steps to take to guarantee these people get the help that they need?
I think just reaching out and just trying to figure out what the problem is, that's the big key. Because like I said, there's so many different shapes, sizes, and forms that it comes in, right? Everyone's different, everyone handles things differently.
Right.
So For sure, like just seeing how that is off the rip, just trying to figure out that and gauge where the person's at and everything like that. And then if it's a pretty more serious issue where it needs maybe more help or more resources, right? Reach out to someone at your school or someone that may be a professional or just try to find other resources that you can. That's key as well, because mental health is very big. Like I said, and I related a lot to physical health, right?
Sure.
You have physical trainers who help you show you how to do things or can give you the perfect diet, the perfect workout routine and stuff like that. And with mental health, it's the same thing, right? Obviously you have the basics and things like that, right? But it goes beyond that, and having professionals to go to or talk with and just get their advice and just talk to them and have that or be able to get them to work with whoever, that's very important too, just as important.
Absolutely.
For me, I guess all I've really used is just friends and family. But I know there are other I guess resources out there. Like there's I'm trying to think. Like there's always text this number to or
Right.
text this to this number or the call helplines and stuff like that. I've personally never used one. I honestly don't know how it would even how it works. But I just know that there are so many resources other than just friends and family. Obviously, there's counselors at schools. Of course, if you go to school, teachers. If you have a teacher, there's neighbors. Everyone is technically a resource in their sense because they might have certain experiences.
Right.
They might have other connections in their own. I think it just depends on what you kind of are close to. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I wish I have used one of the helplines in the past just to kind of see and gauge
Sure.
what kind of use it for, but I think just what's best is just kind of use what you're comfortable with, kind of what's around you in all that sense.
Yeah, no, I actually love what you guys talk there, right? Because you talk about the existence of pulling in additional professionals, and we're lucky enough to have one with us right now. So, Dr. Marshall, when do you kind of make the call, I guess, that it is important to bring in a medical professional? And if you don't know how, where do you go? Where do you get the information to know how to take those next proper steps?
Yeah, well, we have great resources at the CSD Awkward website, and I would encourage everyone to take a look. It's good to know of those resources. Certainly, there's resources on campuses. There's the crisis text line, the 988 number, lots of helplines out there. And I think what's important to know is that you can give someone that information and say, look, in case you ever need it, here's the information. And what mostly happens when you call those lines is you get a trained listener,
Right.
whether it's the text line or, I think people sometimes are afraid if I call that line, am I suddenly going to, end up going to the hospital or something like that? And I can tell you most of the time, it's really just somebody who can help you talk through what's going on, who can share some additional ways to get help. Most of those calls are resolved with just talking, and that's what's so important, that the lines are available 24/7.
Yes.
We have lots of resources at the Seize the Awkward site, so yeah, please feel free to check that out. And 988 is the National Crisis Lifeline number, so that's a number you can call from any phone and get a trained listener.
Absolutely. That sounds perfect, and I'm so glad that we're able to bring that up. And going into kind of the closing couple of minutes of our last game here, I'd love to ask you guys as well, if there's anything specific you've done, anything notable you can think of what was really the first step you were able to find in addressing your mental health and fixing it. I guess stabilizing isn't the word, but continuing to keep this newfound strong mental health, if there was anything specific.
Yeah, no, for me, like I said, it's something you have to maintain and keep up with. Just again, physical, in my opinion. But obviously you can create a good structure and
Sure.
go through stuff. And just because you go through one thing doesn't mean you're not going to go through the other. I mean, I've been in competitive high-level hockey my entire life, and I've listened to some professionals, and I've known people that have had the strongest mindsets, the strongest mentalities ever. But just some things go even beyond just the mental, and it goes into your nervous system and just much beyond things that you can control that make it very hard with anxiety and
Right.
things like that, right? PTSD, things like that can play a factor as well. So at the end of the day, it's always something that can be very, very big in your life. You never know what's going to happen. So, just like I said, having a good structure and a good outline and the right people around you at all times and throughout your life and at, like I said, all times, you never know what's going to happen. Like, it is very key.
Right.
It's not just something like, oh, I have good mental, I'm good the rest of my life, right? You got to keep working on it and just like, keep practicing it, right? Because it's very, very important.
Yeah.
Can you restate the question for me real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of in your own personal battle with mental health, or if you've seen somebody kind of very close to you, what did you find to be the most effective methods in your own experiences to maintain this newfound stronger mental health, or to just try and help those around you, if there was anything specific that was done to help in a circumstance like that?
I guess for me, it's just like always like showing that you're an option kind of thing. Like,
Sure.
just someone to go to. Like, basically after every conversation I'll have with like roommates, friends, whatever, like family, I'll just like say, let me know if you need anything. Like something like that simple. Like, yeah, I'm not sure if that was the reason that like conversation happened in the past, but it does invite like, I guess, the option to go to, like, let me know.
Sure.
And then like obviously in that sense, those people have gone to me in the past. So like it's kind of just like always letting them know, always making them feel like open to it, and just like helping them out in that sense. Just like, I think it's just letting them know that there is an option. It may help in the future, even if it doesn't like,
Yeah.
go their way, or if they need something else. It's just like, it's nice to know.
Absolutely, and kind of is possibly one of our closing questions here, and I'd love to hear from all three of you as well on this. We've talked so much about what we have been able to do in our own personal experiences, but for somebody watching in the audience, what can the audience do to start this conversation? What is the first step in that kind of difficult journey to try and help those that they love?
I believe just, trying to, like I said, be more comfortable with the topic and everything. I think we're doing better than, before, where we're making it more normalized and comfortable and just, be able to talk about mental health. It's very important, like I said, and that's the key for sure. And just like I said, being comfortable, trying to open up and not just open up, but also listen to other people as well. There's
Right.
a lot of people that go through similar things as well that you may not know. I know a lot of people feel lonely when they're going through things and they think that they're the only one. And believe me, there's so many people there to help, but there's also people that may have gone through what you've been through, and maybe you can hear their perspective or try to see what they did and what worked for them, right? Like I said, everyone's different, but at the end of the day, yeah, you always have someone that's there for you, no matter, like I said, how lonely it seems. Like I said, it's very hard to think like that in certain situations, but if you can really try to get that in the back of your mind and whatnot, like that's going to be key. And just, like I said, just trying to enjoy the little things. That's
Right.
one thing that I think I've implemented into my life. And sometimes, people joke about it with me, but like I said, like whenever I might be having a bad day, but like, hey, if the sun's out, and I see birds chirping and there's some good there's a good view or something like that, I try to enjoy it, and just it's all perspective as well. So if
Absolutely.
you can get into the mindset of just enjoying a lot of the little things and being super thankful, like it puts you into a better state of mind, and that's something that I've loved. Like I said, I feel like we're not on Earth or here for the longest time, right? So I want to enjoy it as much as I can. So and enjoying the little things, like it's definitely something that's helped me, with just keeping it better, positive, and mental.
Sure. Yeah, I really like that answer. Thank you, Slayer, for sharing that with us. Zest, what are you thinking?
I guess for me, like, yeah, it is really difficult, but like, I kind of just think of the motto, like, take your own advice. Like, if you are going to like try and help someone with their mental health, you probably like should have a good mental health of your own. Obviously, sometimes that's not the case, but like, it's kind of like hard, I guess, to like give advice when you're also going through the same thing and you also haven't, like, I guess, figured it out. So like, just like, I guess, I don't want to say figure it out before you help someone, but like, just kind of realize that you might not be the best option for them to help them out if
Right.
you are also.
Yeah.
But I would also say on top of that, potentially, like obviously you want to keep your mental health first and make sure that you're doing good before you help others. But at the same time, there's also that possibility, right, where two people are going through this, similar things at the same time, and maybe you go through it together and try to see what works for each other, what maybe doesn't. Like I said, it's just something that I feel like everyone should be open about, especially
Right.
with the closer people to you, right? And if you truly take that step and like really, give your effort into it and really are open and comfortable with it, like it'll be good.
Yeah,
agree.
I love that. I think that's great. And I love that you guys are both able to share kind of that vulnerability and that openness with us. And I know I appreciate that. I'm sure a lot of other people do as well. But Dr. Marshall, what are you looking at from the professional standpoint of somebody wants to help and they don't even know what that very first step is? How is somebody watching able to take that step to help somebody they care about?
Yeah, well, I have to say I'm so impressed with what's been shared already because these are the things I would say as well. We have to
Wonderful.
take care of ourselves and our own mental health and show people that, we're in a good place for them to come to. So making sure we're taking care of ourselves. But I think the other point is to, just by talking openly about your own mental health, you kind of invite it, right? Like you
Sure.
invite people to say like, yeah, me too. I feel that way too, or I'm going through something too. And so not being afraid to be open about your own mental health, your struggles, what you do to take care of yourself. But I think like we've said today, just reaching out and staying connected to someone and not being afraid to ask, like, how are you
Right.
doing really? And letting them know that you'll be a person they can talk to whenever they're ready to talk about it.
Yeah, and Dr. Marshall, I do want to take a moment as well to, first of all, thank you. I don't remember if I did that at the beginning, and I want to make sure we thank you for your time, but we're not quite done yet. I do want to ask, we've talked a lot about those first proper steps to take that involve, friends and family, but there are people that unfortunately may not have that immediate access to those, that may not have those people in their lives. So for those people watching, what are the steps that they could maybe take if they've made the recognition personally, they want to take those steps and try to address their own mental health?
Yeah, I think it's important that we recognize like mental health is health, right?
Right,
So just
absolutely.
like if we weren't feeling well in other ways, we had a stomach ache or something, we'd want to go kind of get it checked out. And so whether you reach out to a mental health professional or, go see your doctor and say, I haven't been feeling well, and, take it to the professional, let them help like, is this something I should be worried about? We can all start by talking with each other, but I think at some point it's important that if we're really struggling, that we bring someone in who has the training to help. And like I
Right.
said, there's lots of resources on the Seize the Awkward website, but you don't have to go it alone, I think is the key message.
Yeah, and I also want to ask as well, because I know there is unfortunately kind of a negative stigma to addressing mental health, right? So for the people that are kind of concerned, that don't want to be considered, sick or crazy, and there's kind of that negative stigma around it, how can we as viewers, as students, as people that are experiencing their own mental health struggles, how can we help break that stigma and create a safer place and a more open space for people to address their own mental health?
Yeah, well, I think the more that people who have a public platform to talk about it say, hey, it's okay, I take care of my mental health, or sometimes people need to seek help. I needed to do that as well. It
Sure.
kind of starts to lessen the stigma, right? It's
Right.
like, well, if he or she can go take care of their mental health, so can I. If they're doing things that, they need to be proactive or take breaks or get more sleep or whatever the thing is, if they can do it to take care of their mental health, so can I. I think it's just important that we keep the topic open and at top of mind, and that those that have a platform, do that so others can see it's available for them too.
Absolutely. I think that's wonderful. And we'll just do one more reiteration for those that may be joining us late, but I'll ask the players one more time. If somebody is on a team and they're finding themselves looking at a teammate or a good friend, someone they've known for a while, and they feel that perhaps their mental health may be slipping and they want to help address them, what do you guys think is the best or most effective method to make that happen?
Just being there, being open with them, seeing how they are, like I said, day-to-day actions, being there with them, doing the normal things, right? But as you gauge that they may be acting a little bit, different, or there might be changes in the way they act with how they talk, what they're doing, things like that, their activities. Just reaching out, seeing what's up,
Right.
and also just like, being a good listener, and also just like, if you relate or you want to be more open, like I know for some people, like them hearing that you're going through something similar or you've gone through something similar or something like that always helps to kind of break the ice. And yeah, like I said, that's very, very key, and I think that's just trying to make them as comfortable as possible. Don't force it on them. Don't
Right.
make, because some people have different times when they want to talk about it, and like I said, just making them feel comfortable, knowing that they have someone there, that's going to be key.
I could agree with that as well. I think for me, it's just more of like you said, don't keep it accusatory. Like don't single
Right.
them out, kind of thing. Because for me, that would be the reason. Like if basically when a talk is like like the main topic is, oh, we're talking about this, it wouldn't make me feel weird, but it's just like, you'd want to like, to me, you want to do something like after kind of thing, like just
Sure.
make it like, oh, how you feeling, and then you still do what you're going to do, like in that sense of like what I was talking about. Like even though I did ask my teammate, like, hey, like what's going on, we still played the scrim after. Like it wasn't like the only scrim, and like I think that's what it made it more casual, is that that wasn't like it wasn't like forced on him. It wasn't singling him out. Like that was the only thing we were talking about. It was more just like, hey, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, no, I really like that point as well. I like that you address the fact that, you know, you don't want to just call someone and be like, hey, what's wrong? Okay, bye, right?
Exactly.
I like what you're bringing up there, talking about you want to help them, but you don't want to isolate them. You don't want to make that moment uncomfortable. Thank you for sharing that, Cess. I think that is a very valuable point to bring up. And I hope anybody watching, if this panel has been able to help one person, then I think the effort we put in has been worth it. And I appreciate the stories from you guys, seriously. I know this can be an awkward conversation, right? We call it Seize the Awkward for a reason, but your vulnerability, your honesty, I think has really gone a long way in a lot of great ways. A big thank you to Dr. Marshall as well for joining us virtually, helping make all of this possible. And I know that we have a little bit more to talk about down the line. We're going to be going to a live Discord moderation thing in the Esports U Discord. I am going to be there. I got to stop touching my microphone. I am going to be there, and I hope to see many of you there as well. But folks, if you liked what you saw here, the day of CECC has not even truly begun yet. But Dr. Marshall, I do want to give you the chance. Any closing thoughts, any closing statements or words before we bring this panel to a close?
Yeah, I'm just so grateful for this conversation today, and just know that, you know, if you're out there and you're struggling, there's help out there, there's hope out there, and that you don't have to do this by yourself. That there's obviously these gentlemen and others really want to help. I look forward to the conversation continuing over on Discord.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I know I will say it again, we are incredibly grateful to have you here with us. We can talk about so much as inexperienced non-professionals, but to have somebody here that truly has studied this and put in the years and the work, I think really can make a huge difference. So thank you for joining us. Thank everybody for watching. The CECC is just kicking off for day number 2, but we're going to jump over to that Discord moderation live discussion. So we will see you guys there.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need the light. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we need a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
My shower once, there's like no room for that, so just blend it in.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
My name is Jonathan Mason, Quinnipiac University, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I think everyone is just like, we're kind of both cautious and also really excited because a lot of these schools are schools we don't usually get to play, and a lot of these schools have players that we kind of consider to be somewhat above our level. So we're kind of like anxious to see like, okay, what we're going to do about some of these players that we haven't had to play before, and know that they're probably on a higher skill level than us, and how we're going to just like disregard all of that and still win anyways. So in our conference, we were undefeated in our fall split, and we only lost one match in the spring, and honestly that one was because scheduling issues with certain players. So that one really doesn't count, and plus we beat that school, Siena College, in the grand finals anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then we did do one season of NACE at the premier level, or varsity premier level, and that went okay. We were, I think, second in our conference for that, and we only didn't win it out because of, again, scheduling conflicts, actually COVID that time, certain players not being able to play. So I think we've had a good track record this entire season and leading up to this, but we kind of like look at the other competitions, like some of these other conferences are much more difficult, and some of these other qualifier things had better schools than us, so we should have to be prepared for it and be cautious, but don't be like cowardly about it, I guess. I would have to say Northwood, because we've always heard that they have like a really good team, and I think there was one point like we were like, if we hadn't like screwed up our NACE thing, we were going to play them, and I think we missed them by like one or two matches. So we kind of had them on our radar for a while, so it's kind of exciting to play them for the first time. I can't say there's one that I definitely have, but what I always kind of go by the idea that all the research in the world won't prepare you for anything, and you just kind of have to be able to live there in the moment. And like I'm doing a computer science major, so I don't always have time to be doing the research that in previous years has been done. And what I've done to adjust to that is just like make sure I'm just like prepared for everything, and I know how to deal with that stress in the moment. So I think going to this, if I'm able to just stay level-headed and be able to make those good decisions despite maybe not knowing everything about these other teams, I think I'll still be able to come out with a few wins. Expectation, I think within our pool, one of the University of Texas is that was in our pool. I think we'll probably beat them. I've been trying to do research on them, and I can't. The stuff that I found, I think we're probably better than them at the very least. And then I think Northwood is going to be a hard one. I'm not sure if we're going to win that one, so I can't really say. Winthrop, I've been told they have a really good team, but I've also heard that like that area isn't exactly known for being the best. Oh, I had somebody tell me that they weren't the best, so they're expecting us to win that one. So I think that could end up being pretty close, and we might actually be able to win that one and make it out into the top 8 side.
Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Paulie Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Paulie Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Paulie Hype Meal?
You know, the Paulie Hype Meal.
The official Paulie Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
never seemed so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
I know you had to wait this long. This is what you've been waiting for. It's a new day, yeah. It's a new day, yeah. The future never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Never seemed so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for this morning's first match, one of your commentators and hosts, Clutchkey.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome into the CECC 2023 here in Esports Stadium, Arlington. My name is Clutchkey, one of your commentators and host, commentator for Overwatch. And if you didn't watch that Overwatch match last night, boy, oh boy, that was exciting. Cannot wait for what happens later today. We're crowning 4 champions, by the way. Super Smash, Rocket League, Valorant, and Overwatch all happening today. But we got to get everything started off first this morning. So Vanta League starts us off, and actually with us, we have one of the co-founders of the Vanta League. Please welcome in Ed Lallier.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming here today. My name is Ed Lallier, co-founder of Vanta, and we're so pleased that we are here today in this amazing venue. Vanta was co-founded with a few of my peers in response to my son unfortunately being cyberbullied early COVID. So we created a safe place for kids to game with adult supervision. With the support here in Texas and being the official esports sponsor of the UIL, we have grown our community here in Texas massively. And this is really a great testament of all your hard work and support to make this community grow. And with the help of our friends at CSMG, to be part of the CECC event is truly spectacular. I want to give a special thanks to a number of key people that are making this happen. I'd like to give special thanks to Exposure who are helping our production. I'd like to let's give it up. Honestly, great job. I want to give special thanks to our sponsors, to Takis, to SnapRaise, to Shriner University, to the UIL for their support for making this happen as well. So I also want to give special thanks to our parents, to the players, to the coaches, to the school administrators for really putting an effort in making esports a real thing in your schools. You know, our goal here today was really to showcase a pipeline for skill development and education opportunities from high school to college. And really, we are showing that in full effect today. So I want to say thank you all to your efforts, and let's begin.
Thank you very much, Ed. So Ed Lallier right there from the Vanta League co-founder, and like he said, let's get things started. Rocket League up here on the stage. Let's throw it back to our casters backstage now.
Thank you very much, Clutchkey. Guys, we're here. It is Vanta League time. It's time for some high school action here, and it's an interesting one as well, Taco. Not only do we get to kick off the day with this action, we get to kick it off the #1 seed, Grapevine, coming into this one by far the heavy favorites, but Belton are no slouches either. The #5 seed in this thing have got a lot to prove, and they got to do it here now. It's semifinals. Make or break if you want to get to the Grand Championships.
It can be difficult when you come into this scenario because you're thinking, well, at the end of the day, we're going to play the best teams last, but sometimes you get an early meeting early on. Semifinals, I would say, a relative basis, you got to get all the way there, but then sometimes this is really the earliest test you can imagine, I would say. Grapevine has looked really great. They also have probably my favorite name out of any player in this entire competition, collegiate or otherwise. So I'm a huge fan of that. We will unveil that as really the game gets underway. But yes, I think these moments for players are really memorable because when you are in a competition of this high stakes and all these talented players, honestly, seeding kind of goes out the window after a certain point.
It's all about what you can do on the day. And in this day, it is one and done. Best of 5 if you want to make it to the grand finals, like we said. And if you can do that, well, you're going to have yourself a fantastic time. And it looks like it's time for game #1 here out of this best of 5. Let's see, between Belton High School and Grapevine High School, who is going to be the winner? Who is going to move on, like we said, and get a second chance? Game #1 officially underway here. Let's see if either one of the teams can start off hot, as Pine trying to put in the first shot here, but can't quite slot it.
And you're getting some nice deflections across, and ultimately keeping the ball in dangerous areas is probably one of the most effective things going forward to be able to tap these balls through, mainly because you don't 100% know what the other team is capable of, so you might as well just throw them into a situation, see how they handle it. A bounce underneath. The defense was just not ready for Jordan.
Jordan getting the first goal here from a solid touch out at midfield, and just kind of recognize the fact that the defense a little bit awkward. Dive on in, make it even more awkward by getting a bump or two, and that should open the lane to find the first goal here early early on. 30 seconds gone. And it feels like we might have found a little bit of extra momentum. Again, both these teams really do need to try and step up here, especially considering it's early on in the morning. These are high school students. They might be used to getting up early on, but what about early on a Sunday? Usually they're sleeping in. Usually they're still taking a little while to try and get everything together. Doesn't look like Deadlock needs too much time here. They're going to take a shot all the way to the right. Try to put a shot on target. Can't quite do so. A couple of weird dives out of midfield. No one quite able to get connections. But a minute into this one, that singular goal that we saw from a shot out of midfield, the only thing standing.
And at the end of the day, that's somehow how goals really go through. The defense can be fine, but ultimately, if you want to be able to get their shots off, sometimes you do really have to put yourself in for a 50 and then hope the defense kind of plays off your read, which at this pace, sometimes you have to do a little bit of pass back and forth, nothing actually getting to their teammate, but Deadlock is there to try to shut that down. However, going to be escaping is our blue side, and going to be knocked back into the corner. So that one goal, as you mentioned, the only thing really standing in the way of us from a Deadlock, because other than that, we will be seeing yet another shot and a pinball in front of the net for Deadlock, and he will not miss.
Deadlock finding the second goal for the team now here. Grapevine finding themselves in a solid space so far here, but they can't quite find themselves enough to really say that they have solidified here. It feels like a lot of decent dives out of midfield are starting to fight back just a little bit. But Belton, unfortunately, through about 90 seconds of play, have not found themselves really much to work with. It has been mostly Grapevine throughout this, and I'd say a lot of it is exactly what we're seeing here in the corner. Aerial superiority going in favor of Grapevine right now. They are doing a good job just kind of shutting down these challenges out of Belton before they can really turn into much and controlling this midfield. Speaking of which, Deadlock looking for a decent 50-50 to maybe continue on this play, when instead in the corner, Drew going to have to be the one to come away and keep the offense alive as we go with 3 minutes left here, 2 minutes gone in our first game.
And you can see, you said aerial superiority, but also really dominating that backboard, making it take all the hits and punches. Jordan able to get a nice setup from a teammate, and he's not gonna miss. Fantastic put away, and 2 minutes in, it's just cruise control right now for Grapevine.
And this is kind of what we expected. Again, Grapevine come into this one the #1 seed overall. They are expected to make it to the finals, but first they have to get through the semifinal here against Belton, who, like we said, have played fantastic throughout this entire event, but they've got a lot more that they need to show here in Vanta if they want to try and prove themselves as the very best of the best. As again, their offense right now, although they are breaking out just a little bit, haven't really been able to find too much of a deadly touch here in comparison to Drew, who is more or less unguarded in the air. Like we said, the skies are absolutely in favor of orange right now. And unfortunately for Belton, they're going to have to try and shut this down as more and more shots come on. Beautiful pass to drop down to Drew, and he will slam that on target.
So normally I'm not really a fan of waiting for the pass, just kind of sitting there and then lurking forward because the defense can cut you off, but the pass is so clean that it doesn't even matter. Sometimes passing is not necessarily feeding your teammates as much as it is passing it where the defense is not. Everyone on the defense just a little bit misplaced. There's a gap in the zone, and you can see that Grapevine is so good at picking that apart. Again, just going to the air repeatedly, and that's what good teams do. They identify one team is struggling with an aspect of their play, and you just repeatedly take advantage of that.
And they're doing that over and over again, and it's all three of their players as well here. Every single one of the players here for Grapevine have at least a goal, and it might even be an assist and a goal apiece. I think the only one who might not have an assist here is going to be Drew, but that could change very quickly considering they are already back into attack. Light double commit, though, could change this one up. You can see Jordan trying to recollect this out of midfield, recognizing the fact that there's a little bit of vulnerability with a quick transition, but speaking of quick transition, right back the other way again. Midfield presence entirely in favor of Grapevine here. They are just not giving chances for Belton to try and find a rebuttal here with the shots barely ringing on target, but look how quickly Drew is there to collect that one and send it to his teammate, who can immediately try and pop it off the half. And, whoa, he actually does more than just pop it off the half. He gets a good 50-50 to bait out a couple of different players here from Belton High, and, oh, it almost turns into a goal the other way. A double commit will get in the way to not allow further momentum. With 90 seconds gone, all the momentum in favor of Grapevine. It's going to take something miraculous for Belton to turn this around.
Yeah, but I do like that from Belton, a little bit of passing play in the middle. It's not necessarily a cross-map slap. It is just a slight tap into the path of your teammate, and that's really all you can ask for on that coordination. Another thing you'd ask for is putting yourself in the way of those shots. Last second touch away from Belton will be able to keep them clean for right now, and I think at this point, this is the main improvement they need to make, but sometimes you do get an awkward deflection. Believe that was off target, but the defender just has to guess.
And that's the issue here, is that when you have this much pressure, you have no idea what's going to be coming at your net. You need to dive just to try and get in the way, and that's the issue we're seeing right now, as over and over again, Belton get forced into these really uncomfortable positions, just try to get out of it, and the alleviation is never found. Unfortunately, very much feels like right now Grapevine have the entire momentum in their favor, so we got to see a little bit more right now. We got to see if maybe Grapevine can not necessarily, hold on here, but if they can maybe do a little bit more to convincingly shut down Belton here in this first game and not give them any momentum walking away. With 50 seconds left, there's absolutely a world where I can see Belton getting a goal and then maybe trying to, get the gears turning for game number 2. Game number 1, though, pretty confident in saying that this one's going to Grapevine here. 40 seconds left with a 5-0. I don't think they're turning this one around.
Yeah, the winner's mentality is to never plan for failure, but if you do get in a situation like this, you only get a minute in between where you can really talk about things, and I think you need to play this game out. Obviously, still put up a brave front, get some offense going, but ultimately you need to plan and say, okay, what's going wrong? First off, you need to make sure the midfield gets shut down a little bit faster, get that boost control, and then from there, I think you can really start building if you're Belton. It might be nice if you can get a double like this. That's a tough angle, but the putback is oh so easy.
And this is what I was talking about. It's not necessarily going to change the outcome of this game, but you do not want to give late momentum to a team that has been trying just to find anything to work off of here. Finally, Belton get on the board and do 2 good plays in a row. Solid touch off the backboard, and then an even better follow-up. We'll find them with their first goal here in this series, but like we said, that is only half the battle. Now they got to try and win the war, as they've got plenty of time left here throughout this series. Game number 1, absolutely going to Grapevine, but Belton have shown themselves. They still have a little bit of fight left in them here. It's not in this game. Ball hits the ground, and it will be a 5-1 victory to Grapevine.
And that's exactly what you expect out of seed number 1. The thing is that game number 1s typically go that way in a series where you have one team that is on paper dominant, just because when you do have those situations when a number 1 sim comes in, they're more confident, they're faster, they always go for everything immediately, and I think the other team tries to usually play kind of more passive, saying, okay, what can we expect? But the issue is that if you don't play up to speed, then I think you get left in the dust. Rocket League is very much a game about momentum, moment to moment. So when we do see games like this, I don't really get too down on the team that lost, mainly just because I know game 2 starts, you got this full minute to talk about it, and then from there, you can strategize. You know what Grapevine has offered. Now how do you counter it?
Well, the counter at this point, I think, again, is going to be trying to go up into the air, trying to get these 50-50s out of midfield, and really just not allowing Grapevine to live on their half. That's the big issue that we're seeing on repeat, is that they control this midfield, whether it's through dives that win out of 50-50 or just straight up dusting their opponents. Feel like Belton took a little bit of time to really get their footing, to figure out where they could actually dive, where they could make these good challenges without just being straight outplayed by their opponents. And really, one player in particular was the one that was doing most of that. Jordan was an absolute influence on and off the ball, whether it was dishing it to their teammates or trying to get these solid touches towards the net to really start off that offensive push that would then continue the awkwardness for Belton in their final third. It's a really good play out of midfield here. It's a really good play all around for Grapevine, but like we saw, they are still vulnerable. Belton finding themselves a lot of momentum at the end of that game, the final goal of game number 1. Maybe they can change it around and get the first goal of game number 2. We'll have to find out if they cannot. Reverse sweep necessary here for Belton if they want to stay in it. I'm getting ahead of myself. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 2 officially underway.
Ooh, and might be starting off real nice, though. I think they're trying to get that bump away, or at least get a tuck through so that the defender does not touch it. Nothing happening on that, so instead we will be seeing now our first attack, or rather the start of one from Grapevine. Immediate deflection, now with 10 boost. Drew trying to get in a nice musty. That's a great way to generate a power with not a lot of boost, at least keeping it in an interesting position. Jordan not there. Drew says, fine, I'll do it myself. First 30 seconds, it's just more excellence from Grapevine.
This is just, it's a little bit of funny, a little bit of clever. It's this dive on in. Everybody is respecting Jordan. They think that he's going to put a shot on target. When he doesn't, all 3 defenders kind of just look at each other and go, you got this? No? I got this? Maybe? Nobody's really able to put a hand up, and unfortunately, in the absolute chaos that has unfolded in front of the net, is going to be Grapevine finding themselves the first goal of game number 2 at similar to game number 1 as they start off very hot, not even a minute into this, and they have found a lead, and they might even increase it. Off the backboard, this one goes. Sunshine will be able to bop this one out, but they're not going to be able to do much more with this, as all of a sudden, Jordan collects this, looks for the double off the backboard, will not find it. Teammate there, but the shot goes off target. A minute in, it's similar to the first one here. Grapevine overwhelming in the Belton half.
And Belton's doing better about not necessarily committing for things that they don't really have to. I would say sometimes you can say this is a passive approach, but I do like being able to then take the challenge you know you have a high percentage on and not necessarily stretching to get out. Because yes, it's going to be tough to be able to bat away all these chances, but they're doing better. And notice the rotation's a little bit cleaner. They're close enough to support each other, but they're not just completely over-committing. I do like this, however, at one point they're probably going to have to take a risk. I think that's going to be really the breaking point for them, and it might help if you get some bumps, but I think they rush the shot, but you really have to in a situation that tense.
That is the most unfortunate of things I have ever seen. That one does not only bounce off the post, sometimes you get the post to be, a little bit in your favor, and it'll bounce on in. It bounces literally as far away from the goal as physically possible, and as a result, now here come Grapevine on the other end looking for some more offense. Shot does go off target, but Jordan's going to be there to at least stay in the way and not allow a quick transition out of Belton the other half. Drew, though, out at midfield. Good touch. Trying to look for another one. Like we said, the air absolutely in favor of Grapevine here. They have over and over again been able to control the skies and also control the 50-50s. What a 50 out of Jordan. We'll keep it on the half here as over and over again, Belton desperate to find a clearance that can alleviate this pressure. That will not be the one. Drew misses the shot. Jordan does not, but the save is made. Again, Belton might have taken a little while to warm up in that first game, but here in the second one, they are playing it much closer than the first.
And it's what I was alluding to earlier. Sometimes you just have to make sure you're there. Speaking of, on the backboard is Grapevine. I love creative plays like that. They're really just trying to dig out everything in their playbook. It was really, that's what's been required. They have that first goal off of that Jordan. I would say fake ultimately because that's functionally what it acted as. And beyond that, as you said, Belton, wholesale improvements. Now it's about the offense. The flick right there, not going to get past the defense, and neither is the follow-through. All the players on these individual challenges, Grapevine just edging them out by pixels.
It still definitely feels like the pacing, though, is absolutely in favor of Grapevine right now. Over and over again, this team seems to be getting to these balls much quicker than their opponents. Good example there. They might have put a hand up, but can they do enough to get it off the half? Sunshine will try, and Zonkt will go for the follow-up. Good 50-50 to the backboard. Could set up one of his teammates, but unfortunately that teammate has been sent to the scrap heap as they are demoed and then just dusted out at midfield here. Again, this is a big issue. When pacing is in favor of one team, especially the team that has already found momentum, you've got to try and find ways to not only slow them down, but dictate the pace of play overall. And unfortunately for Belton, they've been getting close to that, but just not quite enough. Still out at midfield, struggling with these 50s, struggling to find clearances that are able to alleviate pressure in big ways, as over and over again, Grapevine dive on in, win a 50, set up the offense, and go right back to the usual. The onslaught of shots just never seems to cease.
And one thing that Grapevine's doing well is the best possible defense is an effective offense. So they're getting a lot of touches around the backboard, but note how a lot of these touches aren't even direct. They're just going to the corner. It just taps to the side. And it's frustrating because it honestly just prevents the other team from straight lining. You see a couple times Belton has to go forward. They have a full head of steam. They're using all the boost, and then suddenly they have to slap on that E-brake, take a drastic turn, and then say, okay, well, I guess we'll have to rework things. And that can be frustrating because you're never able to actually use your resources, and you can't use your chances if you're Grapevine. That's an open shot. They're trying to place it perfectly, but maybe you just need to go for a little bit less place and more power a little bit lower.
Yeah, in game number one, that's excusable out of Grapevine. They had so many goals that really they can afford to miss opportunities, but here in a 1-0 ball game that has come off of what I would say is kind of a mistake on the side of Belton here and Grapevine both. The chaos that ensued in front of the net is what allowed that first goal out of Grapevine. They got to try and take their chances, especially now that Belton find themselves with a bit of offense, but they can't hold on to it for all too long. Good thing is out of midfield, Zonkt will at least keep it in the half, or at least attempt to. Again, 50-50 still absolutely going in favor of Grapevine out here at midfield, and that is giving them so much extra time on this Belton half. They are burning away at that clock. With only about 15 seconds left, they don't need to burn away all that much longer. Rule 1 does ensue in the corner, very quickly breaking up, as Belton need all three of their players to try and get this charge in, but they let it go back out to midfield. You need to hold on to that momentum. You don't have a lot of seconds to waste, especially with Deadlock going through the air here, trying to drag this one out of the half, and he's done it successfully. Jordan sends it to the backboard, meaning it's going to be a full field affair. If we wanted to see Belton maybe try and send us to an overtime, instead, they're sent down to 0-2. Reverse sweep necessary if they want to take down the #1 seed in Grapevine.
And that's an unfortunate game again because it is 100% an improvement from Belton. You see sometimes when we look at these plays, 0 saves out of Grapevine, but that does not mean they were not facing any pressure. A lot of close rolls across their net. They did not have that immediately. If Belton was a bit more aggressive, then they're in there. But I also understand that that's how game 1 went. You don't want to be able to just dive on in and everything and hope that you can get a lucky 50. That is just not going to be sustainable. So I will say Belton at the end of the day, yes, you take the loss. Yes, you're moving on to a match point scenario with Grapevine 1 game away, but I think you could take that with a silver lining. That is exactly how you should play this series, and all it takes is Grapevine to make one of those mistakes in the midfield that we did see, and that can just roll right into a demo play, into a flick, into anything. But we know Belton is capable. They're not getting shut out this series. They didn't get a goal game 2, but we know the chances and creativity are there.
I mean, we've seen it. Grapevine are not invincible. The big issue that we're seeing right now, though, is a lack of shots here. Grapevine taking a total of 9 shots in comparison to the Belton only taking 3. So although they did get chances on offense, they did not get enough chances on net. You need to try and do exactly what Grapevine is doing here. Put enough shots on that it's going to break down a defense, get them uncomfortable, and eventually you will find an opening to work with. Unfortunately, We have not seen that yet for Belton. They've been getting close, but not quite enough. And as Septilin likes to say, it only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. We're playing Rocket League. That is absolutely not going to be enough here. You got to be perfect if you want to take down the best. And truly, that is exactly what Grapevine are. The #1 seeds coming into this and showing why. A 5-1 victory in Game 1, a 1-0 victory in Game 2, but a wins count nonetheless. They can do it again here in Game 3. They will sweep their way to the finals. But we got 5 minutes on the clock, and we got a lot to work with here. Can Belton find the upset and keep the series alive?
Oh, no, it's a Rule 1 in the corner, so it is effectively a 2v2 now instead of the 3v3. For those of you just joining us, welcome to one of the most ancient rituals in all of Rocket League. When the cars are kissing, they are not going to be moving up until a goal is scored or they are bumped. So let's see how the different game mode fares for them, as actually a nice shot comes in from Zongt, but just like their double in the game #1, it does not find its way in. 1v1, Jordan in the Dominus. That flat car just can't wrap underneath it. No catapult flick this time.
I thought I missed something. I thought we had 2 Rule 1s going on at once, and I was about to be like, Johnny boy, really? We're going into a 1v1 here? Apparently not. It seems like we're going to have to go back to the standard 2v2, which isn't even really standard. Nothing standard about the touches Jordan is making either. My goodness, again, my MVP so far throughout the series truly has been fantastic, whether on or off the ball, and even doing a good job of making a 50-50 go all the way out to the sidewalk here, not giving extra time and momentum to Belton. Speaking of time and momentum, Sunshine needed to dive a little bit quicker there. They had absolute ample opportunity to dive in due to a double commit and at least put a shot on target, but instead they got to rework through the corner now here. Belton still a little bit nervous out of midfield. They've been dusted and beat at those 50-50 so many times that they are hesitant to dive. But guys, it's game #3. You have to make these drastic changes. If you do not, you're probably getting sent packing, especially when Jordan is doing this, tiptoeing around the line, trying to get bait out the defenders. Doesn't quite work out though, and instead Belton now a chance the other way.
And Jordan doing a good job to be that IGL. You can see them taking the chances, taking the 50s on the air dribbles really well, but on top of that, on the get back, they're not trying to win the ball, they're just trying to disrupt the shot, because that's ultimately all you have to do in 2v2, even more so than 3v3. You're just buying time on offense for your teammate to get up and help you. You're buying time on defense to get back to have someone behind you, because you don't have to win challenges. You just have to make sure that you have enough time to get assistance. It's really 2v2, as some people say, is 2 1v1s happening at the same time, which sounds kind of like a reduction of how much skill is required, but really that is what it is. The moment one player is beaten, the entire field is completely opened up. Zonk not getting that pass. You see him going for it a couple times every time they get in that corner. Is Jordan taking their time? They'll pay it for it. It's a hard angle. They do not have the pace, no momentum to work with, and we'll get a nice, beautiful sight of that ball rolling all the way to the back corner.
I can't help but feel disappointed right now. Belton, you got so close on that one, but again, it's the hesitation right now. They're just being dusted by their opponents, and there's the difference. You get an opportunity with a wide open net, Jordan will not miss. It's 1-0 to Grapevine.
It's really well done from Jordan, is that you don't really have to nail that one as fast as possible. Just get a light run up, light tap, and honestly, you didn't have to flex on him like that, but I also understand you're on stage, get a double tap, even if it is an open net. We are returned to the land of 3v3, thankfully, so we can get back to something a little bit more basic. I will say Belton looked impressive in that one, but now you got another defender to deal with.
Listen, I can understand why Jordan's trying to stunt here. How often are you going to be able to get goals in front of CRL casters? Apparently, Sunshine will be able to do it right here and now. 2:11 left to go, and finally Belton find a way to tie up the game. First time all series.
Beautiful way to use that pre-flip too from Sunshine. He can't really get wrap around that one, so you can see just the flip going all the way past and rolls just underneath, almost getting a pinch off of the ground to be able to speed that ball up. So very well done by them, and ultimately that's what you want to see. Be opportunistic. It doesn't have to be a pretty goal. It just has to be anything that kind of bamboozles the defense. That's not really what Grapevine had in mind the first time they have been tied in this series, and now it's in their capacity to be able to get that lead back, but I wonder how much this is really going to frazzle them.
You gotta hope that they can keep their heads on straight. It's a big issue. A lot of Rocket League it comes down to a mental game. It's something we see a lot. Pros talk about how this game is very much not about are you better at mechanics, are you better at rotating. It's can you keep your heads on straight when the going gets tough and the tough gets going. And right now, it's really going to be tough for either one of these teams to find a win here. Again, through 2 games, Grapevine have only been able to find 2 goals in comparison to the first game where they find 5 total in just a couple of minutes. So it's very clear. Belton have found a way to get back into the series and are making them a lot more awkward than before, but somebody still needs to dive. Again, hesitancy on being that front man to dive on in and send it all. Sometimes you have to full send. If you do not, teams like Grapevine are never going to get nervous. So With 70 seconds left in the offense in favor of Belton, you guys got to start taking some risks. Dive in at weird places, and it just might work out as long as you don't allow Jordan to cherry pick at the other end. That redirect gets touched, it's probably going on target. It's probably a goal in favor of Grapevine.
And I got to say, shout out to the Belton coach, Jacob. He's really putting in a lot of work with the comms. I don't really see any double commits coming out from the side of Belton. They're actually in each other's zones only temporarily, and when they do vacate, they're not double committing. They're in where they need to be. Even on offense, they're getting shots off with good timing, and I think that foundation that they've built off of now that they're into the speed of the game is something that Grapevine not necessarily is going to be completely uncountered by, but they are really struggling to be able to get through in effective ways. Right now you can see they're hitting the balls, and normally I said, yes, you're hitting an open space. That's what you need, but right now it doesn't seem like there's a plan behind it. It's almost like just saying, hey, we need to try something to be able to get past Belton defense because something is not clicking now.
It feels like the nuisance play style. It's very sort of, I would say, modern meta right now in Rocket League, which is just get a touch on the ball for the sake of getting a touch on the ball. It's getting a touch on the ball for the sake of a shot. Drew just kind of floating in the air there like a butterfly, but stings like a bee. Perfect touch, and it might be the dagger to send Grapevine to the finals.
It's a beautiful setup as well from Deadlock, and Drew is doing exactly what he needs to do, just be getting right at the top of the box and then wait for that and tap it. You don't need a lot of power, you really just need to make sure it's between the sticks, and he does so well. 15 seconds for the hero play. Belton, what you got in you? Sunshine not getting that boost. It's from a hard angle. Jordan trying to put it away. They will be rejected. Pine, it's on them. Just that in the corner boost. A miss in the corner. It has to go all the way at 0 seconds. Kept up temporarily. Pine with a higher lob. Both players looking at it. Zonkt is underneath, but Jordan is over top, and Grapevine is going to go over the top of our semifinals. A grand finals appearance for the #1 seed.
And honestly, you got to give it all to Jordan on that one. Not only does he have the final touch at the end of the day, but he also, in my opinion, was the most influential player throughout this entire series. A little bit quieter for game number 2, but game number 1, 2 goals, 1 assist, and in the second game, doing a great job out at midfield. Again, that midfield presence that would lock Belton in, keep them in awkward positions, was always the reason that this team kept taking these wins. Fantastic all around. Grapevine should be proud of the performance that they have had here today, as they have done incredibly well throughout these 3 games. Kind of feels like Belton is going to have to go back to the drawing board for this one. They're looking good, but not enough to take down a Grapevine who have just been outpacing them throughout this whole entire series.
Yeah, and it's just been really admirable to see because we're seeing a lot of different players come to the forefront. And I think that's what you want to see when you get this deep into a tournament, because a lot of these players are getting these touches off, but it's not the consistent player. I think Jordan has been at the forefront in some of these games, but for the most part, Drew and Deadlock are also really just making all the plays as well. So Belton, whole-scale improvement, but I think it's just sometimes not nearly enough. And I got to say, credit to them when we're trying to really clean all these games through.
Well, we got another game to go. It turns out best of 7, so it seems like we're going to have ourselves at least one more at this point. So excuse me.
Last-second confirmation. So yeah, we got a little out of ourselves. So we maybe leaked the script, but I'd like to see a twist in that script. I believe in Belton. I'm a huge fan of their improvements.
Well, that's a big thing here, is that Belton, you do get a little bit more time, but it's not necessarily enough time you can let another early goal go in. Although the bump might just set them up, it's not going to be enough. Very heads-up play to Sunshine there. They're going to be able to at least get enough of a touch there to keep the offense alive, though. Belton, we've talked about this before. You guys have only been able to tie up the game thus far. Let's see if you can find your first lead in the series.
Ooh, Pine has a lead up on that, but the difficult thing is you have to get underneath that one with no boost. I think Pine was trying to see, can they get over top of that one to get to generate power underneath, and sometimes that's just not going to really work out. So either way, that one's going to go by the wayside, but with minimal boost, you can't really ask for too much. How about the pass inside? Everybody on Grapevine was going to the corner. Luckily, the recovery is there, and now the counters as well. Jordan in the octane this time, and a hefty flip right there, almost getting it into the top corner. The deflection, however, is what goes in. Deadlock hitting the gym at his high school. Look at the muscle.
Oh my goodness, Deadlock has definitely come to life as the series continued on here. Not only being able to dish out to his teammates, but also on top of that, being able to just dunk his opponents. Fantastic 50-50 goes in favor. And again, we're talking about this. Doesn't matter where the 50 has been happening, it's always been in favor of Grapevine, whether it's in the final third or out of midfield. Grapevine have done a great job of just interfering on these plays that Belton are trying to string together. This cohesion that Belton keeps on trying to improve upon is just not allowing to be improved upon because of this fact. My goodness, flip reset that I don't think Drew thought he had, and I don't think the opponents did either. Kind of just half flips into that one, gets the littlest touch with the butt of his car, but it's not going to be enough to increase the lead to 2. With just about a minute gone, definitely still Grapevine in favor. They could even get another. Jordan trying to set up his teammates, but Sunshine with a pre-jump on the line that I didn't think would ever turn into a save, but somehow it does.
Sunshine, I'd love the later in the week lottery numbers because you definitely can see into the future for that save. I don't know how you do it. Maybe you can do it again because they certainly do need it. Everyone trying to combine for Grapevine, but no actual really combination is going to be working this time. Zonkt trying to work its way through, which I do like. If you can't just clear the ball down the field, sometimes you just need to be able to get your boost and be able to slowly work it on the way through, which isn't quite working as the midfield defense really locked on in for Grapevine. Longer shot is going to, again, have to be regained upon by our orange side. Cut around, open, potentially shot, but again, just running out of boost. They're using all the resources going forward into the attacking pair that there's just none left for Belton when they do get up there.
Yeah, Belton really struggling right now, again, not only to keep up the pace of play, but to keep up with a lot of the little in-betweens. I'm not really sure. I think it was an attempt at a clear here. Maybe desperation. Jordan not recognizing he had a little bit more time. Yeah, tries to jump into it early. Should have taken it to the corner, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's 1-1.
Jordan has a good read on that, to be honest, on that backboard. That definitely is not the easiest, I would say, clear to go for, but sometimes just going for a double tap and then hitting it off your own backboard is way easier than it is on offense. So I like the idea. You just didn't get underneath it enough. So fortunately, that one will just deflect it perfectly for Pine. And if they wanted a way to avenge themselves, they did find it, maybe even get an assist, but early cut out there again from Grapevine. They're going to combine again for a 3-person passing play. Deadlock into the pre-jumping Drew, almost getting that one in. That would have been one for the real.
Again, it does feel like Belton are starting to get into this game, but the big issue that we've talked about once before, and I'll talk about again, they've only been able to tie it thus far. It seems like they are able to equal out the momentum, not necessarily ever take it in their favor. And really good example here is they have to just kind of dive all three of their players trying to keep this one off the half. They do not want to let Grapevine get back into their usual ways of just putting shot after shot on target until eventually they bend and not break. But it's a couple of 50s in a row. Jordan still trying to keep this offense alive here in the corner, just trying to be a nuisance to set up Deadlock, but instead it's going to be Zonkt who comes away with a heavy touch out to midfield. Drew can keep it in the half, but can anybody follow it up? Apparently it'll be Drew himself. Jordan passes right back to him in the corner. And again, this is a big issue. Grapevine so suffocating in their play style. It seems like nobody from Belton seems to have an answer on how to clear this off the half, and unless they do it soon, I'm feeling like another goal is coming their way, and it might be the end of the series.
Really nice touch from Zonkt as Jordan is actually going up for that a little bit slow. I noticed that their pace wasn't exactly what they needed on that one, but either way, not going to be punished. Belton again just needs to get forward and make sure they have the positioning to be able to get those shots off as Jordan tries to deflect it, but only gets it into the midfield. Going to be rolling to the far side. Pine with a lot of boost and a lot of pace behind that hit. A partial deflection. It's open for now onto the near post and hitting off of that post. So close to the first lead of the series.
Ooh, Sunshine on the back. Has to try and take this by themselves. Deadlock recognizes a little bit of an awkward touch. Jordan probably going to dive on the follow, but Pine will be there. Can't get it past midfield, though. Drew going to stay on the half and keep the offense alive. Is Grapevine starting to kind of double down with these dives here. They recognize the fact that they need at least one good touch, and if they can do that, then they should be able to finish this one off. This could be the one. Off the backboard, Drew is there, and he can't get the touch. It's off target, and so is the follow-up. Two huge chances in a row, and Grapevine can't make anything of either of them.
The deeper your aerial starts, the more you have to think about your pacing and placement, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. The offense is still going here on the side of Grapevine, combining in unique ways. It's a sitter on the goal line. Who wants to be the hero? Jordan says not this time, turns away, plays the slow play, and effectively so. It will stall in the midfield, only temporarily. Deflection, not going to be in any danger for that goal. We're staying at 1-1. We might even see an OT.
It kind of feels like both of these teams are starting to recognize that if they do start making those dives that were rather effective in the first couple of games, they're just going to get caught off guard for both Belton and for Grapevine. These little dives and these little weird touches are kind of feeling like it's going to be a little mistake that ends this game. Or maybe it could be a 0-second ringer. No, indeed not. We head to overtime. Game number 4. It is do or die here for Belton High School. If they can't win this one, the series ends and Grapevine move to the finals. If Belton can win it, though, we got a series on our hands.
And it would have to be a reverse sweep, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. You still have a Herculean effort in getting that goal pass. It has been really something that has come at a premium, goals and shots for Belton, but I think they have done so well. I've talked about their improvement. Now it's time to see if it can all pay off with an end result that is in their favor. Pine taken to the sideline, but being hounded by Drew. Now with that boost steal, he can create into the middle. Who wants to reach up? It is going to be lobbed onto the backboard. Not much else. Deflection to side. That is a double commit. Here comes the counter. Pine into Zonged. High flick. Drew is hesitating a bit. It's a brief deflection. I think that might just be enough as the clear will finally come through from Deadlocked, and Jordan will make sure that gets to the third. Past an offender, not the second.
I think that was a really good idea, though, out of Drew on that counterattack there, just trying to buy enough time for his teammates to fill in the gap. Speaking of which, though, there's going to be somebody's going to have to fill in this gap in the corner due to a couple of demos and a double commit. It will be Drew to come away with it. He's become a role player here at the beginning of this overtime and throughout the last game or two, really trying to set his teammates up in the best ways possible, but unfortunately, a little bit of a smoke screen has caused a couple of bad aerials in a row, so I don't think Grapevine are going to be able to continue this attack. If not for the star of the show, we've been talking about Drew, really been able to hold down this back line here for all of Grapevine, but unfortunately, his two teammates kind of struggling on defense right now, as over and over again, these weird dives give more and more time to Belton to live on their opponent's half. But I think finally they've done enough living. It's time for Grapevine to get a chance the other way. Drew in the corner, wants to try and set up one of his teammates, but can't quite, so Sunshine, a boomer downfield. Drew will recollect, but gets demoed for his troubles, which means Zog can send it to the backboard. Jordan's not there. Where's the shot? On target! And the series will continue. Minute 45 in overtime, and Belton find their first of the series.
If I had to elect someone to finish that, it would be Zonk. They've been the facilitator with the double taps, with these hard angles. They missed a couple ones down the stretch, but they hit it when it matters. Backs against the wall, and you're going to push back a little bit. As you said, series on our end, 3-1, a reverse sweep required against the #1 seed. And I got to say, that's a storybook tale that we are trying to write.
This is a story that is still being written, though. It's not as if Belton have found themselves already this fantastic finish, this, hero rides away with the princess on the horseback. That ain't happening quite yet. They still got a little bit more. They got to, train the horse, try to figure out where exactly they're riding to, maybe pick out a honeymoon destination. It's going to have to be Game 7. They have to get there at minimum if they want to try and find themselves a win versus Grapevine. They've done fantastic. I will say their offense is looking better, and so is their midfield presence, something that Grapevine was dominating through the first couple of games. But again, the big issue I'm seeing right now is that it feels like Grapevine kind of took their foot off the gas for this game. They weren't necessarily as aggressive. They weren't controlling that midfield. So if they do go back to that over-aggressive ways, are Belton going to have an answer for it?
I will say the one thing that is really encouraging is that when we talk about Grapevine and how good they are in the midfield and in the air, the one thing that you're not really seeing is an overwhelming showing of that in the statistics, only edging out Belton by 2 shots, 11-9 on that last one. And more shots does not equal more offense. That isn't a loss because at the crucial moment, they're hitting the bar, they're going over the top, or they're trying to take a harsh angle. Sometimes when you do get those shots off, they're not necessarily the best decision. Maybe slow play it, maybe get some boost steals. I felt like in the beginning, Grapevine was really controlling the pace. They were getting more creative, and now it feels like they're just trying to improv something, but not necessarily in the way that you want to see off the kickoff. We'll be seeing a roller here as 2 players might just be trying to connecting the controller here, as I believe we might be asking for a server remake, and we'll have to see really the admin's ruling on this.
Well, we got a little bit more time for us to break this game down. That's a good thing here, is that we can talk more about why Belton was able to win that last game and why Grapevine seemed to be at the most strugglesome of points throughout this entire series. It's not as if Grapevine looked bad in that last game, but again, like we said, it feels like a lot of those dives out of midfield that were catching all of Belton off guard before were no longer catching those players off guard in comparison. Because again, that was why we were starting to see Drew step up as a player in comparison to Jordan, who had been the offensive mastermind through the first couple of games. Then all of a sudden, Drew becomes the one to step up, and it's not because he takes over the offense, but it's because he takes over the defense. He is that guy who is not allowing Belton those quick transitions, but he's only one player. You and I actually talk about this a lot when it comes to CRL and RLCS, some of the more professional scenes within Rocket League here. I think one of my favorite examples is Zanil on his new team in G League. He is a player who has 2 of the most illustrious frontmen in all of Rocket League on his team in Knight and Aqua, but the issue is very often Knight and Aqua will fully dive, leave him out in a 2v1, and although often he is able to make the save, he is not always able to, and that's why that team has struggled so much. And I see a very similar dynamic here for Grapevine, is that they are having 2 players who are diving out at midfield, leaving Drew by their lonesome, and seeing if he can maybe pick up the pieces on defense. You guys need to work as a 3-man team. If you can do that, you can close out the series here and now, but if you can, I see a world where Belton can take us to 7.
Aggression is a double-edged sword for a reason, because it creates a lot of chances, but also leaves you exposed if you don't actually execute flawlessly. And the best teams are are the ones that really can rotate back, can recover, and get powerful. It's enough that the defense can't get those counters, but no one is perfect. And that is really the whole nature of Rocket League. There's no RNG. It is all skill, so therefore it's on Belton to be able to use that skill now to be able to get those counters in, and more importantly, shut things like this down. Jordan, open space. They choose the pass. They choose well, but Zonkt is saying, try again later, not in my goal.
Sometimes you can kind of look at a team and think, uh-oh, did we wait too long to try and slay the beast? Unfortunately, Grapevine, you might have waited too long to slow the beast. They have warmed up entirely. Belton looking like a brand new team, making save after save, but you can't save that one. Drew with the utmost precision off the bar and in, and it's 1-0 to Grapevine.
If at first you don't succeed, many tries again later, because that's really what it takes right now. This is what we expected and what we wanted to see out of Belton, and now we're seeing from Grapevine, they're saying, okay, you're getting the saves, but we're not going to leave your half. We're going back to the midfield, but that's as far as we go. Get those boosts, steal those pads, and eventually resources will run dry enough. Nice setup there, but the accuracy, again, just not really there. Jordan, I think, trying to rush that play, which is understandable. Sometimes take a 50 close. You don't have to put everything on target. Grapevine has their lead, which historically they have not lost, so we'll have to see if anything has changed since the beginning of the season.
Ooh, pass out center. Not going to be a dive there, though. You can see this. Grapevine recognizing the fact that there is going to be way more opportunities for counterattacks here, so they do not want to give chances for Belton to just get freebies the other way. Again, Belton has been much quicker on their transitions, much more lethal with their shots on target. It feels like this team is a brand new beast. And unfortunately, like we said, Grapevine waited a little bit too long to slay it, although they're getting more shots on target, and it feels like that aggression before that was not paying off is now paying off in dividends. Although, again, Jordan, before he was dusting them out of midfield with those challenges. Now he makes one single miss. It's up to his teammates on the back line to pick up the pieces, and they can't quite do that. Zonk with a beautiful setup and a great finish from Pine.
Zonk has a fantastic field vision. The times you want to hit up the backboard is not just when you have an open hit. You don't just want to throw the ball away. But if you notice, everyone is not necessarily on the back line, but they're creeping out up into that 6-yard box area in front of the goal. That's when you lob it high. It makes for probably one of the hardest reads in the entirety of the game. Speaking of, can Deadlock do the offensive version of it? No momentum near post. They're not going to get that one. Jordan, show them how it's done with a double taps. No, says Pine. Last-second saves continuing to be the lifeline that Belmont's relying on.
We talked about this before, and I will talk about it again. It's the aerial superiority that we were initially seeing out of Grapevine. Now we are seeing it out of Belton. They are meeting them in the air for these challenges and just not giving them the free space up there in the skies that they were before. Belton have made every single adjustment that we have asked for and done even more, even making saves like that. Pine, another one on the line. That's got to be at least their second or third save throughout this game. And that is a huge difference in before in comparison to a passive Belton that we saw through the first couple of games. Now, they're not only in this game, they're looking like they could win it. Like we said, Game 7 on the horizon if Grapevine cannot find a way to slow down this team. But I am getting ahead of myself. We've got plenty more games to go. This is only game number 5, and if they do win this one, they still got to win the 6th as well. With 2 minutes on the clock and an offense looming here, Grapevine need an answer. They need an escape. They cannot allow these demos and maybe allow a shot. Sunshine recognizing that both their teammates had committed, so they could not dive into that. Otherwise, the ball would go the other way over their head and into the net. Smart play here out of Belton, but they got to do a little bit more. Here come Grapevine now with an offense of their own.
You're going to see Sunshine and Pine actually caught kind of in between. Throwing the needle is that pass, and sometimes you call each other off, or maybe you both want to go for it and realize it too late. Either way, not going to harm them out, but those are those rare moments where I do start to get worried when Grapevine starts going forward, because you really have to see Belton put a hand up early and get those deflections. Speaking of, that's over Jordan's head. They're going to take it all the way back. Sunshine giving chase, and he has a nice angle. Didn't expect that extra high touches. Jordan just trying to use all the time in the world, and a delayed reset off the seal. Can they put one down for their teammate? Deadlock so far back. No finish this time.
Yeah, you can see the third starting to pull back a little bit here for all the Grapevine, and it's for a reason. They've been noticing the counterattacks getting quicker and quicker for everybody on Belton, so they want to make sure that they can go back to that midfield presence that was locking them into the half, and they're doing so in spectacular fashion. They just need to put a shot on target to finish the job. 50 seconds to go. Where's the third person to dive on in? It could be Jordan. Zonks might have backflipped, but his two teammates will make up for that one and send it the other way. Heads up play there out of Belton, as a single mistake is not going to be their downfall. It's actually going to turn into an offense the other way. 50 out to mid. Sunshine puts it to the backboard. Will there be a shot? No. Taken away in the corner. And you can see it. Both teams have upped their pace of play. With 30 seconds to go, this final goal could be the dagger. Could it be Jordan off the ceiling? Passed down. Not going to be enough. Pine again interfering and keeping the offense from continuing here for all of Grapevine.
Sunshine doesn't have that one. I don't think Deadlock ready to hit themselves up for that one. Far angle shot from Jordan. Going to go over the top. Let's just say it's a pass because that means Drew has it. Putting it back in the middle, trying to have Deadlock to amend for their mistake earlier. Not going to happen. Bumps all around from Belton, but they are surviving. Now can they thrive? 0 seconds. We're looking at OT, and they're going to have to live and potentially die by that one. They need one more to bring us to Game 6.
Second overtime in a row. It will be our 4th game in a row, though, where it's at least a single goal differential that ends it all. Could end here and now. Doink out to midfield. Drew is there. Shot on target. All 3 commit. Somebody's got to make the clearance. Could it be Zog? He gets away with highway robbery. So many commitments there out of Ola Belton, but they will not break underneath the pressure. Somehow they survive and even get an offense the other way. Pine with a 50-50, trying to set up one of his teammates. Nobody wants to dive up early, but maybe they should have, because here come Ola Grapevine the other way. Shot on target, saved again by Pine. Defensive MVP for sure, as they make a clear out to midfield that will end the offensive attack.
And the flip reset getting away. Jordan getting bumped, so now they are not in a position to stop this one. On the near post, it's demoed. There is an opening. Pine didn't want to dive in. Probably wise that they didn't do so. Sunshine will, however, now in the midfield. Pine back to the corner. No read from Grapevine. The set down. It's in front of the goal. Who can take advantage? Sunshine with the cut and shot. Quickly closed by Drew. Yet another save.
2 in a row there. It feels like Belton are starting to find these openings on the Grapevine half, but they just don't want a dive. They're still so hesitant because they've seen how quickly Grapevine can go the other way and turn it into a counterattack, so they do not want to even half rotate at any moment here. Although this is a big opening. Jordan in the corner has to make the save. Kind of gets lucky off the respawn, but the job's not done yet. Sunshine shot on target. This one off the ceiling, so Pine will get a shot of their own. Doesn't go on target. Kind of more turns into a pass out to Zonk in the corner, who can only take a 50-50 to try and keep the offense alive here for all of Belton. This is by far the best Belton has looked, but they have to put a shot on target. So many opportunities falling by the wayside. They can't afford to keep on letting these chances go awry. And that one's going to go awry as well. Pine out to the corner. No shot on target found. And Grapevine can take a sigh of relief, as it looks like they should be able to survive at least until the 2-minute mark.
And this is the one thing I was talking about in game number 1. You can't watch the team come at you with the mechanics. You need to force their hand. You see Jordan still taking their time trying to set up these air dribbles, and then you just see a Belton player just fly over the top and 50 it, because you have to have courage, and of course you have to meter that one with some good judgments and make sure you don't allow touches like that. Nearly the bounce shot into the double tap, not going to work out. Still 1-1 as we've almost eclipsed another half of a game, and maybe not much longer. Pine looking at it, it looked open, but they couldn't have the accuracy.
It just feels like both teams are so hesitant to send that second player at this point here. They do not want to have 2 players commit, and then all of a sudden, like we talked about, the scenario that we were saying before arises where it's counterattack the other way and you only have 1 player back who is prepared for it. Often, we've seen some fantastic defense here out of both teams. It's been a lot of defense on the side of Pine and a lot of defense on the side of Drew. Both of these 2 players have been incredibly influential, but the big issue is that you're not always going to be able to win those 1v1s. You're not always going to be able to win those 1v2s, and although Pine will make yet another save on the line here, the issue is, what if they do not? That would be the downfall for either one of these teams in an overtime that is now about to eclipse 3 minutes. Or is it going to? Looks like the offense is looming here for Grapevine. Can they put a shot on? Drew trying to be the hero. 0 boost in the tank, though. Can't quite get to the double touch. And we do go past that 3-minute mark. As Jordan, another approach at offense. Flip reset not found. And now a chance for Belton the other way.
And Sunshine playing that one just for the demo. Pine forces out an awkward touch. Sunshine has the half rotation, but they're going to leave to Zonk. Why not? They've been the hero before, trying to work it through the corner. Not going to work out that time. Another 50. Shot on target, but not going to have the placement. It's right into Deadlock, and that's, I think, the one thing that Belton needs to keep in mind more than anything else when they get into offense. It's not enough to get the shots, and more than anything else, you don't want to set up an easy clear.
I need them to go back to Pine. I need somebody to show me Pine stats, because I'm pretty sure that's like their 98th save of the game. They continue to be this last-second hero that all of Belton need, but it's only one part of this puzzle. They need to find a way to get this offense to just look a little bit more fluid, because at moments, they've had their opportunities, but at other moments, they have let the ball drop. 8 total saves here for Sunshine alone. That is only one part of the puzzle that we just talked about. When they get back to Pine, I can't wait to see that. I'm imagining if they've got 8, Pine's probably got to have 9. They're probably closing in on almost 20 saves at this point. Grapevine continuing to just be a thorn in their side, shot after shot. Drew alone has 7 of their own, 6 on Deadlock. That's 13 shot just between two players, and we haven't even seen how many Jordan has. Here comes another shot, a second one in a row. Sunshine, another save over and over again. Belton just hanging on by a thread. But like we said, they need some offense. The defense is spectacular. The offense now needs to show itself. Could it be here and now? Jordan with a save to keep us going as we almost eclipse a second whole game.
Sunshine so well done on the slowdown, but they just ran out of boost there, so they couldn't speed it back up to get that shot really with a lot of power. You can't say the same about Drew. That one's going to be deflected. Yet another save off of into the near post. We're almost at a full game play in OT, and I think we're about to hit that one right about now, as we're going to see if all this time is added any more strategy, or if Jordan just going to do Jordan things. No double tap, but how about that putback? This time I can be confident saying Deadlock has secured it after 5 minutes, 10 minutes of a game 5. We have come to a conclusion. Grapevine getting it done when it matters most.
Like you said, sometimes the best defense is good offense. They never let them escape. And although at moments Belton would have those times where they would sit on their opponent's half, they were never able to stay there for enough time that they were able to find themselves offensive pressure. And in comparison to a Belton, who I saw that at the very end before they dipped out of the match, 18 total saves, almost the 20 mark that I was talking about. But again, Belton, you gotta have two halves of the coin here. If defense is one, offense is the other, and you just didn't have enough offense to break down that Grapevine defense. Fantastic play out of both teams. It sucks that one of them's got to go home, but I'm glad to see Grapevine heading to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I gotta say, shout out to Belton, though. That was a fantastic improvement. It shows the mentals, because it's so easy just to say, well, that's the end. There's nothing we can do. That game 1 is just so tough. Oh, man, we also lost 2. Oh, man, that's awful. But no, they stick with it. Every game got better, and then eventually they did get that victory. And honestly, they totally could have had game 5. Unfortunately, just didn't quite go their way on some of their shots. But most of this team is still in here. Actually, I think all of these players are actually going to stay in here. They're not going to be hitting that senior year and getting out of there into college and beyond. They are doing so well. So I think the improvement next season, we can see them right back here on this stage, and that's the storyline I'm here for.
Speaking of improvements, we got to really shout out the fact that these guys are in high school. These are players in high school. They're not even at the collegiate level that this whole CECC event is based around, though. So make sure to watch out for all of these guys. They are absolutely going to be influences when it comes to the upper echelons of collegiate play within the next couple of years. They are young. I believe one of these teams being almost an entire team of freshmen. So they got many more years to train, and by the time that they do become 18 or able to go into college, they are going to be some threats for sure. Truly going to be some of the best that collegiate has to offer. But for right now, be proud of what you have done, especially Grapevine. You got a chance now to be the state champions here for Vanta. My, oh my, what a title that would be. I would have loved that. I'm an old man. I didn't really get that chance in high school. These guys are young. They've got a chance now to really try and cement their legacy at their school.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking the whole time. I'm thinking, man, they have jerseys, they have the coaches, everything's together, and that just looks so nice. And we also have it together, because not only do we got the casters here, we got Polly on the stage to talk with our winners.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Woo! I am here with Ominous Pig. Please tell everyone the team that you represent.
I represent Grapevine High School.
All right, Grapevine High School, you just won your semifinal match at the Vanta, Texas High School Championship. They're going on to the finals. Please tell everyone here, thank you. Please tell everyone here what's it like to be on this amazing stage at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
You know, it feels great, bro. Everything up here is insane. Their tech is really good. It was just a joy to watch these guys play. All their skills were showing up. I got to give props to the other team. Their defense was insane. They had some really good saves. It was almost like an impenetrable force.
Ominous, let me ask you something. Are you talking to, or have you considered attending college or trying to get a scholarship to attend college for esports?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm nearing a senior year, so I got to start thinking about going to colleges. You know, any bit of skill that I have can take me to the next level.
Well, don't forget, we have booths in attendance here like Shriner. Of course, there's Amon Green. I'll introduce you to him later. He's going to be directing Nebraska. He's got 7 to 10 scholarships, so we have to make sure we get you in the right hands or your teammates. That's also a call to everyone here. If you're in high school, make sure to attend a lot of these college booths that are in attendance. They have tons of scholarships that are being offered. Last question before we head out. You're heading on to the finals. How does that feel, and what is your team going to do to prep for it?
Oh, it feels amazing knowing that we're just headed to the finals. I mean, our team is really solid, but you never know, an upset could happen. Our team just is, we're really just going to stick to it, you know, no messing around, try and get that 4-0.
Love it. 4-0 in the finals. Well, thank you so much, Ominous Pig. Their team's moving on in the Vanta Texas High School Championship. When we come back, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, more Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup action. Don't go anywhere.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal. The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game? Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able to for the singing of the national anthem. Performing the national anthem from Fisher College Overwatch, please welcome Keller Wegter McNelly.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Be seated. When we return, the CECC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Grand Finals between Fisher College and Michigan State University.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game? Let's do this.
Never seemed so clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Never seemed so clear. It's a new day and no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we need a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Hi editors, I love you. I'm sorry. One of our sponsors, New Street, released an article recently where they interviewed the largest Pokemon influencer in the world. And to that I say, New Street, well, we haven't had the chance to meet quite yet. Hello everybody, I am Septilence here at CECC Arlington once again, and we've got one more pack of Pokemon cards to open up thanks to our friends at New Street, making both these Pokemon cards and of course parts of CECC possible. I'm actually notorious for being bad to open these up, but I did it on my first try. I know that New Street offers a lot of collectible information, not just about Pokemon cards, but about baseball cards, Magic the Gathering as well. I read an article just recently on New Street that talked about how I believe it was a Mickey Mantle card sold for $1 million real-life whole dollars, which I think is incredible. I don't think we're opening a $1 million card here, but there are some that sell for quite a bit. Card number 1 being Drifloon, a classic, actually one of my favorite ghost-type Pokemon. Sprigatito, one of the starters of Scarlet and Violet.
Flittle comes in next. Goose Viper, very angry, does not like Zangoose. Fun fact, there's a lore that separates Zangoose and Viper from disliking one another. Blissey coming in clutch, one of the highest special defenses in the entire game. Tatsugiri, can never say it, one of the ones that gets me every time, but another fun one if we get his friend. Jacques is not his friend, but Jacques is a very cool trainer card regardless. Reverse Hollow Houndoom into, ooh, a full art Toadscool. Look at the reverse hollow on that, a beautiful card. I don't know if you guys out there can see it, but check that out. Look at the glimmer on that bad boy. And we've got one more card in my hand. Let's see if it matches the pace. Oh, it is Dondozo. Hold on, this is so important. Dondozo, a great friend of Tatsugiri. Actually, one of the strongest duos in the game for competitive doubles right now, at least in the actual video game. I don't know if that goes for the card game as well, but a very strong duo. And then, of course, our basic electric energy to wrap things up nicely. There's Dondozo for the hand cam in case we missed it, but a beautiful pack. I cannot believe we opened that full art Toadscool. Big shout out to Pokemon and New Street for making this possible as well.
Hi, my name is Dan Coonan. I'm commissioner of the ECAC, and we're thrilled to be partnering with CSMG for esports. We've got 160 schools, and 16 of them are here, which I'm thrilled about. And I've got to, so I'm going to make some picks. I got to go with my ECAC schools, of course. Starting with Fisher, Super Smash. They got two teams. Both teams went undefeated this year. So gotta go with them. Boise State's been with us from day one. I gotta go with them in Overwatch. Rocket League, Stockton is another school. They've been with us since day one of ECAC Esports. Gotta go with them. I want to give a shout out to Army West Point. Their coach Victor came down here last year without his team just to check it out, and lo and behold, the next year they qualify this year in Valorant. Thrilled with that. But then South Florida, another of our schools for Valorant. Gotta pick them in Valorant. So those are my picks. They're all ECAC, and I love it. I love, again, one more thing. CSMG, love what they're doing in the realm of esports, and we're thrilled to be partnering with them. Awesome. Thanks for all the support, everybody.
And welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Grand Finals presented by McDonald's of North Texas. We're here at the analyst desk for the McDonald's breakfast break. Now, before we take a bite out of Super Smash Bros., we got to take a little bit of sips on our McDonald's McCafe. However, we do have Artie here with an important update for the Overwatch bracket.
Yes, and when I am talking about this, I know not everyone here is, knee-deep in Overwatch lore in the collegiate space like I am, but there is no way for me to convey how important this information is without me just praying to you that you are actually gripped and focused on my words and somehow understand that this has made players cry. I have received text messages from multiple people. However, Redbirds just got defeated by UTD. UTD managed to defeat a team that Overwatch players coming to this land said we're not going to place first. We might get second, but Redbirds are here. They're getting first place. I'll be satisfied if I get on stage. No, Redbirds just got defeated by UTD. Abdallah, I hope you enjoy your moment. I'm excited to see you on stage for analysts. Redbirds, our reigning defending champions, just got defeated by a team that is a group of friends, a beautiful bunch of people, not to mention a group that is mainly made up of tank players who are filling the roles that they can. They popped off. Heck yeah, UTD. I'm sad that wasn't caught on broadcast, but you better do it all again later, Abdallah, because this is your swan song, my friend. Best of luck with the rest of the day.
Wow, did we have the moment of hype right now? I feel so energized from that, Artie. Thank you so much, and that is such a great look forward to our Overwatch Grand Finals later on today. Woo! Woo! Oh my God, I'm fired up. But right now, we have some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action to get into. It is actually a very interesting story, similar to Overwatch. Some players that we did not expect to come out on top versus a team that we certainly did expect. First of all, it's Fisher College versus Michigan State. And Fisher is known to be an absolute powerhouse in every single title they compete in. But who are they bringing to the table in this crew battle roster, Miles?
Well, Fisher College, they're the undisputed GOATs of the college scene right now, and it's not hard to see why once you take a look at this roster. Heading it up is Sonics, who is here today, is getting ready, but every single player on this roster is a world-class talent. Tony Pajamas, Jerry, G-Extreme, MD, Nexus, all killers, and importantly, Sonics, Jerry, and Nexus will be two-time CECC champions if they take this match.
Yeah, that roster took it down in Atlanta last year. Seriously a threatening group. But we also have another team, a group of upstarts, a little bit unknown. Michigan, we usually think of them having the Twins, but they're not in attendance. Artie, who is playing in the server today?
So we are going to actually be having a group of freshmen coming in that came into this land kind of not so much seeking to win, but seeking to have experience. And I think that is more important than anything else. But it just so happened that when they sought to come here, have fun, at their first ever major tournament, they've been kicking butt and taking names. And this is actually going to be a rematch because they took down Northwoods, one of our powerhouses that we have here. But they're going up again against Fisher, and, at the end of the day, they're not going to be upset if it doesn't turn out in their favor because they're just looking to, learn about everything they possibly can. But could this be the opportunity for them to take down kind of our behemoth here? Honestly, I hope so because that'd be really cool to see. But if Fisher beats them, I think that would be the numbers kind of spoke to that one most likely happening. Yeah. But the upset is always in the cards.
That's incredibly interesting. It's a group of freshmen coming in and essentially facing the odds and beating the odds, getting into these grand finals. But is it that incredible that freshmen are coming into this grand finals, Chicksa?
You know what? Freshmen just have continuously been dominating esports programs again and again. You're recruiting such good talent, and the way that Michigan State does it, they recruit with grassroots from Michigan. If you're in Michigan and you want to be in Michigan for your college. They host weekly tournaments. They get a turnout of upwards of 60 people at times for Smash. That is just incredible for a tournament. Their program just continues to foster that sort of state talent, and the Twins, of course, being phenomenal role models overall.
Yeah, and we can take a look at this bracket now. Fisher West, as you can see, through the upper side of the bracket, undefeated, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And this is expected. They have bled this year. They've dropped crew battles here or there, but they have not been beaten. Meanwhile, Michigan State, as you can see in the upper finals, did go down. But then, take a look down there, 2-1 over Northwood to get back here. And frankly, absurd upset right there. Michigan State had, well, Northwood had so much momentum. They were running through everyone. Houston in particular had proven to be a major threat, one of the highest performing Texas teams here at this tournament. But at the end of the day, it will be our number 1 and number 2 seeds playing, but not at all in the way we expected.
Absolutely not. And I also love the fact that Michigan State took down Fisher East. Now they're trying to take down West. Both coasts in their crosshairs. I'm just incredibly excited to see what this young talent can bring to the table, and it is such a juxtaposition, really. Globally known players versus a microcosm of Michigan gamers. Is that not such a we've been talking about the David versus Goliath situation probably throughout this weekend, but who are some heavy hitters that we could expect from the Michigan roster?
Well, we have a group of top 10 ranked players in Michigan. Crash 101, ArcD, Suspect, and Dice. And again, like Chixa was talking about, these are players who came to Michigan because in Michigan, you know, if you want to get good at Smash Brothers while also getting a great education, you go to Michigan State. And they go to these locals. They grind against each other. They grind against these experienced role models, and they get better. Slowly but surely, they're getting regional experience. They're getting national experience here, and this is their chance to prove how much they've learned here on the grand stage.
I mean, it's all about the educations, right? Because there's so much opportunity for you to learn both within your skills inside of the program as well as on land. So I think it's time to move into our saucy predictions. I'm going to say Honey Mustard. Why? Because I never picked it. It's new. It's a fresh team. It's a fresh scene. And this is a fresh Michigan squad. So I can't wait to see what they're bringing to the table.
Now, I'm going to have to go with Hot Mustard. I feel like there's going to be some really hot moments in this game that's going to make or break it. We looked at that Northwood game that Michigan State was able to beat. They said they were on their last stock in game Game 3, like the very final stock. If it really goes down to the wire, you're going to have something that makes or breaks that entire series.
Me, I'm going to go with Spicy Buffalo because, like you said, this is going to be a hot set. But, well, it needs something to build on. And these teams have been building on this foundation built in Michigan for so long. But Fisher College has also been a storied lineup. They've been building on a generation. We're starting to see the first generation of college Super Smash Brothers come to fruition here at this tournament, and I can't wait to see how it turns out.
I'm about to get in trouble because I'm breaking the rules here. We're supposed to go with one sauce prediction, but I'm doing the wombo combo of Buffalo Ranch because that's kind of like what you start with. You go with the spicy, you cool it off with the ranch if you're someone who can't handle spice. I'm not one of those people, but I feel like this represents the dichotomy of the two teams that we have going in. We have the powerhouse of Fisher. We kind of have the wild card of Michigan, these grassroots players, people that aren't, hand-picked and grown and created at this program. They are more like they are nurtured into existence by Michigan. So which one's going to end up winning? I don't know. It's going to depend. Can you handle the heat or do you need to cool it down fast?
I don't know if that's a legal pick, but I love it. Now let's head over to the main stage for the player walkout. Oh, it's our first game of Championship Sunday.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your grand finals in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, let's bring out your starting lineups. As your number 1 seed, please welcome Fisher College. Luxa, Sonics, MD, Indecisive. and their opponents, the 2-seed Michigan State University. Arc D, Dice, Suspect, Crash 101. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown. Your host, Paulie Height.
Whoa! Okay. Here we go. Let's go. Come on, that's not good enough. Let's make some noise. We're at the finals. It's Sunday. Woo! All right. We are here. If you filled out your May Madness CECC bracket, the 1 and the 2 seed, at least in Smash Brothers, made it all the way. So you're good so far. Fisher, send over your representative. Please send over your representative, Michigan State. 1 and 2. Okay. So we're about to have the grand finals in Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. You're very tall. Okay. So one last word here from Michigan State before you get into this champion match.
We're excited to play you again. It was a good time last time, and we're bringing our A game, so we hope you're bringing yours.
All right, A game needed. Michigan State. Fisher here, 2 seed, underdog for this one, but still second best in the country. One thing to say to Fisher.
You know it's good. We're going to try our hardest.
Try their hardest. All right, make your final, commence the match here with a nice handshake. Head over to your stations, and let's go. It's grand final time. Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Let's see who is the best in the nation.
All right, gang, welcome back to CECC May Madness presented by McDonald's North Texas. Here we are on our final day. It's the Sunday Smash Brothers Grand Finals. I am, of course, Sai, being joined by the amazing, the talented, the much shorter than me, Dara. Dara, how are you feeling right now?
Well, actually, I was feeling pretty great up until a couple of seconds ago, and then you've decided to, let the world know. Okay, listen, he's standing on a step stool, okay?
Oh, yes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CECC. I'm really excited to bring to you guys some more Super Smash Brothers action alongside Sai. We have an incredible grand finals match coming up on ahead of us. A couple days in the making, many, months leading up until this moment. And we have one of the schools that has just sort of reigned supreme across all of the different collegiate leagues. It's going to be Fisher West. This is always the school to beat. This is the school that is consistently winning not just a lot of stuff, but everything. They have an incredible lineup. They have a super stacked lineup, and they're also the ones that are favored going into this set. In winner's side, I do believe it was still Fisher West that took it over MSU, knocked them down to elimination side, so this is going to be their run back for a potential double jeopardy.
Yes, now hopefully MSU can figure something out, but I will say Fisher College West, not only do they have a strong roster in general, but they do have an extremely powerful player in Sonics. If you watch any competitive Smash Brothers, it doesn't matter what major it is, you will see Sonics in top 8, beating players from all over the world. Easily the best Sonic player on the planet, so that is just an incredibly difficult player to go against. I also think Sonic is like an extremely good character in the meta. I think he's versatile. You can't really counterpick him stage-wise. He's good on every stage. His matchup spread is incredible. He has an answer for everything.
Let's sum this up. It's Sonics.
It's Sonics.
It's Sonics.
You know?
At the end of the day,
no shade to everybody else.
No shade to everybody else. Listen, you guys can be excellent, but he is fantastic. He is top of the line. He is world-class representation of his character, and not to put a lot of pressure onto MSU, but guys, come on. You have a pretty tough match ahead of you, but then you also don't want to sleep on the rest of the Fisher roster as well.
Oh, let's go Ultimate Chicken Horse. Hold on. Listen, that is one of my favorite games ever. Sorry. Y'all can't see it, but they're going through the menus, but I love that game. Please continue with your actual Smash analysis. I got excited. I'm a child.
Absolutely. No, and something I did also want to bring up that our lovely hosts and analysts were able to bring up a little bit is that this is actually a fairly different roster for MSU. Typically speaking, they would feature the Twins. This is an all-freshman roster, if I am not mistaken. So these aren't necessarily players I'm the most familiar with through the CECC, but I do believe in Michigan, all, if not most, are PR players.
Yeah, Michigan's just been a strong state when it comes to Smash just in general. And I just want to give a shout out to them just because, to have an all-freshman roster make it all the way up to grand finals against Fisher College is just amazing in itself. It's already a fantastic feat. And first place of this is going to take home $3,500 to their school. Second place takes home $1,500 to their school. So look, if I lose and I'm like, dang, we got $1,500, I'm chilling. I'm having a
Yeah,
great
I'm like,
day.
okay, you know what?
I'm
Listen,
fine.
listen. You can wipe away your tears of second place with some $100 bills.
And
That is
yes.
always a nice little benefit to have. But yeah, I do want to like talk about like the Fishery like West lineup a little bit more. I do believe that they're going to have. Wait, is the match already happening? Okay. We got. I mean, listen. Look at that. That is a gamer lean. That is somebody who doesn't look like they're button checking, but you know, we were told that this is a button check for all intents and purposes.
Oh, this is the game. Okay, so the game is happening. The person doing what we thought was a button check was leaned forward so hard, we were like, this has to be the match. But here we are. Okay, so we have a Snake player. By the way, Shogun is one of my favorite players in all of Smash history. The tag that's being repped here. I love playing Snake. I've been a fan of this player since all the way back in the Brawl days, so that's incredible inspo to have. So far, in this match, it looks like Snake is already up an entire stock against Palutena. Palutena versus Snake is a tricky matchup. I think Battlefield is an incredibly good stage for her, but it looks like Shogun's stage positioning has just been really good. Honestly, he's just got to watch out for the neutral B and the side B for like blowing up the grenades in his hand, but so far that is yet to happen. Shogun is literally doing tricks that I've seen Shogun, the actual Snake from Japan, do. Like, he'll always cook 2 grenades to throw at Nikita just to, like, throw you off your balance and mess up the timing when he's going to throw it. Right now, his control looks incredible.
Yeah, listen, I know that we just got into, like, the swing of the game, but, man, I got to say, Indecisive is playing so beautifully right now. Already 3 stocks to 1, patrolling the ground a little tiny bit. You know what I smell? I smell an up tilt. I see a Palutena above Snake. That is the first thing that is going to be coming to mind. Setting up with all of these grenades, creating all of this impenetrable space. Indecisive, not letting Arcty approach, but that whiff dash grab was a little bit tragic. My goodness.
Back roll. Oh, sorry. My bad. That was internal. Anyway.
Game 1. That's it. It's done.
I didn't mean to call that. I got his own for a second. So game 1 is going to go to the Fisher West College very quickly. I think that stage is very good for Palutena, and what Indecisive did to, like, put bleeding on that, there was always a C4 on one of the platforms. She's very scary when she's like lingering around you with the platforms, just because neutral air controls a lot of space. If she's, you know, competent with her warp cancels, that can make it really tricky to like handle her movement. But because he was consistently on the other side of the stage and only having to deal with her projectiles, never having to get juggled, never having to land against her, it honestly just went downhill very quickly. She took a lot of stray damage from projectiles, no real combos got started, and honestly, he didn't even drop a stock, so Fisher West is off to an incredible start.
Yeah, I feel like that does sum up a lot of Fishery West gameplay. They're oftentimes up to an incredible start. So I love the choice actually to go in with Falco here. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Dice 101. You can
Let's go Dice Spice.
Let's go Dice Spice.
You thought I was smelling you? Okay. Sorry.
So talk to me. You're a Snake player, right?
Okay.
Talk to me a little bit about Snake Falco.
This is a very scary and volatile matchup. Falco has such an just immeasurable amount of like combo starters to his kit that are all relatively safe. So Snake has to zone very carefully. Of course, Falco has a reflector. It's not the scariest reflector, but it is worth keeping on the table. But Falco can really, really bully Snake in disadvantage really badly.
Now, something I'm noticing right off the bat, this is the funny little thing that somebody like Weefit, somebody like Snake can do. The fact that they have a crawl, the fact that they can basically pancake onto the ground, you basically take that poke away from Falco. The one where he's just able to just shoot a laser across the screen and just say, hey, you know what? I don't have to approach, I don't have to commit, I can get a bit of chip damage. Well, Indecisive is denying Dice of that kind of chip damage. This is a slow-paced match because you know that once Falco gets in there, once, you know, Dice finds that one opening, the actual, like, punish game potential on somebody like Snake is huge.
Yeah, I would be shocked if Snake gets out of anything taking less than 60 damage.
Yo,
Here we go,
on
resetting on the platform.
That dash back from Dice was excellent. That was really good positioning.
What I like about Dice's play is that, like, Falco can run at you, rush you down, and just really keep you under pressure. But he knows that's like what Snake wants. He wants you to run in recklessly. So he's playing very carefully. He's got the lead and he's hanging out on the platforms because he knows that Snake doesn't have a consistent good way to put himself in position to punish that. So he's just got to keep throwing grenades.
Dice is just perfectly positioning themselves in like just a little bit past mid-range, right? Just using a lot of walks so that you're not committing to dashes. You commit to dashes against Snake. The DI check. You have to DI in on up throw. Super, super important. But Dice is just showing off the potential of walking so well. If you dash into Snake a lot, you're going to be dashing into grenades and dash attack. So walk and shield,
Yes.
cancel the walk animation into shield.
Another thing to note, because Michigan is down 3 stocks, I love how very calculated Dice is playing. Because sure, you can run in and get some trades, but you have a big deficit to make up. But playing exactly the way he's playing, he's already doing it. Woo! Indecisive at 81% on his second stock. Dice still at only 50. Dice making sure that he knows where the C4 is on that top platform. And if he just plays this slow, methodical game, he's gonna be able to clean up because it only takes one mistake for Falco to really get a lead against this character.
Yeah, I feel like you could say that about anybody but uses Falco, such as the lifelike fighting Falco. You're like, wow, I did everything correctly, and then wait a second, I just got hit by up tilt. A little bit unfortunate. Also, that was a little bit clever. Even if that was not an intentional F smash, the grenade from Indecisive ended up saving them anyways. Popped them up to the platform, trying to use the reflect to get rid of the Nikita. Tries to go through the up tilt into the back hill, leans in a little bit too much onto the right side. Indecisive was able to air dodge down. Now that was not a drag down for Lita. Dice slightly mistiming the fast fall of it, but that is a-okay. Looking for the back hill to clean up this stock and just, you know what, saying, hey, I'm gonna go back to center stage. I'm gonna wait for you to whiff something in my face. I'm just gonna keep on putting on damage until I find that opening. Dice is not forcing the situation.
Yes.
Dice is playing patiently.
This is a level of patience man has yet to see. There's 97 minutes on the clock, and Dice will use all of them if need be. He knows that Shogun only has very linear approaches like that dash
And
attack.
that's the opening. That's it. Beautiful stuff. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. That dash attack didn't cross up. It was a little bit too far back. Not able to get the drag down yet again, but it does not matter. Dice has stage control. But this is the Falco zone. You
there
can't
it is.
really get a combo at this point. You need like a back hill. You just need a clean hit.
Indecisive really, really needed that up tilt. It's been 4 minutes off the clock, and he finally took the first stock. Up tilt has that one last little bit of lingering frame that people tend to fall into, and that's exactly what happened to Dice. But other than that, Dice is still playing extremely careful. That was just like a weird matchup check thing.
Yeah, Dice is not forcing this at all, and slightly outside of the range of side B into back hill, perhaps an up hill might have been able to connect, but Dice is just making sure that they're not getting hit. Just waiting, waiting, waiting really patiently. But this time around, Indecisive, able to get that dash attack successfully, uses the double jump.
Nice.
The down air, not safe enough on shield for Snake's down air. It is fairly quick, but it just does not have a lot of horizontal distance thanks to his air speed or lack thereof.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's a very strange move because, like, it's a 3-frame aerial, so you do that out of shield is really quick, but it's just very inconsistent. The hits don't always connect very well. You have to drag it around. It's a little weird.
Ooh, this is now getting a little bit difficult for Dice.
Oh,
but
clean.
the reflected Nikita, Indecisive. You cannot ledge trap. You cannot edge guard Falco the same way as you would the rest of the cast. That is one of the best reflectors in the game because of just how generous it is.
It is absolutely imperative for the Michigan State team that Dice takes this without losing the second stock, just to kind of put a damper on the bleeding a little bit. Right now, it's still 10-8 for Fisher West, but Dice is at 82%, and honestly, Snake is very, very strong, and 1 or 2 grenades later, we could be in up tilt kill range.
Something I really want to emphasize is just how gentle Dice's play is right now. Not rushing, not committing, just waiting at the mid-range, just waiting, 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 and just using a lot of positional pressure to try and bait something out of Indecisive. This is fairly sophisticated gameplay.
This is very
a
good
little bit
gameplay.
less aggressive than if I were to compare them to somebody like Tilde, but finally finding that
is.
opening, and look at this reward.
And this is where it gets dicey, no pun intended. So, like, even in that situation where the combo didn't finish and Snake had to air dodge, his options are so limited at a disadvantage. All Dice has to do is just be below him and just wait, and he just gets any punish you want. He literally can get whatever he wants.
Oh, yeah. And going for the F throw instead. Interesting choice. That's going to be the up tilt. The drag down again, but the grenade actually going to be saving Snake. It is frame 1. So good at getting you out of multi-hit combos, but that's another foil that you have
As
to be
soon as
careful.
Cypher starts, he dies. There's nothing Snake can do in this matchup. It's really rough. As soon as Cypher starts,
That was
he
so
dies.
clean.
Yeah.
That was just methodical. That was surgical. Dice knew that exact situation. Dice was prepared for it. Dice knew the exact opening that they needed to be able to edge guard Snake like that. If you go a little bit too high, Falco has some of the best like jump and double jump in the game. He's able to go up there and pressure with up air. If he goes off stage, well, something like that happens. Dice committed to that edge guard with confidence.
One of the biggest weaknesses about Snake's recovery is that as soon as you start that Cypher, there's about 40-plus frames where he is completely not able to do a single action. And a character like Falco, with the jump height that he has and all the movement that he has, literally just has to get in your face and wait. So you didn't see him go over-aggressive. You didn't see him like try to like force a back air or anything. He went all the way down to the bottom blast zone until there was no option other than just ciphering back up to the top. Immediately gets it down there for the stock.
Yeah, that was really smart. I really enjoyed a lot of Dice's gameplay. That was fairly sophisticated. This might be like one of the first times that I am actually seeing Dice play. But something that I'm always looking for in a Falco, you know, it's not about the combos, it's not about the resets, but it is how do you actually get in, what are your openings, and how do you approach neutral, even if this is like such an, you know, aggressively advantageous matchup. Falco like into Snake like that, they just played it so well. But now, oh man.
Here it is.
Here it
Here's the
is.
big bad from Fisher College West. None other than Sonics. Not even arguably, for sure, top 10 player on the planet right now, if you ask me, coming in against Dice. Now, Dice one thing that we noted is that he played very, very patiently. Sonics is the god of patience play. Now, this is a crew battle, so the format is different. You can't really win by running the clock out, but I do see Sonic immediately holding forward and just going right on in.
Sonics is just capable of that as well, but then slightly mistiming the catch on Dice's landing. Dice was able to capitalize with a couple of up tilts. Sonics is trying to go for a super unconventional ledge timing, stalling as long as possible. Now just still going to be hanging on. Dice not able to hit under the ledge with the down tilt. That should be a punish. Dice did not seem confident that they had enough time to punish the neutral B, but in general, a good rule of thumb in the Sonic matchup, if they whiff neutral B, that is a punish. You have time, I promise you.
That's a good note too. Sonic is one of the trickiest characters to deal with in the game, just because like his moves are very ambiguous. He has a lot of control over what he's going to do, when he's going to do it, how long it's going to take the move to start. So it's very tricky to like key in on those punishes, but that's good to know that neutral B is something you can actively look out for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, that was a really good landing from Dice, just like exploiting just the safety of down air on shield, the amount of shield stun that it actually has, waiting a little bit on ledge, and that coverage from Sonics to catch the jump to the platform. I mean, he is so seasoned in his positioning. He already knows the options that he wants to cover.
Oh,
that
this is
didn't
bad.
snap, but
Okay.
what an angle.
Yeah,
My God.
incredible angle from Dice. That easily could have gone sideways, but that patience coming to bite him, hanging on the ledge too long, losing that invincibility, and we see Sonic's cleaning it up with a down tilt to a forward air. Any higher percent, that could have been disastrous.
What a catch on the landing. That's not going to be a
Nice.
follow-up, but that up tilt into the back heel is going to connect. This is a potential stock. Dice commits all the way out there, and Sonic tries to go for it, but alas, that hitbox on Falco's up B, that thing is generous. If you ever looked at a visualization of it, you're like, ugh.
Yeah,
that's big.
it's like strong too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, all Fox and Falco, I've seen them both get, like, full shield break setups off just the strength of up B alone. But all that aside, Sonics is going to take that first stock with that back air. Is at 88%, so of course he's going to have to play the runaway game and got to make sure he preserves his stock just to keep the lead. Now we're in this position where Dice kind of has to chase Sonic down a little bit.
What a disadvantage option, just like mashing double jump out of there. Sonics didn't want to go for like the 50-50 of like, hey, are you going to lead an air dodge or not? Just mashed it and ended up getting a footstool anyways, which is honestly pretty tight. Tries to go for a couple of up airs, up throw into a neutral air, but what a disadvantage option from Dice. That was just really, really smart, knowing that, hey, I can actually capitalize off of this too.
And things are starting to really run away for Sonics. We're starting to see Dice panic a little bit more and disadvantage. Definitely wants to at least try to take this stock off, but it's getting tougher and tougher.
Oh, double jump off stage now. Has to go for the high side B.
Ooh, it's
Maybe wants to
bad.
touch the ground. Goes for it again. Touches the ground. Double jump is on deck, but Sonics is still able to scout it out. Wants that two flame. Not going to be able to find it. Dice lives another day. The question is, can you take one stock, one up tilt back hill, one miss DI on the up throw? But Sonics is not giving it up at all.
I think at this point, Dice almost has to just stay completely grounded and just try to punish one of these spin dashes, because these air-to-air exchanges have been going all in Sonic's favor. Like we just saw, Sonic's taking that stock all the way from center stage with the back air and continues a lead for Fisher West, but definitely well played by Dice. But
Dice
yeah,
wanted to back of the gun. I think I saw the startup animation of Falco's back air, and then Sonics simply came out first, pressed it a little bit sooner.
yeah, really close stuff there. But those air-to-air exchanges, Sonic, I feel like when we talk about like scary aerials, we don't really consider Sonic in the conversation, but his frame data on all those aerials are like still really, really good.
The amount of utility that he gets from everything is actually absurd. The, like combo potential from especially like falling neutrally or even rising neutrally and then landing on a platform from it. I mean, honestly incredible. The activity of forward air, especially in its use off stage, the strength of back air, and both hits of up air. Hey, you didn't get up air too? It doesn't matter. Falling up air one, Sonics is so good at comboing off of those. Definitely just like showcases like all of the versatility of Sonic's tools.
Yeah, every single one of those is a huge problem. But now it looks like with the lead we have from Sonics, this is where things are going to get dicey for Michigan, because as I was saying, Sonic is not an easy character to counterpick with character or stage. I, off the top of my head, could not give you like a super hard counterpick scenario where Sonic is like really, really in danger.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying there isn't one, but it's just not one that I can think of. So this is going to make it even tougher for Michigan, trying to figure out what they can do. And Dice put in a valiant effort, but was not able to take one of those stocks. So they still have 3 Sonic stocks to take,
We're not trying to make this bleak. That's what I'm really trying to get to at the end of the day. We're not trying to actively make this bleak. This is just a really, really difficult, uphill both ways hill to climb. So both Sonics, and if I'm not mistaken, actually, I don't know who they sent in quite yet. Oh, they sent in Suspect.
All right, so Suspect is in. Now, we saw that really intricate edge guard earlier on Falco, who's got like solid recovery. Aegis has a much worse recovery. It's honestly like their only real weakness, and Sonics is going to be hunting so quickly. Look, there's no jump. forced to side B. Oh, no, he saved his jump. Okay.
Yeah, very good awareness from Suspect, because the beauty of Sonic's, or just Sonic in general as a character, he can commit that far off stage because you can still recover with something like neutral B to hone into the opponent, and then also, of course, up B back onto the stage. So Sonic's definitely uses up his resources for an edge guard because he knows just how much mileage he can get off of it.
Exactly. And here we go. F-Toe sending out horizontally. Great recovery from Suspect once again. We have to make 100% sure that Mithra does not side B because Sonic has 5 different ways he can kill off at, just off recognition of the move
Yeah,
coming out.
he sees that and he immediately sees you at it. It's like, okay, buddy, there's so many different potentials here. That's going to be the clip with the up B. That's just going to be just a little tiny nudge that says, hey, whoa, buddy, where are you going? Back down to the blast zone from whence you came. And now the platform extension from the up A, getting all of this damage out. Suspect is struggling to get Sonics off of them.
And I don't want to be too doom and gloom, but like, if you had to have a character to chase Sonic down, Mithra specifically is very high on the list of characters that can keep up with that speed, but now a 0 to death on Fisher West side is going to make the lead even greater. 9 stocks to 4 now, I think. This is getting really bad quickly. Only at 25%, racking up so much damage. The fact that he can outrun Mithra this efficiently is just terrifying.
Oh, yeah, but now this is the one advantageous spot. You have Sonic stuck at the ledge, but you give him a little bit too much space. He's able to use side B to get back on. Sonic setting up another edge guard. You have to air dodge. You have no other options. You're going to side B. Sonic's able to slip in there in that blind spot, and that's going to be another 3 stock on behalf of Sonics. This is the Sonic stiff.
We were not kidding. This is not one of the best players at the school. This is not just one of the best players at the local, in the region. This is one of the best players on the globe. And that play is exactly what we've been afraid of this entire time for the Michigan State team. Again, freshman team, making it all the way to Grands. I don't want to be too doom and gloom, but I don't know what their game plan is going to be going forward because they have 3 stocks left. Fisher West still has 9, and they've lost 6 stocks already just to Sonics alone.
I mean, game plan is not enough to be played like Sonics. You need thoroughly an understanding of your own disadvantage options. You need thoroughly an understanding of this kind of a matchup because you're not just fighting somebody who happens to play this kind of a character, right? So you need somebody who's just so comfortable in this kind of environment. But right now, I gotta say, Sonics looks like he's chilling. I gotta say, if I'm Fisher West, I am also chilling, and I'm thinking about that $3,500 that's on the line. I'm thinking about the delicious meal that I will probably have later today with that money. So they're sending in their last play. This is, of course, a best of 3, I believe, crew battle, all the way up to grand finals. So even if they go out on this one, they still have another chance throughout the set.
Now, this is a decent character to fight Sonic. I remember watching Sonics versus Riddles, and I think. Okay, we got Crash coming in, by the way. I do remember Riddles going down 2-0 with the Kazuya. Switched to Terry, made a clean reverse 3-0. There's a lot of solid options. So Terry's forward tilt has intangibility on the leg. That stuffs out a lot of spin dash options. Power Wave forces Sonic to get off the ground. Terry does have options in this matchup.
Yeah, has options in the matchup. Power Wave is just so good at halting Sonic's approach. I feel like the best comparison that I have is just maybe something like Ness's PK Fire. Not in, it's like combo utility, but just it can interrupt Sonic's sometimes on that side B. But now, using up that double jump, goes for the crack shoot above, but still Sonic's positioning himself to not just get a hit, not just get a follow-up, but to continue advantage, continue sending Crash off stage. Crash is struggling to get in there, only getting a couple of straight hits, but none of those big combos that Terry needs to make up this damage.
Yes, this is one of those things where, like, if Terry is scrapping with you and you're trading with jabs and trading with down tilts, that's when you see those big strings come out. Now, we do have Go on tech here, so Sonics has to be careful of Buster Wolf, but gets through it with the side B. That is very discouraging if you're Crash right now, but not enough to not try it again. But that's definitely, like, you need those huge plays to kind of, like, even up the damage here. Power Guys is a huge option, too.
What an optimal punish on that parry, by the way. Mind you, dash back, still able to get a dash attack in. Crash running all the way in there, and the second hit of up is still just barely able to space that out. Sonics taking out that first stock. Crash only dealing 50% thus far. I mean, damn.
Yeah, this is just a character that just has an answer to so many matchups. Even this one where Terry has a decent game plan going in, he's been able to outspace Terry. It's like, okay, cool. Terry can stop me from approaching, but I can outspace Terry in general. I can mess around on Terry's shield, and outside of spot dodge cancel, nothing is really that scary out of Terry's shield. And that's what we're seeing from Sonics. Okay, cool. Terry's off stage. He has to choose a recovery option and stall.
With the power wave, absolutely not. None of this matters. Sonics is in the best possible position in this moment. Drifts in a little bit too far to the left to try to avoid the uppie, but it doesn't matter because Sonic still found the 2 frame with the down tilt. It does not matter what option Sonics does. What makes him incredible is that he has something ready for it after. Everything has a chance to hit, and then he is pressing something else that has a chance to hit. Coverage, coverage, coverage. Sonics is oppressive.
Yes, 9 stocks to 1. This is looking a little bit grim. And worth noting for the viewer, the MVP of the entire bracket does get an individual prize of another $500. And you see somebody take 9 stocks, it's kind of hard not to vote for that guy. You know?
see somebody take 9 stocks. You see somebody who hasn't lost a single stock yet in doing
Hasn't
so.
even hit triple digits.
Man. Ugh.
Anyway, so it looks like Neutral B is going to actually glide over the power wave. That's important to note. That means that you can't spin dash, but you do still have like a solid punish option when Terry's trying to space you out with that move. So right now he's got go. We're trying to see if he can at least maybe take a stock, just honestly, just for pride's sake. Down tilt to the power guys are not going to connect on the shield. Now here he is off stage. Forward air should do it, and Sonics cleans up all of Michigan State solo, taking 9 stocks. That is a tough first round.
Yeah, that's tough. You got to
Yeah.
hold that. If you're MSU, you're like, yeah, you know what? You know, we fought against Sonics. And if I'm Fisher West, I'm feeling like maybe we should give everybody else a chance before we send in Sonics as the second pick, just so everybody can get their hands on him.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're going into the next set right about now, right? The next, game in this crew battle. Feels kind of weird to call it a set, but so going into this, obviously, like, the biggest thing is, like, how do we actually, like, think about how to fight Sonics? The thing is, he has so many different layers to his gameplay and edge guarding specifically. If you look at the way that he is edge guarding Terry, this is a character that is known for, comparatively to a lot of characters in his archetype, in his class, he has quite a few recovery mix-ups, stalls, and a lot of means of making up a lot of horizontal distance. And Sonics is still just able, he just positions himself, and he waits. He sees that down B, he sees that side B, he sees that power wave, and he's like, wait a second, I don't have to punish that option. I can just punish it after. And then you won't be able to press a button immediately. He's not contesting with those hitboxes. He's not trying to trade with anything. He's just waiting for you to do something.
Exactly.
And he knows how to put himself out there.
Even in that situation where, like, he was covering so many options, when you saw that Terry was trying to make it back to the stage and Sonics was just midair charging that neutral B, even when the neutral B whiffed, it wasn't even, like, the worst mistake, because then it just became a race back to the ledge, and Sonics, shortly thereafter, reset the situation yet again. So, what do you do? Is someone on this team a zoner, maybe? I don't know if you want to just, like, maybe y'all got a Young Link back there, y'all got a Min, some of that nature. Like, this is looking kind of tough. Like, Terry can't really get his hands on Sonic, and that's where Terry shines. He shines up close in your face, but, like, he physically cannot catch him.
Oh, man. So, going into this next one, I feel like definitely, like, we didn't get to see, like, too much out of a lot of the other players, maybe just because of the player that they were going up against. But we did get to see a little bit of a showcase from Dice. Dice was, like, Dice was given, like, the most, like, chance to, like, show off a little bit, and Dice definitely came through. So I think sort of, like, maybe playing around that. But then I also feel like in crew battles, it's kind of difficult to strategize when there is, like, one looming opponent that you have to worry about on top of the rest of the Fisher West team, which is so seasoned. So, I feel like there is no better way to say this right now other than this is tough. Damn, that's tough.
This is really just tough. I mean, honestly, we just saw some incredible snake play starting off the match too. Now, I do want to go ahead and get us started back into this next match shortly. I'm sure they're figuring out their counter picks, but I do not want to sleep on how good the snake player that we saw earlier was too, because we saw incredible setups. We saw really, really smart traps with, like, the C4. We saw incredible stage control. I think they're really good. I do think that if they come back in against Dice, things will probably go back in Dice's favor. Dice looked like he really has that matchup, like, wrapped up pretty tight.
Dice is in Twitch chat. Dice is in Twitch chat
Hey, what's
right
up,
now,
Dice?
saying we're running 42 matchups. I wish we got a crack at the rest of the team. Man, that's funny. Sorry to put you on blast. I just thought that was pretty funny.
That's really funny.
Those are some brutal matchups. I can't even lie.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot that you can do. Sonic has a very good, like, matchup spread across the board. So
who counterpicks him? Like, who? Who is it? Chat, tell us who counterpicks Sonic.
I have watched a lot of Smash Brothers. I have casted a lot of coin boxes specifically and seen quite a few, Sonic's gameplay over and over. Throughout my entirety of time watching Ultimate, I cannot name a single character off the top of my head that I'm like, yeah, this is a good counter pick into the Sonic matchup.
Yeah, I can think of, like, some solid, like, even matchups. Like, let's say Diddy Sonic might be, like, okay. It's like fine.
Moving.
Things are fine, but it's never like, you pick so-and-so against Sonic, it's over. So I don't want to keep harping on that, though.
Maybe Steve's okay.
Okay, probably Steve. True. True. Probably Steve, just because he can physically, like, build a space that he can't run. He can literally put blocks down and be like, stop spinning at me.
Please.
Stand here.
Give me a little bit of space.
Stop. Help me. Like, he can do that.
Yeah.
But other
putting up
than
these
that,
emotional walls.
right.
I need a space.
He's not ready to let you in. I feel that. Relatable.
Oy.
Anyway, so I'm very curious to see who they're going to start with for the next match. I feel like starting with Dice is not a bad option.
Yeah.
I think, but honestly, when they started with Palutena is another great crew battle character too. Maybe that's not really a wrong choice. I mean, Palu, Falco, Terry, they're all pretty solid, but maybe start with Dice this time because I do think that if Dice is going against anyone that is not Sonic, I could see them getting a really early lead and at least like starting to like stop the bleeding on that team. But other than that, I'm not 100% sure. Now, we did miss a little bit of the Palutena and Snake gameplay earlier, so I don't get to have any like deep analysis on like how the Palutena was like dealing with the matchup. I only got to see, most of it, but not all of it. How do you feel about Palutena Sonic? That also seems kind of tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like so I don't know. This is like sort of a weird way to think about it, but I think of Palutena oftentimes as just like a kind of a gun and jump character. Well, a lot of what she is looking for is to just kind of get up in your face, maybe space something on your shield, wait for you to whiff, and then she's going to gun and jump at you with a neutral to be able to get something started. That is a little bit difficult to do in front of like Sonic's face, simply because of the sheer burst range that he has. Sonic, for lack of better words, goes fast. In a platform fighter, if you go fast, that means you cover more distance in a shorter period of time. You don't get to land as safely as often with Palutena. You have to do a lot of empty movement. But then, of course, once you do win neutral, once you do get in the, of course, neutral air trains, get Sonic off stage. Explosive Flame is so good at dealing with also like Sonic high recovery mix-ups. But then you can't get caught whiffing any specials against Sonic.
Yeah.
Especially neutral B and side B. Sonic can slip in there.
Yeah. I feel like ledge guarding might be okay for Palutena just because like down tilt is such a good 2-frame option against most characters. That might actually work against Sonic. But other than that, it feels like he's just such an adaptable character that it's just tough to really counterpick him with anybody. But we do have our next match coming in here soon. We're not starting with Sonics. I do not know the names of the players. I think we're starting off with Snake again, and I just do not remember the player on the right's name, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head. I have no idea. My apologies, guys. We'll get that information to you in a second. Thank you, of course, for sticking with us here for the CECC in Arlington, Texas. It's been a blast thus far. The couple sets that we got to cast yesterday as well were fantastic. And now we're getting into Game 2 of the crew battle.
All right, so it looks like we're starting off once again. Indecisive, that's his name. I didn't want to be wrong. Indecisive, the Snake player, and probably, well, I see the roster on MSU. There's Dice, Suspect, Crash, and Arc D. I think they might be starting with Arc D again. No, they're starting with Crash. Okay,
Gotcha.
great. And a
and there's
Pokemon trainer's coming out.
Is
Okay.
this MD? Question mark?
Maybe.
Yeah, because I know MD is on the Fisher College West roster as well. So we'll get that information to you in a second. Everybody, this is Game 2, of course, out of a best of 3. There is always the potential of a bracket reset. So difficult when you have to think about the context of Sonics being there. But
they're switching sides.
They will quickly switch sides for us. They had a bit of a false start. We're going to be getting into it shortly. So, Terry, Pokemon Trainer. How are we feeling about this?
Okay, Pokemon Trainer I think is another pretty decent character in Cruise just because that's another character where like they have between the 3 characters there's something viable in basically every matchup.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to I don't think a lot of people counterpick all 3 of the Pokemon, like niche cases like Young Link Pokemon Trainer or something maybe. A character like Terry, now I would probably say you got to kind of commit to Ivysaur. You want to play like a slower zoner character for that.
Oh, yeah. When you're fighting a super heavy like Terry, I mean, he is combo food incarnate. Guess what? Ivysaur has pretty good combos against that type of character, especially when it comes to juggling and edge guards. The beauty of Ivysaur, the disjoints, especially in the form of downer, up A, and up B, you don't have to worry about those hitboxes that Terry often likes to trade with to get back onto the stage. So all those recovery mix-ups, they might not mean too much, but now we're starting off match 1 of Game 2. MD going up against Crash, and already going through the down throw, not able to get the neutral follow-up, just looking for this big opening, jab, power dunk, MD not getting the SDI in.
Now, even though I think Ivysaur is the best character in this matchup, I don't think Squirtle is a bad one. I feel like Squirtle has crazy frame data and has a lot of potential to combo Terry as well, but you do have to fight him at the zone where Terry is scariest. So if you're right, Squirtle is going to look really good for you. Looks like you're bullying the character, but as soon as you're wrong, you're eating a lot of damage, and Squirtle is very light. Right now, immediately switching to Ivysaur, good idea. We have to go on deck. You want a little bit more heft to you because I feel like Squirtle can die to any of these moves right now.
That's
but the tried and true, learned that from Doorstop the hard way 5 years ago now. If Ivysaur is near a platform, you shouldn't be there because down air is such a giant disjoint and it combos into up air for free kills and it's extremely safe.
Yeah, you can fish a little bit. You know, you can just kind of look for it because you're like, hey, this is like safe enough. And then if you connected, God bless, you got to stock, baby. Falling neutral into the down tilt, not going to be able to get the dash grab. Crash able to mash that one out there, not going to be able to take the stock off quite yet. Switching to Ivysaur for the planking mix-ups. Drop down, double jump, Razor Leaf is going to get MD back onto the stage. And now just looking for that timing. Look at that timing mix-up. I got hit by that.
Yeah, and what I like about that is, like, had he chosen an out-of-shield option, Nair is active for so long, it was going to clip it no matter what. Even spot dodge cancel might have gotten clipped or traded in there. Not 100% sure. I do like the commitment from MD to stay as Ivysaur. Obviously, Charizard is heavier, but you're less likely to get hit if you're staying in the mid-range and just trading these Razor Leafs. And that up B just barely not killing, but here's a huge opportunity for MD. A little late on the punish, but once again, down there on the platform, setting up for a huge kill. And now Fisher is up 2 stocks, 9-7 already, and only at 132%.
Yeah, that was a really nasty position for Crash to be in. So now the question is, can you at least get the stock off? Falling back into the dash attack. I'm not sure if that was intentional. That might have been a misinputted dash grab. If you press the Z a little bit too soon, you can get some misinputs. But now, okay, looking
Great
for
patience.
the up B, but you know what? Do it again.
There it is, finally. Fighting Terry, it's staying in the shield. You're going to lose to those jabs into, you know, a special of your choice at some point. But immediately switching off Charizard while invincible, which is a great plan. Switching back to the Squirtle. I like the use of Water Gun to, like, force Terry off stage and keep resetting the edge guard situation. Great read on the air dodge, off on the timing, but can Crash at least
Had the right
cement
idea.
Yeah, you know, the right idea. The intentions were good. But we need Crash to find one more combo, maybe take one more stock out of here because Michigan State already has a massive uphill battle in Sonics, and it already looks like MD is doing just about as good of a start.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just really kind of fishing through this really big combo targeting, but one little misspaced area.
Nice.
That's going to be the throw into the up B as well. A lot of damage. Who's backing off a little bit, trying to catch that landing, but MD faded back with that back who made it super safe. That neutral, no matter how many times it hits your shield, man, that has poked me every time, and I'm like, man, I hate getting shield poked. It feels bad.
Right, and I know you and I have both, at this point, watched a lot of Quid's Ivysaur. And man, oh man, I think this character is criminally underrated. There it is, dare to up air once again. That down air controls the entire horizontal space around that platform. You can't contest it. Even if you shield it, you're not getting like a huge punish because he can also just like auto cancel it on his way down. Up air, he can like shoot himself down. It's just very tricky to deal with that situation. Terry doesn't really have a lot of options against it. Maybe crack shoot is okay, but your jabs, your up tilts, your down tilts, maybe even your up B, depending on how long you charge it, they're all going to lose to that same move. So you just have to like not interact when you see Ivysaur in that position.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, I really loved MD's gameplay. Super like efficient combo game, especially with Ivysaur stuck to the edge guarding. It was like kind of what I was thinking of in the beginning of that game, where it's like, hey, up B, you don't have to worry about down B, you don't have to worry about power dunk. You have a nice, beautiful little disjoint, and you can make it really difficult for Terry to get back onto the stage. So now we are going to be, of course, seeing the next player in.
We are starting Kazuya against specifically Charizard, but I think we're going to start Squirtle anyway. But we see Kazuya coming in against MD. Now, MD did lose a stock there. Oh, that makes sense. Switch to Charizard so that you can spawn a Squirtle for the crew battle. I see now. Okay.
That is optimal.
That is so optimal. That's character selection optimal.
That is the nichest thing to optimize. To think about, you know, I got to get my character correct for Pokemon Trainer and Crash. Excuse me, this isn't Crash. This is Suspect, right?
Yes. I love that first electric when Godfist didn't work. You just saw MD just walking away on the platform like, I'm walking away from the violence. I don't want to be here. Squirtle was very light and getting sent backwards. That laser hitting the withdrawal. This is a rough spot to be in if you are MD. Barely makes it back, but now you're Charizard against Kazuya, and Kazuya is an absolute monster in this game.
Oh yeah, now just going to be going through the ledge trap here, looking for that finisher, not going to be able to find it, goes into with the dash attack. Suspect stalling with the neutral B, waiting out that spike, does not want to get cheese, does not want to lose that.
Ooh, there it is.
Oh, that's brutal. That is the beast, baby. If you tech roll out, if you miss you tech, you are getting hit by side B. And is it fair? No, but it feels pretty bad to get hit by, and MD gets that stock.
My favorite thing about Charizard is people that don't know just assume that he's bad. First of all, even if he was bad, you only need to beat him for a couple seconds. Secondly, there's so many niche tech traps that you don't even get to like experience unless you just played the matchup a ton. Like neutral air to side B, that covers everything. Honestly, MD could have gone for it again in that position. And right now, already taken 4 stops from the Michigan State team and finally going down to that rage drive, of course. But, yeah, MD's playing amazing.
Yeah, MD's playing amazing, but I also gotta say, I do love the suspect Kazuya. Love the integration of the command grabs a little bit more than other Kazuyas I see on the way back down. But that's gonna be the up B. Kazuya is a big boy. He's gonna be alive a little bit longer. Now you're stuck at the ledge against Charizard. That back hill whiffed. I do not know how. That up smash did not kill. Kazuya yet again is a big boy. Parries, and it does not matter. Charizard's up smash does not kill who you are, what you are. It will kill you.
Quietly one of the best up smashes in the game. It's only frame 7. The wings are intangible. The knockback is incredible. It's not even really bad on shield. So it's a very tricky thing to have to look out for.
Oh man, and all of this low percent damage guaranteed on Kazuya. MD's combo game with Squirtle is just so consistent. Squirtle being a tiny little baby, able to crouch under that first electric, tries to go through the first tech into the tech chase, a little bit too slow on the next option.
Nice.
And okay.
All right, hey.
That's an option.
Hey, you got a lot of moves. Yo, no tech on the up B. Definitely looked like MD wasn't ready for that, and Michigan State is able to take MD out of the bracket. Now we have 9 stocks to 7 with suspects Kazuya, and honestly, even with just 1 stock left, Kazuya can easily delete a stock on the way out. It's very easy for him to just get those confirmed started. You know, any falling aerial, electric wing god fist, a down throw. There's so many different ways that Kazuya can 0 to death you if you're not careful. So even if you have 3 stocks going into 1, it can very easily end up 2-1, maybe even 1-1. Who knows?
We take those. Simply put, we kind of just take those. But you got to, kill off a stage spike. You know what? GG's on to the next player. Anything counts in a crew battle. Anything can go a super long way. So, really do like Suspects Kazuya. I feel like definitely one of the biggest points that I at least saw from MD, what I really liked in that gameplay, was just a good understanding of what am I punishing on Kazuya's recovery, how am I positioning, and what am I covering next. Really, the idea around edge guarding Kazuya is, the first thing is, am I a character who can actually go out there really deep and not have to worry about up B? Okay, if that's not the case, then I'm going to be looking to just threaten enough with resources, scare them from doing an early recovery, and then maybe try to get a 2-frame on their up B. We saw that with Charizard down attempts, we saw that with Charizard F-tilt attempts, and for the most part, Suspect was just so patient coming back onto the stage, waiting out those options, and avoiding getting 2-framed whenever they possibly could.
I honestly think a patient Kazuya is even scarier, because it's very often that you see Kazuya just crouch dashing towards you, using all the invincibility from EWGF to just control space. But if Kazuya's just waiting for you, and now you're dealing with Kazuya out of shield, that's a whole other beast in itself. Just one shield grab can just be disaster. So I do really enjoy that play that we saw there. Who do we have coming in against Kazuya is my question, because that's another character where it's like, there might be counter picks, but not really. Not a lot. Not enough to really cement a W against Kazuya. You're never
even if it is a winning matchup against Kazuya, at the end of the day, you're still fighting Kazuya Mishima. So they're actually not going in with Sonics immediately, right? They're going to be popping out somebody else now, which honestly I respect. I respect this heavily. They could have gone in with Sonics, but they're going to give everybody a shot here. So Suspect down to the last stock, going to have to take out 2 of their own, going up against Fisher West. Man, this is continuously still an uphill battle for MSU.
Yeah. Now Wolf, I think, is a very solid character overall. I don't think there's that many super polarizing matchups with my god, 21%. But Kazuya is a character that Wolf should be afraid of. Wolf gets a lot of his bread and butter from spacing forward airs, falling neutral airs, and just those up close pressure on your shield. Kazuya wants you in his face. Look, 85% already in just a couple of exchanges there.
Oh yeah, love the fact that Suspect just mashed out a button instead of opting for the tech chase, because Buddha Bam was positioning themselves to tech chase with Wolf dash attack. That thing is huge. That thing is active. Now dashing, shielding, saying, hey buddy, I want you to hit my shield. And you know what? Buddha Bam is not having any of it. Getting a couple of big hits here. Suspect trying to get off of this, but that's going to be the throw. No follow-up. Falling up, not going to be able to do anything quite yet. Suspect needs to close.
There it is. Out of position for any other punish. You couldn't get up smash, couldn't get up B, but you could get that RAR back here. That's exactly what Suspect needed. And now Buddha Bam, even with the 93% we have on Suspect, has to play extremely careful, because this match could get even fast. Great roll away. Buddha Bam was looking for the neutral tech right there. That was really close. Now, Suspect has Rage Drive. That means that if he's able to get that command grab, that's easily 40-something damage. And honestly, once you get Wolf past 50, might even just be the stock. Here we go. 46% already
46,
there.
no double
63.
jump off stage. Has to now be stuck at the ledge here. Uses up that jump. Wolf has an incredible incredible jump
There
to
it
ledge.
is.
That's going to be the rage drive. That's not going to be able to take out that stock quite yet, but this is still going to be a ledge trap. Suspect wanted that 2-frame, didn't find it. Tech rolling away, mixing up the tech options. Buddha Bam did not get the read correctly, and now Suspect gets launched off stage. This is the challenge. Is it going to be an F-tilt? Is it going to be a dash attack? Buddha Bam backs off a little bit,
Yes.
maybe anticipating an anti-option from Suspect. No punish on that. Really good respect from Buddha Bam, looking for the stock, and that was it. That was the right idea.
I think Buddha Bam's defensive play has been fantastic. As soon as Kazuya got on stage, like, I'm not taking no chances because this character can just have crazy invincible burst options just whenever he wants. But Suspect has taken 2 stocks, so we actually have ourselves an 8-7 battle here. And honestly, with 150%, 56% rage from Kazuya, it feels even.
Yo, Suspect is terrifying right now. If I am Buddha Bam, I am sweating. I am fighting Kazuya Mishima. Anything is possible with Kazuya. All you need is that one electric, and man, Suspect is looking for it. But that's going to be the kick. That's going to be the dash attack, and that's going to be the stock. Buddha Bam not getting DLC'd, not getting Mishima.
Not getting DLC'd.
But man,
got a little DLC there, but didn't lose all 3. But there was some DLCing happening. Now that dash attack catching Suspect, it looked like Suspect was in the middle of like pressing out an F tilt. So I don't think the DI when he got hit by the dash attack was necessarily optimal. He was pretty high. He was like 180.
Yeah.
I think optimal DI he might have still died, but definitely went really far to the right with it.
And the thing is too, if you've ever seen Wolf's dash attack hitboxes, you have one that sends you up, you have one that sends you to the top right, you have one that sends you directly out, and you have a weak hitbox as well. The amount of angles that move has made any protractor jealous.
Honestly.
DIing that move correctly is, sometimes you get hit with like the Fallout, hitbox that like takes you all the way off to the side. It's tough. Happens to the best of us. I think it would have killed even with good DI anyways. And honestly, I have a thought here. I don't mind the fact that Buddha Bam was playing kind of scared and terrified. If I'm fighting against a Kazuya that just took out 2 stocks without losing one of their own, that is one of the most terrifying positions in the game. This has happened countless times in Ultimate that Kazuya was able to make that kind of a comeback.
Yes, Kazuya is just threatening at all times. But of course, Wolf with the signature, field goal punt right there was able to take that stock. But yeah, that dash attack is just so insane. But had he been wrong on anything, had anything hit his shield, had anything been misspaced, easily could have died right there. So now we have Palutena coming against Wolf. Okay, this is kind of like a non-DLC, run me a fair one, in quotes, kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Palutena is very traditionally good. I think she's been power crept a little bit in the meta just because like the DLC characters came in, but all of her tools are still more than good. I don't really think there's a bad button on that character's controller. Same could be said for Wolf. So let's see how we get into this with Fisher versus Michigan, 6-7 stocks.
Oh yeah, what a retro matchup. This
Honestly?
is year 1 Ultimate, baby. We're back to basics. No Kazuya, no DLC, no Steve, no Min Min. It's Palutena Wolf.
These are characters we complained about, and our complaints were valid, but little did we know.
Little did we
Little
know.
did we know.
I'm good with this now.
Yeah, I'll take this, please.
Any day of the week. I'm
Gladly.
so happy to see Palutena Wolf. This is like, this is like a good bowl of pasta.
Yes.
And delicious.
All right, what's the 2-frame option? Okay, a little bit late trying to go for that down tilt. Not too terribly much percent on Buddha Bam just yet, but it is starting to get up there. Up tilt is very good. It's a move we don't talk about very often. Palutena's up tilt leads to a lot, especially if you can get those drag down up tilt kill confirms at those higher percents, which is kind of fishing. Really powerful stuff.
It is definitely a commitment, right? Just because of how long it's out there. If you whiff it and the opponent lands, they might be able to get a punish on you instead. So now trying to go through the teleport cancel with the up B doesn't actually successfully slide off the edge of the platform, misangling it, and now this is the difficulty for Wolf. Getting off of ledge against Palutena is a bit of a challenge, but Buddha Bam is making the most out of that jump. Explosive Flame a little bit too soon.
Yeah, the kill screen got me on that one. All right, Buddha Bam holding way out, making sure that Arc D cannot get a back air or forward air confirm off that throw. Really just wants to take this stock before the stock is out of here. And finds the up smash. Speaking of moves, okay, Wolf's up smash lives in its own dimension. In high profiles, in low profiles, it scoops you from the side. It has great kill power, and it's pretty good on shield.
Oh, yeah. And that's going to be the back air, though. Really good stuff. Arcdy able to clean that one up there. 3 stocks to 1 super classic matchup. But hey, Buddha Bam was still able to get a stock off. So MSU is continuously still playing from a back foot, still playing from a disadvantage.
Yeah. Honestly, really good stuff. Now it looks like Fisher is going to allow Sonic to be their anchor, which is honestly what Michigan really needs. They need to be able to, at best, if they do make it to Sonics, have as many stocks facing that player as they can. But if I recall correctly, we're going to be seeing, I think, Snake Palutena again?
Yes, we're going to be seeing Snake Palutena. That was the match that we opened up with. It was indecisive going up against Arcdy. And that was, fairly, confidently in Indecisive's favor. Granted, that was the first game of the day, right? That was like immediately on stream, time to go, time to game. So hopefully Arcdy had a little second to get their hands warm, to get those tendons moving, the joints going, and now it's time to play a little Palutena Snake.
Yeah, a little bit of Palutena Snake. This is traditionally a pretty tough one, depending on stage. Hi, Dice. Look right in the camera. Hey. But this is traditionally a pretty tough one. She can really smother him. She can just kind of counter zone him. Like if Snake is cooking grenade and she's sniffing it out and she's hitting it with neutral B, he's taking all that projectile damage and the grenade, and she can like find follow-ups depending on the stage positioning.
Oh, yeah.
So it can get a little tough to be comfortable in that matchup. But I do think that the recovery from Palutena is a little bit lackluster. Nikita can do a lot.
Yeah, you
to
don't
her.
have necessarily the most amount of mix-ups, right? And this wait, excuse me.
I was wrong.
Wait, am I confused?
Wait, what?
Oh, no, this is Indecisive going in with the Falco?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, well, take all that away. All right, looks like Indecisive is going to be playing Falco this time.
Oh, no, they can switch up the roster in the middle of the set?
Oh, okay. So now we have Nexus. Okay, so we have Nexus and Falco. Got it. Stag says fly. We're learning on the fly. This is how this goes. So right now it looks like some pretty slow, calculated Falco Palutena game plan, but that neutral air coming through, a lot of free damage there. Both these characters very, very proficient at like getting high damage combos from those low percents, and great chase down on that teleport. Falco's a character where if you whiff or you're at disadvantage for even just a second, he's going to get a lot of mileage out of it, and that's exactly what we're seeing. 95% already.
Oh my
and the
God.
dare on the warp recovery. Nothing Palutena could have done about it. Very susceptible to those edge guards, but fantastic play from Nexus starting us off here.
Yeah, just really, really good timing, super solid, and already time to go to the Falco zone, everybody. You take it 55% on that fresh stock. You're looking for a little bit of space. You're looking to get something going, and Nexus is wave dashing in neutral. When somebody is wave dashing in neutral and ultimate, they're stunting on you. They're up to no good.
Yeah, Nexus honestly had barely been hit by anything other than those Nair strings until just now. Looks like they're kind of doing a little bit of trading back air to back air, having a little bit of frame data battle. But side B, okay. Had Arc D gone to the ledge, I think that side B could have killed.
Oh, such gentle punish on that side B from Arctic, right? Just really good whiff punish. Not able to get too much else off of it, though. Trying to space out that forward. That forward from Nexus, though, caught that additional jump from Arctic. Still holding out, held hard out on that back air. And I do believe for this last game, this potential last game, it's going to be a Falco Ditto.
Yeah, we're going to actually have a Falco Ditto here. Everyone's kind of smiling. We all think it's really silly. Now, if Dice is able to win out on the Falco battle, his reward will be fighting Sonics. So who knows how this is going to go? I can't, of course, hard predict anything, but I will say that Fisher, the one seed of this bracket, is in a fantastic position to take this. And remember, first place gets to take home $3,500 to their school and their team. So a lot is on the line here. A lot's on the line here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, Falco Ditto. This is a little bit interesting. I don't think this is one that I get to see it too often. So both of them, of course, they know how to edgeguard each other. They know all of their respective tools. Where the player's style and like individualism will come out is how they're going to approach neutral. From the bit that we did get to see of Dice's gameplay, what we saw was really good patience, really good understanding of mid-range, and understanding of when to walk, when to dash in, when to approach. Dice just played super patient and really second beat, waiting for the opponent to do something. In this case, I don't feel like we got to see like too much of like a game plan yet from Nexus, simply because that last game was kind of a sweep.
Now, I think because this is a Ditto, the number one thing that's going to separate who's going to win this match is who is going to be the first person to get a read on the other person's disadvantage options. Falco has incredible strings. They're not all true. Sometimes there's like gaps there that you can find. But if the first Falco to make the other one panic and disadvantage, that's who's going to take this round. Because if Falco gets a read on an air dodge or like a bad double jump, you are just going to be in the blender for a while.
For sure, the percents are super, super even right now, and I love that patience from Dice, right? Just recognizing, hey, you know what, if a Falco lands a downer, they always want something else. Holding in on that, eats the late hit of the back hill, excuse me, and now trying to get that forward, doesn't find it, still finds a grab, though. They're all up in each other's faces. Really good anti-air, able to whiff punish that downer, but not able to catch that landing in time as Nexus successfully shields.
And not able to find the back air, is able to force the air dodge, though, and continue the reset. Looks like Dice is trying to fight his way to the ground. It's literally just a race of who is going to confirm that up tilt into the kill first. They're both just fiending for it right now.
They're fiending to just land, and they're like, oh wait, I want my up tilt. No, I want my up tilt. I'm going to cross you up, and I'm going to land before you and get my up tilt.
I like the plan from Dice, backing off the ledge, trying to give like a false sense of security to Nexus, trying to find that back air from under the platform. But Nexus is going to take the first stock. Now we have 6 stocks to 2 for Michigan. Up tilt out of shield, not going to connect, and this is a huge combo opportunity for Nexus. And
You have
Yes,
to do it for
there it
Dice
is.
Spice. Dice has to do this for the tag. This is so important. I would not want to lose with this tag in this ditto.
You can't lose. You're Princess Diana. The hood needs you for the Spice Cabinet. Anyway, go off, Queen. So it looks like Dice is starting to fight his way back. We're seeing a lot of damage coming on Nexus. Percent relatively even here, and Dice is just waiting for those high side Bs, waiting for those air dodges. It's honestly a very cyclical game.
This matchup is so funny.
It's so
this
funny.
This is hilarious. They're both just looking for these similar things. They're both looking to just like scout out like a landing, get the same kind of up tilt. You see that hard DI in so that you can avoid the potential like up throw into the uphill. It does not matter. Nexus still able to get that landing. Dice now on the last stock, the potential last stock for the entirety of the CECC here. Lot riding on this one.
Yeah, a lot riding on this for sure. And honestly, sometimes it comes down to just pixels. Even that kill confirmed that we saw Nexus land was just a race to see if he can get up tilt out faster. But speaking of up tilt, Dice finding that up tilt to back here, at least getting Nexus to his last stock, potentially could take this stock and get Fisher West to their final player, but Nexus is not going to make it easy. Nexus wants to be the one to take it home. Look at all this damage, 63%, waiting for Dice Spice to make a crazy decision disadvantage. Dice Spice finds the way to the middle, but Nexus is on the hunt.
Ooh, yeah, Dice tried to like jump in front of Nexus's face, shielding that up tilt. Beautiful punish on that. That was optimal from Nexus. That's the up tilt. That's going to be the back hill, and that is going to be the stock, the set, and the tournament. That is going to be Fisher West coming out on top. Nexus taking it over Dice. That's it.
That's all. That's all, folks. Fisher West was able to take the entire thing, not losing to anybody, fully sweeping the bracket, and, of course, taking home that $3,500 prize pool to their team. Of course, Michigan not going home empty-handed, going home with $1,500, which, honestly, I'd love to... You know, that's a good day for me. But great stuff to both players. I love that after everything was said and done, we got to end it on a Falco ditto, which is a pretty silly ditto.
It's a pretty funny little ditto.
It's a funny little ditto.
The same things. They're getting the funny little combos. They're like, ooh, it's my up tilt. It's a fun matchup.
It's a very fun matchup, but, you know, good stuff to both the teams. And, of course, if you like or enjoyed our commentary or have any criticisms whatsoever, feel free to follow us on Twitter. I am Cy at CyPBLK. I am very active on Twitter. A lot of memes, a lot of jokes. Go ahead and give me a follow. And Dara?
Yeah, you can find me at Dogamgali on Twitter, just my tag with an I and an A at the end of it if you so desire. So once again, congratulations to Fisher West, who is both Fisher West and Fisher East in this competition. I do believe Fisher East might have placed third or a little bit lower than that. Anyways, Fisher is so good. Fisher has been dominating the college scene, both East to West, and everything that they would do, both in CECC.
And it looks like we don't even need to like have them like rest their laurels on the top player. All right, but we're going to throw over to the award ceremony. So thank you so much for rocking with us. Let's go ahead and finish this out.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to crown your champions, please welcome to the stage to present the Commissioner's Cup, Chief Executive Officer of CSMG, Mr. Michael Schreck, and Chief Marketing Officer of Smoothie King, Miss Marianne Radley.
Fisher College, congratulations. I'm here with Marianne Radley, Chief Marketing Officer of Smoothie King. Marianne, we appreciate your support. And Marianne is now going to present Fisher College with the trophy.
All right. This is a big trophy. It's not on. But hello. It's not on. Can you hear me? All right. Hi, everyone. We are so excited to be part of this, and we're so excited for you guys. Unbelievable. I was standing here watching it. Congratulations, Fisher College, on your tremendous win. On behalf of Smoothie King and all of our franchisee partners, thank you guys. You guys fueled it. You won. We're so excited. And for any of you who are out there, we do have QR codes back on our Smoothie King booth. We are going to give free smoothies for a year for one lucky winner when you download our Healthy Rewards app. But we are so excited for you guys. Come on over here. Grab your trophy. Congratulations, Fisher College. Job well done. Congratulations. Come on up here. I'm going to step back so you guys can. Here, we got room over here. You guys want to come over here? Come on over here. Congratulations.
All right, let's have an interview with the winning team here. Who's coming up? All right, here we go. Welcome, congratulations, Fisher College. You've just won, once again, the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament here at the CECC. Tell us how you feel.
Really proud of my team. I handled a lot of the send-ins yesterday, all the send-ins today. I knew we'd do it. I have so much faith. MD, Indecisive, Budabam, Ray, Vibes, like the whole team, Nexus. Really proud watching them play well, being able to cheer them on and encourage them. Even going into that game too, I knew they were going to send Crash. I just had a feeling, and MD wasn't feeling the greatest about Terry, but I had a feeling like he was the right pick. And just trusting my team, really proud of them, really proud of them.
Well, you end this year on the top of the ladder here. Well done, Fisher. Tell everyone what you're going to do to prepare for next season or over the summer to enjoy yourself now.
You know, we all kind of practice individually. Sometimes we work together. We got, events coming up. We got regionals, major events. We got our local scenes. So we're just going to keep grinding in our respective, our areas. There'll be some crossover. And coming into the fall, I'm just really excited to keep playing y'all. We had so much fun, too. UT Arlington, UT Houston, Northwood, Michigan State, y'all are cracked. We had so much fun. I know we didn't play Arlington, but going into this, we were so scared of so many teams. You guys are amazing, and we were really excited to just play everybody.
One final note. How was your weekend here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup? Give us the rundown.
Really good. Shout out to, On the Border, the Mexican place over there. We got IHOP, Cane's, Whataburger, just everything. The hotel was actually pretty nice. The venue's amazing. Shout out to everyone who helped put together this event. We're really grateful. Shout out to everybody here. The team's been super friendly. The staff is super helpful. I know Neon Star through Discord. I haven't actually said hi to her today yet, but she's amazing. I know she did a lot of that work. The staff reduction, incredible. This is easily the best, most well-organized LAN we've been a part of, and we're really glad we came and we're able to represent.
Excellent. Well, now let's bring out the MVP trophy and grab the MVP for Fisher. Let's see, who's it going to be? Let's see, take a look here. The CSMG Most Valuable Player for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And we got to bring up Sonics. Let's make some noise. The carry of Fisher College and two-time back-to-back Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Super Smash Bros. Ultimate MVP. Well done, Sonics. How do you feel to be the back-to-back and win the MVP?
I feel really good, honestly. It was a great event. I'm very happy, very happy.
Now, you actually have a specific special road here. So you just won CECC for SSBU, but you're also competing in the open multi-$1,000 prize-winning Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Tournament in the back. Are you going back-to-back in that as well?
That is the plan. That is the plan. Yeah, absolutely. I'm feeling pretty good about my play, about my mood. So, I had a great sleep last night. So, honestly, I'm here to take it all.
Here to take it all. When you first came, I've watched you rise through the ranks, not only of collegiate, you kind of always came in on top, but through pro scene. I've seen you gradually climb over the years. You're now in the top 5 ranked or around there in the country. How does that feel? How's your practice been and what got you here now?
I think that I've always been a very determined player. I've been one to just always grind, always practice, always figure out what I'm doing wrong and how I can do better. Yeah. And I think that's what's brought me here, for sure.
No doubt about it. But let's make some noise one more time for Sonics, the two-time CECC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate MVP. Well done, Sonics. Congratulations, man, once again. All right, we're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk, and when we come back, we'll have some more Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup action. Don't go anywhere. Woo!
And our first final down in the books, it's going to be Fisher College. I would say expected result because of the pure strength that's coming out from this team, as well as the MVP for Sonics, and that comes with good reason. Miles, tell us why Sonics is so strong in this scene.
Well, Los, Sonic's gameplay speaks for itself. You saw in that first crew battle just how dominant it is, but what I saw happened after the gameplay. If you saw, this happens a lot in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The players from Michigan State would finish, they'd smile, they'd fist bump Sonics, and then they would talk for a little bit. They would just talk about what they could do better, what notes they could get, how they could improve, and Sonics would have those conversations, didn't just walk away. And, you know, that sounds a little bit insulting, but it's not. You really love to see this sense of community, building up these players. Sonics has been a mentor not just to the players of Fisher College, but to everyone that they play against. And that, this time, is why they're going to be our MVP.
Honestly, such great community building when it comes to Smash Bros. But beyond the community, let's take a look at what we saw in the server itself. Artie, give us a breakdown of what he was doing.
Well, there's a difference that's presented when you go from solo gameplay into a crew battle sense, and that is that you have to be extremely optimal with every single interaction you take, every single matchup, and Sonics is the epitome of the optimization playstyle, especially because Sonic himself, the character, is a very hit-and-run style type of fighter, and you have to analyze every situation immediately, figure out how to get the upper hand of it in that situation and attack, get in, get out, and reset it and do it all over again and force the other player to do what you need from them for you to succeed, and that is definitely something that Sonics is very good at.
Yeah, the man ran the first set in that crew battle, but I want to talk a bit about the second crew battle. But first, let me take a second to enjoy my Smoothie King. Oh, yeah. Strawberry kiwi. Anyways, so, chicks up. The second crew battle, we actually had a very strong showing for Michigan State when Sonics was taking the backseat. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot closer without Sonics. In particular, Michigan State, I think, has a ton of potential moving on forward. We mentioned again and again, they are freshmen. This is their first major LAN, and this is their first major showing. So it shows that they can compete at the level of Fisher without Sonics, which is really incredible with the state they're at. They're just going to continue to get better and more competitive. And as Miles mentioned, Sonics is that role model. He does provide those notes at times. So I think if they look up to him and they continue to improve moving on forward, they have so much potential, and they certainly did indeed earn their spot here instead of just kind of making their way. They're the 2 seed even as freshmen without the twins.
Absolutely right. And, you know, that also makes you wonder what would have happened if we had the full Michigan roster here. But at the end of the day, it shows that even in a local school, a regional team just in Michigan, some top 10 players can still step into the server with some absolute heaters across the globe, specifically when it comes to Sonics. I mean, 2 times in a row, this team has been able to win, that being Fisher, the CECC Grand Finals, and they're still being taken to potentially some lower stocks. And that's why I believe there's a very bright future for Michigan, but not just Michigan. I believe the Smash community as a whole. Miles, do you feel like just the camaraderie that we have here makes NA better?
100%. All of these teams, they're coming together, they're helping each other improve, not just by playing against each other, but by giving each other notes, helping each other work on fixing specific habits. And this is something we have seen time and time again. The players talk about how, oh yeah, we just play with each other, because sometimes you're not really thinking about how you're practicing, but in Smash, when you're playing with someone, it's not just scrimming online. You are sitting next to the person talking. They're pointing out, oh, you did this there, you did that there. And while this is happening, you're improving little by little. And we're seeing that already. I mean, come on. Fisher College, Sonics is the 2-time MVP. Jerry and Nexus and Sonics are 2-time CECC champions. Fisher College is shooting up in the ranks, and I do want to pay my compliments very briefly to Fisher College. Oh my gosh. I mean, Blue, who was a player last year, is already taking a leadership position in Fisher College. We heard from other members of Fisher College how they're helping with the send-ins. It's been fantastic seeing this team come together, not just as players, but as student leaders. We're seeing that in so many respects. I'm really excited to see just what heights Fisher College can get to.
One thing I do want to point out, though, is the fact that we have, in the form of Fisher College, 2-time MVP, 2-time champions. So that means they are they have already started. So they are the older generation, so to speak, in the realm of Smash Ultimate when it comes to the competitive college scene. So as those players age out, Michigan has this special advantage of not only learning from these people that were our stars, like our star starters, so to speak, but they're freshmen. They're at the very beginning of their journey, and they're already going toe-to-toe with these guys. So it's only up from here for them as well.
Absolutely, and we could take a look at the gameplay itself with our smooth play replay just to see what was the potential moves. I'm speaking specifically to the Kazuya. I love that. It gave me hope. It gave me hope that Michigan. Wait a minute, could we go to a third set? Obviously, you know, my hopes were dashed at the end of the day because you've got some serious hitters over on Fisher. But at the end of the day, it is just some enjoyable Smash, a learning experience regardless. When you're playing with those better players, it is just going to strengthen every single team in this entire event.
Yes, it is. I mean, just look at this. Suspect was going up against MD, a player renowned throughout the country being the best in their region, came up through the online era, and they have found a lot of purchase through this practice. And now, here is Michigan State, these young rising freshmen competing with these players, putting Michigan, I wouldn't say on the map. Michigan's been on the map for a while, but even further on the map in another aspect, in the Smash scene. Everyone already knew Michigan State was a threat, but Fisher College showed that even though Michigan is pretty good, the East Coast still reigns supreme. Fisher College is still on top, because even though Sonics didn't play in that second career battle, as Chixa was saying, Michigan State kept it close. They kept it competitive, but even competitive, Fisher College was still able to handle their business. They were able to take down Michigan in style, going through the ditto, going through unfavorable matchups, going through counter picks. Time and time again, Fisher found this win in every sense of the word.
A beautiful W for this team. Congratulations to Fisher College. Well done by Michigan State. But that's going to wrap it up for Super Smash Bros. We've got Rocket League Grand Finals coming at you in just a few. The Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas will return in just a bit.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
This is a controversial one. How we feeling about Smash 4? So I'm going to let you take it off. Yeah.
Smash 4. Why on earth did we think a two-stock meta was a good idea? The trauma in my body from Smash 4 Rosalina has yet to be fixed by my therapist in every pill that I've taken.
Hello, I'm at CECC Arlington. And you know what, buddy? We're gonna talk about Super Smash Bros. Putting them on a tier list of all the best Smash Bros. Games. I am Dara, coming to you live with my lovely, incredible friend, I guess, because we're not really casting at the moment.
The homie next to you, Sai. Happy to be here, happy to talk about Smash, and happy to rank the Smash games from best to worst.
How we feeling about N64? How we feeling about Smash 64?
Now, I'm old. I'm not that old. This is the OG game. It started it all.
My friends, that is an A-tier game. How are we feeling about Melee?
Small bias, not important. When I was in the Smash 4 era, that weird beef between Smash 4 and Melee did a lot of psychic damage to me. I got called a lot of weird names for liking Smash 4 or Brawl or whatever. I think Melee is a fantastic game.
I like it a lot. That's my professional analysis of Melee. Super Smash Brothers Brawl.
A love-hate relationship, I would say. I'm not gonna rank this high. I'm D tier.
I feel like I am floating on ice when I play Brawl. D tier. In fact, D between D and F. This is a controversial one. How we feeling about Smash 4? So I'm gonna let you take it off. Yeah.
Smash 4. Why on earth did we think a two-stock meta was a good idea? The trauma in my body from Smash 4 Rosalina has yet to be fixed by my therapist in every pill that I've taken. I am not a fan of a lot of key mechanics of Smash 4. Rage was a horrible idea to add to this franchise. I'll put it on a CD tier.
We're getting really Anthony Fantano with this. We're like not getting confident enough to put it like in a definitive number. We have to give it like a 7. For this game, do you know the potential that Ultimate had? Could have been so special.
Yo, wait a minute. Wait. Are you?
Ultimate symbolized so much. Ultimate symbolized so much hope for the community. Take it away.
I think the circumstances around Ultimate have been horrifying. You could write whole Lifetime movies about how many failures, how many people have been wronged, how much money has been lost.
Deep secrets revealed.
You were just using me to write one of your little New York stories? Everything I said was true, everything.
I say we throw this in D tier only because it gave us a soundtrack with like 1,000 songs.
Give me a job. Look at this. This Super Smash Bros. Melee. Beautiful. Smash 64, an acquired taste. Once you get there, let me tell you, it's like eating blue cheese. A good time. Smash 4, miserable game. Ultimate, I have no words. Brawl.
You have to ask a senior citizen like myself to talk about Brawl, so I can just tell you that I was thoroughly in the trenches playing this game. I had fun. I still have friends from like 12, 13 years ago that I'm still cool with now, but yeah, that game was a slow nightmare. It is the waterboarding of competitive Smash Brothers. It's gonna kill you, but it's not even gonna be like a cool way. It's just gonna take your entire Saturday. Awful times.
And that's our professional tier list of Super Smash Bros. Games. Thank you. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage to present for the Esports U Collegiate Awards, one of the members of the award selection committee, Chase Nuclear Newcomb.
Hello, welcome. What a day it's been, what a weekend. It is my honor and distinguished privilege to be here today My name is Chase Newcomb. I am the Director of Esports at St. Cloud State University. And as aforementioned, yes, I was on the awards selection committee for the inaugural Esports U Collegiate Awards. It has been an awesome weekend, and we have some more exciting announcements later this afternoon. But first, I'm here to talk about the Program Impact Award. So this Program Impact Award recognizes a program that has made an impact beyond its walls and campus. In building a program, a focus may be made on competition, academics, and community. And energy may be invested in exporting these pillars to others. This program that we'll be accepting today has emerged as an example of how to make an impact. From sharing its model to academic, from community integration, this program is also engaged regularly on national and regional levels. The Program Impact Award goes to Shenandoah University. To accept the award will be the Director of Esports, Joey Goriziak.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Chase. I appreciate that. And no, this is really cool. I appreciate CSMG and CECC and Esports U for everything. Y'all, this is yes, I say y'all, I'm from Georgia. This is a really, really cool event. So I hope you're enjoying yourselves, but to have an impact on people, hopefully it's positive impact. You didn't really clarify on that. It's really great to be recognized, to have an impact from Shenandoah University, and certainly a lot of other schools and people have had an impact on us. It's, Doc Haskell and Sean Burney, Brian Hummel, Code. I mean, there's so many people, Sarah, Eugene, so many people had an impact on us and our school to get to where we are that we just want to spread it out as much as we can. There's a reason we do this, and it's not to win awards, it's to have an impact. And so it's really cool to win Program Impact of the Year and be recognized for something that we try really hard at, and hopefully it matters. Most importantly, I want to thank everybody back in Virginia at Shenandoah University, all the administration, Sean, Alyssa, Xander, but most importantly, all the students that we have. It shows that they might not win all the competitions. Thank you, Cody and Brian and Sean and everybody else for winning awards. Maybe you'll spread that out at some point, Dan. But it's cool to have an impact beyond just competing in games as well. So thank you all very much for this. Thank you to Esports U. Thank you to CSMG for everything you're doing here for this award. And hopefully we continue to have an impact going forward. Thank you all.
Thank you, Joey. Warms my heart. All right, for the next award, we're going to be talking about Facility of the Year. Facilities, as you know, are anchors in collegiate esports. A facility can make or break a program, but some also help define a program. This award recognizes the investment, development, and commitment to the future of college esports that can be found in facilities. This institution has consistently pushed the boundaries of what we should expect and has kept their promises time and time again. With a 7-figure facility renovation, this facility is a testimony for the future to come in our space. So without further ado, the Facility of the Year award goes to Illinois State University. Accepting the award will be Megan Lomanoff, the head coach of Overwatch. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Redbird Esports, I'm really excited to be able to accept this award. Working on this facility has been a major project of the last 2 years, and it really took a huge team to do it. And to create that for the students and to bring that community together in one space. I have to shout out Assistant Director and Director of Esports, Jack Blacknick and David Kirk. And some very important people are Executive Director of Wellbeing and Recreation, Dawn Pote, and our Vice President of Student Affairs, LJ. And last but not least, our Board of Directors, because anybody who's worked in the school system knows that it takes an entire university to make something like this happen. Thank you so much for this, and we look forward to an amazing event.
Thank you so much, Megan. I can tell you, being on the selection committee has worked tirelessly to bring you the inaugural Esports U Awards, and we're going to have more coming up later. So stay tuned for those awards being presented by familiar faces later. Until then, we're going to cut to a short break, and we'll be right back after the action.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and we need the light. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave the light. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to present the Women's Valorant MVP of the Paydia Cup, please welcome to the stage, Neon Star.
Hi everybody, I'm here to present the MVP of Paydia Cup presented by Xbox to Orchid from University of Houston Scarlet. Congratulations. Orchid has been a phenomenal player all throughout matchmaking. She's a wonderful leader to all women across the country and the world. Her talented team behind her would not get through without her leadership, and she's just an awesome person to be around. So any words?
I just wanted to say thank you to Paydia, to Xbox, to everyone that made this happen. And also a big thank you to my boyfriend and my family for supporting me. And also a huge thank you to my team. They have been so wonderful, and I just love playing with them every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Orchid.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
So clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
It's a new day, yeah. The future never seems so clear. It's a new day, ain't no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Gumpers. I think we're...
And welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas. It is time to roll on out for our second grand finals of the day. It is Rocket League, it is Akron, it is Northwood, and it is going to be a banger. First of all, let's talk about Akron, a historic team in the Collegiate Rocket League season. Where did this team come from? What have they done, Miles?
Well, they've been around for a long time. They used to be the tippity top, and they're still really good. And they're showing that here at this event. Even though they haven't been unequivocally the best in the world, well, they are undefeated in this tournament. Haven't dropped a game, which is sometimes a little bit unheard of. And right now, they have their A and B teams here, combining them to make the best possible roster for the best possible matchup every single event. With time to prepare, Akron is looking really strong.
So walk me through their path just to get here to finals, because this has been a beautiful run from this team.
Well, they went all the way through the bracket. I mean, they started out, I believe, as the number 3 seed. And, well, they had high hopes, obviously. And many people would have said they could have been seeded higher. Even Chicks has said that they predicted Akron to be the ultimate winner. And, I mean, you're on the precipice of possibly being right. But now, after running through all these without dropping a game, they have to go against Northwood.
In general, this is or has been historically a strong team. What are some of the accolades that we've seen from this Akron squad, and how are they stacking up today, Chicksa?
Yeah, of course. So their roster days, Patty, Bullseye, and Tristan. And most importantly, Akron, huge between 2018 and 2020, winning most of Collegiate Rocket League all throughout. They have been there. They have won, Tristan even around that time there. So he's going to be the main player to look out for historically. Just a phenomenal player, has played professionally, has the most shots on this roster as well between both their A and B line. So I think at the end of the day, he's going to be the player that I look as the impact. Reminder as well, Akron has an A and B line that both compete professionally in CRL. They are that good that they have 2 teams, but Northwood does as well.
An impressive force for sure. But now I want to kick it over to Gompers. Talk to me about Northwood's 2 teams and what exactly they are in terms of the current Collegiate Rocket League space.
Yeah, I mean, Northwood overall, they don't just dominate in Rocket League, right? It's everywhere. You look at Valorant, you look at Rocket League, you look at pretty much every game that you can think of, and I don't know what they're feeding those kids in that college, but for some reason it works. So, I mean, taking first place for, I mean, how long in the Rocket League space? So this team isn't a team that goes lightly. Even though you see Akron, you see a team as strong as them, you can also still kind of look at Northwood and think, this is going to be, you know, a pretty casual game.
A casual game.
Yeah.
You know, that's a big statement, especially since this isn't exactly the current roster, the most strong players that they have coming out to this server today. I believe it's Nitrous, Noxus, and Hockey pulling up. How do you think that's going to affect their play today?
Man, I mean, that is a good question. I do think Rocket League is very inconsistent, right? I think I talked about this yesterday. It really is a lot of synergy. That's pretty much the whole entire game, especially when you're playing in threes. So if you're feeling off one day and one person isn't allowing themselves the opportunity to feel good as a sense, right, it's going to completely off-balance the whole team. So if one of them is feeling good, if all of them are feeling good, the whole team is feeling good.
You know, Chicks, I want to get your thoughts on this. Is this going to be a synergy feeling, a confidence feeling, or are the players that are stepping in for the finals, are they going to have that big impact, or will it be a little lackluster?
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit earlier that Northwood has an A and B line, both going 14-1 in CRL this season. So both very good show-out series records. When it comes to hockey, he's normally the one on that main roster, normally with Buddy and Lion Blaze, but they've been competing professionally in RLCS, so they're not here. Instead, they're competing for themselves as they've really dominated the scene since 2020. So Nitrous and Noxus, I think, just as good, clearly. Do they have that same sort of chemistry with hockey? That's what I question. Their only game losses going to Columbia in that first round of playoffs. They took it all the way to game number 5. Columbia, historically, the #1 team in the West. So Northwood being the #1 team in the East, it's expected that the series would go the full length. And them winning that, but taking it to game 5 shows me that they may be a little shaky, but they're still just as good as that normal A lineup.
Okay, well, I think that's enough said, but also speaks to a great degree that Northwood, as well as Akron, they have that pro player experience. They have that RLCS experience, and this is going to be displayed right here on the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Grand Finals for Rocket League. So it's time that we make our move into the saucy predictions, and since this is a mixture, both teams playing with a mixture of their two rosters, I'm going to have to go with a sweet and sour because we are blending these rosters into what could be a great flavor of a game. But I'm going to have to say at the end of the day, Northwood University is my pick for the winner.
You know, I heavily debated this, but ultimately, Miles, you hinted at it earlier in the selection show beforehand when we were talking about seeds. I went with Akron to win this entire thing. They've proven thus far they have yet to drop a game. They have done so phenomenally well. It's a spicy Buffalo game. It's going our first best of 7, keep in mind. It's going to go the full length. We're going to see the mechanics. These players are the best of the best in the collegiate sphere. It could not be more than literally spicy the entire series.
Now, for me, I agree. It's going to be hot the entire time, which is why I went for hot mustard. But mustard, a little bit different of a spice, a little bit different of a sauce, because you make it by grinding these mustard seeds. And this is what we have been seeing. We see Northwood grinding. We see Northwood going map 5, going again and again and again. And while Akron, they haven't dropped a single map, they haven't really had that turmoil. They haven't had that struggle. Northwood has fought their way here tooth and nail, which is why I am predicting hot mustard for Northwood.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. I'm going with the tangy barbecue, just because I do feel like, you know, I'm not going to go with the normal original, it's tangy type of thing. I do think barbecue is a classic. And for both of these teams, they've been in the scene for a very, very long time. I mean, obviously, college is here forever. But I mean more so the players. And I do think with these players that it does make a little bit more sense to see both of these teams really hash it out with Northwood and Akron. And I've been waiting to see this happen. So I'm feeling like this game is going to be a classic tangy barbecue.
Hopefully it lives up to that potential. But yeah, across the board, it seems that this is a bit of a Northwood favored desk. Chixa, you are in the minority here with the pick for Akron. You know, I gotta say, it's out with the old, in with the new. Akron, you were so sweet to us in the beginning, but I'm with Northwood now. I'm sorry it has to end this way, but I'm going with what really strikes me as a winner. Miles, you looked a little disappointed.
It always hurts to go for the current #1 seed, but even though they don't have their full team here, I believe in their experience. I believe in the coaching behind this team. I believe in the preparation, and, well, I know it's going to be a good show regardless of who comes out on top.
Chixa, do you feel like your status as the expert is at stake here, considering you're the only one for Akron?
You know, a little bit. I am definitely on the hot seat, but I have to go with my selection show. It would be embarrassing if I switched up my faith in the last second. And I mean, like I said, they've been undefeated in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup this entire time. That should not go unnoticed. They have done phenomenally well, and I think Tristan, being that player, like we mentioned in CBAS and IRSC, a player that has been in the scene a long time, is professionally, grounds that team of Akron, and then you have Patty and Bullseye, who are both going to be dynamic on the field and make those plays. Tristan has the most shots of both rosters. He's still upfield, but I know he gets back just as often. He will not put himself out of position to make this roster be as good as they can be. Am I a little weary? Yes. Am I a little nervous? Yes. It's a best of 7 as well, like I mentioned earlier, and that is a whole nother mental fortitude. It is really hard to sweep in best of 7s in Rocket League, plus playing 4 5-minute games straight really well is almost near impossible. It's so easy to make a simple little controller mistake while you're playing in Rocket League. So I think at this point of the series, it's going to be who has the better day today. We were done with all of our Rocket League matches yesterday. They've only warmed up today. They haven't really played competitively today at all. So we'll see who comes out. First blood, first goal, first game, really puts the pedal to the metal, and I think that's going to show who decides to take the game and the series in their own control.
So what I'm hearing from that is that the first game doesn't actually matter. It's all just warm up, and our actual gameplay is going to start once we get into the meat of this series. Do you think we're going to hit into a full series? I want to get an idea across the board of what we think this final score could possibly be.
I don't know. I agree. I think it could be all the way, going the distance. We're seeing this final match right here.
That is true. I mean, let's take a look back at the bracket here. We can see Akron going through the playoffs. They have not lost a single game. Going the distance of Northwood and Columbia, that does speak to it was a hard-fought battle. Columbia, a true threat in the bracket, but as we saw, beating out Indian River State College 3-0. That was a true testament to skill in their match yesterday on the main stage. So if they can take down CBAS, the beloved CBAS, that is. I really have to say this is going to be a 4-3 scenario. Gompers, what are you feeling?
Honestly, oh my gosh. You say 4-3? Wow. Man, I don't even know at this point because, it could be anything. I think with me, when I think Northwood, I think dominance. So that's why my brain just automatically goes towards a straight, sweep, right? I can't help myself coming from Valorant. Northwood is the top seed. So I would say I'm looking towards something. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 sweep, but I do think we're going to be able to see at least Northwood take a majority. That's what I will say. I'll keep it at that. I'm not going to get too deep. I don't got numbers here.
Which
I'm
means
not
a
good
win.
at math.
A win.
I'm not good at
Is that what that
math.
means?
I'm not good at math.
What?
Hey. I mean, everybody already knew my pick, but numbers, okay? I'm here on the desk. I'm not a mathematician.
Okay. Well, you know what? That's why we're casters, really. Yeah. That's why we're talent. we don't really have to do the math. So we actually looked further into what Akron's roster is bringing to the table, but can you talk a bit more about Northwood's subs of Nitrous and Noxus?
Yeah, on that, of course, the second roster of Nitrous and Noxus, phenomenal players as well in the scene. I talked about their 14-1 potential as well during the CRL season. They ended up being 4th. I'm still believe going to Worlds at the end of the day, but they ended up 4th overall. So they've had certainly their downsides at times. I think when it comes to the difference between Northwood's A roster and B roster, it really just is consistency as well as dynamic ability. Normally when you think of Northwood, you think of Lion Blaze. He is probably the most notable player on that general team, that general roster on the field. He is the firecracker. He 1v3s constantly. I have tons of clips of me just screaming Lion Blaze's name because he beats out one off the side while he's in the air, and then he flicks and he finishes. He is the known player for Northwood. So him not being here, it's, I think, showing that his time's kind of coming up. He's ready to go into that professional scene more and more, prioritize that a lot more often. And Nitrous and Noxus, they're eventually going to be setting up to take a spot at the end of the day, to get to that next level. And if they can make their own stand, just like we've said, freshman talent as well this season, if they can really get that way into it, prove themselves on the team on this stage in particular, then maybe, you know, Northwood's just going to continue their dominance on multiple levels through multiple different rosters.
Okay, well, let's see if that new blood is going to be able to take the space of the previous legends. Let's move on to the stage for the player walkout.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your grand finals in Rocket League, let's bring out your starting lineups. As your number 1 seed, please welcome Northwood University. Hockey, Nitrous, Noxus. And their opponents, the 2 seed, the University of Akron. Bullseye, Patty, Tristan. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Polly Hype.
Woo! Yeah. Yes! Welcome back. Ooh, this is lovely. We have the 3 seed here in Akron, the 1 seed in Northwood. Please, team reps, come up for the commencement handshake. All right, Akron, there you go. Get it in. You're the 3 seed here. Any last words to Northwood before we get ready for this Rocket League Grand Final?
I mean, so LeBron won last night, so we're taking it.
All right, LeBron, 2-1. I watched that game. It was a blowout. Very good. Northwood, what's the last words here for Akron? They're the 3 seed looking to take this championship away.
You're not LeBron.
Woo! Got him. All right, take your stations here, teams, and let's get ready, and let's make some noise. It's time for a little Rocket League action. Woo! We're just getting started. All right, let's go. Take your stations, casters. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Paulie. Guys, we have arrived here at the grand final with maybe my favorite banter I have ever heard from any 2 collegiate teams. I am LeBron, you are not LeBron. Apparently, it is Patty and Noxus. What it really is the battle of old versus new.
Yeah.
Akron, one of the best teams in the history of Collegiate Rocket League with a number of different championships underneath their belt, whether online or on LAN. But Northwood, they are the top dogs of right now. They have been able to create not only 1, but 2 of the most successful rosters in current Collegiate Rocket League. This is a battle for the ages.
Akron has probably some of the best recruiting out of any school I know of in the collegiate sphere, particularly just because they have a championship, a legacy roster, and then they're just saying, you've seen nothing. I have the esports coordinator a lot talking to me in DMs, just being like, hey, you got to be surprised. And then they bring out this new class. Patty comes in, Bullseye comes in, great players, and now Akron, just like this Northwood roster, is mixing and matching a little bit. And for a lot of teams, that's a death knell. Man, you don't have the chemistry, you don't have the players playing together, but it just works. It always works. So I'm not really surprised coming into this that Northwood is here. That's kind of what you expect, even with this mishmash of that kind of pseudo A team and B team. But Akron not dropping a single game against some of the best competition in all of this entire continent is crazy. This grand final is going to be wild.
Northwood have shown themselves to be at least a little bit vulnerable here, but I don't think it's vulnerable to the point of where we are worried for them necessarily. They just kind of show that, the Northwood of old, of where literally nobody could touch them, is not necessarily the same thing anymore. This Akron team has also proven themselves to not only be solid, but to be one of the best out there. They've taken lands, like I've said. They've taken online competitions, like they said. They have defied expectation. This was a team that was not supposed to go to the World Championship for CRL. Yet somehow, they find themselves there with a fantastic final run, and now another final run here at CECC to potentially take down the former champions. That's right, former champs. Lion Blaze, last year you were here and you helped Northwood get to their championship. Without you this time, though, can they do it again? I've got faith in these boys. Hockey, Noxus, and Nitrous are all three fantastic players, but on the other side of them sits the upset underdogs. It is Akron versus Northwood University here for the grand finals of our Rocket League event. Best of 7, one winner will take home that incredible trophy, and it could be Akron if they start off with a bang. Game number 1 officially underway.
And it's all about setting the tone, and this is going to be fast as lightning. Nitrous trying to show that with the time it took to score. 9 seconds in, sets himself up and buries it all.
Oh, this has got to hurt here for Tristan. He's got one read he needs to make off the backboard, and Nitrous is banking on him missing that. You can see Nitrous doesn't even turn off the ball. He's not even going to hightail it in case of that one being a half volley. He's got full faith in his two teammates to try and send that back into the offensive half if necessary. So he's going to full send it. It pays off in dividends. Early goal here for Northwood could result in them finding early momentum, although it'd be even better if they find a second goal already back into the Akron half, looking to punish. But Tristan, clear out to the corner, might just be able to give his team now a chance at offense. Back to the center. Is anyone there? Not going to be any of the Akron players. They're going to play a little bit passively, and this is kind of the big impact, Taco, when you do have those early goals. It's a team that might come out the gates firing. All of a sudden, kind of has to take a step back and reassess.
At the end of the day, I think Nitrous and Noxus and all of Northwood, even with the players who aren't even here, all have that predator instinct in front of net. They know when to take shots, but more importantly, they know when to back off and then play next. I think one of the best ways to play offense is to let the defense panic, and Akron is certainly going to be doing that, but they still have a lot of composure on their side. Akron needs to make sure they stay in the pocket, make sure they stay focused, because it is so easy to just say, oh, we need to really ramp up the offense. We're already behind. No, take your time. You got 3 minutes. No one knows it better than former national champion Tristan there, not getting his goal. Even on the putback, it's not going in. It's like a magnet. It's pulling it out of the goal. Somehow, we are still in a situation with a Northwood lead.
Before there was Lion Blaze, there was Tristan. He was the man that everybody had their eyes on. Not only was he successful within the collegiate Rocket League space, but he was even successful as a professional player within Rocket League. But now his buzz has kind of, died off a little bit. And honestly, one of the players people have been talking about lately has been Nitrous. This is just absolute filth. Someone put a hand up, and even if you do, you might still not stop him.
That's gross. Patty plays that so well. That angle is so ridiculous that I just put on a stank face and looked right at you in the booth just because I can't believe that goes in. But that's the margin of error. For so many players, you can say, they're probably not getting that one in. If Nitrous is in the air, you need to be concerned.
Yeah, Nitrous is a player you do not want to give time and space to. It's interesting. He very much is the center of, I wouldn't even say controversy, but just a lot of interesting opinions, because this is a dude, as Noxus takes a brilliant shot on target, that people have wondered, why is he on the B roster? There's 2 rosters for Northwood. There's Northwood Blue, Northwood White, and they put him on the main roster here as they don't get scored on. Thought maybe I'd have to stop my sentence because Akron would find their first goal. But Nitrous was a player that people were like, we could see him on that Northwood Blue roster, on that main roster. Instead, they end up going with Buddy, Hockey, and Lion Blaze. Now, they've got a new recruit coming in Zanil, but that still leaves up a spot with Buddy graduating where he could potentially take over, because Nitrous has been one of the most up-and-coming players in all of CRL for a very long time. He has proved himself time and time again. And if he can take a championship here and now at CECC, I think there's going to be a lot more people believing the exact same thing about this guy needs a big-time shot because he has proven himself here. Halfway through the game, he has the only 2 goals of the game, but I speak a bit too soon. Caster Curse has to show itself at some point, and it's going to show itself in the way of Akron getting their first goal.
To be honest, if that one doesn't go in, I'm walking right out of this building because at a certain point, you got to hit the target, and you can't ask for much more than an open net. And it comes from everyone playing their part, going for bumps, going for those quick follow-ups, and I know Patty plays that one so well. The shot isn't at maximum power because they're not trying to score. It's just to get that deflection to go into the middle. So well played. Akron now has a foothold in this game, and maybe even more than that. Patty looking for the deflection. Instead, it's Bullseye. Try and take a catch. Tristan back him up. Well played because that deflects into the middle, but the pass was read. Northwood in the perfect position for it, but maybe not for this one. Setting up the delayed flick, but Bullseye can't get the Arsenal reset in time.
I do like this, though. They're starting to get aggressive again. Like we said, that early goal, what it really did is kind of force Akron to now play a little bit more passively. They didn't want to die for everything, and that gave enough space now that Nitrous could find 2 goals. So maybe he can hold on to that lead for the rest of this game, but there's a lot of time to play. 2 minutes to go with an Akron that is surging, and they find another goal and tie up the game. Or can maybe Noxus get involved here? He gets a 50-50, trying to set up one of his teammates. Patty will get the nose of his car onto it, but it doesn't mean that Nitrous can't take a follow-up shot. This man is cooking in the kitchen. Whatever he's serving up, I want a taste of it. He's looking absolutely filthy right now on this pitch.
Same with the backboard defense from Northwood. Another one cleared all the way down, but no follow immediately. Clears long and consistent for Akron, but you need a follow-up. How about this one? Hockey, that one gets away. Patty can't wrap around it. Low boost, and same with Tristan. Only Bullseye has anything in his tank, and he's going to need it because it goes right over the top to the back post, and Hockey's going to turn away. It's going to take all 3 players, it seems, to get most of these goals, unless Nitrous is feeling himself for yet another one. That's really the only moment where a goal has gone in that hasn't taken an entire squad to break through.
Yeah, we've been talking about this a lot throughout this bracket, whether it's the high school teams that we were watching earlier this morning or the college teams that we've been talking about all entire event long, has been the fact that these teams need to play as cohesive units. Occasionally, like Chicksa was talking about on the desk, you could have a player that just kind of 1v3s, goes through and absolutely decimates a team, but that's very rare. If you're at this level of collegiate, you need to be able to work with all of your players on the pitch, be able to find those passing plays that really take teams by surprise and utilize the ability to have that offensive power and keep teams nervous. We talk about this all day, all series, and probably will for the rest of this tournament. If you are a nuisance, if you can make a team uncomfortable and you break them down on defense, that's where you will find your openings. But Akron need one like yesterday. 20 seconds left here in this game. They are down by 1. And although they've had many chances at offense, they need 1 more just to send us to an OT.
And being able to get these final touches are rough because Northwood knows exactly the scenario. They're getting their back passes and just hitting it to the side, keeping it away, because ultimately all they need is just to burn off all this clock and then force the ball to stay on the ground here. Or maybe just put it to bed with Hockey. It's going to find its way to him. And the Northwood veteran leading the way is never going to miss from there.
Yeah, we haven't said his name a lot here today, but I guarantee you we will be saying a lot more of him if he's playing like this. Hockey is a man who on a mission. He's proven himself to be one of the best out here. I believe he was part of the roster at CECC last year that earned them the trophy. So he'd like to be the 2-timer here. He'd like to be back on top, and they are at least on top for now. Northwood University taking first game here versus Akron with a 3-1 victory.
Primarily what I'm witnessing right now is the issue of playing Northwood is that there is no speed up and slowdown. They just come in, and it's like they've been warming up for the past 7 hours. They've certainly been in the scrim rooms, I'm sure, but it just looks like they're so connected because they know how each other play. They set their pace early. The comms are always on point. You and I were actually lucky enough to be able to watch some of those games in the player pit behind the main stage. And a lot of those games going on, the comms are on point. They're taking it so seriously, and everything is in its order. They're not talking over each other. So you know the chemistry is not the issue. Akron has the same, I would say, benefit to them in that they know each other. They have a great amount of fun. They're some of the best players to interview out of all the collegiate space because they are such good pals. And so with that chemistry in place, that's great. The thing is, Akron's not catching up to the speed. Northwood knows how to implement that and combine it with their skill, whereas Akron felt like they were playing catch-up for a lot of that, and that's just not a consistent strategy when you are trying to not only parry away those shots, but get those clean transitions where everyone is on the same page and movement.
Well, I will say, I think a lot of people, we've been talking about this both here as well as also on the desk, about how these are rosters that, you know, are not necessarily the original rosters that you would see for both of these teams. In Akron's case, Patty is in place of Buzz here, who normally would be playing with what is this main roster here for for Akron. But that does not mean that these teams are not cohesive. As we get into game number 2, I want people to pay attention here to the passing play, to the ways that these teams rotate around each other. Because normally, you look at rosters like this and go, okay, there's going to be a lack of cohesion. There will be double commits and drops in weird places. I don't think that's going to happen here. Both of these teams are way too veteran. They have been around the block more times than once. Matter of fact, they have memorized the pattern as they walk around. So, get prepared. We're going to see some more high-flying action here. I think Akron have not shown us even a quarter of what they have in their tank. And although Northwood have looked good so far, I think similar for them, they've got even more spectacular plays to show us, especially Nitrous, as he has been absolutely electric. First game, 2 incredible goals, then kind of let Noxus and Hockey get involved in the action. But Tristan, he wants this one solo. Looking for a little bit of a flick over the defense, can't quite find it, goes for the 50-50. But all he really does is give more time now for Akron to set up on this final third and get some offensive approach.
Patty, I think they were in between 2 options, the pass and the solo play. They can't get really either, but it doesn't really matter because that's why your teammates back you up. That roll is actually not going to bounce on out, so Noxus has full possession. Demo play going to temporarily pause our action as the ball will just ricochet into the Akron half, but then it's going to reappear right in the path of Nitrous. Everybody in Akron on the goal line, but you got to have someone on that near post front wall.
This is a solid touch out of Noxus, but it's something we've been talking about all weekend long. Put a hand up! Somebody's got to be there. Hand down, man down. Nobody's able to find themselves a save on the line due to just a little bit of hesitation. And this is the issue we've now seen for 2 games in a row. Northwood forcing Akron into an awkward position, and Akron, rather than fight, they flight. They turn into a little bit of a passivity approach, and they give too much space to Akron, or excuse me, to Northwood to work with. So, Akron, if you want to stay in the series, you got to get aggressive just like that. Although the save does come through out of Nitrous there, that's the type of approach I want to see this team taking.
And they will try to reaggress. Nice half rotation there from Bullseye. As Tristan, now it's time to work with Noxus. Just going to post up on the back wall and try to defend this the best they can. They will. And also a demo is going to send Bullseye all the way back. Nitrous giving support. Hockey using what little boost they can to put it in a dangerous position, or at least just throw it for some possession. Nice deflection again into the midfield for Tristan to chase onto. But again, look at these tiny disruption touches. Northwood is doing so well on defense to be able to get all of those. And when they do, it forces Akron to take pot shots like that from outside the box. Difficult angles that aren't high percentage.
And that's a big thing about Northwood, is that they are solid on offense and defense. There really are no vulnerabilities in this team, even at moments like that where you start to see some bumps. Notice how Hockey and Nitrous, neither one of them dive for the ball. Neither one of them are going to double commit because they know that they've got enough faith in their individual players that they can make sure to fill in those gaps. Speaking of gaps, though, there's a little bit of one here, and Tristan sees it as well. Slots that into the top right, and we got a tied ball game.
One of the best things about having a player who has played at that pro level, or just is that pro level, is the fact that it's almost like just having a wide receiver in the NFL that can reach anything you throw at him. Just throw it in the general vicinity and know that they're going to knock it down. Tristan never going to miss from there, even having to go from near post to far to be able to nail that one down. Northwood remembering, all right, we also need to defend that backboard. It's not just an offensive gambit that we can rely on. Approaching halftime, it's at 1-1. The pace and kind of momentum has been reset. Now Akron just make sure that they don't fail in these challenges, as we're seeing a little bit of an arm wrestling match there in the corner. Eventually went out by Nitrous with a little finesse there over. It's just not gonna fool Akron.
And that's a clever idea out of Nitrous, though, there. He knows that Bullseye's in net waiting for the shot, so he tries to take it to the backboard in order to get him to bait out. But again, this is the difference between Akron and a lot of other squads that Northwood are going to face. This team has seen these tricks before. They have memorized the playbook. Unless you show them something new, like a fake on the flip reset, it's not going to be enough. And even then, someone from Akron is there to fill in the gaps and not allow an easy shot at Northwood to take the lead yet again. 2 minutes left to go here. Tristan on the ceiling has a flip in store, uses it to get around one, can't get around another, but Patty is there to at least get the 50-50 and keep the play alive. But unfortunately, Bullseye does want to commit as the third man. He knows his 2 teammates have already gone upfield, so if he doesn't make that 50-50, which he just did, that surely would have been another Northwood goal, as this team, every time they get an offense, are oh so threatening. Speaking of threatening, there's a threat here. Bullseye got to be careful. Patty also double commit, one on the line. Tristan needs to make the save, and he will. About 100 seconds left to go, and Akron looking awkward right now. Boost total's low, bumped off the line, and that'll be enough. Northwood strike.
Always stay relevant in the play. Nitrous gets bumped, but knows they can get a double, and then the play's over. Nope, take out the goalie. Always have your eye on the objective. That's not always the ball. If there's one player standing your way, knock him out of it. Northwood into the lead, into the final 90 seconds, and Akron's got to be a little bit frustrated. This has been an improvement. It looks a little bit better from them on the offensive side, but other times times. They're just getting locked down. They're at the mercy of the passing plays, almost straight down to Hockey. He can't find the target, but no matter. It still just shows the Northwood confidence shining through as always.
This confidence that you've been talking about is a lot of the reason why we're having issues for Akron right now. They're trying to go for 50-50s that they're hoping that they win. They're trying to go for clears afterwards.
Beautiful.
And they're just waiting too long. They're scared of Northwood. They're giving them too much respect. And if you do that, drop-down passes like this are always going to happen.
It's a zigzag, and it looks kind of basic. Almost could be a missed shot, but it doesn't matter. You put it in front of the goal because everyone on Akron is saying, that's going backboard, that's going on target. But when you drop it right in front of them, you can't turn in time, and if you do, you're afraid you're going to get beat over the top. You're turning, if your ball cam is on, pretty much into blind territory, so it's a scary situation. Northwood knows that. The best offenses can always pick you apart, and that's why Northwood needs to be closed down. I love teams that challenge them quickly. Patty shows exactly why. That almost opened up the situation for a goal, but instead, now it's on the tail end. They have to make a goal line save on their own end. And now Akron digging it on out, pretty much has to score on their next couple of drives. Otherwise, this one might also be in the books for Northwood.
I mean, it's funny. You're talking about, like, you're showing exactly, you know, this is why you have to challenge in Northwood. You have to get early to them to not give them the space. And then you're also seeing why they're not challenging early, because this team is so quick, and if they even see an opportunity for a passing play, they will immediately be unselfish trying to make those connections until they see an opening that they can take advantage of. Northwood are good at punishing mistakes, and unfortunately for Akron in this game, they've made a couple too many. A little bit of hesitation, a little bit of extra opening, and Northwood have struck on almost every single opportunity that they have found. 10 seconds to go. At this point, it's all about a formality. Akron maybe can get one for the road, but I don't think they've got 2 goals in such quick succession. They're going to be down 2-0 in the series, and I don't think it's necessarily the end of the series quite yet, but if Akron don't make some adjustments, I could absolutely see Northwood running away with it as they take their second game in a row. 2-0 Akron. It's time for the comeback.
At the end of the day, if you look at some of these games, you're saying, well, the flow of the game is always on one side, but ultimately you see both teams taking punches in. In fact, you get 8 saves on the side of Akron, but ultimately you're seeing 5 on the side of Northwood. They're not helpless, Akron. They are getting shots off, but it's so hard to be able to actually break it down because I mentioned this earlier. Akron takes a lot of like weird shots at goal, which aren't necessarily a scoring chance. It's just to force a weird save and hope for a follow-up. Northwood's dealing with that so well. You can see the finesse touch to the corner so they can take 50s instead, or at the very least touch it to draw in the next player and then clear it past. That's such a difficult situation for Akron. I think for this next minute in between these games, they really need to focus hard on how they want to approach this, because right now you want to have a team bend to your will on their playstyle. If that's not working, then I think Akron needs to go to a bit more mechanical playstyle. They have 3 insanely talented players on the sticks. They need to start using that.
Yeah, it very much feels like right now we haven't seen a lot of the mechanics that are available to this team. A lot of what they have been going for is focusing on putting Tristan up front, hoping that he's going to be, like you said, wide receiver style, cherry picking downfield, just taking these shots. But Patty's usually the player that you focus on when it comes to that type of offensive drive. He's very mechanical, very solid in individual prowess, but right now, it kind of feels like they put a silencer on him. He's not able to be as loud as he wants to. He's not really getting involved in these plays. So Patty, I look at you right now. On the other hand, though, we also look at Nitrous. We said in game 1 he was looking good. Game 2, he looked almost even better. A goal and 2 assists means that he had 100% goal participation. Nitrous has been the X factor, and he's trying to do the same thing here in game number 3. Finds himself almost with the opening goal, not even within 15 seconds. Never mind, they do anyways. It's Noxus to put in the first blow.
And Noxus is a player that's kind of in the background, but that's really where they excel. You and I had actually talked about this before, but Noxus has been on Northwood for a while, one of their longest standing, if not the longest standing player on the roster, and he is typically seen as just an anchor player. He will never really weigh you down like the name suggests. He is reliable. He is always at a good point, an incredibly high floor to his skill, and it's moments like that that show, okay, he can also play that positional goal scorer striker. He can be whatever you need, and that's such a benefit to Northwood because yet again they have an early lead, and now Akron is probably in their heads. This is where the psychological aspect comes in. It's a best of 7. We drop 2. It's fine. Now you're down in the 3rd. You start to sweat. You got to wipe your hands. It is not over. You got to make sure you stay locked in and not allow Nitrous or Noxus any space like that. Nitrous up in the air for the follow. Not going to get the double, but Hockey is there for the putback. Night.
This is what we talk about when we say unselfish play. This is a place where you could obviously see Nitrous go for the follow-up, but he recognizes an awkward bullseye on the backboard means he's got only one option for a save, and he's banking on Nitrous getting that second touch and keeping it in the air. As soon as you see Hockey call him off and saying, I got a free shot, yeah, that's a free goal. 2-0 within not even a minute here. Northwood are running away with this grand final, and it's very surprising to see this, because even out of the words of Northwood's coach themselves, he was like, yeah, we got a crazy roster coming into this. We know know we are good. But Akron, they're looking strong. And unfortunately for Akron, the first 2 games they give up all tournament long are 2 games they give up in quick succession to Northwood. They need an answer like yesterday, and if they cannot find one, this is absolutely a series where Northwood could take the momentum and ride it off into the sunset. 3:40 to go, plenty of time for a response out of Akron, but it feels like they got to be careful. Too many double commits, too many weird plays. They're kind of falling apart right now, and they need an answer.
And this is the difficulty of playing Rocket League where, yeah, it's only 5-minute games, but it's 5 minutes of locked-in play. You can't take a break. You can't say, okay, halftime, let's change sides, go from there. No, you have to make sure that you endure. And when the game starts rough, you have to somehow pull your way out in between goals, more or less. And sometimes that's just not going to be too easy. Somehow just wide. Tristan gets a backflip and able to clear that one, which enables Bullseye to maybe use some of those mechs. Had the flip in the back pocket. Hockey knew exactly when to close the gap.
And this is a good play out of Northwood here. Again, they've been more or less on the offense the entirety of this game, but as soon as they do have to play some defense, they are well prepared for it. No double commits, no weird challenges, just always relying on that first person to make a good 50, make a good clear, and then fill in the gaps with the other 2 players who are going to more play as utility. And this is the big thing, like you said, is that Noxus, despite being the first man there, doesn't necessarily need to be worried about his other 2 teammates, even though he's been more the defensive player throughout this game. Because look how quickly he transitioned downfield. Hockey and Nitrous both know how to make that team cohesion work, and they know how to slot it from an angle. Hockey might be denied on that play, but this is what we're talking about. A threat from anywhere. If you take your eyes off of Northwood, you're probably getting scored on. They're trying again, but out at midfield, Akron finally get another approach at offense. They need a goal, though. With less than or just over 2 minutes to play, they need to find a first and then find a second just to send it to an overtime.
Look at Noxus just controlling the pace of that. Akron wants to take it back to the sideline. That's fine. I don't even have boost, Noxus says, but I'm just still going to chase you. Just to let you know, I am in the back of your head. I know you're going to know I'm there, and you can certainly see the effect it's having on Akron. They're not able to set up what they need to, but as I say that, a 50 lands to Patty, and even with a Northwood defender, you're not stopping that rocket.
This is a very clever play out of Patty here, too, because he's recognizing that the goalie on the line, yeah, Hockey there is in an awkward position. He's more expecting Patty to probably try to take that to the backboard, try to play that a little bit more carefully. Rocking it on target when you're not expecting it, yeah, absolutely going to catch them off guard. And that's, I think, what Akron needs to start doing is, again, we talked about, okay, maybe they need to get more mechanical, but Northwood are shutting them down on almost every mechanical play that they are going for. So if that's not working, it's time to try something else. Take those shots on target. Get Northwood into an awkward position, because as of right now, Northwood, this is another Sunday stroll for these guys. They are very well prepared for everything that Akron have come at them with, and if they do not get creative with their approaches, I think that this is going to be Northwood just kind of comfortably cruising through this grand final. So Akron, it's time for you guys to show your creative brains. What can you do? How do you hound this team to make them uncomfortable? Which, unfortunately, a lot easier said than done. Very few teams in all of Collegiate Rocket League know how to make this team sweat.
And Akron, that is their job. They have to put them in the sweat lodge and make sure you can actually say, no, 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 this is how it's going to play. It starts with plays like this. Bullseye has the reset set up, well closed out. The shot over top and over top everything, but Northwood not taking any chances. That one's out. How about the next one? Bullseye setting himself up off the backboard. Where is the third? Tristan getting met by Noxus, and the clear will come through. It takes everybody, and that's the difficulty. Eventually, you have to leave for boost, and Akron learned that the hard way.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like Northwood, despite the fact that they have been putting shot after shot against their backboard, they still have yet to make a mistaken play. They don't put a foot in the wrong place almost ever. There's always somebody rotating into the right spots. Good example, demo happens, immediate counterattack, and almost a goal for Northwood to secure this third game. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, there's still a world where we could see Akron get a revitalization and take themselves now into the overtime. 20 seconds to go. This half volley going to go all the way to the opposite corner. And Taco, there's maybe time for one last approach. Akron need to hurry. They do not have time to waste.
You can score quickly off the kickoff, but you need to get that goal first. And if it goes on the side of Northwood, it is all over. Same with clears like that. That burns down everything. Bullseye has it off the ceiling. Tristan with 70 in the middle. Has used a lot just to get that first beat out. How about the second? Can't keep it up. Northwood on to match point, and Baz, this is exactly why Northwood is not only just the grand finalist in so many terms, they're the final boss for anyone who goes up against them.
I am so sorry to the desk. I was talking to them before this match started. I was like, I promise you this should be like the closest final of the day. Akron are incredible. They have been incredible for a long time. Northwood looks somewhat vulnerable due to dropping games against Columbia, dropping games in groups, not necessarily looking like a clean sheet the whole way through. And then Akron have only been able to score a single goal in almost every game. It has been night and day difference here. You can even see Nox is laughing. I bet you he's listening to us and going, yeah, you should have underestimated us. You knew we were good. You should have treated us correctly. And, well, kind of wish we did, because you guys are looking absolutely filthy. 3 games up. Maybe only one more game to go. Akron need a resurgence of monumental proportions.
The one thing I say about the Northwood program more than any other program is that it's almost like they are math majors and they're solving an equation. And it's only a matter of time. They might struggle at times and you might have these flow states. Okay, you solve part of it, you find out what a certain variable is, but then you start to see the moment where the other team pushes back and you're thinking, maybe this is this series. They don't lose often, but they are vulnerable. We've seen that. And then suddenly it just clicks and they said, nope, I know exactly where everything has to lay. And then they just figure things out. Northwood, normally, if they do get pushed back, it happens earlier on. We haven't really seen that. 2 3-1s and a 2-1 now are the 3 victories for Northwood. So it's not a massive margin. These are not blowouts, but you can tell by the fact that that 2-1, despite being how close, Northwood is only forced into a single save. If you have offense, you gotta make sure the defense is actually working for it. A boost steal to start this first attack off is at least a decent start. That clear is not.
Oh boy, Akron, they have to do what is basically nigh impossible, a reverse sweep against Northwood. I think you got better odds on winning the lottery. This is not going to be easy. This is not going to be a walk in the park. If Akron want this, they got to get in the mud with the pigs. They got to get down and dirty and truly take everything to this team. And they got to punish mistakes like that. Nitrous misses it in the corner, but look how long it takes for Tristan to try and dive in there and keep that awkwardness up. Akron are giving way too much time to Northwood right now to reassess themselves and not take advantage of these situations. Even a doink out at midfield where somebody should have dove. The only player is that front man at Akron, and there is no follow-up. They're playing well, but well is not good enough. You need to be great to take down the likes of Northwood.
And Northwood is so patient as well. You can see it off that backboard clear from Hockey. They don't dive in to get the first clear. They get the bounce instead and then play for a 50. And that's part of the great defense, is that you shut down plays before they develop, but also having the patience to understand that, okay, we might not get to this ball first, but we know we can shut it down in time. Can he shut down Bullseye in time? They had a lot of time for that flick, but Noxus plays his angle as well, as he knows when that flick's going to come in, shuts it down, and right in the death of the play, put back from Akron, a double commit from Northwood, still not getting through. The 50s are in, the boost steals are in, but not the shots. They're playing ring around the rosy with the Northwood defense, but Northwood standing firm, getting the clear after a barrage.
Look at the difference there, though, as well, is that Northwood in a super awkward position, double commit on the line, really can't quite try to find their footing on defense, or just scrambling to find a good clear. Soon as a mistake happens, Tristan in an awkward position, backflips into the ball, can't keep possession, and the clear goes out and all the pressure is alleviated. This is what makes Northwood so difficult to crack, is that as soon as you do make a mistake, they go right back into their usual rotation, right back into the usual form, and what was a crack that we were hoping to split asunder is sealed straight on up, and there is no more vulnerability except for that. Bullseye finds it out of nowhere. If you don't succeed, try again.
I think he missed a couple tries, but at the end of the day, Patty, that's a brilliant touchback. They pre-flip that one into, or pre-jump rather, into the corner, but then they don't go for the immediate foul. They know that Northwood probably doesn't want to clear that. They don't like wasting possession, so instead play for that brief deflection and get that one off, and make sure you take a kickoff well. Look at the chemistry. The team pitched for the save.
I have seen that maybe a handful of times in all of my Rocket League career, and almost never at a collegiate level. Usually that is professional players pulling that off with the slimmest of odds, but Akron have done it here to potentially save their series. This goes to an even ball game. Who knows if Akron hold on to their momentum, but as we get past the halftime, they at least have a little bit of something, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel that they can try and run towards, especially with open space here. Do not give Patty open space. Do not give Bullseye a chance to put it to the backboard, and do not give the shot to Patty again. No, they will not. Northwood put a hand up and get in the way, but Akron finally in form. This is what we've been waiting for.
And now they have to make sure they play defense, but you can't take your foot off the gas. You have to kind of meter it out, have that happy middle ground, and you're able to live a happy life, particularly because you're still alive in the series, but you still got a long way to go. When you have a lead against Northwood, especially a slim one, 2 minutes can feel like forever. You can't blame Patty for at least just testing the keeper there, seeing if they truly have that read. Northwood also getting tested on
this one. Deflection to the corner, soft pass down. It is on the near post. Patty again plays it passive, plays it slow, and Hockey has learned his lesson from last time. Not only gets the clear, but the mid boost as well.
This is what I've been waiting for out of Patty. He's not necessarily playing hyper-early mechanically, but he's starting to win 50s against a Northwood who were dominant in those before. For anybody that does not know what a 50 is, it is quite literally what you think. 50-50 coin toss. When two cars hit the ball at the exact same time, who's going to come out on top and muscle it past the other opponent? And Patty is not losing a single one of those right now. He's consistently getting to the ball, getting good touches, and forcing Northwood into awkward positions. Bullseye, you might think he lost that one, but what he did is buy enough time now for Tristan to send it the other way. Akron, this is the cohesion we have been looking for, and oh my goodness, this is a play of Bullseye we've been looking for. Usually a role player not too involved in the offense, he has been hyper involved in the offense here, and he might even try and set up his team for another goal here. Bullseye in the corner, passes it out. 30 to go. Akron on the offensive. All they need to do is waste time, and this series stays alive.
It's going to be so hard, particularly as Nitrous has 100 boost. They're sitting back, waiting for their opportunity. Is this it? The pre-flip, trying to beat the defender. So well angled from Patty. The miss, Tristan over the top. They got open area to go into. They used the reset to beat one, not the second. Maybe one more attack. Noxus in space, the flick to the ceiling. It's an open shot for now. Both players from Akron miss. How about the third? Bullseye gets a touch. 0-second angle, probably required. It's a miss. It's a 50. It's a ball touching that turf. Akron showing resilience. Akron right back in it.
Right back in it in shutout fashion. It's not just that they take the win, it's that they hold all of Northwood to only 6 shots and 0 goals. Northwood, a team that is usually so clinical in that final third, so good at getting in your face and at least finding a goal to get them back in the game, and Akron will have none of that. And in particular, Bullseye will have none of anything. This guy with the pop-off game of the century, 6 shots, a goal, and 3 saves, leading his team in literally every stat but assists, but that's because he scored the goal. He doesn't need to assist himself.
Yeah, it's really well done from Akron, and that's the adjustment that you do need. I don't think Northwood was really making any play-style changes. They were the one reacting, and if you're the team reacting, you have to rely on the individual skill to bail you out. Mechanics bail you out of awkward positioning that team positioning puts you into. So if you don't have one of those, you really just have to rely on the other. And so when we look at this game from Akron, I don't know if it's necessarily replicable, but I like the pressure. They found a comfortable middle ground of saying, okay, we're going to allow these certain touches, we're going to play prediction on some, but for the most part, we're just going to get in their face. We had a couple times Nitrous has had the airdrome. I'm thinking in games 1 through 3, that was pretty much uncontested, but then Bullseye and Patty are on the ceiling, immediately challenging, forcing Nitrous to improv, and even the best of the best struggle when they're having a player right in their face.
And this is what we've been talking about. We said this today, we said it yesterday, and I'll say it again. Put a hand up. It is a motto that the Rocket League community has absolutely adopted lately due to the fact that there's just way too much uncontested airspace that teams will give to each other. And with the mechanical playstyle that has become the meta nowadays, you need to at least interfere. I'm not necessarily saying dive for every ball and just try to get a touch on it for the sake of getting a touch on it, but at moments where you do see a threatening approach come on, do not give them the time to work with, because if you do, every single player on this pitch is good enough that they will punish you for it. So, Northwood, you might need to now learn that advice as well. It feels like Akron have been the ones that we've been saying that to before, but now that Akron are starting to find themselves easy dives like this out at midfield, Northwood needs to respond. It's game number 5 out of this best of 7. If Northwood win this, the championship is over, and like goals like that would help them. But if Akron can win this one, we got a series on our hands that honestly I could feel could go all the way to 7.
Really well done from Tristan. And Tristan has that veteran experience playing at the highest level of CRL and also the professional scene, knowing that they don't really have to get the perfect read on it. They just need to get in the way to make the shot as difficult as possible. Placement is so difficult with the Rocket League cars because you're flying so fast at it. You need to hit it with the corner car. You need to hit it in this specific area, and sometimes it's power over accuracy. Most players knowing that are a nice asset to have. Akron needs to hope they can replicate Tristan's brilliance, because look at the shots coming in. Somehow that doesn't go in, but Nitrous is saying, no, we're not leaving here without a goal.
Oh my goodness, Nox is slotting this one. It doesn't necessarily go in, but you can understand why all 3 players out of Akron died for it. They're all thinking the same thing, which is, how did he get that angle? And to be honest, Only Noxus would. Noxus is Noxus, man, and as much as people maybe don't have their name or his name in their mouths as often anymore, they absolutely should. The old dog can show that he's still got a couple new tricks up his sleeve, and ooh, maybe he can even get a goal for himself. He's diving on this one, but can't quite get to the ball. So instead, now Tristan, pass out center, blocked out by Nitrous, follow up by Noxus, is also going to get a 50. This is open for Hockey, and he puts it wide! A chance for Northwood to potentially plant the dagger, and they just miss.
Ooh, Nitrous, though, he's not in the mood to miss off the ceiling. Can't quite get it, but again, Nitrous, he can make something out of nothing. You got to be aware of that. And same with these mounting attacks. Northwood trying to set up camp. They got the fire going. Now, who's got the treats, trying to put it back. Nothing doing. Not enough boost to be able to get a hand up particularly quick, but it will do enough to buy time to get boost and maybe get the next one. Patty with a 50, crucially done. It's still in the Akron half, but at the very least, looks like they have a clear finally.
That's a good clear, but can they turn it into anything more? Bullseye in the corner, cannot get the touch, but luckily enough, Tristan will be there to follow it up, and Patty will keep the play alive. This is how Akron have been able to get their goals. It's just put on enough pressure until they find a Ripper on target, but that Ripper denied. Good save out of Northwood, and it may just save them the series if they can hold on for a little bit longer. Halfway through this game, Akron are absolutely getting their best chances so far. Can they do anything with them? Bullseye looks for a 50 off the backboard. Can't quite squeeze it against it enough to keep it in play. The good thing is Patty is there to keep the play alive, but who was pre-jumping off the ceiling? Not really sure who, but it'll help out. Ball falls to Hockey, and he's able to take this the other way with absolute ease.
And he's playing it well, not trying to flick that one early as 0 boost. But again, defense not pressing him, that's fine. I have the lead. You have to come to me anyway. So good job to be able to buy time. And now the attack is truly on. Nitrous 0 boost. Used it well for the ceiling pinch. Double tap, no contact, and it's a keep away a little bit from Akron, but ultimately you need to find your teammates, and they're going to have a lot in the midfield. The demo setting the stage for maybe Noxus, setting up a touch into the middle. I thought they wanted something else, so it's not going to work out, but at the end of the day, I think at this point it's clock management as much as anything else. Northwood is on a precipice of a trophy. They don't want to take any risks. They don't have to. Look at the demo dodge and the pre-flip for the clear.
And this is why they're sending the third man. Normally this would be a risky play, but they recognize the fact that A, they've got a goal to give. If they have to go to an overtime, that is huge. They just do not want to give momentum to Akron to where they can stay confident and go back to what they're doing right now, the suffocation play, pulling them in out at midfield and just not giving them the chances. Was a chance there for Northwood to respond, but instead, shot goes wide, and Tristan gives a chance now to his team maybe to retry again. Only a minute to play, though, so if Akron want to get this goal, they got to get it here and now. Bullseye, good 50, out to the hands of Tristan. Off the sidewall, wants the redirect, puts it center. Patty gets there, it's off the ceiling. Hockey barely makes the save, and with about 50 to go, Akron are on the precipice of a goal, but just can't quite find it.
Bullseye playing for a 50, but again, just so well played on the angles from Northwood. They're getting everything away. That one's off the bar, but that's a player forward. It's a slight fast break into a temporary 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Is Patty trying to buy time? Bullseye looking for a bump. Opts to the pass the ceiling, but read by Noxus yet again over the top. And that just might do it. Nitrous putting in an MVP level performance. Might have just sealed this one up.
I'm glad you said MVP, because if you didn't, I was going to. Nitrous with one of the most impressive performances in a grand final I've ever seen. 2 goals in game 1, a goal and an assist, 100% goal participation in game 2. Finds himself another assist in game 3, even a goal in game 4. He has been a part of a scoring play in every single one of these games outside of the shutout that Northwood found themselves in. This has been an incredible performance out of Northwood, and I think it's one that's going to earn them a trophy. Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell. Northwood Blue, they are their defending champions of CECC. They find themselves another trophy for that already full mantle.
And you have to say with Northwood, when it comes to these victories, you're saying, well, how can no one beat them? They really can be beaten. We've also seen it in so many competitions. The thing is, they prep like no one else. That program takes care of them like they're one of their own, and it shows. They're all close-knit. They have the chemistry. They have the skill. It's exactly what a collegiate program should be, and it's why they collect so many trophies. Even though you can take games, after all, You're just not LeBron sometimes.
Sometimes you're not LeBron. Sometimes you are Steph Curry because, hey, listen, people got to give the chef a little bit of cooking. All right, listen, I know that Noxus is a man of culture, but the biggest man of culture is that man you see all the way to the left of your screen. Floppy hair all about, but he is nothing floppy in the way he plays. It is crisp and clean through every touch. Nitrous with a performance to truly solidify his position on this roster. And I got to say, I'm very keen to see what he pulls out next year. This is a man who's got a long time coming with this Northwood University, and I think it is going to be full of many more trophies and many more medals.
And Nitrous is a name we knew a lot even before collegiate. So coming into here, putting in this performance, and standing with the likes of Noxus and Hockey, a mainstay on the Northwood rosters. Northwood obviously having two different rosters, having enough depth for both of them, and adding just continual weapons over and over and over again. A grand finals victory is not out of the ordinary, but to do it with a mix and match roster where you have to add in new players just speaks to the level of coordination and skill. Good players are easy to play with, and everyone on Northwood can just gel so easily. Hats off to Akron, though. Your trophy time is coming. They are a legacy program. It just wasn't their time.
Ladies.
All right. Well, we got one last thing to do. We got to send it to the floor to present them with the trophy. Northwood University, it is your time. Congratulations on being the winner of the CECC North Texas May Madness presented by McDonald's. Let's bring them out. Jim, present these guys with their trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to crown your champions, please welcome to the stage to present the Commissioner's Cup, Chief Revenue Officer of CSMG, Mr. Jim Connolly.
Thanks, everybody. Great to be here. Present the award for Rocket League. And, you know, I got to tell you, I've watched Rocket League a lot the last couple of days, and for an older person like me, it's a great game. It's soccer with cars, so I understand it. And, you know, I worked for WWE, and one of our great superstars, Ric Flair, used to always say, if you want to be the man, you've got to beat the man. And nobody could beat these guys. So, Northwood University, congratulations. Come and pick up your trophy. First place, Rocket League, CECC, presented by McDonald's.
So let's do this post-game interview here. You came, you saw, you conquered. Northwood, #1 seed, went all the way through the bracket, and you made it back once again. Big-time victory. Take the crowd through the win and how you feel.
I mean, it feels amazing. You know, we came here last week. We also won that for ABGL, so I'm happy we can come back and do it again. It means a lot. It means a lot.
Big time. So you're the victors on this stage, on the biggest college esports stage on the planet. How does it feel, and how has your weekend been here at the CECC?
It's been amazing. CECC has treated us really, really well, and I, again, just couldn't be happier. I'm really happy with the team, and, I mean, all we could do is look towards Worlds.
Okay, so that's what I was going to say next. What does Northwood have upcoming here in the collegiate space? What are you looking forward to in the competition landscape?
Definitely Worlds. I mean, hopefully, based on how the bracket is, it's definitely possible for a Northwood versus Northwood final, since we have two teams there. So that's really it. I mean, just keep pushing forward. The job's not done.
All right, well, congratulations, Northwood. Let's make some noise for Northwood Esports. They just won Rocket League. And let's present the MVP award as well. Let's bring out the MVP award, please. And, oh, it's already out of here? Oh, hello. Here we go. Thank you, Sunshine. MVP here is going to be Nitrous. Nitrous is your Rocket League MVP. Well done, Nitrous. All right, Nitrous, you come over here for a second. Let's talk to you here for a minute. You're the MVP, CECC 23 for Rocket League. How does it feel?
It feels great. I'm so happy to be here. It's awesome. I'm so glad Northwood's here. I really had a great time.
What status are you? Are you a freshman here in Northwood?
Yeah, I am a freshman. I have a few credits, so I'll be a sophomore next year. But I'm happy to continue my college career.
So what you're telling people is that we have 4 years of Nitrous over here at the CECC.
For sure. Yeah, I'll be here every single year.
What are you gonna do to celebrate your win tonight?
I don't know. I got some homework to do because finals are around the corner. But yeah, That's probably my plans for tonight. Maybe celebrate a bit.
All right, very humble, working on his finals. Congratulations, let's make noise one more time for Nitrous, your CECC Rocket League MVP. Head on down and place your bracket down on the official brackets. All right, Des, back over to you. Woo!
Like this way more.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Actually, I forgot. Told me I was supposed to do this.
We're not done yet.
As well
Take it
get
away,
in trouble
Paulie.
for doing it. But we have a very special guest in the building and a very special announcement to make. We have S-Fan, professional streamer, GOAT, longtime esports pro, right here in the front row. S-Fan TV is in the building. S-Fan right here. So if you are a fan of the World of Warcraft, Cook streamer, the man, make sure to go see S-Fan. He's going to be live streaming right here from the CECC. S-Fan, had to blow you up, brother. Let's go. Make some noise for the man S-Fan right here. Let's go. That's not good enough. Make some noise for S-Fan right here. Woo! Let's go. Casters, back over to you.
Shout out to VIP, but let's also talk about the MVP. It's Nitrous. What a phenomenal performance. Northwood going to take that one. I thought it was going to be a clean sweep. Akron able to eke out a bit of a win just to stop that from happening. But back to the man himself. The boys about to head back to study for finals. Gompers, tell me about this god gamer, Nitrous.
Oh, Nitrous. I'm just surprised that he's a freshman. He looks so young. But I guess it's the Zoomer brain because you know what they say. I guess Zoomer is perfect for the amount of reaction time that you have the younger you are. But also, I mean, the fact that they just did so much for Northwood. You're looking at the amount of goals that they were able to pick off. I mean, in the beginning, you saw the amount of impact they had getting that start and being able to push them further into just the games, the points, whatnot. It was perfect. And then they kind of, it wasn't lasting for each and every game, but they also still had that impact as to where they were helping the team. And it wasn't just that. They were doing everything they could in their power to pass the ball over, to prep things up. Even if it wasn't them getting the goal, they were there to make sure everybody else was having a good game as well.
Certainly, talking about everyone having a good game, there was so much pressure that was applied by Northwood. Not just a great deal of shots on target, but they were also so well done. Miles, what exactly was the offensive capabilities of this Northwood team?
Usually in a Rocket League offense, you see quality or quantity. You either have very good shots or you have a lot of shots. In this game, we saw both. It was actually unheard of. Game 2, we saw, let's see here, 11 shots, 3 scores, and 8 saves from Akron. That means every single shot was on target, and 3 of them made it in. That is actual perfect play. And here's the thing. I'm not saying Northwood was unbeatable. There are ways to make a team that is playing perfectly not play perfectly, but we didn't quite see that from Akron, did we?
No, certainly not. But what could have Akron done better throughout this whole series? We did see them take a game, but it simply was not enough, Chixa.
Yeah, Akron did their best to make adjustments at the end of the day when it came down to trying to get rid of the X factor of our MVP, Nitrous. You saw they were challenging him early. He had very little play in game number 3, and eventually that transferred over to game number 4 when Akron was finally able to beat out overtime just in shot count. But overall, holistically looking at the entire series, Akron wasn't out shooting in their games. They weren't having that same sort of mechanical ability that we saw from the side of Northwood. It looked kind of lackluster. They just weren't going up to the normal standards. We talked a lot about old school versus new school, and Northwood being that new school. And at the end of the day, that dynamic ability, it gives them, that plaque to put in to give themselves the CECC Texas 2023 champions in Rocket League.
So I want to talk about the expectations. You picked Akron as your team in the selection ceremony. Listen, I'm not putting you on blast, but I am just a little bit. So what were your expectations compared to how you were feeling going into this game and how we are now knowing the result?
Yeah, I was a little concerned when it came down to them not playing at all today. We finished our games for Rocket League yesterday. This was our first best of 7 that we really saw out of both of these teams. So it just didn't seem like they looked warmed up. It took all the way to game number 4 when Akron had their backs against the wall to have the potential to even take a game. They took it. It was only a 1-0 game. They were just able to shut out on defense, but you can't hold off on defense. They just didn't get that mechanical ability that we've known out of them before. Tristan's been in the scene for a while, but sometimes you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And when it came to Nitrous, like we mentioned earlier, Gomper said he's a freshman. He is going into sophomore. He has 3 full years of play at Northwood. He's only just getting started. And how many times today, like we saw with Smash, a full team of freshmen coming through and making it to the finals. This is definitely a trend when it comes to the esports room. We're seeing a lot more high school students. We saw a game of Rocket League earlier today. They were high school students, and they are just getting looked at so young, starting out, getting really good, and once they hit that collegiate sphere, they are just outstanding at the end of the day. I really think when it came down to it, Northwood had the better potential, and we get a look at some of these pretty cool plays that we saw today, particularly Nitrous, who continued to set himself up.
Oh my gosh. Such beautiful plays coming from everyone here, but I mean, we gotta chalk it up to Nitrous. So many solo goals coming through with this player, saves galore, and everything that you would need. I mean, it's a whole team rolled up into one, but you gotta give props to the whole Northwood program because this was still some fill-ins from the main A-team roster.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Lion Blaze and Buddy being at RLCS right now, not being with their normal buddy in hockey. Again, the veteran, not having the impact of a freshman in Nitrous. So Northwood has so much potential in their rosters. We also talked about Northwood being in not just Rocket League.
Yeah.
They're constantly at the precipice of just being one of the best schools in collegiate esports, and it goes to show that their program has really continued to facilitate them. Nitrous, a phenomenal freshman player, really being involved in that goal participation at every front of the game, and when Akron needed to adjust to try to get rid of him, they just couldn't do it because the likes of Noxus and Hockey are just as good to keep things going. I was very impressed. Akron moving forward, Old School needs to try to change it up. They still do have 2 programs as well in that collegiate sphere, but they need to get a little more crafty when it comes down to it. Hopefully the mechanics, they'll start to shine moving on forward.
Absolutely, and this is just another accolade in Northwood's trophy case. They are simply collecting them when it comes to the collegiate circuit. What a phenomenal scoreline, 4-1. Gompers, I gotta agree, they were in the majority. I wasn't thinking it was going to be this bad of a beatdown. I thought we were going to have a Game 7.
What did I say? I said it wasn't going to be, I said 3-0 because I thought it was a best of, you know, we're not going to talk about that, but a best of 7. I was thinking something along the lines of not 4-0, but definitely nothing like a 4-3. And, you know, I think this is exactly what I was expecting. I think I was expecting a fight from Akron, but I wasn't expecting such a big just gap. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, after that game 5 we saw at the very beginning of this tournament against Columbia, how could you expect anything different? Columbia, we would think, is around that same tier as where Akron is, but again, Northwood just came to play today. I don't have any other words for it. It was phenomenal. It was nigh perfect.
Certainly. Well, let's see if our predictions of our sauces were perfect. I went with the sweet and sour. I was thinking this was going to be a very sweet matchup, but I got a sour taste in my mouth with the incredible walloping that Northwood delivered. Akron. Took some.
I wouldn't say the game was Spicy Buffalo. I'm going to say Nitrous was the Spicy Buffalo factor on the team and on the side of Northwood. He was our MVP. He played out so many phenomenal solo plays, so many just participation, and all the goals we saw. I'd say that was spicy and the spiciest part of our game. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it lived up to expectations.
I picked Hot Mustard, and I agree, it wasn't quite the spiciest game, but there was that quick burn of horseradish. We got the short and sweet kick from that amazing play by Nitrous, amazing play by Northwood, but it didn't linger for too long. They kept it quick, they kept it casual, and they're moving on to even more championships.
All right. Well, I said it was going to be a pretty classic game with the tangy barbecue. To be honest, I don't know what this game was. I think it was a game. So, but I don't think barbecue fits in that category, sadly. What I do think it was is I think it was pretty sweet. So I think I'd changed my pick to honey, if anything. It was a fun game to watch.
This certainly was one of the finals here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup, presented by McDonald's of North Texas, and we have another final, 2 more coming up after this quick break, but when we return, it's going to be Valorant!
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Poly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Poly Hype Meal?
You know, the Poly Hype Meal.
The official Poly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
So clear.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
Never seemed so clear. It's a new day and I need the light. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave the light. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage to present for the Esports U Collegiate Awards, one of the members of the Awards Selection Committee, Mr. Victor Castro, Director, Army West Point Esports.
All right. Wow, what an amazing grand finals. Truly is May Madness. So it is my honor to present the Esports Collegiate Award for Coach of the Year. It takes a village to raise a child, and the best teams are often backed by dedicated coaches. The unsung heroes of esports, coaches spend long hours in an often thankless and stressful job. The impact of these coaches is immeasurable. This coach has helped build national teams, helped with their students succeed academically, and done it with a smile on their face. This coach is a living example of the values that we seek to promote in college esports. The Coach of the Year award goes to Megan Lomanoff.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the CECC staff. This has been an awesome event. This is clearly a nod to, Redbird Esports, particularly all the Overwatch teams, every iteration. I know our teams here. Shout out to you guys. But I'm just going to say that anybody in my job, in our current program, would be getting this award. Our staff is amazing, and a big shout out to Assistant Director and Director Jack Blacknick and David Kirk, because they're just amazing to work for. And I'm going to say on a personal note, with 16 years in the Army, it's very special receiving this from a fellow vet. So shout out to West Point and U.S. Army Esports too. Again, thank you, and I can't wait to see the rest of the event.
Congratulations. Everybody, let's give a large round of applause to Megan Lomanoff. Now, it is my distinct honor to present the Esports Collegiate Award for Director of the Year. The Director of the Year Award is a standing acknowledgement of the effort that all directors make in the development of college esports. For some directors, they have focused on one program. Others have built multiple. Still others somehow have the time to export their knowledge to anyone who asks. This director has built winning teams over and over, built sustainability, and has dedicated themselves to building competitive ecosystems beyond their school. The Director of the Year Award goes to Brian Hummel.
How's it going, Esports Stadium, Arlington? It's an absolute honor to win this award, and I never think that any one person can win an award like this. So, for all the directors out there, everybody that's grinding, keep doing your thing. I'd like to thank Fisher College, all my students, all my staff, the president, especially the president, for being so supportive of us. We've got 4 teams out here. Our Valorant team's actually in the grand finals over here, so we'll be cheering them on very soon. Special shout out to my wife, Gina, who can't be here right now. She's at home, but I'm sure she's watching. I love you. And my parents and everyone else who came out. So thank you guys so much. Let's go Fisher.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game? Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
seem so clear. It's a new day and a need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Here she comes, actually. Here we go. Good luck. It's taped on really hard. Hello, everybody. My name is Septilence. We are here at CECC Arlington. This is where my tier list was set up, and I wanted to make a tier list and probably get flamed by the internet, but that's fine. I have Valorant maps right here. Bind. Guys, great news. This is my favorite map in the entire game. So that's a super easy start. This is Pearl. Guys, great news. We're setting some early precedent. This is my least favorite map in the entire game. Gonna put Pearl right down there. I like Ascent. Okay, I call this the face of collegiate Valorant because you will see it every single best of 3 series ever, including some best of 1s. But I don't like it. So I'll give it like a B. I'm definitely not gonna have enough room for all these. I'm learning pretty quickly. Oh, these are taped together. We're hitting a 2 for. Oh, no, we're not. It's a 1 for. This is Haven. I actually don't like Haven that much because I'm already bad at this game. And when you add a 3rd site, I get very confused. I think Haven's pretty cool, especially aesthetically. I'm gonna put it in A. I can't play it, but that doesn't mean I don't like it, you know? No, thank you. No, thank you. Something will go in the middle eventually, I promise. Not everything's great or terrible. And it's Fracture. Guys, I actually hated this map when it came out for the first time, and then I played it a lot more and I actually really like it. Only map in the game with 4 ult orbs. I'll put it C. It's split, which I really enjoy. So it's an S tier map. I can tell someone is waiting to give a take of the, oh, here she comes actually. Here we go. Good luck. It's taped on really hard. It's taped on really hard. This is Valorant caster Ash. Well, it was Valorant caster Ash. I don't know what her opinion was, but it wasn't that one. Well, now I'm split on where to put this.
And we are back with the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Grand Finals presented by McDonald's North Texas. There's the new trophy ready out for the Valorant champions. This is probably my most anticipated match of the entire tournament. It's Fisher College. It's Northwood University. 2 of the most fearsome names when it comes to collegiate Valorant. I'm just so psyched. I'm pumped. I've been casting over these teams for such a long time, and to have them meet each other one more time for the last battle of the semester, of the school year, it only feels right. Now, Artie, we know some of the accolades, some of the championship titles, but what is the most notable there for Northwood?
I mean, personally, we all talk about how there's this dichotomy between playing and competing from your home stadium or your home and then going to a LAN event and competing. But there's a whole different story and element that's added in when you don't just go to a different LAN, a different state, but when you travel to a different country to represent not only your school, your game, but an entire community of gamers from the United States, that is a completely different level of pressure being mounted onto players. And to come out successfully in that situation, Northwood's hats off to you guys. I've followed you through Twitter and like vicariously lived this journey of watching you go the distance, so to speak, through all this, to have only lost 2 games in the career of your guys' current program. So 54 games and only 2 were defeated. That is ridiculous. That is a almost borderline unattainable record because you guys are just going to continue to make it go higher. I am thoroughly impressed, and I'm excited to see what you bring to the table today. Hopefully you don't go 52-3 as of today, because you guys are currently undefeated as of this LAN right now.
Thinking of that monstrous record, all I can say is now that's hype. And speaking of it, we have our special guest. It's the hype man himself. It's Paulie Hype.
Hi, what's up? I'm so happy to be here, on the desk. I'm so used to hosting, but, I wanted a different path for myself. I look like Mega Mind right now.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on the desk. Before we talk a little bit more about the teams, can we get I'm doubling down right now because I love Valorant. Can we get 20 seconds of hype?
20? I don't know. It's a bit too long, but I guess we can. No, that's very long. Okay, woo! Woo! All right, everybody, I want to hear the crowd get wild. I want some 20. We'll go down to 10. 10 seconds of hype. Woo! All right, woo! All right, 1. I want to hear the crowd shake.
Yeah!
2. Woo! Woo! 3. Woo! 4. Woo! 5. Woo! 6. Woo! 7. Woo! 8. Woo! 9. Woo! 10.
Woo! Now that's hype.
That's hype.
Someone saved me.
Now that's hype.
Now that's hype.
That's hype.
Anyways, we have a Valorant game that's going to happen in a few moments. I don't know. I kind of got lost in the sauce there.
Yeah.
So, Fisher College, also an incredibly strong team. We've seen them at CECC East. And wait a minute. What is this? Are you an imposter? Are you a fake? It's a fake. That's not Paulie Hype. That's Gompers.
What's up?
What is this?
Paulie, I can explain.
Better than me, Gompers.
Paulie, I can explain.
What is this?
I saw you and I. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little jealous. I decided to steal your persona because I wanted to be Paulie Hype for a day.
You were the best Paulie I have ever seen. Well done.
Thank you very much.
All right. I want everyone in the desk to do this with me real quick. One move. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Woo! I'm gonna get the Paulie Hype meal now.
I didn't know what in the McNuggets was happening.
You got to get the Paulie Hype meal.
He was like, I need everyone on desk to do this. I'm like, do what?
Everyone, make sure you're going to your local McDonald's. Get the Paulie Hype meal. It's a quarter pounder with extra cheese. I believe it is a large fry. It is Oreo McFlurry and a medium large Coke, I believe.
It's a lot of calories.
It's a large Coke. Listen, he's a lot of man. He's got to energize that body every day. But woo! Speaking of energy, there is a game. There's a game. I forgot. Anyways, we do have 2 of the strongest teams in the region, in North America, when it comes to the collegiate scene, Northwood and Fisher. I just want to run down some of the names that you'd find on Northwood University. Darkest, Dip, Benji, Ali, and Ferbset. These are guys who are running it down inside that Tier 2 scene. Gompers, you know that very well. Can you tell us what exactly we can expect from them?
Well, I feel like obviously coming into the grand finals, when we're looking at Valorant, man, it's hard because I feel like every game has its own quirk and in itself in Valorant. In order to make it here, you have to have amazing, not only aim, but mechanics. So there's so much that you really need to work on to get to this point. And I feel like what we're looking at for this matchup in particular, I'm thinking we're going down maybe even double OT. I think this is going to be a very, very long game if we're looking at it.
I mean, taking a look at the path from Northwood University, not a single map dropped. Blinn College, one of my personal favorites. Shout out to Teague. Got a crush on his breach. I've said that before. I'll say it again. Also defeating Winthrop 2-0. No problem at all, but a little bit of a difficult path in terms of Oklahoma Christian University. They find themselves on the upper echelon, but I just want to get some predictions here. Chicks, Artie, do you feel that this is going to go the distance similar to how Gompers is feeling?
You know, I'd say it's probably very likely. I mean, that Fisher matchup that we're seeing there, Oklahoma Christian was the 3 seed. It's a tough best of 3. It went into overtime 15-3 there. I see Fisher doing the exact same if they hope to beat the likes of Northwood. But, I mean, Nerdy Bear mentioned earlier, Northwood has been on a tear. They haven't lost yet. They lost 2 games all semester. So, I mean, Fisher needs to bring everything to the table at this point. We mentioned Northwood as well. You mentioned the player list. Ferbsa, the best ranked player here on that side of Northwood in the entire event. There's a lot at stake, and there's a lot of talent between these 2 teams.
Without a doubt. Artie, what are you feeling?
Okay, so I'm going to be... I'm not just biased towards the Broncos. I'm biased positively towards Northwood. I mean, like, there are times where as a caster and commentator, not as an analyst, I'm like, I have to root for someone else because I like to stir the pot and theoretically throw out there into the universe that you might lose. But in this instance, your guys' director, Cody, is someone I look up to a lot. I've actually gone to him when I've struggled in the past with problems. It's helped me out a lot. So I'm actually going to be rooting for Northwood here. I mean, if I could vicariously live through their adventures on Twitter, I'm going to vicariously live through it here on the analyst desk, and I'm going to feel every moment of, like, biting my nails, theoretically speaking. I'm not going to do it because we are hand models up here for our sauces. But I will be up here rooting for you guys, but if you lose, do it with grace. That's all that I ask.
Seems fair enough. Now I think it's time to go into our saucy predictions. I picked up Honey because I hurt my throat while yelling, and I think this is going to be a sweet match regardless of who comes out on top. Man, I love Valorant. Tixa?
You know, I think this match in particular, it's going to be sweet and sour. It's going to be back and forth. At the end of the day, Northwood has been undefeated. They just won in Rocket League. Dare I say they win another one here in Valorant. It's going to be different. There's going to be sweet moments. There's going to be some mistakes on the field, but I'm ready to see Ferbsa pop off.
I think we need... Are you hungry?
Huh? What?
No, he's just got issues.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just enjoying my saucy prediction. What do you mean? Fisher is gonna take it down. I've got some honey. I'm enjoying myself. Like, why you gotta point me out? You came out as Paulie Hype, and you're gonna judge me?
We don't talk about that anymore. It's fast.
There's also sparkles in her beard, and my monkey brain is like, ooh, sparkle.
Wait, can we look at my beard? Do I actually have
Yes,
sparkle?
you used an eyeshadow that has sparkles in it, and my eyes are just like, ooh, shiny. Okay, so my prediction for this one is actually, I'm changing it up for once. I'm going with Tangy Barbecue, and now my reason for this one is because Valorant, in my opinion, is not only like a great example of a well-rounded first-person shooter, but a horror game. If you
True.
are staring
True.
down an angle, you know in the back of your mind, you're like, if I look away right now, I'm going to get popped, and you just know it. But you have to, like, something pulls your attention. You look away, and then all of a sudden, it's a knife in your back, or someone instantaneously, your headshot, and you jump a little bit in your chair. That's what Tangy Barbecue does to you. That little bit of vinegar bite it has, it creeps up on you. You get that sweet barbecue flavor in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, you're like, why is my tongue going numb?
Yeah. You know, I agree with that. I think Valorant is a scary movie. I think I am going to go with, though. I'm going with Ranch, and the reason why, it's blue. And Fisher and Northwood, yes, they're both blue, but the lighter color is Northwood. I'm going Ranch because Northwood, they've been dominant so far. They have been the champions of the Red Bull Campus Clutch. This team is, you could consider them the world's best team, coming into collegiate. So it's going to be hard for Fisher. I do believe in them. So, but I'm putting my Ranch down, and I'm saying it's going to be a Ranchy game.
I can't look
Insightful,
in the face.
sensational. We can't look at each other, so we might as well look at the main stage where our players are going to walk out for the game.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your grand finals in Valorant, let's bring out your starting lineups. As your number 1 seed, please welcome Northwood University. Ollie, Benji, Dip, Darkest, Ferbson. And their opponents, the 2 seed Fisher College. Dory, Caloric, Rex, Tuzi, Loven. Now, welcome back to the stage to facilitate the pre-match showdown, your host, Paulie Hype.
Yeah. Let's go. All right, so we are back once again at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We have the 1 seed in Northwood taking on the 2 seed in Fisher. Please, team, send up your representative for the commencement handshake. Come on over. Come on up to the front. Come on up. All right, Northwood, number 1 seed here. One final word over here to Fisher before we get going in Valorant.
You're going to be easy. Free.
Ooh-wee! I love that. That's the first bit of trash talk we had today. I like that. All right. Respectable, though. Fisher, number 2 seed. You're coming back here. You're going against the 1 to try to take home the trophy in the championship. Last words over here to Northwood.
Good luck. Y'all are going to need it.
All right, so the 2 seed versus the 1 seed, commencement handshake, and take your stations. It's time. Real quick, though, let's make some noise. We're about to start Valorant. Woo! May Madness presented by McDonald's, North Texas. Casters, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. A full weekend of gameplay now, 1 best of 3 left to rule them all. I'm Cat Nader, that's Ash Cast, and we're going to take you through it.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to this one, Kat, because it's Northwood versus Fisher College. A rematch for the days, because we saw them at the Red Bull Cambridge Clutch USA Finals, and what a matchup. That best of 3 ended up 2-1 in the favor of Northwood, but that's the number 1, number 2 seed here in the States now, going head-to-head here for CECC.
Yeah, number 1 and number 2 for a reason, right? They are the top dogs of their regions. It is a battle of the North and a battle of the East in Northwood and Fisher College. The CEC East Regional being won by Fisher. They did not drop a map at that event. And when it comes to Northwood, they don't know how to drop a map. The last 21 maps they've played have all been victorious.
It's absolutely insane. I feel like Northwood is definitely in a league of its own, to be honest, here within the collegiate scene. It's undeniable at this point. And Fisher, they're one of the teams to be in the top to go head-to-head up against them. But the gap is still definitely there overall between Northwood and collegiate as a scene. And I think that these teams have been starting to get closer. You can see the gap starting to close with other teams being able to take maps off of them, such as Sinclair's, such as like Mizzou. But this is the matchup that we've got to talk about, right? It was a tight series the last time these two faced off against each other, and they haven't seen each other since. Some roster changes also going out there for Fisher, where they did end up losing out on Psyche and Ming, replacing them with Tuzi and Rex Skater, the new IGL.
Yeah, exactly. I love that point as well. The new IGL coming into this semester, and they did not skip a beat. To be honest, still looked very good. When it comes to win record on this semester, 54-9 in maps. So while they have dropped a little bit more than Northwood, who on this semester are 52-2, still pretty successful. Like, as you mentioned, that gap is incredibly narrow. And when we talk about these teams being the 1 and 2 seed, when we talk about them being a league above the rest of the competition, that really does show, right? When we look at Northwood in the North, won Red Bull Campus Clutch, won internationally, right? So not just the U.S. won the whole thing. They won CVAL North Winter. They won the Midwest Regional. They won CVAL North in the spring. And they won NECC Valorant Champions in the spring as well. But of course, on the other end of things, dominating the East, as mentioned, is this Fisher College side, winning CVAL East in the winter, winning NACE Spring this year, winning CVAL East in the spring, winning the NECC Valorant Championship, and then as well, winning in Tier 2.
That's absolutely true. And I think that a good point to touch back on as well is, all things considered, although Northwood are still looking really good, and like you mentioned, Fisher still on top of their game with those changes, it's that synergy. It's the amount of time that you've been able to build that chemistry together, right? And with Fisher, the fact that they're still showing up at this level with 2 new players added into their roster during this past semester, I think speaks volumes. You just give this team a little bit more time to gel, and we could be seeing like OTs back-to-back here with Northwood.
Yeah, very much so. And when we look at team stats over the weekend, specifically kills, assists, survivability, and trade percentage, the highest on the weekend goes to Fisher College in their team. Out of the top 11 players throughout this event, 4 for Fisher College sit in that top 11. So being able to consistently be there for each other, to trade each other out, to consistently execute as a unit is quite impressive for them. When it comes to Northwood, we get a little bit heavier on individual stats. The mechanics of this team ends up being so much above everybody else. First, the top-ranked player when it comes into this matchup throughout the weekend has the highest ADR of 195, has the highest kill per round with 1 every round, has the second highest headshot percentage at 32%, and the highest kill-death ratio of 1.77.
So true. And something that we got to think about here with Northwood as well is when they face off against each other, I'm pretty sure in that matchup, Furbza earned himself an ace. I believe it was 2 aces within 3 rounds or something like that. That was absolutely insane. Definitely a player to look out for. But you've also got to look out for Ali on Northwood. That controller player, huge as far as synergizing, especially on the Omen pick. Paranoia, really great to set up for those plays. Help Furbza actually be the one to be able to go in, and he's always there for the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about this weekend, right? These teams double dipping just a little bit, playing their CVAL matches as well, both moving forward now into the round of 16 in that event. And of course, the grand finals here today. When it comes to last series, the semifinals earlier this morning, now to get them here. Northwood clean 13-6, both maps against Winthrop on Haven and Lotus. On the other end of things, though, Fisher played a grueling series. A 13-10 for map 1 on Lotus, a 13-9 on Haven, and a 15-13 in overtime win to get here on Pearl.
It is absolutely insane how tight the series have been. And I think something that we also have to consider is the fact that both these teams have a really good amount of LAN experience. And that's why it's like, okay, a lot of people, they talk about those LAN jitters, how that can affect the synergy, how you perform on the stage, but that is nothing new to Fisher or Northwood.
Right. Like, we talk about the fact that the lights are bright. It's very difficult to come into a historic esports venue such as this one, the stadium in Arlington, to look at the crowd in front of you, to hear all the noise. This is nothing to these players, right? They've gone international. They've left the country and won on the biggest stages. They're not new. They're not new to this in any sense. Yeah, we see you. And,
we
the
see
crowd's
you,
going to see you in a
we
moment.
see you. No, but that's a really, really good point, is that although they both have all that LAN experience, like you said, just having that edge up being at an international is like a completely different kind of beast as well, with the travel involved and just everything. So many more eyes on you as well across the globe. But we got to focus back in here today for the CECC May Madness Grand Finals here for Valorant, presented to you guys by McDonald's North Texas, because at the end of the day, sure, you're guaranteed a second place spot regardless. Sure, you're guaranteed that prize money, but you still want to take the title and defend.
Yeah, there's some bit of bragging rights, right? It's, of course, a $2,000 difference between that first and second place prizing, but it's the fact to hold the trophy. We see Northwood at CECC before. They were in Atlanta. They made it to the grand finals. They lost 1-2 against NJSU. You don't want to do that again.
No.
Seeing that moment right there, a 13-9 loss for them on Haven, to stare that moment in the eyes and now have to get up on the stage here at another year of CECC, look at the same scenario and say, I'm going to overcome that defeat. That's got to be in the heads, right?
It definitely has to be. And you have to consider the fact as well, do you want to be you do want to be the first team really to take a series off of Northwood is the big thing. Is Fisher College is that team that we are looking towards to take this opportunity, because when they did face off against each other last time, went all the way to that third map that ended out in a 13-11 loss there for Fisher, just a couple rounds away. So this match here, Kat, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, let's talk just a little bit here before we jump in to map number 1. Let's talk about map pools, right? Looking at a best of 3 series, I don't really feel there's anywhere that either of these colleges can't go. They're so successful on every map. They both have the same permaban. They both consistently take Fracture out of the equation. And when it comes to win rates on any other map, it is incredibly dominant. You don't drop below 75% for either of these teams.
Definitely not. And even, I remember I was casting Northwood not too long ago, and they've only played Lotus about like 2 times at this point, right? And even on a matchup where they had never played Lotus at all, didn't have their team composition set out, still absolutely stomped in the server. And that just speaks volumes. And now we know that they also have that all ready and set to go. But I'm also looking forward to seeing which map that we're getting into first.
Well, the question to be answered. We're going to start on Vine. It'll be Northwood's pick for map number 1. I remember a conversation on Twitter for Fisher, I believe it was Tuesday, very excited to have Vine back in the map pool, rejoicing even to have it back in the map pool. So I don't think they're too stressed about being here.
Definitely not. Bind is such a fun map, and I actually love that it's actually coming in here for this. And right now, what we're seeing on the side of Fisher College, they're going for that very standard double controller setup, not going with the Astra instead, gonna elect for the Brimstone, not so much that old Bind meta, but look at how innovative Northwood is being right now. I feel like I haven't really seen a Harbor being pulled out in Bind. I'm looking forward to seeing what Ali is going to be putting out into this server.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see the Harbor Viper combination. It's been very successful for teams on Pearl. It's been very successful for teams on Lotus. Now to bring it into Bind. I think that's a great factor when we look at new agents coming into the game. It gives us a chance to explore new opportunities, new lineups when it comes to agent compositions, where without that map coming out, you never get the change, right? There's no reason to swap the meta on Bind if it's been working, but it's been out the map pool long enough that we've innovated past where we originally were, that we can come back in with a new meta. The question is, will it work out?
It's also the slight map changes, right? I know they're not necessarily super drastic, but the main one that I'm looking for is the TP outside of Showers over towards that A side. I think that moving that teleporter a lot closer to that Showers entrance gives a lot more opportunity for teams to go for a blitz pivot from the B side over towards A in a last second kind of decision, because getting that entryway into Showers is a lot easier in that sense. You can really rush in. But to start off here on the pistol round, Northwood University here on the attacking side first, Kat. The stack up over towards this B side, already a lot of control. 2 players in towards Hookah, maintaining that, and the wall from the Sage is always so strong on the pistol. No! There's
the wall over to start it out. We are wasting no time in this series. Arya through the toxic screen. Logan to answer first. Rex Gator will come right back. The defense incredibly strong thus far. Ash mentions the stack up, and it's incredibly successful for this team. It's a 4-1 advantage early off the pistol. The wall over did not reap the reward for Northwood. Just Darkest left, and yeah, kind of knows about it. Can't win this pistol. I'll try to see what I could grab in terms of frags to close out this round, but it most definitely will be Fisher College up first.
Such a huge risk to be held, right? You got those players in Hookah that just get to jump down outside, and it's frags all across the board. But that's how it tends to go when you do fast pistol starts. So in the first round of the matchup is it's a lot of team fighting. Things do get scrappy, but Darkest still has to try to get as much value as possible, maybe to bolster his own buy, his own utility going into the next round. But with that guiding light out, it's no secret where he's hiding now.
Yeah, absolutely. We all know how expensive util players' kits can be. Learn to buy light shields, buddy. So definitely a couple more frags wouldn't hurt anybody. Won't be the case, though. TC will pick it up, and Fisher College keep 4 alive, and more importantly, take the pistol round.
Buy up now, going into the hands of Fisher. And right off the bat there, since Logan earned those 3 frags into that last round, electing to go with the Phantom Light Shield. And The thing is, I know that we've seen a bit of that shift over trying to have a few more rifles with light shield onto your team to have a stronger bonus as long as you can carry them over, but it's also bind, and those SMGs, they go crazy.
You know, like those close quarters, you're able to sneak out. Man, they can rip you apart, especially defensively holding these choke points. Very early guiding light's gonna come out of showers. That's early information for the Fisher side. Clark up first, and the SMG's doing work. The Stinger gonna find value early. Logan trying to wall out the TP. An awkward angle to be in. But that wall will get them right out back to safety with the rest of the team. They'll take the orb shower. Firmsa will pick up a nice look over the top of the wall. Just a pixel of Dory's head was all I needed.
4v4 situation. Trying to scale up, lurk into the B side here for Darkus. Find maybe some sort of information, some timing. But the hard anchor is really nice as well. And thinking that the B side might be weak, you see the mid-round calling now coming through here for Northwood on their eco. The spike now shifting over towards that B side. Still Ali over on A, looking to keep some pressure. One rotation now being drawn back to have equal standing here for the defenders. But hopefully that attention might be just enough. But I love the positioning from Fisher. They're playing really far back, ensuring that they can play that retake if they do get overwhelmed. Very much so prepared to play their lives.
We'll look for the classic, found nothing into the Phantom of Logan, ripped apart. 2C will find Darkus as well. The B-side anchor successful thus far, going to back up and allow for the Brim to walk into space. Doesn't even need the help. Forget it. 2C will take everything from elbow. A 3K for the Viper, a second round for Fisher. 4 guns walking into the bonus.
Really solid bonus round here for Fish, especially with that Phantom in play here and all the tight angles that you get to play onto this bind map. But rifles across the board, of course, to come out from the side of Northwood. I like how they did slow things down in that last round, always on that eco, trying to find as much value as possible. But now it's almost just as imperative to do so, right? You don't want to run that risk of getting bonused because anything can truly happen here. Bind is a crazy map, but I really like that long control that Fisher go for early on into this bonus round, denying that long vision where they know Northwood would have the advantage with their weapons in pocket.
Much slower round here.
That res is up.
That's what happens when you grab frags. That's
True.
what happens when you grab ult orbs out of shower as well.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just such a huge piece of utility, especially going into a bonus round where you have a strong one to contest with. Very much so a winning factor there if the res does get utilized to turn the tide.
Early info going to come out. Just trying to get that boom bot down. Just a couple tags, nothing too worrisome for Clark, so we'll be able to get out back towards that A site. Northwood yet again are going to do this 3-and-2 scale. This time it'll be that heavier B lean. They've got a lot of space. They're through this wall already. It's going to be timing here on the contact for Dip. Might be in his favor. Dory's walked away. Tube can't quite pick up the frag, though. Should have been easy for Dip, and the guiding light might throw things askew. Dory will find one, Logan another, and Fisher have a good chance at this bonus now. First, we'll get back off the movement. Has been able to get the spike, but has lost his teammates over onto the site. Both players going to fall. Ali's in his sight. Has picked up one. Trying to recover this round. Utilize the cascade to clear off room, and Plant's going to go down. Chance for the post as well, but a 3-on-2, a 4-on-2 now, the retake. Rez mentioned and activated here for the bonus.
What a tide turner as well. I like the aggression coming out from Ali, trying to catch someone or multiple people off guard here, but going to be punished for it. There's just too many numbers to deal with.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Chance to try to take more space in a defender spawn to try to make it more winnable, but unfortunately, if you get caught out, it does not make it worth it for you. First one now in a 1v4, 8 bullets
yeah, but this
in
is
the
who
Vandal.
You want.
Highest rated player of the event was shut down early. Dory will pick that one up. A 3-0, a bonus converted for Fisher College.
This bonus is huge. A really hot start here for Fisher College, and it sets you up so nicely with your economy. So much money in the bank now. Looking into the later part of this half here on defense, Northwood forced onto an early eco round, but despite that, I really like the Marshall pick. Okay, never mind. We don't like the Marshall pick. Ollie's just going to sell that one. I was going to say, could be really strong just to get some damage off, but they're just switching everything up. Going for the stinger buy. You know how I feel about that. You get one more Elim or Alt Orb into Ferbs' hands too, and that Showstopper can do a lot of damage.
They're going to play incredibly fast contact here. Try to get those stingers in. They utilize the wall. Been throwing it every round here at the screen to get it room A short. Got a nice little wave to give them some room. They have all of sight right now. How safe is it really? The player all the way snuck into shower. The Viper back of sight in addition. Chance for the plant. It's the main goal here with Stingers in their hand. They've done just that. Now the post point, you have to play incredibly close to them. They've got util for lineups. This is doable.
Absolutely is doable, especially playing all these close angles, forcing into U-Haul, but the nade goes huge. So much damage, 8 health left only there for Furbza.
That little microcosm of that satchel, forcing him back into the shrapnel damage, puts him down to that 8 HP. Clork going to pick up Ali early. The Stingers haven't found value just yet, but everything's close enough into Lamp. Clork will find another. Logan now to get involved, and they're shutting this one down. The sweep and clear from Fisher College is so clean thus far. Dark is out to play with lineups. First of all, we'll throw the rocket. Does get one. Will trade his own life. Dark is with it all to do. Stinger in tow, and Dory won't let that one happen either. It's 4-0 for Fisher College.
So close, but just not enough there with the weapons in pocket. Just couldn't find the frags needed to close out that round, but still keeping it very competitive on an eco in that kind of sense is incredibly important there, Kat.
Northwood, a bit slow start into this one. A team that I think has great expectations on their shoulders into this one. A team that has seen the CECC stage before and just came up short. But still, we're 4 rounds into it, into a best of 3. Lots of time.
Lots of time, but this is also a revenge arc here for Fisher College, right? So they want to show that they're up to the test, up to the medal here. And you got to look at Logan. I know the scoreboard's gone, but 7-0 is insane there for the Sage player.
Yeah, absolutely so. Killers are out early. That's great util through the TP, and they'll swing 3 players in. Clark will pick that one up first, but will shoot what he can. 2C will trade it back. That is phenomenal confidence on the defense.
I know I talked about how the TPs can be utilized on attack, but it's also those plays, the quick rotations, pinch the shower control that is so common and important on Old Vine. Still the same kind of story, but it makes it a lot easier to contest and try to pinch in that kind of sense and sandwich in. But it's another post plant here for Northwood. Benji does have this elbow control for some information to relay over towards that team, but I'm looking over towards Ali for that reckoning in this post.
Yeah, let that call out. It's all about when they pop the trigger on it. Or early throw the showstopper, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them utilize the ultimate. Killing a lot of time. 2 slow orbs, a one-way into this one. Wall just finally broken. And Fisher College still haven't been able to move a muscle. Stuck behind this one, finally going to start the retake, and that's when the reckoning comes out. So all the util in the world here for the post plant. It's been about 25 seconds. They still haven't touched the site. Clork gonna pick up one. We'll throw the rocket out. You have to get on this one now, and Darkus and Ali not going to let that one happen. He'll hold it off. From elbow finds everything, and Northwood are on the board.
Finally, they're all on Ali into the post. The reckoning causing so much chaos onto site. On top of that, too, you already got Darkus, who's throwing up that one-way into that CT spawn, just completely delaying any potential push to even get into that elbow control, to push and buy time there for Benji to just keep that space overall. But now, we have to look into the next rounds here. Obviously, Cat, and it's still going to be a full buy the Northwood can come out with. But money is still tight on their side, so it's not exactly the best thing that you would be looking towards. So I like the slower play. The utility, I think, from both of these teams due to their compositions in a nearly mirror matchup as well, just denies so much vision early on.
Oh, Logan, what are you up to?
Sage off?
Oh! The angle's so small, trusted the reaction time, couldn't quite pull the trigger fast enough. That kind of spoils the trick. It's going to be known about now. We'll break the dog, so it denies a little bit of additional information. We'll throw an orb for their troubles. That's all the Sage util, though, expended 30 seconds into the round.
Really interesting, considering that, you know, you don't have a get out of jail ability, but you use the slow in place of that now. Already going back over towards that B side, and Logan's not able to find anything with the operator. Dip with the first.
Yeah, 2 great looks, couldn't make it happen. Northwood certainly can, though, on the attack. 2C trying to hold things down from Cubby, cut down by the opposing controller. Northwood have sight yet again. Fisher left with 2. They're going to try to take this retake early.
High Tide comes out here.
Oh, that's
Plant's still not able to go down because all the pressure that Fisher's putting out. They're trying to bait out that orbital strike. Does happen. 25 seconds left on the clock here now, Cat.
Heal will come through to Ali, so we'll give them the double controller utility still, and they'll TP this one away. Thanks to the additional feet. It's a little bit faster for them to get to side as well, and they've done so now. Cascade going to close off CT, so it's much more difficult for Fisher getting early retake this time. Guiding Light should be back around the corner here momentarily. Have to use that one to get in, or just do it raw. Dory will walk in, will take down Ali yet again. They've got a chance now to play for this one. Seeker's going to come through, give those locations away, and Nolt expended for this retake. Has given the positioning. Guiding Light will clear off space into short as well. Some room to work with for these players as they make their way in towards Lamp. Awkward smoke to play around though, and Rexgator just getting spammed through it. Dory the only real chance of this one. Benji's right click has shut down his teammate. Awkward situation there with players holding down the pinch, and Benji going to take that one home. Both kills off the Classic.
Really great bobbing and weaving here from Benji coming out. Resurrection's online here for the attacking side as well. And now, finally, Fisher pushed into an eco round. What I'm really having fun with, though, to be honest, is I know we haven't seen too much of Benji other than that last round, but what's interesting is that he's normally like that hard set, 100% KJ main. So seeing the Sage pick now going into Bind, I think also speaks to a little bit of maybe what this collegiate meta is leaning in towards. Very much so that map control with the controllers once again, and ensuring very safe plant opportunities there on the attack.
Absolutely. That wall can be so versatile, and we've seen that already early into this game. Early space up short for Fisher College. They'll TP away off of the lack of contact. And they're going to push them forward. It's Nico here, so not much to lose. And unfortunately, not much to see either. It's a full swing yet again for Northwood. They'll take the open A site.
Look at this positioning coming out. Looking for that fast flank like you had mentioned. Dark is trying to cut it off, but again, that numbers game, you gotta fall back. You don't want to put that Bulldog into their hands.
Yeah, and absolutely will opt not to do so. We'll have the Sky in tow with them. No flashes available. Taking out a peek in this one. How far does Discipline run? That far. Felt the contact, walked away. Trailblazers just thought for a bit of time. No real danger just yet. Pinch on its way. Two players coming through to spawn. They have the best chance of this one as Clark gonna open the door. A bit of room here, a bit of distraction from the brunt of the far side. Dory's caught off that wall though. That post plant utility too strong to give them a lick off of elbow. As-Tip gonna pick up another, shooting the lights out. All these eco players right now ran out of bullets. Logan and Tusi gonna find two back, and Ali with a quick trade to seal off the round.
3-4. Northwood starting to warm up now, looking to do exactly what Fisher did to them in those first 4 rounds. Maybe tie things up into this one. But I guess Fisher was onto an eco in that last. Looking over towards the ultimates that we have online, though, Tusi does have the Viper's Pit to just deny a site early if they do choose to do so. But at the same time, due to how the post plant does work, could be interesting to see that just being used into a retake situation. Meanwhile, for Northwood, they've got everything for their favorite post. That Reckoning's back online already. You got that pit too to work with.
Absolutely. They're going to use it to open the door this time. The Reckoning going to clear all of sight. Those players no choice but to back away.
There's so many
use
walls.
That high tide to clear the space. Yeah, absolutely. Ali going to take down the first. That one coming just barely shallow of the wall, and plant will go down.
I can't see. The players can't see. You don't even know what's going on the map here on A site at this moment. So much utility to be used, and that Viper's Pit so scary to push into, creating a really safe space there for Northwood into their post plant.
Yeah, phenomenal chain. Reckoning to give them all that room. The high tide to solidify the extra space once it's acquired. The Viper's Pit for the post plant. Benji walked into a world of trouble and a knife in his hands. Couldn't cut through butter on that one. Rexgator will pick it up. Ali here for some trades. Not going to happen. This team's going to walk away. Successful exit frags. 2 of them, in fact, for Fisher as they'll walk away into the opposing team's spawn to get the rifles out the round.
Yeah, I really do like that call being brought out there by Rexgator, just trying to get those exits in the situation. 2-4 now, though. Or 4-4, I should say. Math ain't mathin' for me, but a timeout now to be called here by Fisher College after losing all the momentum that they found in those first 4 rounds.
Yeah, and speaking of that momentum, what do you feel, Ash, is the switch up that we saw come out of Northwood that started the winning ways?
It's a lot more coordination that's coming through. They were trying to go for some of those like 4-1 lurky splits and then reclaiming that space, re-clearing after the fact. But now speeding up on their tempo as well, just using their utility to find entry positions there for Furbza to just get up and aggressive, because that is where he does shine.
Yeah.
I do also think, though, after that round that we saw Logan opping, that was kind of where Fisher started to slow down in that situation, because that's also a really expensive weapon to invest in.
Yeah, absolutely, and I like the nuance of it. I think 2 incredible opportunities, just couldn't quite connect. And I wonder if the question here in this timeout is, all right, no funny business. We tried it. It's not going to work. It's a conversation of maybe we put it in somebody else's hands. It's a conversation of, it's not for this map. We'll worry about it later. We'll see what that case ends up being. As I jump, I got the timeout. But yeah, it has been quite the switch. Now back into a rifle round here on round 9. A chance to bring the tempo right back. And out of a timeout, the best time to do it.
But I like this shift, though, as well. Sure, tempo might be there, but still slowing things down a little bit here for Northwood. Aside from this showers control early on, Seekers, huge opportunity there for Dip to find information. Unfortunately, the Trailblazer, though, does get shut down early. What's always really nice, though, about Ali's utility is that Cascade, I think, has just found a lot of value into their executions. Right now, sure, being used to deny any vision into U-Haul, but overall has been a big reason why Northwood has been able to scale up on towards site.
Yeah, I think for their post plan as well, guarantees the extra space and guarantees them the chance to plan. You see moments where players will look for just a quick little jiggle peek, see if I can get anything on the cross coming into sight, and that Cascade guarantees there is no vision to be had. Logan a shot at one. Just a moment, couldn't quite hit that one. As first, we're going to pick up the first. Rocket online. Oh, it's right behind the tie. They'll come out. AoE damage misses everything. Klorg will take it home. Darkest a quick trade, though. No worries. Northwood will keep a 2-player advantage. Wall going to come down early for that post plan, and all the Viper util still to work with.
Yeah, always keeping that short control. Always the Cascade as well to keep it difficult to push back into truck area there for Fisher College. That big slow is a really big factor. You don't want to have that disadvantage already when you are going through a swing through a smoke.
Look for the retake. Skater in first. Caught by Ali. A trade. A 1-on-3, though. 46 HP. Yeah, Dory will recognize. We'll head away from this one. We'll look to take the Phantom out the round. And we've seen Darkest on the hunt before. Has gotten the go-ahead to look for it again. Was very close to a peek for Cave. He's going to look for his exit frag here as well. Was hoping that player would walk to B site. Even a guiding light comes through from their sky to give them that look into hallway, but it's just not quite enough. So the gun does make it out the round.
Nice rifle there to be carried over here for Fisher.
The rocket went through him.
That was so unlucky. I know. Within just that little clip that we are seeing, that was just unfortunate. The showstopper feels so bad sometimes for that reason, where it's like, sometimes I feel like you can shoot it at someone's feet and it still doesn't hit or do any damage. And you're like, how? What is the hitbox? Like, explain this to me. Break it down a little bit there, right? But looking to this next round, though, it's going to be a semi-eco, really relying on the rifle that we are seeing Dory carry over into this next round. But this is also where I really want to see that Viper's Pit come out, because I think for Tuesday, at the very least, playing on that Spectre, forcing those closer quarter fights would be really favorable for the loadout that Fisher College are going to be heading into with.
Okay. So we got a bit of tech. Sounds like possibly a comms issue, so we'll have just a moment here. And while we have a moment, it is a collegiate tournament, so let's get a little bit educational. Ash, what's the value of a double controller setup?
Well, the value of a double controller setup is just lines of sight map control, right? You cut them off early. You try to throw a smoke out where the barriers are right off the bat, and that just immediately can slow down a push. Unless you're going to have things happen like, if it's the brim smoke, a lot of the time you see pop flashes out as well, right? Especially with the sky guiding lights being really imperative to do so. Get around the corners here on Bind that can be difficult to clear with other flashes that are within the game. And I think also, just to pivot back over to something that we were talking about earlier and how Fisher College has kind of fallen off since those first 4 rounds, is previously they were going for really early map control, specifically down B long, always clearing out that angle, putting the deep smoke down, flashing out of it, and haven't really been contesting in that same kind of way to put pressure on Northwood, playing a little bit more passive in that sense, maybe going for some early points of contact, but not nearly as aggressive.
And that goes true for their Sage Wall as well. We've seen it in a couple of those first 4 rounds. We saw it early out towards B, right in front of Octagon. We saw it early coming out the TP into the front of Shower to steal off space, to steal off orb control. It's the reason why Logan had that res online in round 4. We have not seen that same sort of effect in the last couple rounds. So I think that that utility usage being a little bit more sparing has led to them losing more rounds, ironically.
Definitely going to be interesting. See how that does pan out. Lacking in that early information like you mentioned, but the flash out to set up for Furbza with the 3K here to start out the round. Sure, might be an eco there for Fisher, but the 2v4 makes it that much harder to find value and come back out from it.
That spray transfers Apple Music to my ears. This Rec Skater going to try to hold on what they can. It's an instant trade coming out of Benji. Was thinking about the res. You don't need it. It's a 3-on-1. It's all good. They can spectate for the rest of the round. A minute to play. A Sage flank looking to come through mid-market. It'll be a long time coming before that develops, so we'll see what that leads to. Rifles can be converted if they can make it to Octagon.
That's the thing, is Northwood very slowly trying to take this B side, not really knowing where Logan is posted up, where he's maybe crept around at this point. But in this post-plant situation, I'm really looking towards Northwood to reclaim the space here into B long. Ensure that Logan can't find any of these weapons here for free, but it's not going to be the case. The look might be too late.
Or just on time. Darkest out as Logan looks for the rifle, and they play just as you mentioned. The plant goes down, they clear as a unit to get to site, and then immediately walk back together to look down Octagon to make sure that even if Darkest does lose that fight, there's immediately the player behind.
I think this is something that I also want to see Fisher College taking advantage of, again, is those flanks. But earlier on into the round, sure, they did have the walk down towards B long, but it wasn't the same situation that we had seen previously. Also being on eco weapons, not quite as easy to get any sprays down or anything like that to try and trade out your teammates. But you don't have anyone aside from a body to watch that flank for the extremities. Your Sentinel, being that Sage, doesn't have the util for it. And look at this contact we might see just as it showers. Oh, that was a 1-2-3 swing right there.
Yeah, very, very well team cleared by Northwood. Logan is going to get a trade. He's going to get the wall up as well. They look to fight through. Roomba goes deeper, so there is room for Logan to play off of here. And I don't expect Northwood to really push this any further.
The blast packs.
They don't have their Sky anymore. They can't flash in. They can't trailblaze into this one. They'd have to give a body or an ultimate, which is they're going to have to do. Reckoning's going to come in. Benji has it on the head coming through that Sky smoke. We'll pick that one up. Now they've got space to work with. Excuse me. Utilize that high tide to clear the back of the site, and they've isolated these two players to where it's hard for them to leave the site now that they're on it. Amali going to try to kill some time. Nothing really caught early. Cascade's going to come out. It's going to guarantee the space they believe they have cleared off that ultimate will be clear. Stark is going to pick up one. That's Dory on the first wing. Was hoping to even the numbers, couldn't quite do so. 2C does pick up one. Orbital strike into this round for Fisher at this disadvantage. Really hoping that these two players can seal the deal.
Oh, and the bait too. That barrier aura really sold that it might be a triple stack plant, but it's front truck instead here for Northwood. Great crossfire being set up here by Dip. The headshots come in as well. Now it's all up to one. Rex Gator here up in a 1v4. Darkest to close out the round after, helping open up that A side from A short. But I really love how Northwood contested showers there, knowing that Resurrection was online, absolutely denying any ability of bringing that fifth player back in.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like coming out that timeout, there was a conversation about we need to be more aggressive. Like, we won our first 4 rounds because of how aggressive we were. And I think it led to over-aggression from this Fisher side. The second round, we've seen Clork go very deep. And the second round, we've seen Clork come up short. Just walking into 3 stacks, and then the fact that we talked about that Sage wall, that Sky Smoke being good utilization, right?
Yep.
But it ends up being
so early.
Oh my days. Okay, this one works out. It just takes the ult to do it.
That spike down as well, right? Northwood now having to fight for this space. Paint shell to clear out, trying to find anything possible. But like you mentioned, over-aggression, maybe committing a little bit too much towards it instead of having that opportunity to pull back. Leaves it now into a 1v2 situation. So Fisher able to convert just enough, but it's still a tall task. And I love this switch over, knowing that Fisher has been going on those late flanks there for the retake situations. They're flipping site and taking CT control. And this info tells you that 2Z's coming from the front.
Yep. And look to go heaven, look to go into CT. Planted for either player here, this position, and they'll have that Sky utility that they don't ever have to really peek this one. Guiding Lights can come through, confirm contact a little bit later onto this one. You don't really have to throw that util either until you get a tap.
There's the pit, though. that is something I'm worried about. It will be thrown out. The snake bite really great to deny that pushback in from CT.
I don't think
but that's the sight line being given, right? Tuzi doesn't have the time to even get the defuse down. It could be a matter of a millisecond, but Benji to push right back in, knowing that the clock was running out. Now we're swapping sides.
Incredibly well played from Northwood there. The recognition to flip sights, the recognition to put 2 players up, and then that slow orb. So that player looks to push to find dip there, has to walk back in, and in walking back in is so much slower that it allows for them to set up for what could have been a 2-man.
Yeah. Swapping over now to the pistol round again, though. New opportunity, really important, though, for Fisher to earn the pistol round is the big thing. And if not, that's a lot of pressure to take out the buy-up of Northwood if they can't secure the pistol themselves. Because off the back of this, there's that opportunity for Northwood to run with this momentum and find double digits early on into the second half. And that's what's scary about an 8-4 scoreline. Maybe not nearly as dire as tying things up, but there's a lot on the line here as a swing round.
Okay, good first pick here from Fisher. On the pistol round, it's traded immediately back, though. Everything's short right now for the defensive end. 3 players here. Sally's going to shoot for another. 2C a trade. The second pick for the Viper, as Benji will retreat to the back of the site. Wall's not been expended just yet. A long time coming for a self-heal will be activated, though, so just one tap to the head will take the stage out the round.
And just like a slow standstill at this point, right? Trying to see if Northwood might take a bite into trying to push out, find a little bit more, and Fisher College having to wait for that heal to come back online, try to put a little bit more health into their team and bolster their duelist. Entering in 45 seconds, though, nearly on the clock, and this push out from Northwood is going to make the plant really difficult here for Fisher. Oh, the steps. Not the steps.
Yeah, they've heard all of Darkest there. Does manage to catch one. Gonna get traded by 2C. Good for now their third. It's Benji back on site. Was able to heal what they could.
30 seconds left.
Wall in hand here. His first wall will go down to solidify the plant. It's going to be the wall over to the tank. Shots on for both players. Neither able to land just yet, and 2C will pick it up. A 4K for the Viper. A pistol round for Fisher College.
Could have been a different story if Darkest walked there. I'm not going to lie. But it was a really great play by Fisher as well to just completely cut noise and keep the space that they had already earned, just waiting to see if a flank would come through or even a re-push there outside of A. But I talked about the ace, or the aces, plural, that Furbza were able to get against Fisher previously. That was on bind. It was 3 aces on bind up against Fisher College that ended up actually clutching up there for the W for them, I believe, as well. So now, going into this next one, it's a different shift here. Northwood on their eco round, looking for early point of contact, pushing out a hookah.
Shots on. There'll be trades early into this round as the push comes through. On a short. Clark has already been able to wrap, and we'll find Furbza in the back. A big look there. Sally's now been able to make it out of mid-market, going to pick up one on his cross. So still 3-3. With a team that's just on Sheriffs into this round, though, so still difficult to bring this one back. Looking to break wall.
Just swapping guns back and forth, trying to keep as many bullets as possible, I guess, to toss over other Spectres to the rest of the team. But flipping sight here once again. No push too aggressively, though, into CT, aside from just holding it a bit farther back outside of that door. Gives the information that it should be that full flank counter.
Oh! Out, managed to pick up one alley, big on the 2 taps. But Logan is able to wrestle the round from defeat at 6-8. Fisher will take the pistol and the round after.
A little bit too close for comfort, though, if I do say so for myself, to only have the 1 weapon now carry over. And going into round number 3 here, Fisher College, they're not here to play. It's not going to be a bonus. They're looking to go in full force to match up against Northwood's buy on their anti-eco. And we already saw a 1 stage up. Cat,
I wasn't going to say it.
We're about to see another one. Let's see if Benji has a bit more success.
We saw 2 great looks from Logan a half ago. Neither able to convert. Will Benji have better luck? Not quite. First look on the shoulder peak, couldn't quite find it. That gives the out positioning away. First will be there, though, top of tank to take down 2Z. So they still will get a look. Rest of Fisher, though, going to be stacked up outside of B long.
It's a really nice lineup as well, though, coming out from Northwood with the Poison Orb to come through. Guiding Light, though, from Dip does give quite a bit of information here towards Northwood. And there is the value coming out from the Operator. Second pick on the board here for NU.
Great repositioning. Great trust in the comms. Couldn't quite get out to Tube, though. So Clark's going to pick it up now on the cross. And that's the cue to go here. Operator down. Let's get in there as Dark is going to have one. Dipsy in the barrel of Dory. So I know both these players now tucked into Octagon, caught behind a toxic screen, is killing so much time for Fisher. A tough decision to make, and even tougher now the spikes dropped Octagon.
Ooh, that Trailblazer just to seal the deal there, right? Cloric just trying to find something with the taps. The Guiding Light in somehow finds the frag. The paint shells come out. It's a lot of damage, though. 52 health. Showstopper online. Darkest trying to buy time. Spike difficult, but the flanks come in. Ferbza closes it out regardless. Operator now carried back over.
I got so close. Northwood comms come through towards the end of that one. I'm on the way, off flank, just kill time. Jump through, classic right click, I don't care. Just make sure he does not move.
Give him the movement.
And they do that quite well. They have the op posted on the back as well, so first able to take a shot there and get the op back to Benji.
Now, money situation, right? This should have been a buy round here for Fisher. They didn't save into the last, ended up losing it out. So that's going to be a costly mistake because this is a great opportunity now for NU to find that 10th round that I initially talked about on that pistol. And it's a 5-person rush in coming from Fisher, looking to get that Showers Orb, clear out these close-quartered angles, and no information over towards that B side, looking towards not necessarily a blitz aside from that Showers area, but now with all the bodies invested into the right side of the map, Fisher College have to take this time, slowly look to re-clear in towards short, see if NU maybe has that positioning to really quickly pinch them because of the fact that, again, there's no utility to watch their back.
We've seen them do this before. We saw them kill Noise for a long time, ace short, which netted them around. You're not going to fool them twice.
Yeah.
And they have not moved a muscle first, but does get caught, though, by the Singer of Cloric. Tuesday picks up one as well.
With the
this round looking winnable. Reckoning's going to come out, try to kill time here. Showstopper online for Cloric. That has value. A second look coming into sight. Those are rifles this team can take, not to mention a 2-player advantage.
2v4 situation. Viper's pit popped as well, and the Poison Orb on top of that, looking for all the decay possible to bolster the snake bites here into the post plant. And you initially said that they weren't going to fall for it twice. No, they didn't. But the value found with the eco weapons here for Fisher College, stave off the double-digit marker for NU and earn them rifles in hand as well. Really great, incredible eco coming out from Fisher College.
Hey, play close contact against the Stinger.
Yep.
You're going to learn the hard way.
Hey.
That's all I got to say.
It's just real. It's just real. You never know. Sure, it was nerfed, but those bullets go crazy sometimes.
It's still so good. Darks has picked up an exit, has a chance at another here, and is going to peek for it. Picks it up. They've got the majority of what they could out of this round. They got the Vandal, they got themselves the Operator, and it's death to spikes there. So eco, even after that, is decently even. Northwood have a decision to make in terms of what these last 2 players are going to buy, but a Viper's pit in tow for this defensive round means this one can still come out, especially if Benji's able to get early frags.
That is true. But at the same time, Guardians online here, Folly and Ferbza. That's not really a concern from what we've seen from them, to be completely fair. But it's a different look. Again, now looking to spread out, lurking over towards that A side. A lot of early pressure, and Ferbza with that blast pack over early on finds that first look, but very much so stuck into this side now. Very least could try to take that TP. Instead, just a satchel back over, and NU, they fall back.
The 3rd time Cloric's been found very early into a round, like within 15, 20 seconds. Benji posted up early. He's going to have a good look here. We've seen a sage in this room before. Rex Gator will swing into it, and there's the value coming out of the Operator. That leaves 3 alive for Fisher College, and no space gained just yet for them.
Not quite yet. But it's that peek up with the wall. This time, Logan trying it instead of Benji, who we've seen going for that Battle Sage play. And I really like how Tuzi's trying to move in here, but Ali gonna watch the back. Gotta watch that cross. And right now, Fisher don't really seem to know where they want to go.
Yeah, that was great discipline there from the defense not to adjust. Recognize that they're going to have the numbers advantage regardless. They have so many players still alive into the round. And first, but, well, you said it best. The Guardian, not an issue for this guy.
No. Furza and Ali on the Guardian, just absolute head tap machines. Like I saw them last weekend doing the exact same thing. It is insane what these players are able to pull out mechanically kind of in another league because again, for NU, sure, on Fisher College, they do have Clark and Rex Gator now coming in who do have some small tier 2 experience, but it's not the same kind of resume when you're looking at the Northwood team.
Sure.
A lot more extensive experience being on previously Team Wreckaroo, most of them together, honestly, playing on that team as well, finding that synergy.
Skele shorts. Oh, that is a hard-hitting paint shell onto Chloric. Fortunately enough, able to grab the healing orb there, so we'll bring him back to a bit of health as Benji will sneak a look at a shower just before the wall fully goes up. So Logan going to get caught. Will use the utility for us as his teammates. So his first one goes over the top to find another, and not done just yet from the top of sight. Bach going to pick up Tuzi. Looking to paint shell out into trouble. Dorian has done just that. A 3K converted. Clork will get his get back, but has to get so much more. Needs an ace to win this round, and they're sticking that defuse. No reason to let go. They'll take it under his nose, 11-7.
No concern there, and just gonna go pick that operator back up here for NU right now. One away from the coveted match point for Northwood. A little bit more back and forth at the very least here into the second half, Kat. But Northwood, they're still on a tear. It's just that momentum that they're going with first. And you really said it well. Sure, yes, your duelist is supposed to be the one taking that first point of contact, making that space for you. But also, if not finding a trade off of that, Cloric being taken out early very much so changes the pacing that Fisher College can enter into a site with, because nobody can get on site quite as quickly, and it really changes the tempo of things.
Yeah, I think when we play Raise on Bind, we are looking to just bait the Raise. Every execute. You're going to die. I'm so sorry. You're the Silva drone for the team, which is respectable, but the team has to be there for you to Silva drone for them. Cloric in yet again. He's utiled off, but has found value. The Sky gets there too, but they all get wall banged. So they're both going to fall to the site defensive. That's first, but caught now in the teleporter. Hard to get out of this one. We'll see if they can shoot their way. The Seeker's trying to bring him back in. A dip will get space in Hookah. Cloric to fall. He's all the way down to mid-market now, and this is so awkward for Fisher College. They have nowhere to go, and Ali still posted up on the A site.
Yeah, and this situation too for Ali, if he feels too overwhelmed, can just duck into showers. Exactly what he's going to do to find the cross, completely deny the plant, because there's no stage wall to rely on this time, and there's no harbor on their side to provide extra positioning, and that's how the cookie crumbles. Ali cleans things up. Match point here for Northwood on map number 1 here of Grand Finals.
And those shots are so crispy. Crispier than McDonald's North Texas fries. Easy for Ali. Looking at match point now. Fisher with a light buy. It might be 1-0 here.
It's not looking good. But you also have to consider the ult economy, right? Potential there. Seekers, great piece of utility. That ultimate finds so much information for yourselves as far as if you're trying to gamble which site has more numbers or not. But the resurrection can also be a big game changer to breathe another opportunity of life into a player. The lineup so nice coming out here from Fisher College. Poison Orb denying anything from U-Haul. Not going to be really any too big of an issue, but those are the ultimates I was talking about, Kat. Finding all the value into this round, which was honestly, it was so chaotic. I almost didn't catch that. It was just like, okay, we're going to throw this out here. We're going to throw this out here with the TPs coming through. But at the same time, what a way to try and keep this map going.
Yeah, handled beautifully by the offensive. I call that the closeout effect. You see teams on match point take a little bit extra presumption, assuming they can just get over with it, can close out the map, and that was not the case. The flawless round for Fisher College. It was very early contact coming out of shower that was handled beautifully by the ult as mentioned. The showstopper from Cloric gets them early space. They're able to strike in the back end, takes players out, forces them to step into contact that they aren't able to win. Northwood create their own panic there, and Fisher take full advantage.
And that was only 2 ultimates needed invested there by Fisher College. You still got the Seekers I was talking about earlier, as well as that res here on the side of Fisher College. And Northwood, only thing they've got going for them at the moment is going to be the resurrection as well, but just not quite as much extra into the toolbox of Northwood. But sometimes you do have to also consider the fact that Fisher College, they need to play perfect from here on out to try and take it to OT.
Yeah. 5 straight rounds. They've seen their counterpart win 8 in a row. Dark is going to pick up the first. That one will come on direct skater, so just a single controller left for Fisher College now.
Just one controller. At the very least, it is the Viper, so you have that rechargeable utility, but that's mostly set up towards that B side. And right now, look at the positioning. You've got all of that B long control right now for Northwood. Dip is pushed so far up, and not too far away is the spike actually in Logan's hands, and now Northwood knows where it's landed.
Dip's early look down has created quite a bit of information for this team. Spike's looking to scale its way up towards ramp, a chance to possibly swing it to long. Trying to see where did he go. The answer is back to site. Treated back with the teammate here, keeping that numbers advantage, keeping the strength on the actual defensive hold.
But the thing is, the whole point of those lurks too and the flanks that you go with is the paranoia that you instill on your enemies. And there's only 30 seconds left. Now make it 20 to pop on site, get the spike planted.
On the site they'll go. Dip will pick up the first. Clark tried to open the door, and he'll close it as well. Dip will find the last, a 3K to hold off the back of the site. A 13-8 score line. Northwood on the board first.
What a matchup to kick off here with grand finals of CECC May Madness, presented to you guys by McDonald's North Texas. The 13-8 in favor of Northwood. And it was a wild ride. That first half, very much so momentum based. Once Northwood found their footing every single round in a row, 8 in total going into the next, at the very least, a little bit more competitive into the second half of things. But I want to talk a little bit about the difference in compositions and how you might think that has affected these teams.
I think in general, Bind very new. Well, not new, but coming back into the map pool, so new and for the competitive pool. I think bringing the Harbor into it is something that creates a challenge.
Yes.
We talk about, and the reason I want to talk to you about double controller utility is looking at, we typically saw Viper Brim before it left, and now the Harbor just a bit more oppressive. We saw those cascades creating space on the way in and then holding space for post plants. I think it's something that's difficult to deal with if it's one of the first times we're seeing it.
I think on top of that as well is the Viper Brim, while we've seen it before in the old meta, the Astra pick was a lot more popular alongside the Viper, providing a lot more as far as being able to combine your utility together, throw out that grab wall, you put a snake bite down kind of situation. And I think a big difference with the Harbor, you did talk about how it is really hard to maybe try and combat something that is new to you. But at the same time, the Harbor has rechargeable utility, and the Brimstone, you lay down all those smokes and they're gone. And I think that's a really big difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. Goes without saying. And with that, let's let the analyst desk get in on their thoughts, see how they feel about it, as we'll throw it down to them.
A beautiful start to a great game between Northwood and Fisher College. Northwood being the victor out on their map pick of Bind. 13-8. It's a relatively close scoreline, but I feel that isn't exactly the case once we dive deeper into how we got to this conclusion. So it was a beautiful start there for Fisher. And could you kind of give us the opening story, Chixa?
Yeah, definitely. Furbza was super shut down on the side of Northwood early, so right away you could tell Fisher is winning those pistol rounds. They're getting the early economic advantage, and Logan, being the sentinel on stage, starting it off on the side of Fisher, was doing phenomenally well. They got the first 4 rounds, they were looking good, feeling good, and then things kind of started to fall off.
Yeah, it was right about at round 5 already. There was a turning point for this game.
Okay, so I'm not someone who's angry about operator usage at all, but I always am someone who definitely preaches for, if you're gonna use the op, you better make sure you use it. Honestly, I thought we lost Ash in that scene, by the way. Like, I
she tried to dodge
audibly
that
off out of frame. So, but yes, when you buy an op, you sure as heck better be able to get value out of it. Otherwise, you are out a lot of credits, and you most likely will damage your team's economy. And once that economy starts to go down and look like, you know, the 2008 economic burst, you definitely have caused a recession, and your team has to rebound together, because one person not able to buy guns can really mess everything up. And when you don't find value with that operator, i.e. after that round, things drastically turned around in favor of Northwood. Granted, again, Northwood kind of struggled bust, and they had the driver, so to speak, was their raise in the very beginning of each half with the pistol rounds. They're able to recover. If you're aware that you're not good at pistol rounds, you can make up for it later on, but you have to be ready to counter the coming rounds. But if you serve yourself up by dropping a big buy on a big weapon you really shouldn't be affording, you're going to turn yourself into dead.
Well, they turned themselves certainly into dead, Artie. It was 8 rounds in a row that Northwood was able to convert after that purchase, and it just seemed that there was a consistent struggle for Fisher to get a foothold back into there. I think it was just a few rounds outside of pistol benefit. What exactly was going on with the lack of kill power coming out from Fisher?
It definitely is. It was very weird because on the attack, you got to see Northwood. They were struggling a lot. And it was one of those things where I was surprised by the results because it was the first couple of rounds where the economy was down, where you could see Fisher really take advantage of that 4-0, of that to come through. And that really gave them that advantage, right? The 4-0 there and being able to bring themselves up a little bit higher. But then at the end of the day, Northwood, they were able to bring things back. So I think overall, when you're looking at the results, that was what gave Fisher that lead. That was what really allowed them to really just flourish. The economy down for Northwood, not knowing how to bring themselves back up, getting a rare round, and then losing it again. So I think one of the biggest things that we're going to have to really remember is that Ferbsa was that firepower, that firecracker down on the defense, being able to not only bring the attention back down towards that second half, but also utilize their utility to get those retakes in and really quarter and pressure these players in a situation where they originally wouldn't have expected.
No, yeah, it does come down to Cloric versus Ferbsa in that moment. At the end of the day, a lot of early kills by Cloric, but also a lot of early deaths, so they did have that ability to start things off, but they weren't able to have a consistent presence throughout the round where they definitely were needed by the rest of their team. The next map is going to be Fracture, picked up by Fisher College. I'm definitely excited to see this one. What are your thoughts on this upcoming split-up map, Artie?
Personally, I think, I want to be keeping an eye on Caloric because Caloric was a powerhouse, but the issue that I was noticing is something that I refer to as overstaying your welcome. As a duelist, you start forward and you either take the duel, you win, you disengage, or you realize you can't win this fight and you start to back off. If you're on the defensive positioning, if you're on offense, you claim the angle, you get intel, you start to move forward, but you need to be careful. If you start taking fire, you need someone to come and suppress. If you can't take the 1v1, situations like that, you need to know when it's time to say goodbye and get out. That was the issue with Caloric. Granted, yes, there were some showstoppers that didn't go well. Every raise has those experiences. I'm just glad we didn't see any team kills, teammate kills in those instances. But if Caloric can really get on lock with understanding, I can take this duel, I can claim the space, or I need to back off, I think Fisher will find more success. However, if that's not rectified, I do believe Northwood will be a little bit more victorious on Fracture.
You know, speaking of taking those kills, but also being safe, could you tell me a little bit about some positioning, whether it was good positioning or errors in that inside of the initial holds by Fisher? Tixa?
You know, I think generally speaking, even looking at the side of First Bloods for both teams, it was interesting to note that Ferbsa only had 5. So I think he was positioning himself a little bit more safe in that duelist role that you expect to be up the highest, 9 on the side of Cloric. So I find that almost the duelists are playing a little bit more back than normal, and it might be affecting the game as they continue to play out. But, you know, I'm looking at the map as well in Fracture, and I'm really surprised since I was talking to Catinator, and he said both teams banned that one, permaban outright.
Well, Cat clearly lied to us, but let's see. The numbers here don't lie. An amazing performance generally by Cloric. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. We can see that Dory and Rexgator, a bit of a lackluster performance, but maybe they could bring it back here on Fracture. We're about to head into the map in just a few moments. Gatnator, Ash, why don't you take it away?
Thank you very much, Los. I didn't really listen to you, so I'm not sure what I lied about, but I probably did lie about it. You're not wrong. But when it comes to this one, when it comes to map 2, I'm not lying when I say this could go either way.
It could go either way. We haven't really seen too much Fracture from either of these teams, like you mentioned, being that permanent ban, right? So it's a big question of, is this coming out because it is the grand finals and there's no footage to go off of? You get to find out what they've actually been cooking up into these scrims and just completely taking each other off guard. This could go truly either way. I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, when it comes to it, we haven't seen Northwood on Fracture for quite a bit of time. Like you mentioned, it's been that perma ban. But they opted to ban out First Pearl, which is a map that they have not really looked bad on. A map that they're 86% win rate on. So I don't really understand the ban to you know, whatever. Do your thing.
You don't want too much footage to counter strat on, right? That's the big thing that I'm thinking
sure.
about. I feel like Northwood also, well, both of these teams, Northwood and Fisher being these top seed teams, right? They're going to have the most footage on them for other teams to look back on.
Yeah, very true. I think a massive advantage here goes to Fisher, who have already touched Fracture for this event specifically. They saw it yesterday, or saw it earlier today, actually, excuse me. They saw it in semis. That was that 15-13, though. So it was an incredibly close map for them against Oklahoma Christian, the 3rd seed. And we'll see if they walk away with it here. Down a map, things are getting intense. You see it there in the player cams, and they'll get intense here in Agent Select as well.
It's going to be really important here. Again, it's just a best of 3 series, right? Map 1 already under the belt of Northwood here, and it's grand finals time. It's the revenge arc that Fisher College are looking towards, and already looking here into Agent Select. What are your thoughts? Double duelist.
It's going to be fast.
Yep.
It's going to be real fast.
Yep.
Breach on both sides, that strong flasher, the double duelist is mentioned, and then we'll throw the Cypher on the lurk.
And the thing is, well, also, I mean, Cypher is great on Fracture to have the opportunity to move around. But Benji, I'm really liking seeing like this flexibility now in his Sentinel pool originally. Like I already mentioned so many times, being that KJ main, but now bringing out different looks that have been panning out pretty well as far as how Northwood is trying to handle their team compositions. And I think that considering how you mentioned it was going to be a really fast matchup, Fracture's all about that map control on the defender side too. We're going to see, I think, a lot of pinching and just trying to push out and see and find those Fisher players when they're attacking.
Yes, when we talk about pinching, when we talk about taking early space, early contact, I think Northwood really won the early contact department on map number 1. So that has me slightly concerned here for Fisher, but then again, we're looking at their map pick now. They wanted to be here, and they're going to show us why.
That's for sure. Big thank you also over towards that PC Game Pass agent selection to also give us like that heads up on what we're going to be seeing here in this mirror matchup like you talked about. But the fast pace not coming out quite yet here into the pistol round. Instead, teams slowing things down, trying to see maybe how each other are just going to try and go for the setups and plays, but there comes the speed.
I like that. I like that super dash to the top of sight. Off that flash as well. Fisher going to take early space out of drop. Already that flank for the Cypher as well. Looks like Northwood going to know about it, but they're getting pinched on hallway. Logan will step forward to find Dip. First was trades 2 back though. So he's got 1 for him and his teammate. As the onslaught continues for Fisher College, they'll win it all. When it comes to hallway control, it's just Benji left standing, making their way over from the B site, initially anchoring, now looking at a 1v3 retake, just a frenzy in hand, and a Brimstone very close, just around the corner. The check is there, the first frag is had, there's no trade either, no help from site. They'll play their own 1v2. That first flash one gone. All the breach utils already expended, so there's a big shot at this one. Cam's gonna come through, hasn't seen 2C just yet. Step forward for Benji, and 2C will catch him. A 3K for the opposing side for a 1-0 scoreline. Fisher, their 3rd pistol.
Nice reclear coming in there for 2Z just to ensure the backup was available for Dory when necessary. Now, it's that buy up. Fisher College, hey, on bind, they kicked off that pistol round into their own pocket. They got the next one as well. So starting things off again, strong here for Fisher. And on the side of Northwood, I'm looking towards, you got those pings going out into Dish. You know that it's going to be a fault line. Those duelists are going to go and clear that space. Maybe break those trips early.
See exactly that. Already through the Dish. First trip now being reached. It'll be expended, so there will be some knowledge here. They are on that lurk, and everybody's already arcade stacked together. Benji gonna throw the cage, has to step in front of the paint shell. Oh, that shrapnel won't quite land. Space, Shorty out, caught though. Dorian Logan gonna pick up two, another for the Jet, and it's just an onslaught for the upgraded weapons. From Brimstone with a Shorty and a Dream, caught out by the flash, still finds one, no bullets left, and Dory will close it up.
The Shorty plays to come in. But I'm looking at this lineup, and I understand why Logan was on the operator in Bond by now. Maybe being a Jet player to start things off, having that comfort on the weapon, now shifting over to the Duelist. But speaking of Duelists, I'm looking at the Jet in Dip's hands too. That's the IGL for Northwood.
Yep.
And you're very much so leading from the front. Things can get really chaotic when you're trying to calm, but at the same time, that's also the opportunity to ask your team to set you up for success.
Yeah, Dip used to play a very hard Jet in Tier 2, so not one who can't do so, but yeah, doing it as an IGL is definitely double the load at some times. Let's dip very forward into this one. Logan, same story, caught by Ali. Try to make his way down out of the rafters. As Clark will step into sight first. That blast back gonna do double duty. We'll give him the sight and we'll break the tripwire, so we got room now. Molly gonna solidify that space. The spy cam gets a bit of information. We're stalled out for a moment here. Post-plant retake gonna be the call on this one.
Still gonna be a bit of damage to come out there from the Aftershock. Might just take out Rexigator. It's gonna be the case. That retake coming in here hot and heavy. 3v3 situation here, Cat. All into tower as well.
Close shot, couldn't quite find it. Flashpoint gonna send this team back into tower first with a lead the charge. So good at close contact, gonna pick up two. Caught though by the fault line. Still finds it with the classic, concussed or not. They pick it up. They're gonna give the defuse over. That should just about get the showstopper online.
That's the danger of having numbers up into tower as well, right? I know you're trying to play a bit more close quarters with the weapons in hand, but there are also rifles to be picked up, and then you're losing a lot of control in your post. You just get zoned out with the utility. Going into this next round, Ops coming out on the attacking side here for Logan. He struggled to find success with it over on Bind. I'm curious if now being on this Jet will bolster his confidence.
Sure. Talking about the fact that those slow orbs, that's the get out of jail free card. Now you have the get out of jail free card in that tailwind, and we'll see if that will be the call here. The step forward, nearly contact. Darkus will swing straight into trouble, and Logan will not squander another opportunity. The third time's a charm. Darkus to fall first.
But even look how clustered together Fisher are with how Northwood has been taking that map control now. Instead, it's over towards the south side of the map. Previously, having favored north, Bali, this push up into sewers, and Logan, what a great hold. That op, just watching their back.
No flank from tunnel allowed. Benji in a world of hurt on tower right now. Players on both sides of him. Flash will lead Clark into the frag. Everything's picked up from Fisher early. They've got the opening three. First, catches one on the cross. A second as well. The number's almost even. Showstopper could lead them to that 2-1-2. Rocket can't quite convert. Everybody right now arcade. There's room for the scene to play it. But First was got everything to do. The only player with HP. His teammate so low, 2 HP for Dip right now. And he does not have that tailwind any longer. They'll tap Spike. Orbital Strike will be initiated for Fisher College, trying to stall. Dip has a peek, caught though by Rexgator. First with 1v3. Has to get the ace to win out this round. A third converted. And Tusi will not give him another swing. We'll throw the Cypher Cage. There's nothing to be had here for Furbspa. They will not give the angle. Taps yet again. Finds a fourth. Would have to hold the spike though. And I don't know if he gets this. Logan's walked away. It'll be so close, but a second. The difference.
4K at the end of the day there for Furbspa, but really well played by Fisher College and just biding their time, not swinging too often. And honestly, it's one of the times where I'm like, okay, you know what? It's fine that you're giving the 1v1s because we've seen the sprays that Furbspa has been able to connect. You might as well just play your life.
That's very fair. Kill a little bit of time, delay those swings one-on-one just a little bit. And while Furbspa does shoot the lights out, cannot shoot their way into a round win. A very low economy here for Northwood leads to just about a save. Logan had another look early into this round, couldn't quite find the trigger on that one.
Really interesting how the operator has really been this deciding factor almost for Fisher in their flank watching. Northwood, very much so that they disrespect the Cypher utility that gets in the front. You know, you just shoot that down, but it's just really potent. But look at this lurk trying to bait out some sort of information. Tuesday will be revealed. Nice Cypher cage to fall back on, and everybody's regrouping now on the north side.
The whole gang coming over. Makes you nervous. Tuesday falls, someone pushes forward. You can't get off the zip line once you're on it, but they have made it safely. The family reunion. Still walk into arcade. Fisher College hasn't been a team to play games, at least early on. 4-0 to start map number 1. We'll see what they can find here on their way in. Northwood have already vacated the site.
Ooh, nade up into tower as well, just to do some zoning. Fault line doesn't quite connect, and a great incendiary coming out from Rexgator to deny any sort of push out from Jenny as they try to take space here. Still, it's only 25 seconds left. Finally going for the plant, and Logan looking for this flank.
Yeah, had that great look under tunnel. Oh,
and he's
that
zooming.
one,
He's gone.
That one felt undeniable. Couldn't quite get picked up, and Dip is gone as mentioned. Pops the blades, goes towards the other side. They do have the information that he's going to be there as the rest of the team makes their way out of that defender spawn. All of Fisher once again going to hold the post plant arcade. This should be easy to zone for Northwood as Ali double taps one. Orbital strike online. We'll throw it down. We'll force chaos here as Darkus has another. Looking for Chloric. He's got them out of trouble. Rexgator's going to come under. We'll catch Dip. The blade storm shut down, and Chloric will find Darkest. Fisher College now up 3.
Up 3. Expensive round loss too, sure, on eco weapons, but that was Orbital Strike invested into the round as well. Now though, going into the next, Northwood finally have the full loadout to come in. 4 rounds into the pocket of Fisher College. Sure, Northwood got an early first, but now it's a question of, okay, we're this far into the first half. Is Northwood going to have that slow start and scale up again like we'd seen previously on Bind? And I don't know. Kat, what do you think they got to do?
Hitting that shot would have helped. Hard angle, though. Incredibly small amount of pixels for the shoulder, so couldn't quite find it for Dip, but put an operator into this round. They've adjusted the defensive just a little bit, putting Dip over to the V side to try to get that initial peak. Interesting choice, though, knowing that Logan's been on that operator, has been playing the close contact angles, tried to take the fight to him. Neither player ends up finding anything, though, so that op duel will have to get regurgitated at a later date. But when it comes to changes, this team, they find it kind of on their own, right? Didn't need a timeout for Bind. We're able to walk things back and then win 8 rounds in a row. So just give him a minute here. As Chloric, well, he'll stop the show. Ali's picked up in the top of tower. That's an open B site. Retake duty yet again, and with an op in hand as well.
All Sky Smokes, though, I believe, nearly invested, if not at least just 2 of them on the side of Fisher College. So minimal cover to be provided into the late round. Ferbza always enjoying these upper angles to try and catch the side of Fisher College off guard, and you saw a little bit of a head there from Rexgator, so some information in towards arcade and knowing that at least one's be made.
Yeah, I saw the raise as well. Definitely saw the op. Logan will pick that one up. Tuesday another on the cross, and this one not even worth it. Northwood will head for the hills. This round not theirs to win.
I mean, they invested in the operator themselves as well into this round, right? And then after the fact, money's not looking too great. There's really no choice otherwise, because Fisher's just racking up rounds down. For that reason, Fisher is trying to hunt. Not too aggressively, because they know that Benji does still have that op online, and really, really close contact there, almost in towards Sands. We're already going to swap back into the next buy for Northwood. They might be on an eco round. They do have quite a few ultimates to work with. Interesting that Dip's actually maybe not throwing that operator over to someone else, considering he just had the blades.
It's a very good point. It's a question of how much they really want to invest into this round, and they've invested enough that it could be worth it. Doesn't seem like they want to pull the trigger on it, so that, yeah, that's interesting. Dip feeling like, hey, I'm the best player with the op too, so let me have both, and maybe I'll just grab all the frags. Maybe I'll grab the ace real quick. So it's a very quick scale for Fisher College, knowing not a lot of utility to work with here. We didn't see the op early hallway. It's been scaled pretty quickly, so we should have the room to work with, and they're absolutely correct in the assessment. A wide open A site leads that plant coming down, and a chance for the post plant contact going to be just a bit delayed here, waiting on that flank hallway.
Look at this positioning, though, from Tuesday. Just around the corner, it's 2 to come out, and 2 to fall there on Northwood's side. Slowly getting picked apart here onto their eco round. Logan with the next, and now So that operator, again, looking to be saved into the next round.
Logan puts him in a pot in the hallway. Dip will do what he can. Try to make it out of this round. Second pick converted, so 2 frags. You just saw him grab 2. You probably don't really put too much more pressure onto this one. Eco's pretty solid, though, for Fisher, winning the last 3 rounds. So
there is one more.
They could go ahead. Have scared him away. They got the pinch, and they got the op. Big fine for Rux Skater.
Really, really nice quiet play, too. And it was the pinch around regardless, running out through main. They weren't going to allow that op to be carried on over into the next and invest it into their own player instead. Such an expensive weapon to come out here. Now, still able to have the full loadout here. Again, that operator was really the main driving force into that last round there from Northwood, right? I'd really like to see them play a bit more for that retake, all things considered. Darkus does have the Rolling Thunder online to facilitate.
Early contact for Logan. Yet again, can't quite make it happen. Now he's caught by all this util, incredibly suppressed. Tusi going to shoot out 1. Trying to bail his teammate out of this one, and it's worked. The cage is enough. Clark going to pick up 1 on the other end of the map. That's the real target going to be that ace site for this Fisher College team. First one naded away. Can't help his teammate into CT. That's going to kill a lot of time. Puts him in an awkward spot as well. After that scale towards the satellite, Rex Skater going to pick up 1. And this round never even really started for Northwood.
No, Clark trying to find some of that space in, and Forbes got an itch on his shoulder, knows that there was at least 1 in towards Dish. But again, I feel like we're left in these 1vx situations constantly right now for Northwood. Benji gets 2 though, but with only 18 HP left, decides not to keep going for the last 2. If he had a little bit more health on hand, could have maybe tried to go and find that round. At the end of the day though, the economy here for Northwood is consistently suffering.
Yeah, is it timeout time?
That's the thing. Northwood doesn't call timeouts. They very, very rarely call timeouts. I don't know if I've even ever seen them actually call one, except for maybe once or twice. And this is a really big lead. You got to stop the momentum somehow. It would be the perfect time to do so. Even earlier, I would have said. And what a pred there, Cat. Let's go. Allie's your man.
I like that. I think this is the perfect time for it, right? We always talk about 7 to 5 is a lot better than 8 to 4. And they still have the chance to get that 7 to 5. They'll get back into what will probably be a buy round here. Dip has enough cash to make it happen. They've got Rolling Thunder getting into sight. First plus 1 ult orb away from a rocket. There's a real chance at this round, and a conversation obviously needs to be had. They were able to get the job done on Bind. It took them to round 5 to kind of switch things up and find that tempo again. But obviously it did not happen in this one. So the timeout is an absolute necessity for these guys, and they'll take a chance to discuss why are we unable to keep these guys off of the site. They've been playing pretty heavy for the retake. The issue is, though, that when you want to play the retake, you're trying to find 1 early pick to guarantee you that numbers advantage, and it's been the other way around. Fisher have been walking into the sites vacated for retake and finding a pick on their way in.
It's been a lot of manpower on the side of Fisher College to help with that success. And the endurance as well, right? To come back from that initial loss where they were up so far.
Yep.
And now just essentially doing almost what happened to them in that situation, though Northwood is a lot more stifled at the moment.
5 in a row for Fisher College. A timeout, a chance for Northwood to think things over. A lighter buy into this one. They'll be able to full buy rifles into the next, but converting this one would mean a lot for them in terms of halftime. They can continue to put rounds into the win column. Clark on the close angle. He's caught by Dip. It's a flash, though, to guarantee no trade to Rex Skater's look. That puts us back to an even 4-4. It does scare Fisher away from the arcade side, though.
Take that zip line back over. South side. Just trying to re-clear some sort of presence in case Northwood did elect to push out. Said very passive plays coming out from Northwood at this moment. Have arcade control, so Northwood could be really nice for them to reposition. I also got to point out that tripwire. It will be an important piece of utility to give Northwood the heads up about this B hit.
Bit of early contact over to A. Nothing that either player is able to spot, though. Dory's going to spot the first. We'll take him down. Trip has been expended now. It's Fisher College walking in to the B site and finding a pick with him.
Didn't even have to use that orbital strike to clear into tower like they were planting, but That's going to be the Rolling Thunder right
Okay.
away. Deny that plant. And now pushing back in here, Ali trying to find something into tower. Dory, I think, still concussed with that frag.
Yeah, and that's a body shot frag too. Tuesday will find the last. That one goes to the head of Benji. Take to one, out the timeout. Another loss for Northwood now into full rifles.
Ultimate economy here for Northwood. Something important to consider. Furbza, Showstopper online. You got Orbital Strike here for Ali as well. And Neural Theft, although touted to be a pretty weak ultimate overall when you look at the grand scope of things here for agents within Valorant, I feel like On Fracture does hold quite a bit of value just because of how players can just run around and run amok on this map in a sense, with so many different avenues. Map almost being a little bit like a labyrinth, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Early Orbital Strike. Mentioned it didn't get used last round, so now it can be into this one. Doesn't really find much, though. Northwood have not vacated the site. They're still here. They're going to play this one a lot more aggressively. Looking for that contact. First with the rocket. We'll take down Rex Skater. Still, it's Fisher College to work their way into tower. Guns toted on this position. It's a question of who can shoot the better shot. And so far, it's Northwood. Logan only able to pick up one before they're initially traded. And Clark hasn't been able to step into the angle. 2C will look for the other end out of stairs. Will cage for that vision denial. Trying to make up for the loss of Rex Skater. He's going to look to take this on contact. He wants to get a numbers advantage, and unfortunately, fragged out by Ali. Darkest will finish Chloric. Northwood out the timeout. Lose one. Able to come back, though, with the rifles.
Second round online here for Northwood. Gunning for that 8-4 scoreline, like you mentioned earlier, Kat, here at the half. Trying to find as much as possible to be able to close that gap here as much as they can with the remaining rounds left. I think what Northwood did really well in that last one was just pressuring that initial plant coming out from Fisher College. And Fisher didn't really have too many places to go. Northwood had a really nice sandwich opportunity. Going into this next round now, early flashpoint, Rolling Thunder as well. The only one to catch is going to be Benji in towards tower. But do they end up pushing all the way in?
No fear from the duels. They both make it to site. Let's put Ali in a terrible spot, and you'll see why. Logan's picked up two, looking for a third tower, shut down now. As Benji's trying to recover this round. Neural Theft online will give that info to the team. A big look onto the opposing Cypher. Now the Neural Theft going to come out. They've got lots of information here as Benji finds a third coming out of tower. They know about the plant position. They know about the plant player and not posted up on the angle trying to stop this cross. And Dory somehow still gets out of dodge and takes Furbza with him.
Oh, lit up. No safe place to really rip out this dart either. Dory finally gets it, but it's a pinch. You just got to swing, isolate the ones, but it's the 1-2-3 swing coming out from Northwood. Now, got to get that defuse down early. Or not early, easy. Third round there for Northwood. Very coordinated on that retake.
Very coordinated and great confidence from them and great coordination coming under so much pressure. Ali's in a world of hurt there with those two duels going to site. The rest of the team backing up Util almost immediately to make sure when those players do make it to site, they can't get any extra room. Also, good looks from Benji. That 3K guarantees the round win. Able to shut down tower control, which has been key to the Fisher College post plan.
That was the big factor. Benji was really the point turner there for the side of Northwood. But last round before he swapped sides now, everybody is putting their all into it as far as money goes. There's no issue this time around for the most part. Upper angle this time from Dip, looking into Satellite early on, despite the early presence, maybe trying to get some sort of trade down if Furbza needs to get out of dodge early.
You've seen a couple inklings of contact here. For the most part, it's been Logan deeper on this op angle, and it still will be. Takes a lot longer for Furbza to peek this go around, but this time it will be Logan picking up that frag. It's been, I'd say 50-50 now on him grabbing that shot, but this time it's very confident. Dip, not the same story. Logan nails the one tap with that Blade Storm. Looking for more and has it. Darkest, his head ripped clean off of him.
Here. Now, Smoke though, providing a little bit of vision over towards Fisher. And it's just scaled back off of site, knowing Northwood has made the rotation over into A. They're looking to move over onto B. It's a 2v5 situation. Things looking pretty rough here for Northwood. No utility really either for any information gathering at all on this retake situation.
He utilized the rocket going into this one. Last round of the half, no reason not to. making sure they get that space, and even a frag converted as well. That's from the deep end. Benji gets caught off. Just leaves one player Arcade and gone just as fast as he's mentioned. 9-3, your scoreline as it sits.
Switching sides now, though. Northwood, to be fair, we do have to consider it's an attacker-sided map here on Fracture, right? And these compositions coming out speak very much so towards that attacking side as well. That doesn't take away whatsoever from the success that Fisher did find in that first half, but it's also built for the composition. Or the composition's built for it, I should say. Looking at the pistol round, though, Northwood, it is a must-need win for them.
Northwood have not taken a pistol yet this series. All three have gone the way of Fisher College. A must-win round, and a round they haven't been able to convert just yet. See if they can change the story here now. We'll walk down the B staircase. Benji on the jiggle. Picks up one with the ghost. We'll use that case to try to get away. Calm the concussion, though, going to make this one very awkward. He just can't make it happen. Rick Skater will find a late trade. Logan going to pick up another. It's numbers advantage now for Fisher College. That continues to be the case after the fight's there.
Already in a 1v3 situation here for Ali. Frenzy finds one, but there's just too many chokes you got to worry about. Really, really nice early flank coming out there from Fisher College to find success. Puts a lot of pressure on Northwood as they're looking to enter onto that B side. And the big reason why Fisher could also find success in that kind of rate is that their site players on B weren't necessarily going head-to-head with B main. Instead, pulling back a little bit more, playing a little bit safe, playing for their life in that sense. And it buys a little bit of time and instills a bit of false sense of security, I guess, over towards Northwood. Flank comes through. But early double digits here for Fisher College. 10-3 going into this round. Northwood staying safe with their buy, and honestly, I prefer that because you're in a way, way hotter, dangerous zone otherwise.
Sure, yeah. No reason to try to force in this one, try to get a big win, look for rifles, and then just try to go from there. We know they've been able to win 8 rounds in a row just the map ago, so not too worried just yet. I mean, you saw them in the player cams, they didn't look too worried. First, but unfortunately caught by all the util in the world. Logan will utilize the paint shells and the breach shields. Util to take that one. Darkest 2 back with the Marshall. The hallway defender looking to keep it cooking as these players are going to step their way out of drop now. Both Cloudbursts expended to give them some space. Be an awkward fight on the top of the site. Full flash though, so no swing from the brim. As Clark close box, Logan going to pick up the first. Darkest has 3 now. This Marshall is going absolutely ballistic on this round. Clark with the back of the breach. They've got no util left. They have to do this one dry, and Dip won't let that happen. Going to find the first. Clark, what do you swing for? Who do you target? And the answer is no one. Darkest will find 4 in this round, 3 off the Marshall, and Northwood convert.
That round is all Darkest for conversion there for Northwood, and a big thing that I love about that Marshall pick is it's a 101 to the body. These teams very obviously have the aim. They're not really concerned about missing that kind of mark.
Right.
And hitting those kinds of shots just, I think, bolsters the ability of the pistols of the remainder of your teammates to have a lot more effectiveness in finding those frags and whittling down that HP as well. Now, okay, we got that buy up here for Northwood. Nearly full sending it, carrying some of the Spectres over. Fisher onto the Eco, looking to get isolated here in towards Tower.
Just a frenzy for this team. We'll see if they can make that of this round. As Benji already's picked up 2. No armor plus Spectre equal a good time as long as they're in your hand. Northwood just roll into the site. No issues at all. There's that one frenzy as mentioned. Didn't even get a chance to see action yet.
No, and the tripwire tells you everything, right? Benji's going to give him a little nod, give him a little bit of a hello and greeting, and Rex is just going to try and find something, but the Spectre is the better SMG. That's the 5th round on the board here for Northwood. Looking a lot more comfortable on their attacking side. But I will say overall here on Fracture, Fisher College does look a bit more put together here compared to Northwood as far as maybe having like set plays, set pieces of util that they do know that they like to combine to find success.
Yeah, definitely working through that double duelist comp, getting through the Cypher util with no issue at all. and also the confidence of them to be able to play a 2-on-3 split, even if they're all at the same avenue. So it's a contact execute, but a lot more coordinated and having players that can step forward first. We see a lot, right? Jet players dash into site and have no trade because they're just there so early. Everyone else is caught behind the util, where they're playing their 2 duelists, so they have a trade as they both entry site together. So definitely a bit more coordinated, but Northwood swinging rounds together nonetheless. They've got themselves into the A site yet again. A trip placed very low, has not been broken just yet. Plant will go down regardless.
That could make things really chaotic in the retake situation if Northwood does end up tripping the trip that you mentioned here underneath site. Could be a big difference maker. It's a 5v5 though on this retake.
Yeah, especially if we look at vision denial, tripwire, you're seeing through that vision denial, so something to look into. They've broken it now, so no worries there. Chlor's gonna pick up Benji. That'll start the push on the retake. That fault line gonna catch the player up front and make things a little bit awkward there. Orbital Strike gonna come through, a Rolling Thunder to counter, so no real space gain for either player in that ultimate. First one dip, both duelists gonna find value here early for Northwood, and they continue the ways. A shorty kill even picked up for this team on post plant, who win it no trouble. They keep 2 alive, Northwood now within 4.
Expensive round there for Fisher College as well. You had the investment coming out from Fisher, the orbital strike to go down. Now it's an eco round, and it didn't do too much for that zoning. Northwood doing really well to close that gap. Again, I feel like when they're found in uncomfortable situations, they are very much so those slow starters into figuring out how they want to execute and adjust to their opponent.
See the plushies on the desk there on the player cam. Ash, do you think plushies at LAN make you better?
Yes.
Good, I was going to agree.
Facts,
I was hoping that you wouldn't say the other way. Clark, clearly no plushies on the table. Dip has that one, no trouble on the double blast pack down. Looking for some space, and well, that space was occupied by the enemy, no doubt. As Northwood have tower control, going to look to take that over to B, and Fisher have recognized they've vacated the site. They'll play retake, and Logan's picked up a good look to equalize.
Still not planted though, quite yet. Sure, a lot of pressure to be put on here by Fisher, but the nice thing is that orbital strike denies it a little bit, but the pushback in from Ferbs denies even more. 2v3 here, Fisher College at the deficit.
These spray transfers are so consistent
Yep.
from Ferbspa. It's almost like you give him a 1v1, he's upset. Like, where's the extra player? I can do so much more than this. He's looking to do so now in this 1v1. Logan's going to pick up dip off camera. This fight continues on. Look for the right click. That's not enough to take me down. Went for the classic 2C a trade. A one-on-one, a Neural Theft Online. There's still room. There's a rifle right in front of him. What? No! He hit the one tap, but it's too far away. It's a 145 tap.
That is heartbreak there. The Sheriff and the distance could have been a completely different round, and 11th there if it had been another story for Fisher. But luckily now, back onto their full buy here, Cat.
For those who don't know, there is damage fall off in this game. You 150 to the head if you are close enough. 2C is just too far away, so he does hit the shot, but he just does not convert enough damage to finish the round out.
Heartbreaking replay to run back now on stream, but now going into the next round. We're just trying to see the contact play here. Very slow out from Northwood. Just trying to see if anyone has maybe pushed up from Fisher into Dish. Hasn't been the case. Instead, fighting heavily for that A main control, all garnered by the duelist from Fisher.
No contact here early for Logan, going to give Satellite away. And as you mentioned, space is going to be taken for Northwood because of it. Lots of ults online for this team, and they have not been shy to throw out the rocket. We've seen ideology kind of change recently from the top of collegiate teams of let's just get these ults out when we can. No reason to hold them. Man, you hold them so long, they end up recharging by the time you finally decide to pull the trigger. So this team has been one to just throw that rocket out in any situation where it can gain them an advantage.
But look at this. The zips back over here, and again, we talked about it earlier, the A main control that Fisher has right now. There's 2 players. Logan waiting for that first look. Operator in hand, doesn't connect though. So that means it's showstopper for showstopper into this battle. The first blood goes into the hands of Fisher College, and it's chaos across the board here. All of a sudden, 2v2, Neural Theft Online, information for the Northwood side.
Dip will have close contact, right under drop. In a good position, Neural Theft is giving the info away, finds the first. No trade available. Cloudburst to get out of trouble. Will get him a very wide swing. Has help from his teammate now. Trades him to perfection. Dip will pick up both out of CT, and now we're within 2.
all comes down to this. Initially, 9-3 half here. Fisher only earned the pistol round, and it's been all Northwood since then. 5 rounds in a row. Stuck in that ping pong economy, going back and forth onto that eco. And Bladestorm, it was already used on another eco, not going to be available into this round, which could have been that difference maker. And no extra util as far as any of those ultimates go. Fracture, though, does have 4 ult orbs, so Fisher College, you can take this round to go shopping if you want.
Yeah, I like that play. It's the orb train. Walk around, a little sightseeing, a couple orbs converted. We'll see how far Northwood play into that orb control. They're playing everything right now over towards that B site. No early scale from Fisher College either, even after this presence has initially been made. Dips in. Haven't seen 2C just yet, holding the back of tower. It's a lot of players up against him. First, we're going to take his teammate away. No trades available. 2 HP the difference.
Nearly a pick there for 2Z too. Like you said, 2 HP, but the paint shells do come out. Could be quite a bit of damage, honestly, done. That delays the plant too there for the side of NU. And Fisher College, 3v5 on this retake again. They are on an eco round, so just really trying to find as much value as possible.
Yep. So they can grab a couple picks just for their troubles. Release Azul from Cloric has not moved any bodies. So look here from Tower. That's the 2 HP Dip who sits on that angle. No trade available for him either. So Logan has a good chance at that one. Cloudburst going to be the difference though, has walked away from that, so no longer going to be an option. No longer will that dash be activated, so Logan just gonna look for crosses here on the exit. Nails a one tap to Darkest. First one, easy trade. 3 guns out the round, and now just 1 away from that tie.
Okay, there we go. Both these teams pulling out, to be honest, in my opinion, some late timeouts with the momentum that each other have been garnering for themselves. You would think that maybe it would come out 3 or 2 rounds ago at the very least, because that's a really, really long row of rounds to secure for yourselves. And what do you think Fish is talking about?
First and foremost, it's just 2, guys. It's just 2 to hit OT. It's just 2 to hit OT. That's at the very least. The first goal is to secure 12. Of course, if we can take a 13, we'll win, right? We'll win outright, but the first goal is just to get to that point. They're a team that's seen OT already this weekend. Their very last map played here in Arlington was 15-13. They took it on overtime number 1, so they know if they can get there, they can at least try to punch the ticket there, and they've done it before.
It's very true. Something else that I realized, I know I keep touching back to this being that rematch between these two. Fisher College, the one with the revenge arc, losing out in that 2-1 series. But that was actually on this exact same stage here at Esports Stadium Arlington.
Oh, really?
Is, I think, a really big deal,
Yeah,
too.
you're
I think that
right.
makes the
You're
matchup
right.
that much cooler as well, that it's really a complete re-one for them.
Yeah.
And Fisher are really trying to show up here. But Northwood, they're going to want to keep that title up against them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. That tournament and that game probably solidifies the fact that Northwood is able to win internationally.
Yep.
We know the US team is so solid going into that event. So, yeah, all that glory forgotten about. Now the revenge, the chance to get it back. It's the storm their way hallway. Northwood not letting that timeout mean anything. Door able to find a free Furbspa. Sitting on that Rolling Thunder. 2 players to cross. Oh, just barely. Dip gets caught by that. But it leads the rest of the post plant to still very much be unholstered. They've got chances to make things happen here.
I really love that Rolling Thunder. It just completely delays that push, too. Now Logan has a sliver of an angle to catch Dip as he tries to escape while the spike is traveling across that zip line, right? Logan knows that he's got Dip cornered right now. It's a play. They're playing a game of chicken.
This is in your head moment for Logan. He's had at least 5 of these opportunities, and he's been at a low percentage of converting them. Dip knows he's stuck. The rest of the team gonna come drop. They can spam this op out and get him out of trouble. It's a matter of getting here. No one's really holding draw. Or Dory, is on that angle. Logan has picked it up onto Dip, so everything goes in the favor of the defensive here. They've got that numbers advantage, and they've got all of site control.
Benji, I mean, they've got money in the bank now, so why not try to whittle down this buy into the next round there for the side of Fisher? Isolating these 1v1s, though, is going to be pretty much impossible. Fisher College, they know they got to carry these weapons into the next round. Going to play really, really passive. Finally, that 11th board. Fisher College, they break the seal.
Come out the timeout. Not letting Northwood get on that 8-round run as they've seen prior. They'll just tie for 6 in a row, and that will put them back in the driver's seat of this one. One more gun round to solidify control. Northwood going to buy into this one. A max loss bonus should give them another buy into next round. So this one goes either way. It's not out the woodwork just yet, but it's definitely getting close.
Really neck and neck. Right now, Logan back posted up here in towards A main. Burbs nades for nades here into Arcade. Tried to clear out tower, but actually can't claim the space off of it.
Benji going to pick up the first. Clork drops the rock, and everybody scurries, gets away from that one as quick as possible. And no one even takes AoE damage from that rocket. Everybody's safe. And Clork now known about as well into tower. Northwood going to try to stack this up and take it together. Dips wallbang, enough to find it early. Don't even need util to take that one away. Brickstater will have a late trade onto the secondary duelist. Stip now going to head forward. Nobody on this site for Fisher. They've got to play retake. They've got an orbital strike if they want to throw it here.
Yeah, just to delay. You got to try to tap that early. It does get expended out. Flank impending as well here for NU, but look at the spike right now. Potentially get caught off guard. There is a trip to watch and delay, but Darkest isn't looking every single time. Ali with 2 at the very least, and it's a 1v3. Northwood still with an advantage.
Sue's going to pick up one, back into his cage. Has another 1v1 on the way. Ali's farther down. His angle's too deep. He can't trade, doesn't need to. Dip will have it just barely on the shallow angle. It's 10-11.
Both teams double digits now. It's a race to match point at this time. And Fisher College, the race is looking rough. Their money is in the gutter at the moment.
Do they buy into this round?
They buy up this round because you've got the Blade Storm online. You've got enough for 3 rifles into this. And then Cloric, I love the play to go with that close range rep in because he's the player mostly just hopping in there right away. Logan, very much so, playing a bit farther back, playing more for the trade off of Cloric instead.
It's been the call. Logan's Blade Storm has had value. They are storming the back of a hallway right now. There's going to be a pinch on the way. What does Northwood do to answer this one? Tuzi shut them down in the front with utility. Dark is going to try to give them a space onto Rafter. Dip looking deep. And Dory's recognized, I don't need this space. I'm not going to take this space. Has backed up far enough. They have to walk into their crosshair instead.
This is a great pivot, though. I would be interested to see if Northwood maybe tries to take into CT because Benji's down. Nothing to watch with those trips. And Dip is looking for something here in towards tower. 4v4 situation. Contact about to be had here. Dory is holding below health.
Oh! So low HP and still able to do that damage on the Dip. Now 2 players will make their way towards hallway. Northwood have the site control. That's all they have. The push towards Sand on its way. Clork gonna pick up the first. Both duelists make it out of that one, and they still have that breach alive thanks to that first fight, which means Dory has all this retake utility to send into this one. Ali gonna pick up one. First one, another. And right now, Northwood have the advantage. They have the health bar advantage as well. Very low HP is that breach as before mentioned. Darkest has Cloric, and it's all up to a 20 HP Dory. He finds one, and a shorty will find the trade. It's 11-11. We are tied up, and Fisher College are trying to find what they can on this economy.
This is the round. This is the round to find that match point here for NU early on before Fisher College has that opportunity being on this broken bye. We'll have to play for OT instead, most likely, unless they can find some sort of insane conversion coming out from Fisher. Otherwise, though, this round, likely all Northwood, just guns aside.
This Towards Arcade. They'll play as a unit here, looking for that split 3-2 to head into the B site. Been very successful on it throughout this attacking side, hoping to do so yet again. Fisher on this eco won't even give them a close contact peek. They've got room in a site. Post plant going to be on its way.
Yeah, just gonna play for that full retake situation, maybe even play for some exit frags. I'm not entirely sure, but the first blood into the hands of Dip here. Darkest going for that plant. You've got that orbital strike online as well. So many ultimates online here for the side of Northwood University. Unlikely to be expended here to earn that match point considering the player advantage that they've gotten as well here. For Fisher, it's about getting as much as you can.
Absolutely. Northwood player advantage, money to rebuy in the next round. Logan going to see what he can do for his team. Garners the one, a second picked up as well off this Sheriff. As First grabs 2 back from Tower. His teammates away. Does have a rifle here. 2 Cloudburst in about 25 seconds. Just really makes some magic happen. No one giving anything. The discipline from Northwood here. We will not squander this. A third for Logan now. Would have to stick this spike, not an opportunity. Ali has it. It's match point. It's series point. It's CECC point for Northwood.
Last time, we took it all the way to map number 3 here between Fisher College and Northwood. And this time, Northwood's trying to go out in style and end it in that 2-0, saying we don't even need to drop a map here in the grand finals of this series. With the matchup of the year. And look at that cult economy. Kat, I would be terrified if I was Fisher College because Northwood have legitimately every single piece of utility possible.
And they'll pull out all the stops into this one. First, a rocket out as soon as the Swan Walls are dropped. Didn't find its value. This Rolling Thunder has hit 2. Looking to take this arcade spot. No time wasted. A flash went to push them forward. 2 players stuck on this closed box. They have to find frags here. This orbital strike has forced them away. They're in a predicament as Sally's going to pick up 2. The numbers advantage now, Arcade. Dory going to try to shoot them back into even numbers. Can't do so. First for another. 2 players left on this board for Fisher College.
Anything can happen, though. Still going to have that neural theft. Bodies might be hot enough to get it down. The flank coming in from Logan does cut it into a 2v3. And you've got Ferbs extremely low. Dip looking for the frag, but you got to play together. Don't get the 1v1s in this situation. And the plant still yet to go down. Ali finally looking for the stick.
Plant's down. Northwood 1 post plant away from lifting Commissioner's Cup trophy. Now just 1 frag. They've silenced the demons. They've seen this before. They went to map 3 in Atlanta, and they could not finish the job. Is today a chance to rewrite history? Dip has turned just as the cross. Now back into the angle. Bladestorm out. Logan still into this peak. Going to be caught by a pinch. That comes from Spawn. That comes from Tower. Looking to have to spike in his Cloudburst. Has done just that. Back into the angle. You got to hit some big shots here, son, if you want to win this out. There's the first. Back into the Cloudburst. Both Bladestorms online, and Dip will take it home. 13-11, Northwood University are your Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup champion here in Arlington, Texas.
What a way to run things back. The last time, the last map was a 13-11 win as well there for Northwood. And what a way to do it. They're pulling on our heartstrings in these matchups too. The fact that it's just so momentous for either side. Very rarely the opportunity for that back and forth. And both these teams very much so shining on their attack.
Yeah, absolutely so. The battle of the North, the battle of the East. Both these teams dominant in their region. It's seed 1, 2, and then seed 6. When you look at this bracket, these guys are so far above the rest of their competition, and Northwood just that extra inch here today.
What a way to do it. First place title here for Northwood. And we love the sportsmanship, too, that we're seeing on screen, right? Got to get those fist bumps out after some nice GGs here for CECC Made Madness presented by Texas North. And I got to get, like, your overall thoughts on this series here, Kat.
Incredible. I mean, the discipline from both of these teams to be in these big, heart-stopping moments and still not move a muscle. We never saw overheats for the most part of this series. Incredibly disciplined, incredible reads from both of these IGLs all the way through. Incredible synergy from these rosters who have been together the longest by far when it comes to all of collegiate. And the fact that they're able to walk into this rivalry and be this competitive, to face these demons and answer the challenges head on is so impressive.
But we also got to flip back over towards the Fisher side. Just give this team a little bit more time to gel. Again, they have 2 new players heading into this roster, right, this past semester. And they're still showing up against Northwood. The scorelines were tight. You can't deny that factor. I'm looking forward to seeing if this Fisher College roster does stick together going into the next time that we might see them. Because at the end, there is that, that potential as far as just keeping things close, keeping things competitive, maybe taking it to a third map next time.
Yeah, and this is the future of Valorant, both collegiate and otherwise. I cannot wait to see the careers of these players, but for now, let's throw it down to our winners and let's see them hoist a big old trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to crown your champions, please welcome to the stage to present the Commissioner's Cup, Chief Operating Officer of CSMG, Ray Katz, and Casey Benner from Xbox.
Big thank you to Casey Benner and Microsoft Xbox for sponsoring the CECC 2023 Valorant Championship and PC Game Pass Trophy. And congratulations to Northwood University on your championship here at 2023 May Madness. Thank you to all for participating and making this an amazing event. Casey would like to say a few words.
Thank you. Yeah, we at Xbox are so excited to pronounce this award because PC Game Pass does offer Valorant. With that being said, Northwood University, please come up and get your trophy for a 2-0 sweep.
Good job.
I want to get a few pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your CECC 2023 Valorant champions with an impressive 2-0 sweep, gentlemen. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty great. Huge comeback on Fracture. Very excited. First time playing Fracture.
That sounds really good. First time, right? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Feeling good. We're just having some fun.
Happy to be here.
We had to get first this time. We got second last year, but, we got it.
We call that a redemption story. We call that a redemption story in the business. We're just waiting for the MVP report really quick. We have our analysts voting on it, and then we will grab one of you for an MVP interview. So go ahead, head back to your chairs, grab your peripherals. All right, folks, it looks like your MVP for your Valorant champion is Ferbsa. Could I get Ferbsa on the stage, please? Congratulations on your MVP award nomination. I just want to know, how is the Northwood program? Are you happy to be there? I mean, you're a very skilled player. Are they capitalizing on your talent?
Yeah, I'm always happy to show up. I mean, these are my brothers, and I love playing with them. It's always so fun.
That's a really good attitude and a lot of humility coming from somebody who is now the collegiate best Valorant player in the United States that we know of. There could be a 12-year-old out there somewhere giving you a run for your money. But my next question, are you planning on going pro?
Yeah, always. I've been planning for 2 years to go pro.
Okay, and how many years of school do you have left, just for anybody who's looking to sign or snipe you?
I got 2 years left.
All right, what degree are you going for?
A business management degree right now.
Nice, that's a good one. Any shout-outs, any thank yous, anybody you'd like to say a nice word to before we go?
I just want to give a shout out to my team. I mean, they keep the mental up and they stay positive, and that's how we win.
I love that. Shout out to the boys, and thank you so much. Congratulations on being the MVP, and I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. We are actually going to go back to the desk, and then we will be returning with another incredible series. Thank you guys so much.
What a series. What a phenomenal performance from Northwood. The 2-0 sweep. I guess I was wrong, so it seems. I don't know how that happened. But an amazing performance specifically by Ferbsa, the MVP. Obviously, with the performance he put on, fragging out of his mind. Goppers, what exactly did he put down in the server that made him so good?
Listen, I mean, already when you're looking at Ferbsa, I would say, listen, to me, Ferbsa is the MVP because when you're looking at the frags, when you're looking at the impact, they played off of everyone's util to a T. But if we're looking at somebody else here, I do want to bring our attention over to the one and only Darkest. I mean, listen, we talk about the Duelist being the fragger. We talk about the Duelist being the most important. But one of the things we also have to talk about is just the pure impact that Darkest had playing on that breach. It's not an easy game. It's not an easy feat. And it's not easy to know where these players are going to be a lot of the time. And looking at round 16, if we're going to look back at, you know, the Rolling Thunder we saw, it was a double pinch to come through. Some players coming down through drop. And then Darkest coming over towards door to play that flank just so this could work out to a perfect extent. And it's that level of gameplay that led this team to that victory spot.
It took a long while for them to get there. It was a strong performance from the beginning from Fisher College. I mean, Artie, what was happening that Fisher was able to put down the beatdown?
Well, we kind of heard a little bit of a segment of it on stage, and that was Northwood openly admitting that they don't play Fracture. However, Cats, hopefully my voice is like somehow reaching you in the other hallway, in the other room. Perhaps your ears are itching, but bro, you lied to us a wee bit, because I mean, you said both teams hard dodged this. No, this was, yeah, Northwood is like, Fracture not so much. Fisher, however, was like, this is a map we're not going to show our strats on. We're not really going to let other teams see it because this is our ace in the hole. We're going to be the team to force Northwood onto an actual map 3. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out in their favor. What was strong, normally considered a defensive-heavy map, ended up being the undoing for the side of Fisher because defense, they got eviscerated by Northwood.
And there was also another piece of the puzzle that allowed Fisher to have a real strong presence, and I believe that was in Logan, Chixa.
Yeah, absolutely. Logan, I had noticed from our very first match in the day, he was playing a Sentinel in Sage, and he was getting a lot of frags, a lot more than I would ever expect. But then when it came down to it, he switched onto the Jet, was absolutely demolishing with Jet, as well as utilizing that op. He was, I think, just the X factor that Fisher needed at the point. But then, you know, they just kind of toppled at the end of the day, and the util usage, especially on the side of Northwood, really ended up giving them that advantage over time. I was really impressed. Logan gave it his all. He almost clutched at that very last play, very last round we saw, but just couldn't end up pulling it out. And valiant effort to him on the side of Fisher.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just wondering, what exactly do you think was the cause for this major, major turnaround that allowed for a Northwood comeback after the 9-3 first half, Artie?
9-3 curse. I called it. I didn't believe me. I called it. It's real. We've seen it now twice. At least.
It's a good thing we're not looking at the desk right now. Artie is not happy.
Look, okay, so the one thing, well, yeah, Logan absolutely popped. I wish we'd seen Logan on a Duelist from the very beginning. It's just, it's one thing to trade, but it's another thing to facilitate your team, not only giving intel, not only taking a duel and being victorious, but understanding your engagements and making sure that your trade is more, it's not just a trade. You're going down, you're taking 2 down with you. You're getting 1 extremely low, and there's someone to follow up on that trade with you.
True, I think looking back at that, Cloric, who, you know, was putting up numbers similar to what Ferbsa was able to do, but Ferbsa was staying in the game. They weren't getting traded out. Cloric was the king of one and done, getting 1 kill and then kind of falling out. Gompers,
yeah.
Thoughts on that one?
It was hard. I'm going to be honest with you. There were so many faults that I thought I saw with Fisher College, and it didn't feel like they were playing to their best of their ability. They picked a map like Fracture because they knew they could play well on Fracture. But playing well isn't all that's a game like Valorant. You need to have adaptations. You need to know not only how to play the game, but how to counter the players playing the game. We saw so much impact off that breach, but I'm going to be honest, it shouldn't have happened. There shouldn't have been a moment like that. We're looking at, if you guys want to go all the way back, right? Take a look at round 18, right? Darkest getting an op pushback. That round that should not have been theirs. That should have been early contact off the start. But what util is there to deny any sort of utility coming from Darkest? Absolutely nothing. They're sitting in the middle of a choke point, waiting for a pick to happen. That's not going to happen. No way is that going to happen. Not to mention, there were so many crossholds that I saw in the entry down towards B main where you have two people watching an angle. Next thing you know, Darkest comes through with the fault line. I mean, this is stuff that has been happening ever since the beginning of the attacking half on Northwood, and they did absolutely nothing. No util that I saw expended in the early rounds of the game while they were pushing, except they just accepted their fate at that point.
Yeah, a lack of true reactions coming out from this team. Fisher College, I wouldn't say exactly disappointed in this matchup, but it certainly didn't live up to the hype, the ominous reputation, the dangerous presence that they have within the collegiate Valorant scene. And we were just left wondering, what happened? How did we get to this point? And you could definitely point out to the utility usage, but you could also just look at what Ferbsa and Ali on the controller putting up 35 throughout that series. Just beautiful stuff in general. I think cohesion with the team, cohesion in the utility and the set pieces. You got to chalk it up. Northwood deserved the title as greatest collegiate team in the world.
That orbital strike was so gorgeous. I mean, we lost it over here on desk as soon as it got procced. We saw the circle, and I was like, oh no, they're going to get out right. No, 2 got barbecued.
Yeah, set pieces like that created the perfect environment, the perfect storm for Northwood to close this out into. I was definitely expecting a 3-mapper for this finals, but certainly not to be the case. But I would have to agree with my saucy prediction. It's got to be Honey. But Gompers, before we finish out the rest of our flavorful ideas, what do you got for us?
Well, I got permission to do this, so I am going to do this. It is my little sister's birthday today, and I know she's watching right now. She just got first place in a cheer competition in Florida. So, Sammy, if you're watching this, I love you so much. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sammy. Everyone else say it.
Happy birthday.
Everyone in the arena.
Happy birthday.
A happy birthday, a saucy birthday. I hope it is sweet like honey, just like the final series in the Valorant Collegiate Esports.
I weaved in my Taggy barbecue with that orbital strike, all right?
Okay.
I'd say it was pretty sweet and sour. It had some pretty sweet moments, but there were some pretty sour plays at that end too, that 9-3.
How many showstoppers did we see that didn't result in any kills?
Yeah, same thing with those
Zoning
blade
ult.
storms.
Zoning ult.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful, there were so many brimstone ults that I was like, mwah. That was gorgeous.
The spirit of Subrosa is with us here
Oh,
in Arlington today. An undefeated run for Northwood University, but that is going to wrap it up. You can see the team, the boys, enjoying their pose with the trophy on the bracket. That's 2 Northwood championships running it up here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Fisher hoping for a second. It is denied, but they have another chance coming up in the Overwatch block. But again, we're going to check that out in just a few moments. But before we go, Chixa, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk.
I know, you're going to have to pull me off the desk because I'm off on Overwatch. This is it for me. So I just want to say thank you, of course, to everybody that participated in the tournament, all of the collegiate players. Collegiate holds my heart. I just literally graduated in December. So it's pretty amazing to see the players out here playing and me continuing to be a part of the community. Of course, thank you to my amazing talent. You're all so incredible to work with. Everybody here in the scene is wonderful. Production, our sponsors. There's way too many people to shout out, but what better than a first LAN for me than this one here? It is an incredible experience overall. So just much thanks to me. I will certainly be around watching. I cannot not watch that Overwatch final, but thank you so much, of course, to everybody.
Chixa, you are a gem. Thank you for joining us on the desk. But we're going to head to a quick break. And when we return, the final matchup of the night, it's Overwatch Grand Finals here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, presented by McDonald's of North Texas.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Paulie Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game? Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage to present for the Esports U Collegiate Awards, one of the members of the Awards Selection Committee, Mr. Joey Goiziak, Director at Shenandoah University.
All right. We are down to our last awards. Who's ready to see some Overwatch after this? Yeah? Little loud. Who's ready to see some Overwatch after this? Well, now you got to wait a little bit longer because it's my turn. So we are going to give out our final awards today for the CECC CSMG Collegiate Esports Awards. A couple of very prestigious awards. And so before we get to this, though, this guy's going to hate me. The organizing committee here did a fantastic job putting this event on. Mr. Chris Postel, please give him a round of applause. He works behind the scenes tirelessly to make this happen for you all. So thank you, Chris, and everybody else at Esports U and CSMG for putting this on. All right. Let's get started here with a couple of, like I said, very prestigious awards. We're going to start with the Esports U Collegiate Program of the Year. The Program of the Year is an award given to a program that has made a statement by living the best values of college esports from the origins of a club and evolving into a university-supported program. The growth of this organization is clear through their commitment of their core values of community, academics, and competition. Their dedication to these core values are what we and the community hold most dear and true to our entire ecosystem. The Program of the Year award goes to Ball State University.
Thank you, Joey. Well, this is awesome. I really appreciate the event that brought us out to win this award. I appreciate the administration, the faculty, and most importantly, our students that put us in a position to win an award like this. I'm super grateful to be able to be the one to accept it, and chirp, chirp.
All right, one more round of applause for Ball State University. Awesome stuff. And our final award is the CECC School of the Year. The CECC School of the Year Award goes to a school that competes in CECC and lives the Esports U values of community and competition. This school has made waves over the years and a name for themselves as a top school to battle every season. While many clearly know their competitive excellence, what many may not see is just how many communities, people, and organizations they communicate, collaborate, and support in their shared dedication to college esports. Their dedication is unwavering, their resolve unshaken, their energy inexhaustible. Within such a short period of time, they show that for schools of any side, anything is truly possible. The CECC School of the Year Award goes to Fisher College.
Thank you very much, everybody. This one's really for the students. They all work their butts off for this. We had a bunch of teams qualifying from the fall to the spring. You know, we've got a couple teams up in grand finals for almost every game. So this one's really for the students. Y'all deserve it. I'm going to pass this one off to Aaron now.
Thank you, everybody, so much for just showing so much support. We have the best parents in collegiate over here. Just a huge, cheering section going on. Thank you so much for all of our staff that have helped us get here, right? Tensa, Rascal, everybody that's kind of out there. So just a huge shout out to all of our support system. And yeah, go Fisher.
All right, that will do it for all of our CECC CSMG Esports U Awards for its first inaugural year. We will be back next year, but give all the award winners and finalists a round of applause over the last 2 days. All right, we are ready to wrap up this action. We're ready to get started with some Overwatch 2.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Polly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Polly Hype Meal?
You know, the Polly Hype Meal.
The official Polly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we need a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Hey, everybody. I didn't see you there.
It's me, Septilence. I'm here with Space Ghost, and we've all been wondering about one thing pretty much the entire day today, and it has been this McDonald's PC. There's been a giveaway going for, I think, a couple of weeks, maybe a little over a week, and everybody has wanted the chance to get this. But Kari, we have our winner.
I wish it was me.
I also wish it was me, but unfortunately, it is not now. My favorite thing about this, the winner is in the building. The winner is a friend of mine, somebody I got to meet at one of the regionals early this year, and they have absolutely no idea that they have won this, but I believe most of their team already does.
Ooh, this is so
So this is quite exciting. This person is an ASU alumni. They were a Valorant manager for 2 years. And the rumors say that her friends have been gaslighting her the entire weekend that she won this PC. But it turns out gaslighting turned into manifesting because Missy Ascension, aka Teeny Tofu, is our McDonald's Gaming PC winner.
Let's get you over
She
here.
is right
Looks
up
like
here.
you won the McDonald's PC that we have all coveted.
Yeah,
Go
we're not
ahead.
going to make you pick it up and carry it away,
I mean,
but
if
we
you
are going to
want
make you stand in front of it. This is Missy, everybody, a friend from ASU, a manager of the Valorant team, and an alumni who did. Is it true they gaslit you the entire weekend that you won this?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I also heard that when you play, somebody in the stack tends to lag out pretty often. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, hopefully with this amazing McDonald's gaming PC, we do not have to worry about the lagging anymore. Folks, the good news is 1 PC down, 1 to go. There's another PC giveaway still happening right now. Winner not yet decided, and we're going to announce who that is after Overwatch, which is coming up next. Missy, another congratulations to you. And folks, Overwatch coming at you in just a bit.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game? Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and I need a lot. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we leave a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This what you been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
I'm shocked that we don't have Lijiang. I'm shocked we don't have King's Row.
We can Photoshop those inners. Just kidding. Our editors do not have to do that. But we can imagine.
Put it in, but no. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to CECC Arlington once again. I'm Sepulence. This is my good friend, sometimes co-caster and local Ohioan Dividing. We are going to go through and rate these 7 Overwatch 2 maps. It is Antarctic Peninsula. Now, Dividing, I would immediately put this right here.
Because it's new, I would put it at D right now.
Okay, I think that's a solid argument. Junkertown.
I actually really like Junkertown. People who like Junkertown are Widow mains, and that's it.
I think B is a solid assessment. Elios. So I would put this in the S tier immediately, but I want to hear your thoughts a little bit.
This is a C tier map.
Cut the cameras, we're gonna fight. Cut the cameras. A- on the board. Coliseo. Any push map goes right down here, below the F. Shabali. I was gonna say B or C, and you immediately sold me on it. One of these, I think, is Esperanza. And it's this one. We'll throw it in C. I think that's a strong. Oh. See, now they call it Midtown for a reason.
This is the most neutral I think I can feel on a map. I'm shocked that we don't have Lijiang. I'm shocked we don't have King's Row.
We can Photoshop those intersections. We can imagine that those are up there. I think we're going to put this right in the center. And that is the Sepulence and Dividing Overwatch 2 map pool tier list. Thank you so much for watching.
And we are back for the last grand finals of the weekend here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas. It's time for Overwatch, Fisher College, Maryville University. It all comes down to this. Maryville is such a fearsome team, as is Fisher. These two programs are dominant in their respective games. But first off, with Maryville and Fisher, these two teams have actually competed previously. Isn't that right, Miles?
Yeah, only a few weeks ago in another Overwatch Collegiate Championship, we did see Maryville kind of get the 3-0 over Fisher. And obviously, that's not always the case. We do see some fight sometimes, but Maryville has been looking dominant, especially today. However, they haven't always been on the same lineup.
Yeah. That seems to be the case. So there have been some adjustments to their support lineup, I believe, Miles. What is going on with that?
Yeah, well, Maryville, they've been cycling around between a lot of these different supports, and while that's not necessarily a weakness because all these supports are goated, it can be a little taxing at times.
Sure. Certainly seems to be the case. Now, I mean, we always have talked about how Fisher, Northwood as well, dominant programs, powerhouses in the esports scene. Let's give the folks who don't really know the Overwatch scene a little bit of background on why Maryville is such a prestigious player in both League of Legends and especially Overwatch.
Yeah, so I'm actually from St. Louis, so I'm from the same city as Maryville. In that scene specifically, they're regarded so incredibly well as a program, and I think the reason is because they haven't delved into as many titles, right? For a long time coming, they played just League of Legends, because they play League of Legends incredibly well. They just won League to the point where they finally brought an Overwatch team, and those for a long time were their only 2 programs. Now they're looking to expand to Valorant. They've just started to sign Valorant players, and if you look at the names that they've signed, it is incredible, incredible players. They run their organization very similar to that of an amateur esports team, to where their goal is to take players to pro, to where other organizations, right, are looking to bring players in to get them into their degree, similar to like an NAIA school or a like base level basketball program, to where Maryville is looking to make winners, and they have.
Maybe they'll have even greater winners today. Artie, we've talked about the macro. Let's talk about the micro, the players on the Maryville team. What are we expecting once we get into the server?
Okay, so one person I really want to, hopefully they're going to be on support. If not, I mean, it's not like they're going to underperform or anything, but Juby. Juby is someone you definitely want to keep an eye out for. Also, King, definitely someone to look at. If we see King kind of swapping over to Genji, getting a little silly, it's a minor cause for concern. Additionally, please note, in the past, I've seen Clarky on the lineup. It's not Clarky. Just know that. But we can act like it's Clarky for sure. We can give those accolades over. But Juby, oh my gosh, a Lucio player I never ever want to encounter in my life. I play a lot of louder, and no, please never ever let me run into you. And then over on the side of Fisher, we've got Neb, who's going to be a powerhouse leader for the squad. And then there's also their support lineup. I don't believe I've seen it really change at all in the past year since we've had kind of the transfer over from a previous school of this roster over towards Fisher. Having that camaraderie, having the actual solid platform can give you a benefit in these situations where you see the mix-ups of lineups that Miles actually brought up earlier. However, if your team's dynamic enough and feels confident enough that you're like, let's pull you out of the support role and let's let you go tank or let you go DPS, that is also a cause for concern because that team is overly confident and you should be scared.
Certainly. Well, with swapping around roles or lack thereof, what are some compositions that we can expect going into this series, starting off with Fisher?
Probably a variation of a Ramatra Brawl composition. I highly anticipate that coming out. I could see also Jotes, which is the Junker Queen Goats composition, since, old Goats got eviscerated once 222 was put into Overwatch 1. I personally adore that. I definitely anticipate some variations of Dive coming out from Maryville with a Ramatra as the lead, so possibly a Dive or a Rush composition. I don't, however, anticipate seeing a Reinhardt mirror as much as some people want to see that. No. Reinhardt gone. We don't see him. And if we see a Life Weaver, someone's getting silly.
We better not. I'm gonna get out in front of that. If you bring out Life Weaver, I'm charging the stage. We're not using.
If I hear that, I'm bringing out Life Weaver.
I know. We're teasing right now. It's almost like we're asking for it, and my head will hit the desk if I see it. Miles,
we saw it very briefly the other day for a surprise strat, getting the Bastion up to a high ground where there should be no Bastion.
Yeah.
But that is the only use I'm gonna see for the Life Weaver. If you have a out of the blue something surprising that the team has never seen before, maybe you can slip it through, but you have to know when to switch off immediately.
Well, you got to think about it. Being creative, as we put it, the theory crafting, that is a huge part of Overwatch, and it happened a long time ago, but we got to give credit where credit's due. The Statue of Liberty play, coined by Northwood on their Overwatch squad on Kings Row, TPing a Bastion on top of Mendata's head. No one thought of doing something as weird as that. It was almost as scary as the Gladiators' surprise coming out with a Widowmaker on Kings to force the entire defensive squad to rotate out. So we could theoretically see stuff like that done, but you try it once. If it doesn't work, you need to swap, and there goes your ace in the whole creativity play, and it's back to square one. So I would love to see some Life Weaver. Let's yeet an Orisa over a barricade type of situation, proc ult so she flings herself. But if it fails, that is not going to be a graceful failure.
Well, I cannot wait just to get into this matchup, but before we do, we gotta do our saucy predictions as well. I'm gonna go with Spicy Buffalo because I believe this is gonna leave a taste in my mouth that may hurt me a little bit, but I'm gonna enjoy it.
Well, this is awkward because I was gonna also go with Spicy Buffalo because I see this being a hot series.
All right, well, crap.
Well, I can go. I can give you a little more time because I think this is going to be honey, and not for the reasons that people have been going with before. Because Fisher versus Northwood, Maryville, sorry. Fisher versus Maryville. Maryville, storied roster who has a little bit of a lead, and it's often overpowering, just like Honey is. But Honey can also be used in a lot of creative ways, like Fisher might need to get creative to get a leg up over Maryville at times. So I'm going Honey just for that.
That's crafty.
Ooh, that is crafty. Speaking of crafty, we want to give a shout out to visitraleigh.com for supporting our entire 53-person crew with food and craft services as well. Thank you so much for making sure that this event runs so smoothly. Visitraleigh.com. And now we're going to soon visit what?
Nerdy doesn't get a prediction?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's getting saucy.
I'm sorry. You took so long.
Nerdy, what do you think? What's going to happen?
All right. I'm
I need to
changing
know.
up. Finally, I'm going to go with a different sauce. Y'all took everything that I was trying to make a pun with. We're going with sweet and sour. I haven't been able to use this one. This is one of the few sauces I can actually eat, and that's reminiscent of the fact that Overwatch is one of the few games I can actually say I'm decently good at out of all the games that have been here this weekend. And so this is going to be sweet and it's going to be sour. Someone's going to walk away and be like, dang it, man, I really screwed up, because in these games, I said it yesterday, it's a game of mistakes. And if you make a mistake and it costs your team the victory, it's going to end on a real sour note. But if you did that thing that's the creme de la creme, so to speak, play that gets you, possibly MVP or play of the game for the map, it's going to be heckin' sweet.
Heckin' sweet indeed, unlike the emotions that are currently felt among this desk toward me. But now we're going to take a look over to the stage for the player walkout.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for your grand finals in Overwatch, let's bring out your starting lineups. As your number 2 seed, please welcome Maryville University. Starting out, it's King, False, Tree, Ice, and Juby. And their opponents, the number 4 seed, Fisher College. Kabe, Forgotten, Neb, Abs, and Faded. Now, welcome back to the stage for one last time to facilitate the pre-match showdown. Your host, Holly Hay!
Woo! Woo, woo, woo! Let's go! Everyone to the stage. It is the last resistance as we are here for the Overwatch 2 CECC 23 Grand Final. So please send your reps to the stage. Number 2 seed, Maryville. Number 4 seed, Fisher. Come on up here to the front. All right. Final match, Overwatch 2 Finals. Big rivalry here. Maryville, last words here against Fisher.
We've beat him once, we'll beat him again.
Woo! All right, Fisher, last words over here to Maryville.
Big talk coming from Momentum on DPS.
All right, Momentum on DPS, so let's go. It's the final handshake square off. Or settle down now. All right, into the fist bump, though, so let's go. Casters, over to you for the Overwatch 2 Finals. Let's make some noise. Let's go. It is time for some Overwatch 2 action. Casters, let's go.
One more championship to hand out, and that is for Overwatch 2. Fisher Maryville for the final championship of CECC 23 May Madness, presented by McDonald's of North Texas. We say aloha, friends. Clutch Key alongside Dividing with you here for what should be a very, very interesting and a very exciting CECC Finals for Overwatch 2, number 2 versus number 4. A lot of us expected Illinois State to be here, the number 1 seed, but they got ousted in the very first round of the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
So Maryville versus Fisher, maybe lower down on the expectancy of this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, you had UTD beating ISU, so that was such, and I have to go back to that because while it was only happened this morning, it was such a big event in the Overwatch bracket that we literally had to hijack the Smash portion of the desk for a second to let everyone know that it had happened.
Yes.
Everyone thought for sure we were going to be seeing an ISU versus Maryville finals because for those of you who are not involved in the Overwatch collegiate scene, there's kind of a big 3, and 2 of them are here or were here with us today, Maryville and Illinois State. And those 3 teams, along with Northwood, rarely lose to a team outside of that big 3. So the fact that UTD were able to win that is huge. The fact that Fisher were able to come in the semifinals and upend UTD is even bigger by the transitive property. Fisher over ISU, perhaps?
Maybe, but I mean, for the transitive property at the very least, you go back all the way to April, earlier on in April, actually, you go back to the Overwatch Collegiate Championship scene. Both of these guys, and you heard it on the desk before, both of these guys, or both of these teams, I should say, faced off against each other, where Maryville won 3-0 in the lower bracket, round number 2 in the top 16 bracket. However, that was before the April 21st patch. That was before all was said in Lifeweaver and some other changes as well to the patches. So things can change in the matter of less than a month.
Oh, things can absolutely change. Notably, Maryville coming on in the starting roster with Iced. Now, the desk did kind of touch on this before, the fact that Maryville has been messing around with their support lineup a little bit. They've been messing around, moving people because they have had trouble finding like the optimal strategy to put in that second support line. Iced has been playing a little bit throughout the bracket, and when I ran into Iced before they went on stage, I asked, hey, are you going to be playing in the grand finals? And he went, absolutely, I'm undefeated so far in this bracket, so we're going to keep it rolling. So I'm really excited to see if Maryville, maybe they finally sort of found that secret sauce, and that might be in the form of Iced.
Well, Cassius was talking about sauce earlier, but this is about to be more than spicy. This is about to be, I don't know, explosive sauce, if you will, if McDonald's had that. But again, you're looking at a matchup right now, 2 versus 4 seed. Again, not a lot of people expected the 4 seed to kind of come out as the winner of the top half because UT Dallas made that incredible upset that we were talking about earlier on. But let's talk about this game now. Maryville Fisher right now. You've got a lot of speculation here for the side of Maryville because I know some of us believe, I will tell you beforehand, some of us believe Tree wasn't going to be here, and yet we saw Tree up for the McDonald's jersey presentation. We saw Tree here ready to play. That makes a huge difference for this Maryville team.
Absolutely. Tree is often seen in the Overwatch scene as maybe the best DPS player overall that isn't currently in the Overwatch League. The fact that Maryville has a couple of years with this player to not only continue to develop him as a player, but also to get him several years of college secondary education is absolutely massive. Just on a personal note for them, I also want to note that looking at what Ice just put in the chat, it's actually going to be Tree, who might be like the best mechanical player in the lobby, who's actually going to be playing that second support role. So we aren't going to be seeing that DPS Tree that has been tearing apart the Pro-Am a couple of months ago. Instead, you're going to be putting that player on support, having Iced, who does have Contender's experience on DPS running that role instead. This might be a very strong 5, and I'm actually surprised I haven't seen Maryville run it before this tournament.
Yeah, Tree going on the support side right now is from what we can see right now. I know that earlier on, Maryville, by the way, getting here by the way of the last chance qualifier for the CECC. That one, both of us saw that King and Tree were the 2 DPSs earlier on. So Tree moving down is actually quite a surprise to me. But again, like you said, mechanically gifted. But now you go to the other side of Fisher as well. You cannot forget what Fisher has done. Won the CECC East. Again, Septalin saw that. I believe you saw that as well.
I was there.
You were there. You were there watching the entire thing. And so Fisher can absolutely still run away with this as well. And I cannot forget that one of the head players here for Fisher, Neb.
Yeah, of course. Hey, I want to try something real quick. If you're in the audience and you are a family member of Neb, I want you to scream as loud as you can right now. I know there's a few of you there. I know you have stuff. I hope that you're screaming right now. I can't hear you. But Neb actually has a huge support system in the family who come out and watch the games or in Twitch chat all the time. It's always a lot of fun to see them in chat and now to see them in person here. As we head into our first map of Lijiang Tower, the fly-through coming around, and I mentioned this in yesterday's cast, this is a really good map to start off a Grand Finals with because all 3 of these sub-maps offer different types of map geometry. You can play so many different types of compositions in those maps, and because of that, you get a really good sense of what these teams are going to sort of favor throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, we'll see what teams move along here as we're going to get settled into Lijiang Tower in just a couple of moments going on right now. But for both of these teams, again, a huge opportunity here because neither of these teams won out in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship. If you remember with us, it was actually Northwood taking on Illinois State in the championship, so we didn't see either of these teams in here. Illinois State gone, Northwood not competing here in Arlington, so this is a very, very big match for both of these teams to kind of cap off the season on the right note.
And to be able to do it here at a LAN environment and have a massive trophy and honestly a really solid chunk of prize pool on the line as well. To be able to cap off your Overwatch collegiate season with that is absolutely massive. Regardless, this is going to be experience that both of these teams are going to take with them for a very long time, as we are going to be starting off on Lijiang Control Center. Of the 3 sub-maps on this control map, if you have not watched Overwatch before, this is the most closed in. You have a very limited ceiling, you have a lot of narrow corridors, and because of that, often teams will opt to run more close-range, brawly compositions, like you see Fisher College right now, running with the Reinhardt, running with the Mei, trying to section people off with the Mei walls. But watch the tank battle right now. Clerky, or False, has opted to run the Ramatra.
Ramatra versus Reinhardt, and the Mei wall's going to trap the Reinhardt in. The Mei wall sits them there for a little while, but they're able to break free, courtesy of all the damage being poured out by Fisher. So it's going to be Faded that walks away free for right now. They're going to rotate out of control room, or rather I should say server room. They're going to rotate off that right now, but mainly the high ground, I should say. And they're in control, the Saints for right now. Down to about a second left to go until the point unlocks. Fisher has control of it for right now, but it is contested. Immortality field being used very early on by, I believe that's Hot Babe 36 right now, but very interesting name, but still, point flip in command for the Falcons. But they still are pushing it right on in. The fight still continues on here. This is actually Clerky into Nemesis form, who takes down Cave and Faded rather down to about half health. Faded falling down really, really low. Application matrix very early on here for Fisher College on the Baptiste side. And that's going to push back the Saints of Maryville for right now.
Yeah, even though Maryville did a really great job of using the symmetric teleport to take high ground, you can see that Fisher College, thanks in large part to that shatter from Faded, did a fantastic job of saying, hey, if you're going to take the server room, no problem. We're just going to rotate onto the point, hold there, and force you to come to us. They actually took the point incredibly early in that fight, so that's why we see them already up at 40% going into fight number 2. However, when Maryville come back into this one, they have the Annihilation from Clerky already. It's a lot of great cleave damage. The Blizzard is also going to be great to freeze people up. How will Juby and Neb use their beats defensively?
Well, Ice is forgotten for a little while. Blizzard will trade exactly almost in the same place. And actually, a lot of people will freeze out Juby and Neb both using their sound barriers to trade. But Tree does not, or Tree actually gets Faded out before Faded can get the benefit of the doubt from the sound barrier. 60% along the way here for Fisher, but Maryville looking good to clean this one up. They get rid of Neb, and Maryville is going to get some percentages on the board.
Yeah, they should be able to do it as soon as they deal with these couple of stragglers here, and that was a very expensive fight for Fisher, using 3 ultimates and not being able to get anything out of it. You're going back into this next fight with the Dragon Strike and probably the Amplification Matrix from Abs, but other than that, you're really working with nothing, and what I'm really looking at is the fact that Fisher really doesn't have a great defensive tool to be able to deal with the Annihilation from False, who did a fantastic job holding on the Annihilation in the last fight.
Rushing right onto the point goes the Falcons. They will try to play this away, but now the Annihilation is out, and the Reinhardt is just stuck there for right now. Immortality field having to be used. Clerky's got to get out of the way. Dragon Strike down the middle. Dragon Strike will trade. Who's got the better of the Dragon Strikes? It actually zones out either of them, so the playing field even gets smaller. Ice able to use the Storm House to get rid of Forgotten. 3 kills fall, and the Saints will keep this up.
Yeah, really great job. Fisher had to try and sort of kite out of the way as a result of the Annihilation being used. So even though we didn't see any Annihilation kills going on in the kill feed, what happened was Fisher College were forced back. They didn't have as much room to work. And when that happens, Hanzo Ice is going to have a field day being able to just lob in arrows willy-nilly. Now going into this next fight, though, we have once again 2 pairs. We have both Blizzards coming up momentarily and also both Beats coming up. Who gets those first is going to be massive.
65% enrolling. If this fight lasts long, this very well could be potentially last fight. Or 2 quick fights at that, but the Blizzard's going to be dropped first out by King, and that freezes out Faded. Nothing doing for Fisher College's tank, and it's going to be Maryville that's going to hold this on because Fisher's got to back up already.
Yeah, without Faded in the fight, there's just no opportunity for Fisher to be able to sustain. But luckily, okay, getting rid of Ice is actually huge. Luckily for Fisher College, you're feeling pretty good about this one, not just because you're up 5v4, but because King did actually end up using the Blizzard in that last fight. Cave did not do the same. So we are looking at a situation where you have a Blizzard available to try and draw out the beat from Juby, and then you can go wild.
Blizzard and that Matrix are used on the side of Fisher to keep this one going. Samari is going to be used. Neb uses theirs first. Juby uses first. Neb uses theirs right afterwards. Now the Annihilation up for Clerky. Here comes the Dragon Strike down the middle of the lane. The Immortality Field having to use very early on. 1 support down on either side. Fisher College able to flip it right back to them for right now, but the Falcons need to hold on to this before Maryville can even get to them. Already 2 kills outside, and the point still looking to be flipped back to the Saints. Faded falling down to about half health. Forgotten switching it over from the Hanzo to the Tracer, but you're going to need to be quick, my friend, because right now Maryville starting to run it over. Overtime clock does happen as Maryville flips the point back at 97%. Is anybody going to be able to touch? Somebody is going to be able to, and I believe that's the Baptiste right now. Tracer has to get on in, but isn't going to make it at all. And a very, very close first map looking to go in the favor of the Saints. And Maryville, 100-97, takes the control center.
But really back and forth from both sides, and that's what you want to see when it comes to those brawl compositions, those back and forth teams trading heavyweight blows as these incredibly impactful ultimates like the Blizzard, like the Annihilation get traded from both sides. It all comes down to who can manage those tools better and who can position themselves better to both get more value out of their tools and then try and make it more difficult for them to do the same. Now we head on to Garden, which is we went from an extremely closed-in map to a much more open map, which is why we see Maryville starting to run what looks like, as Nerdybird said on the desk, the Jotes composition. False on the Jungle Queen is going to look to go as aggressive as possible. You can get tons of cleave damage off with this composition, but you don't have any shields, you don't have a ton of healing sustained that the tank can give you, which is tough.
For 1 second, Forgotten gets rid of Tree on the Kiriko, so less healing coming up for the Saints, who have to back right on off, and just because of the aim of 1 arrow, Maryville backs them off for right now, and I mean, what a huge play there from Forgotten.
And that's why we immediately see Ice move over onto the Hanzo, because that one-shot potential from Hanzo's arrows is so massive. That's why we see him being played so incredibly often. Not only can you turn a fight with just 1 shot, but you have pretty solid mobility with the wall climb and the dash, and you're looking really solid now with the point in your control.
Point in control, and Cave's going to try to keep it that way. Gets rid of King onto the Tracer, and now again, a 5v4 situation where Maryville doesn't want to give up anymore. They get bio needed out, and right away, as soon as you lose the Tracer, you back off. Don't want to give any more ultimate percentage than you want to.
Yeah, it's again, just these really quick kills from Fisher College have been incredible. Maryville just hasn't really been able to take a fight because they've been getting poked away on the way in. You see them go to the right, now moving over to the left, trying to fake out the Falcons, but they seem to be ready for the rotation.
Falcons are going to try to rotate right in alongside Maryville, so they basically switch places from east-west to north-south. They're going to try to go right on in. Immortality Field used very early on from the Baptiste, but that's going to allow King to go down. Iced and Clerky, though, trying to turn this fight on their own. It's a nano boost on to Clerky for a little while now. Doesn't even need the Annihilation to help themselves out. 4 kills, and the Saints are going to get percentages on the board.
Yeah, they should be able to get the flip. Once again, this is a little bit of deja vu here. It's a little bit less than last time, but Fisher got first point control, but they got about 70% on the point, and once Maryville took over, it felt like they had the momentum for the rest of the map. We'll see if the same rings true this time around, as Maryville does have the Annihilation up. Fisher College coming up, already has the Dragon Strike coming up on Blizzard, Shatter, and also the Ant Matrix. So they have, theoretically, the tools to take this back very fast.
Ice is pretty happy that another Icicle didn't hit you there. 50 health and stayed alive. Thank you, Sports. As shots being fired away, Storm Arrow's inside. They're going to try to fight from inside of the White Room and out, but a great Biony. That hits three people onto Cade, Faden, and Nem, and they have to back off. Early Immortality Field yet again for the Baptiste. Fisher College maybe having a little bit of trouble trying to get themselves out. Ice gets the Dragon Strike kill. They fall off the map, and this is going to be Maryville holding on.
I think Forgotten got killed in the middle of casting his own Dragon Strike. I saw it be used, but no dragons ended up going out. So now as Maryville's going to tie up the percentage, Fisher College, again, in a situation where they have the tools, the question is, can they get into a position to use them effectively before Maryville just descends on them? Not only do they have the Annihilation, but King is getting very close to that blade. I think you're probably waiting for Tree to get that last little bit to the nano boost before you let go of it, but it's still a great tool to try and discombobulate the Falcons on their approach.
Falcons trying to move right on and trying to recapture the point at 58%, 75% for Maryville right now. Seeing the ultimates being used. Cave is going to use the Blizzard out in the middle. Was not going to freeze anybody in. May as well have been. Clarky King's going to try to turn this all the way around. But for right now, a 2-to-1 trade fight in favor. Another good Biony. 2-to-1 trade fight now in favor of Fisher College. They're going to go ahead and use the blade here, basically with nothing on it, to see if they can find anything, and they won't. And Maryville's going to back off.
So, yeah, that is kind of tough to use the Dry Blade in that situation, but I will say a combination that is almost as deadly as the Nano Blade is the Nano Ramatra, and that's exactly what Maryville is looking at right now. You're going to be able to get cleave damage on basically anyone that's within 20 feet of you. As soon as that comes in, that's exactly what False is doing.
The Annihilation's going to try to come in. Forgotten's already found a headshot onto Tree for right now. And there's going to go Faded right on in, trying to charge out. But the Annihilation still way too strong. Flip goes back to the Saints. And Annihilation gets rid of Forgotten, and it is still going on. Clerky finally runs out of it. 97%. Somebody's got to speed away and touch. Net doesn't touch. Oh, just in time. The Reinhardt's able to touch. 99 to 86%. King dashes away. Clerky, though, cleaning up house on the Nemesis form. And all you have to worry about is the Reinhardt. 99 to 86. It's going to 100. And the Saints start off with the first point here on Lijiang Tower.
Well done from Maryville. We saw two very brawl-heavy submaps right there, and that was two solid wins from the side of the Saints. I will say, Fisher stood with them in lockstep, trading back and forth, but in both situations, Maryville had a really great job, not only of knowing what their win condition was going to be for the current fight, they also had a good idea of what it was going to be for the fight after. Even though, like I said, you questioned the blade being used at the end of that fight with nothing else on it, I think Maryville, knew from the very beginning that it was going to be the nano-boosted Ramatra that was going to give them that final victory.
Well, it was only 1 or 2 targets anyways. It was either going to be the Genji, or it was either going to be the Nano Blade, or it was going to be the Annihilation.
Sure.
Either way.
Annihilation. I've never heard that before, but I really like that.
It's a pun.
I'm gonna try and say that. I might mess it up though.
Just not annihilation, a nanolation. See?
Yeah.
Pair it up a little bit. You know, gotta mix it up.
Yeah, you always have got to mix it up. As we move on to, speaking of that, moving on to Circuit Royale, next up as the escort map, we are now moving from a lot of brawl to probably what is going to be almost no brawl at all. We're looking at long range, big sight lines, big high grounds, a lot of Widowmakers, we saw a lot of Hanzos, but we're probably going to see Widowmakers. We might be seeing some Sojourns as well, a lot of Sigma coming in on the tank as well. So it's going to be a very different style of play. Things are going to slow down a little bit as teams play for positioning and try and get long range picks.
Now 7 players on side of this Fisher roster right now, and actually one of them is going to come in off the bench. So there is going to be a sub. We don't know who as of right now. All we know is that there will be a sub for Fisher. So we'll find out who that is. Actually, we'll see it on we'll see it on the roster here in just a couple moments.
If I had to guess, I have a pretty good inkling of what it's going to be. It's going to be Ivani coming in for Faded on the tank.
Okay.
Faded is kind of their main tank. Like if you think in Overwatch 1 terms, the Winston, the Reinhardt, that's when you have Faded. But when it comes to the traditional off-tank roles, Diva, Sigma, Zarya, that's when Avani is expected to shine. And so in a map where you're probably going to be playing mostly Sigma, you're probably going to be swapping out Faded for Avani. Also want to mention that you have a really solid double sniper comp at Fisher with Forgotten's Widowmaker and Cabe's Hanzo, which could be a lot for Iced and King to keep up with, even with the cumulative Tier 2 experience among those two players.
Now, it's not to say here as well that there may be deja vu or whatnot, but again, Fisher College, Maryville facing off against each other in the lower bracket round 2 back in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship. Second round, or rather second map, didn't even go to, so there it is, the Avani switch in as we've been being told in the background, but we'll talk about that in a couple of moments. You go back to an escort map that they did play Rialto, so this is a little bit of a change of pace here in terms of an escort map, especially for Fisher's side, who instead decides to go Circuit Royale, goes a little bit more long range, and like you were saying, Avani comes in, Faded goes out. So again, Sigma v Sigma map looking to be coming up here for Circuit Royale, as it basically has been since its existence.
And I will say, False in Overwatch 1 was also traditionally an off-tank player. So you're actually in a situation where while Fisher has to swap out their tanks in order to feel comfortable with the composition they're about to run, Maryville has absolutely no changes they have to make. They feel very comfortable with their 5 no matter what map they're taking, no matter what composition they have to be playing. And you have to think that having that stability in their comp room, knowing that there's going to be no new voices and you get to just kind of play with the same 5 guys and keep that synergy going throughout the entire series, it could be big for their momentum.
Could very well be big for their momentum, but then again, for Fisher right now, you really want to stop that momentum for Maryville at the very least, because right now, Fisher's got to find a way to take this from a best of 5 to a best of 3.
Yeah.
Because they are already down 1-0. This is your map pick, and so again, you've had less than a month to try to figure out something to stop Maryville. You got swept by them earlier on. This is the time to bring it. This is the time to get that trophy. This is the time to pull out all the stops. And again, subs and all, you've got 7 people to use on your roster. You've got the depth chart to do so. So switching out may be kind of a strategy. Maryville not switching out at all, but why would you? Don't fix what's not broken, obviously, right? So Maryville's going to keep the same way, but for Fisher right now, just got to find a way to earn that trophy you see down the middle on the stage. So for Fisher, I mean, what's going to be their keys going into this, especially on a map like Circuit Royale where you got a mountain to climb?
Yeah, their key, like literally a mountain. Their keys are going to be hinged on the DPS most likely because, again, Circuit Royale is a long-range map. It's all about playing 4 picks on the Widowmaker, the Hanzo, the Ashe, the Sojourn, any long-range DPS that you want. So it's mostly going to come down to Forgotten and Cave to be able to keep up with the Ice King DPS line. Now, Maryville did theoretically slightly. I want to say to be clear, these are 2 very, very good DPS players, but moving Tree off of DPS onto support is a slight downgrade just because of how cracked Tree is at that role. So can this DPS line keep up with Forgotten and Cave in a situation where both of the DPS are very, very key? You have to be working in lockstep, and you have to be constantly winning 1v1s with your opposing numbers. And a lot of that is also going to come down to the tank matchup between Clerky, a.k.a. False, and Avani, because a lot of the jockeying for position between these long-range DPS is going to come from the Sigma shields coming out, being able to give you free line of sight.
So subs is in right now, checking to make sure teams are ready to play. Fisher Maryville going for game number 2. Again, next map coming up, Circuit Royale. Like we've been talking about pretty much all the way through. You have the long-range sights. You have the shields of Sigma. This is a pretty Sigma-heavy map. I don't think you're going to see much of anything else. Maybe except for the 3rd point, I would say. Maybe you change a little bit. I've seen Ramachers get pulled out. I've seen Reinhardt somehow get pulled out as well, and that works at the same time too. And again, we were talking about this yesterday where like there's really not a kind of set of meta, if you will, but I feel like Circuit Royale is one of those maps that actually have a set meta, if you will.
I mean, with the long-range sight lines that you have on the defense, you kind of have to play it. You're forced into it. And I gotta say, I do like it in principle, just from the Overwatch team, the fact that they have these maps that use different types of geometry to encourage different types of play. And that's what we're going to see. So this is an ideal Grand Finals because we have gone from Lijiang Tower, which was largely a close-range map, to Circuit Royale, which is going to be a largely long-range map. So watch out for Ice versus Forgotten, King versus Cabe, dueling on those DPS as much as possible. Also want to keep an eye out, of course, for Tree. We're keeping an eye on that support player who was swapped over from the DPS in order to try and help out. In these kinds of situations, if you're playing like a Zenyatta or maybe even a Baptiste, that sniper support kind of action could come in play.
Could very well come into play, but we go to the streets of Monaco. We go to Circuit Royale now. Is pretty lights in the nighttime, but playing a little bit in the daytime. As I could actually say Miami Grand Prix for Formula 1 going on right now, but we're in a different country altogether, especially going to Europe. But
it would be a really great backdrop for a race for sure.
Really great backdrop right now. Yeah, I mean, but still. The streets of Monaco, we're in Circuit Royale right now, so we got about 10 seconds left. And talk about the compositions right now, because, I mean, either way, we've seen Zenyatta's, and this is pretty much going to match. But if Maryville is going to pull this out, I'm very interested.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to, I know that King really loves playing this Genji. It's kind of a pocket pick here for the Maryville DPS player, and Ice immediately gets the diff onto Forgotten on the Widowmaker. That is so important, being able to immediately take out the opposing number and own that Widow 1v1 early on.
Huge pick early on, but that still means Fisher College gets their Widowmaker back faster than not, so back to the spawn room they go, but they'll rejoin their team right away as they push on up. And what you notice as well is the Sigma's the only one on the floor level here, and Forgotten's actually going to get the revenge shot onto Ice, which is big for them to advance this payload forward. No more Widowmaker you got to worry about, but now you got to worry about King on this Genji, who's just going to dash right away into the Widowmaker. And Avani almost down to about 250 health. There goes the Orb of Discord on either side on either of the tanks. But you can see how much pressure Fisher is putting on right now.
Yeah, because King has to try and get in close in order to be able to get consistent value on this Genji, and Forgotten and Cave know immediately that they have to try and chunk down that Genji as quickly as possible before you're able to do just that. And so far doing a great job of doing that, and Forgotten continuing to find headshots, this time on the Juby.
Yep, they find it on the Juby, so no more Orb of Discord that you're going to have for Maryville's side, so advantage going to the Falcons of Fisher, and right away, 3 kills fall. You're going to add 2.5 to the bank with 5 minutes and 14 seconds left to go to push this up the hill, but they might even have more space than that.
Almost no resistance at all from Maryville on the first point, and now you see, of course, Fisher College are going to push all the way up the hill and try and get as much as possible. Yeah, big little hello from Avani onto Ice as you take down the Widowmaker player and basically pull off a spawn camp right now, but a nicely placed Immortality Field from Tree is going to save Juby.
Holy cow, Juby was in so much trouble, but Tree just says, "Here I come to save the day." Just already, just
is that copyrighted?
No, I'm sorry about that.
I don't know.
I kind of had to sing it, but you know, it's the hero play, if you will. But Tree just comes right in, saves the day with the Immortality Field. Transcendence having to be used at the same time. Dragon Strike's going to come up the hill from Cape to see if they've got any more space. Now the Gordic Flux is up, this time coming from Avani. And is it going to find anything? It probably doesn't, because Ice has already found a headshot onto Hotby, one of the 2 supports there. Both of the supports are down. Fisher College stops in their tracks.
Low. Oh, you lost King, though, which means you no longer have a full 5, and King actually had the Dragon Blade ready. So as Fisher is going to back up here, they're forced to play from the low ground, so that's going to make things even more difficult for Forgotten and Cave to be able to find solid shots onto their opposing numbers on the other side, and they have 0 ultimates. They used everything in that last fight. They now have to build up once again from the low ground where they're constantly getting poked at, and this is going to continue happening.
Well, Ice has already got to find a body shot onto Forgotten. Another Immortality Field used very early on, but 2 bigs already gone. And right now, look at the damage the supports are pulling out. Tree and Juby, my oh my, headshots galore for the supports, and the Saints putting on the wall again.
Yeah. And again, I have to look at what the ults are looking like for Fisher College. Not only are they dying, they're dying fast. And because of that, they really have barely built up to any of those ults. They're still working with nothing, while Maryville has a Transcendence in the pocket of Juby. If anything gets even a little bit weird, you do have Cave swap onto his own Genji to be able to counter King, so now there'll be a little bit of Genji duels going on as well as the Widows.
Fisher Gauntlet's going for what I like to call the cinnamon swirl, going underneath, going around, trying to get behind them, but nothing doing because they're just trapped inside of there, and the amount of damage that's being spammed is just going to be too much. Fisher backs off for right now, but Ice, again, icing Forgotten with another headshot pick, and now they're just stuck inside of this corridor. Nothing left to do but wait either for that Orb of Discord to proc or something here, but Avani falling really low now. It doesn't really matter. Avani's gone, and that's going to be your fight won by the Saints yet again, and that time back down to 2.5.
Yeah, it started at over 5 minutes. It's now been chunked down to less than half of what they started with, and Fisher College has really, I mean, accomplished almost nothing in that time. 40 meters in 2.5 minutes is basically 0. But that is what you wanted to see. Forgotten finally getting the revenge shot onto ice. Getting that pick from the elevation, from the low ground, is extremely difficult. Forgotten makes it happen and opens things up for the Falcons for a potential 5v4.
2 minutes left to go on the clock. They still got to make it up one more portion of the hill here. Now they're going to go ahead and use the application matrix to give themselves a little bit of room, but that app matrix is actually by the side stairs. So for right now, Fisher can advance on with really no worries whatsoever because Maryville backs off. But now King dashing right in and 4 ultimates for Maryville. A lot of check marks for the Saints, but Fisher College fighting off.
Yeah, Avani's just getting melted down so quickly. The focus fire from Maryville has been huge, and the fact that they only had to use the tactical visor, not the tactical visor, the infra sight to win that one means that they still have 4 ultimates available, and not only are they 4 ultimates, they are 4 hugely impactful ultimates. The Dragon Blade, the Amplification Matrix, the Transcendence, which Ubi has hung on to that Transcendence for something like 3 minutes because you haven't even had to use it, and also the Gravitic Flux. Finally, Fisher's coming up on ultimates of their own, but will it be too little too late? Because in order to hit checkpoint B, I think you have to win 2 fights in a row. It's got to start now, though, in order to try and keep a somewhat healthy time bank going into the last phase of the map.
Yeah, you can see where that payload is right now, still at the bottom of halfway of that hill. Meanwhile, Tree is gone. The Gravitic Flux is going to lift up Avani, and Avani just cannot find kills whatsoever. He's dying way before a fight can even happen here. Fight continues on, though. Clerky able to get rid of Caben. It's a quick fight, but 35 seconds left to go. Challenge for Fisher coming up.
It's a big challenge, but the silver lining here is that fight ended so quickly that you're going to get one more shot here if you're Fisher College, and you have 4 ultimates to try and get any sort of progress that you can on this point.
They use the infra sight very early on to find out and check out where they're going. Nev does have the rally and the very changed rally, but King getting rid of Forgotten on the reflection. The deflect is good. Kane's going to use the Dragon Blade in the back line, though, and Kane is going to find at least Tree for right now. Critic Flux up as well. They are using everything on the board for Fisher College, but right now, as it stands, a 2-on-3 situation doesn't look like it's going to end, but Neb is just going to whip shot a win here, but the overtime clock is still up.
Yeah, and the fact that False is still alive here, that big health pool blocking the pathway for Fisher College, saying you shall not pass, you shall not get a time extension, as they still need to hit something around 40 meters in order to do so. You need one more fight win, and you put everything into that last fight. Can you win another neutral? Now you are on top of the high ground, though, so you don't have to deal with the elevation change.
Here we go. No ultimates on the board for either side. This is going to be pretty much a dry fight until somebody's going to get an ultimate. Cave in so much trouble. Immortality Field, though, saves Cave for right now. What it doesn't save is Forgotten in your backline as King changes on over to the Tracer instead to make sure Forgotten is forgotten in this fight. No more time. It is overtime, so you got to stay on the card the entire way. But Juby getting rid of Cave is huge. No more damages for the side of Fisher College. It all comes down to the supports in the tank. But Juby is bloodthirsty, and the supports are as well. That will end it. Maryville says, no, no, no. Even with 5 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock, Fisher is stopped.
And that is why Circuit Royale is considered to be such a defensively favored map. Even though Fisher got through point A so quickly, Maryville did a fantastic job of leveraging the just crazy high ground that you get at the end of point B for 5 minutes straight, and they stuffed Fisher College. They were able to consistently win those DPS duels when they had the high ground, which, as we know, is a massive advantage if Star Wars has anything to say about it. And we saw it right there. There was nothing that Fisher could do. They end up going almost to the end of point B. So I want to say, again, this looks kind of rough for Fisher College, but again, this is a very defensively favored map. You have all of point A and all of point B to work with, including that big high ground that Maryville used and abused so much in their defense. So Fisher College are not out of this one just yet.
They're not out of it just yet, but they have pretty much to put up one of the biggest walls I'm ever going to see here, especially against a team like Maryville, who, like you said, storied history, one of the top 3 teams. Right now, Maryville looking pretty good to put this in a 2-0. Question is, can Fisher hold the line? We're going to see basically what was the same thing for Gotten and Cabe on the Hanzo and the Widowmaker, but King, again, this Genji's been working out pretty well.
It's been working out pretty well, especially making sure that Forgotten hasn't just been able to get big shots for free, right? You don't even have to kill the Widowmaker as long as you're able to get up into her face and able to make it as difficult as possible to do anything. I'm noticing a Life Weaver from Tree. where are you putting
Yeah,
this
where's
pedal
this-
platform? Who are you lifting up to try and get a high ground
Oh,
position?
well, okay. Well,
Well,
there's no more anymore.
Whatever it was, we missed it, and it didn't work because we didn't see anything in the kill feed. It's likely that you were trying to lift up Ice to get some weird high ground, but didn't end up working. Instead, it's Cabe who kicks off King to start
Yeah,
off.
Cabe gets the headshot onto King. I was about to say somewhere out there, Nerdy Bird is shouting, "Get off the life leaper." Right now, I feel like Nerdy Bird's shouting that out there somewhere. 3 minutes and 19 seconds, though. Fight continuing on. Even if you lose one of your members here, at least for the Maryville side, you get them right back, considering where the spawn room is. Very close and personal. They will fight, though, because Fisher knows that they cannot give up as much distance as you think, because their playing field got a lot shorter, especially giving up that, only getting 1 point in 86 meters, but they continue the advance on. Right around the corner, they will play. It'll be Shields up right against Shields for the Sigmas as they go right underneath the archway bridge. This Genji right now putting on a lot of pressure from the front line, really not doing anything in the back line. Spots out the Widowmaker. Now the Widowmaker in a lot of trouble, but knows that you've got the Orb of Discord on the Hanzo as well, and this Hanzo has to run away. And that Orb of Discord just making free space right now.
Yeah, look at how much space, how far back Fisher College have been forced to. Oh no! Did King just deflect a Widow shot into Cabe?
Oh my god.
Simple geometry. That is all you need. And Cabe is forced onto the Tracer.
I am speechless.
What a show of dominance.
That's just that. Oh my god, King is just flexing on him now. The deflection shot into a different DPS. K moves out of the Tracer, but Forgotten gets rid of Ice. That's a good start here for the Falcons. Graphitic Flux is up, and there's going to be damages on either side. Immortality Field being used by Neb, and actually Fisher College is going to win this fight and put up the fence.
Yeah, as impressive as that was, Fisher College were able to buckle down and win the fight on the ground, short range, thanks a lot to that Gravitic Flux from Avani, getting a ton of value, a ton of damage, and then Cabe getting into the back and finishing off those low health targets. So, as impressive as it was, look at that time bank. Only 1:40 left on the clock, and Maryville are looking a little bit barren when it comes to their ultimates. King, Ice, and Juby are close, but they're not there quite yet, and when they do, Abs is ready with the trans.
Forgotten still has the infra sight as well, doesn't decide to use it just yet, but there it is now as I say it. You're going to have this Tracer v Genji battle on the side, but the problem is one's got an Orb of Harmony, the other one's just going to have to dash away for the health pack before going back to the rest of the team. Dragon Blade now available, Ice using their infra sight. But 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. Blade's going to get pulled out. Transcendence to counter that right away, but now no Transcendence to counter out if Clerky is going to have their Gravitic Flux up, but it doesn't really matter. With only 1 minute left to go, Cabe able to get rid of Ice in a 5v4 situation. That's traded out, though. That's huge. King finds 2 in your back line, and that's going to be a push-up and potentially the next point here for Maryville.
A huge Transcendence used there from Juby. While Maryville was already down a player, it takes some guts to be able to say, hey, we're down, but I still think this is winnable. I'm going to use Transcendence, and we are going to press W. That's exactly what Maryville did, running over Fisher College. Now it comes down to these next 3 minutes. Can the Saints get another 86 meters, climb the Circuit Royale mountain in order to go up 2-0 and get themselves to championship point? Or will Fisher be able to hold on the defense? In their defense, they do have another Gravitic Flux from Avani coming up in a moment, which was huge last time, as well as an Amplification Matrix.
Fisher College got that first point, by the way, 2 minutes, 8 seconds faster. But for Maryville, that's not the biggest question. The biggest question is, can you keep climbing up the hill? Nobody's on the point right now, actually, as well. Yeah. They're going to fight off of it. Gravitic Flux is up, and that Immortality Field means squat. Clerky gets a kill, King with a deflection, and we're in final fight territory, my friend.
Yeah, you got one more fight to do it. But I will say, the fact that Avani wasn't able to get up to the Gravitic Flux is a blessing in disguise here, because now Avani has it available for this next fight, and there really isn't anything other than the Immortality Field that's going to be able to counter it on the side of Maryville.
So the golden box of victory right in front of you. Less than 5, or right around 5 meters, I should say,
Avani
left
can't
to
die.
go. And now Avani cannot die. Gravitic Flux is up, Immortality Field up at the same time. There's 2 people inside of there. But Ice and Juby still find kills in your back line. Juby is bloodthirsty on the Zenyatta.
Wow.
It's a team wipe. What a play from Maryville. And the Saints are going to go up in the series 2-0. They are 1 map point away from taking the cup in 23.
All eyes were on Avani to be able to pull off the Gravitic Flux of a lifetime. All eyes were on the front line. And so when the DPS line of Maryville snuck around into the back and just deleted Abs and Neb, no one was expecting it, least of all Fisher College. but they were able to get the finisher that they needed. And now Maryville are one map away from claiming the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.
Wow, my oh my. I mean, and I hate to say deja vu in the meanwhile, but you go back again to that match in the Overwatch Collegiate Cup. It was the exact same scoreline, too.
Yeah.
Mind you, Maryville won 2-0 to start on Control. Then their next map, albeit actually that was on Hybrid, the second map.
Yeah.
But albeit that being the case, it was a 2-1 game. And then their last one ended up being 3-2. So Maryville's actually in a pretty decent spot. But, again, I'm not saying deja vu. I'm just saying it's a coincidence at the very least for right now.
I mean, things are going down the same path as they did before, and Fisher has one more shot to be able to potentially turn it around and try and reverse history. The question is, what do you do when you're trying to pick this next push map? Because what Fisher has done is we started off on Lijiang Tower, played a bunch of close range comps. It was close, but you lost. Then you move on the Secret Royale, play long-range comps. That was your choice to try and knock Maryville off their game. You'll lose that too. So it comes down to whether Fisher can find that sort of secret ingredient, that secret composition that they have the one-up on Maryville on. Right now, they have not found it, and this push map choice is going to be massive into showing what they think might be the secret to them, at the very least, getting us to a fourth map.
Yeah, we will see if they can get us to a fourth map. Again, for between these two teams, we, again, go back in history. They didn't see the push map because it ended after 3. So this time, push is the third map. You're looking at only 3, Esperanza, New Queen Street, Coliseo. Out of those 3 maps, what do you think you're picking? But as I'm being asked,
I don't have to predict.
Yeah, you don't have to predict. Coliseo's going to be the very next map here. So very brawl heavy, and we know Maryville can bring out the punches.
They can bring out the punches, but if Lijiang was anything to say about it, Fisher can too.
Yeah.
Both Lijiang, you actually wrote it down. What were the actual percentages on the Lijiang Tower map?
So the Lijiang Tower map went 100-97 on Control Center. Then you go back to the Gardens, 186. So not to say that it wasn't close on brawl maps at all.
One extra fight goes Fisher's way on either of those maps, and they win.
Yeah.
So Fisher, I think, feels very confident in their ability, at least when it comes down to push instead of a Control. Because, listen, we all love Control. We all love King of the Hill.
Yep.
Those maps end up becoming much more scrappy than any other map type in the game, just because of the nature of the composition of the maps where everyone's kind of fighting over one point. When you're going on to push maps, though, you're able to sort of pick and choose where you take your engagements to try and make them as advantageous for you as possible. So I think that Fisher, when you have that extra little bit of time to breathe, to plan out your fights before you go in, you're feeling pretty confident about your ability to, at the very least, win more than half the fights.
Now, again, we will see if Fisher has is going to put in a sub, because Avani came in for the last map of Circuit Royale, but that was due to the fact that there is a Sigma. It looks like we're going to go in, and Avani's actually going to stay in for Fisher. So right now, maybe throwing Maryville a little bit of a curveball, because you may or may not have expected Avani to come out. Considering the meta right now, right? Mermacha kind of ball or Reinhardt kind of brawl as well, which we saw Faded go in for, but right now in Coliseo, Avani stays in. What do you expect here?
I think it's going to be probably a lot of the same that we've been talking about so far. The reason Avani is in is because over the course of the school year, Avani has gotten the lion's share of the starts for Fisher College. He's done a fantastic job on both the off-tank and also the main tank roles when he has been asked to do so. Faded is kind of the Reinhardt specialist for this team, but Avani has shown the ability to play a lot of stuff, and in this situation when you are down 0-2 with one map to win or go home in the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup, I think it is a great strategy to just go with the composition that you have played the most and you feel like you have the highest synergy with.
Maryville coming up on 3 match point opportunities. Fisher College has to play perfect the rest of the way.
This is an interesting composition.
This is an interesting.
Fisher.
I don't think I've seen this since Junker Queen actually got released.
Yeah.
This was such a rush comp.
It's time for some Jotes, baby.
Yeah, it is.
Let's hear it for Jotes.
Yeah, Jotes is back online, and Fisher College is going to bring out something, again, like I said, we haven't seen in quite a long time, especially ever since Mermacha came out. Since, Life Weaver came out as well, but with Mermacha coming out, you really haven't seen Jotes in a while, and especially Kiriko canceling out the Junker Queen, the Rampage there. I mean, still.
Yeah.
Fisher College is going to bring it out to see. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Maryville right now. They're just throwing every curveball imaginable. And you want to know a stat as well. About 80% of fights that go for the first team win. is actually able to win out the fight. Avani, with the slash away on the axe, is able to get rid of Juby, and King goes down as well, and the first fight is actually won by the Falcons.
Yeah, such an aggressive comp this Jotes comp is, and they do a very good job of just taking advantage of teeny little mistakes. Usually a Lucio being caught out of position isn't that big of a deal because he's able to use the wall rise and maneuverability to get back to safety. But in a composition that is as fast as Fisher College is, they're able to section off and take out that Lucio before he can escape. So now we have the first bot push in favor of Fisher College.
2 fight losses here from Maryville will be devastating unless they can make the climb back. But right now they back off for a little while here just to regroup to make sure that they've got the rest of the team. Slash away goes Avani for right now, and you're going to have the nano boost on DeClerky, who does not have the Annihilation, mind you, but it could very well be enough to win you this fight. Tree's bloodthirsty as well, finds 2, and it's going to be Maryville taking the bot in their favor.
Yeah, just about doing it. Even though you don't have that ultimate ready, I mean, when you have the pummels up and when you have so much healing at your back, it may as well be a nano boosted ultimate there for the side of False. And now you have that Annihilation available to potentially get you another fight win and take the lead if you're able to win this one. On the other side, though, you have the Rampage already available. You're going to be able to anti-nade, do the effect of the anti-nade to as many people as you can to maybe clean up with Forgotten Spot.
It's going to be the Rampage out and about from Avani, which hits
King
at
is
least
so
Tree,
low.
and Tree is
He has
bleeding
2
out.
health.
But Ice storm arrowing away onto Neb, very low health, and King is so low, but King stays up. I don't know how. Good support line there for Maryville to keep them up. Dynamite does you no good. They're going to throw out the 6th man here, but Ice just finding heads to roll away, and Maryville is going to take the lead.
Wow, the fact that King stays alive there is actually so huge because you have to continue worrying if you're Fisher College about that Genji in your backline poking away with the shurikens, and because of that you're not able to fully commit to the frontline fight. And the Ravenous Vortex kill on the Forgotten, that is a rare Overwatch screenshot right there. That stagger is absolutely massive. Not only is Maryville going to be able to take the lead, they're going to take a commanding lead of 20 meters or more before Fisher College can re-engage.
But remember, they still have to hit the checkpoint as well, and nobody's on the robot pushing right now, so that very kind of small hope for Fisher College, maybe to get back in time, may very well help. Neb's going to have to use
we
the
got
sound
Boostio.
barrier. You've got the Dragon Blade out as well. Lucio, it's Boostio. You're right. Juby is boosted by the nano boost. It's going to do absolutely nothing but win Maryville the fight here, thanks to Iced and King finding kills. King's going to find a double, and Maryville's going to find the checkpoint.
Despite what has to have been a bit of a mistake there by Tree getting the nano boost onto Lucio, they still managed to win the fight. They managed to get the forward spawns, and another fight win here could be an insurmountable lead for Fisher College to be able to get back from. We do still have 6 minutes left on the clock. We have plenty of time to work with, but Avani is immediately in trouble.
Avani in a lot of trouble. It's going to be the Cuticle Kitsune Rush going to come out from Fisher College into the side room. Good cutaway from Maryville to make sure they avoid that at all possible costs. However, before that, the Dynamite takes down King. King burns away, and it's a 5v4 situation. Robot being held up right now thanks to just the overpass that Clerky sits at right now. The Rampage is going to be used. That's both of the supports in, but there's no follow-up. Juby and Tree are still alive, so Juby and Tree staying alive is huge for them. They get
Tree
picks,
so
though.
low.
Tree goes down, Juby finally goes down, and the Falcons finding a fight win.
That is absolutely crucial because you still have a 40-meter advantage for Maryville. It is not an insurmountable lead for Fisher College with still about 5 minutes left on the clock. Not only do you have a doable lead to come back from, you also have a Bob coming up momentarily as well as the beat from Neb. So you're looking okay on ultimates. On the other side, though, Annihilation from False yet again. This has been massive, especially if you can start that before Neb gets that last 15% towards the beat. That could be brutal.
5 minutes left to go. Half of the time bank wasted away.
Oh,
Maryville with the lead, and now there's the Annihilation coming up. Clerky gets the reset of the armor as well, but Clerky falls oh so low. They could trade this out. Avani is bionated, but it's a 2v1 trade still. Avani stays up, and it's actually going to be Fisher College wasting away a Nano, wasting away a Annihilation, and that's huge.
The Nano actually ended up going on to King and not False, so you're in this situation where you're trying to build up that last little bit towards the blade. Now you're forced to use a dry blade here from King, and is kind of stranded in no man's land, is going to find a little bit of something, trying to find a support to get anything on, but
Neb actually used the sound barrier in the meantime, so Neb actually dropped the sound barrier when that blade came out, so this Blizzard is going to come out from Cabe, And it's gonna, I mean, Cade uses the Blizzard, but it's gonna come up for nothing, and Fisher College flips it back, although now the lead only down to about 28 meters.
Yeah, I mean, you are looking at now 4 minutes left on the clock, and while you did get a little bit of meterage, you close things up a little bit, you're going to have to meet a couple of fights in a row in order to be able to get this final win, and the time frame to do that is closing quickly. Abs coming up on the Kitsune Rush, and King going down is huge for the side of Fisher College. They might be able to win this fight without any ults.
They might be able to. 3 kills fall. Clerky's in Nemesis form as well. Could turn this entire fight around, but will not be able to do so. But I mean, discipline at the very least. Maryville holds on to their sound barrier, which is great. But now Fisher College coming up on a Kitsune Rush as well, so it's 1 support ult versus 1 support ult coming up.
1 support ult for sure, but the fact is, Fisher College, their entire composition revolves around just absolute aggression. And Abs is no longer around.
Yep, there goes the kitty go. No Kitsune Rush either.
I didn't even have to say his name, and I cast cursed him.
Oh my god.
What the heck?
You didn't have to say anything. You just said 1 sentence and he's dead. I mean, come on, man. You've already got Avani and Forgotten having a backup down solo health. You need to go back inside. But they're down to already half health. Forgotten and Avani just needing to already back up, but Ice still hitting shots. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. They're going to use the Kitsune Rush here to see if they have a chance at this fight. And if this goes poorly, this might have been a bad call out here because you still could have fought. And yes, Clerky does get the kill onto Forgotten. And so that Kitsune Rush going off for nothing.
That is actually a tough one, especially because Abs died so early in that fight. It flipped. Again, that's why we see the Hanzo. You flip the fight on its head immediately with 1 headshot onto a key player. And now Fisher College are forced on the back foot. The lead is extending once again, and the time is bleeding away. Every tick like lead in the veins of Fisher College as they try desperately to get back into this.
Neb still stays in this, though. You've got the headshot onto him, but Neb has to pay dearly with his life. As now you've got the pulse bomb. Kate misses wide. 50 meters is now the lead. The Annihilation comes out from Clerky to just make sure that this fight is all but secured. Wow. And Maryville with 2 minutes left to go looking to complete the map.
And the entire time that fight was happening, the bot was moving. Maryville has crossed the 3-digit threshold, which generally, in most cases, will be able to get you the win. We have a 70-plus meter difference between the two with 100 seconds left on the clock. There is no room for error, and you cannot lose Neb in this situation.
You cannot lose Neb. This could very well be it. Clerky finds the kill as well. Maryville marches on into the final couple of meters. 4 meters left to go. There is the pulse bomb. Immortality Field keeps them up. Summer is going to come out. Cade takes down Clerky, but in the meanwhile, there's the Baptiste going, gone. 1 minute 15 on the clock now. They're still fighting for their lives. King's able to escape for right now, but it's going to be just the chase down of the Tracer. They are able to find picks left and right here, but for right now, with not a lot of team members left, it's going to be headshot still for Ice. But for right now, Maryville's got to back up. It's a long way back still.
At this point, all you have to do is just drain time off the clock. There's 1 minute left, and with this trade fight, Fisher will probably be able to win because they have the spawn advantage. But then what? You have 80 meters to make up here and 45 seconds plus overtime to do it. You have absolutely zero room for error if you're Fisher College. If you want to keep your dreams of winning the CECC alive, you do have the pulse bomb. You're coming up on the Amp Matrix. You're coming up on the Annihilation, so you do have some tools, but you have to be 100% perfect here. 1 lost fight at this point means Maryville is going to be holding the trophy in just a few minutes.
Fisher College needing to play perfect for the next 20 seconds plus. And I mean plus in a big, big way. Fisher College coming up on 3 ultimates, coming up in the 4th. Pulse bomb a little wide. They're still going to get iced out in the end. There goes the Dragon Strike away. There goes the Nano Boost onto Clerky at the same time. Clerky gets rid of the Immortality Field, but isn't going to get much more other than that. Nano Boost runs out. And now you're going to have overtime clock running. Ravenous Vortex keeps Neb there for a couple of moments. And now the Annihilation out. Clerky able to find the Baptiste. Might find a little bit more. The Samir comes out.
There's the beat.
Yeah, there's the beat from Juby. There's the clear out. There's 2 kills. King and Tree are there. And the overtime clock starts to bleed out. And right now, as it stands, nobody else is going to be able to touch the point. And the historic program keeps making history. Maryville is going to lift the cup in 2023 at CECC Texas.
What a game from Maryville University. This team has been counted out throughout the entire lead up to this event. After coming in 3rd place in the Overwatch Collegiate Championship, they thought there's no way that these guys are going to be able to come back in a bracket with ISU, with Boise, with Fisher, and be able to come out with the victory. Well, these guys have been hungry to prove themselves as the #1 team for a long, long time, and finally they have their claim, they have their trophy, they have their championship.
They have the championship, the trophy in hand. Maryville keeps the history going for such a historic program in the Overwatch community. Maryville sweeping away with the broom to Fisher College. And Maryville will get to hold up the CECC trophy. There will be no back-to-backs for the Redbirds. That went down in the quarterfinals. Maryville will lift up the trophy here in Esports Stadium, Arlington. And right now, I mean, Maryville's got to feel pretty good that it will not be a double up for both Northwood and Fisher.
And you know what? I gotta say, this is the first time I've ever seen Maryville run this particular group of 5 with Ice on DPS and Tree on support. That might be one of their strongest 5s that they have come up with throughout this entire semester. They've been playing around with the people that they have in their roster, trying to find that roster that can give them that secret sauce, that can give them the synergy that they need to be the #1 team in the country. And while it was a little bit late to do it in the Collegiate Cup, the Collegiate Championship, late is better than never. And Maryville, I think, found that perfect combination of 5 players just in time to take this championship home.
My, oh my, what a significant win. Again, Maryville coming up huge, 3-0. We thought this was going to be an exciting series. It was, despite the scoreline being 3-0. It was such a good championship in the end. And what a way to close out here at Esports Stadium Arlington as well. I mean, even if it was a 3-0, I mean, we saw 4-1, we saw 2-0 as well. But even if all those scorelines were there, this was exciting for what was a 3-0.
It was incredibly exciting because Fisher are also, I don't want to discount this team, they are on that stage for a reason. This is an incredibly established organization. They were in the finals for 3 of the 4 games today for a reason. These guys were looking for the three-peat, could only take 1 trophy home today, but for sure, this squad is going to be here again. They are going to be up on the stage again. They are going to have many more trophies to fill. They're already crowded trophy collection here, but this time around, not quite there. These guys are going to stay in 2nd place, stay hungry for next year. Maryville University taking it home.
So we will see Maryville approach with the trophy in a couple of moments here as we get set for the trophy ceremony. Fisher, unfortunately, not going to be able to lift it up this year. But, I mean, like you were saying, 3 out of 4 teams inside of the finals here at CECC. And, I mean, what a way to handle it overall, to go on in and for Maryville to go on in and kind of break the streak that is Fisher. Only 1 out of the 3 Fisher teams winning, but Maryville able to break it away.
Maryville gets the victory, and now we are ready for the trophy presentation. Over to you on the stage.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to crown your champions, please welcome to the stage to present the Commissioner's Cup, Chief Esports Officer of CSMG, Angela Bernard Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Collegiate Sports Management Group and Esports U, we want to congratulate Maryville on an incredible season. And we want to present you with this award as the champions of the 2023 Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Overwatch Champions.
Well done. Congratulations. I was taking this interview for post-game here. Well done. Let's make some noise one time. We have the 2023 CECC Overwatch 2 champions. Let's go. All right, well done. Woo! I love that. Let's go. Well done. All right, Maryville, You came, you saw, you conquered, #1 all the way to the end. How does it feel to be the 2023 Overwatch champs?
We always knew we could do it. We knew we were better than everyone coming here, so it's nice to actually be able to actualize that for the first time probably this semester. So yeah, it's good to end on a win after a fucking long, hard year. I don't know if I'm
Long, hard years, no question about it. Tell everyone real quick, what was your experience like overall at the CECC this weekend?
It was really fun, honestly. I've never been to an event like this high quality with this level of stage, so it was really like an honor to play on this stage. It was really awesome, so thank you guys.
Well, congratulations once again. Next up, we'll have Space Ghost here to introduce our MVP.
Hey folks, are you ready? We have our CECC 2023 Overwatch Champion MVP. Are you ready? Do you guys want to guess? I'm just kidding. It's Juby!
Let's go!
Let's go, Juby! The energy on here is electric. Tell me, are these your boys?
Of course. I'm very surprised I got this, to be honest.
Are you surprised? You're taking it back?
I'm not taking it back, but I'm very surprised.
No worries. How did it feel to clutch the game out? I mean, you were the MVP. What is that experience like on stage for you?
Well, being the MVP, it was pretty easy, to be honest.
Just existing, you know? What's the key to your guys' success? Is it friendship? Is it hard work? Is it a combination of all these things? Perhaps your program?
It's one word, and it's tree.
Right. Tree, the secret ingredient that keeps the whole thing together. Anybody you want to thank? Any shout-outs you want to give?
I guess I'd like to thank all of our staff at Maryville, Shipley, Dan, Andrew, all my teammates. This year is pretty fun, so shout out to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Maryville fan, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. And, you know, we'll hopefully see you next year holding that trophy as well. Hope you guys have a lovely night. And that will be the conclusion for this for the moment. We will be back with some closing ceremonies, throw right to a break, and we will be right back, folks. Oh, we're going right to the desk, and we will be right back.
It's just a casual desk break. Don't worry, it's still a break. Wow, Doobie, that guy, MVP, well-deserved. But before we get into that player specifically, we got to talk about the game as a whole. A beautiful victory for Maryville and a bit of a shakeup after the first map of Lijiang Tower. Taken out Faded, replaced with Avani. Miles, what do you think the implications of that were for the rest of the series?
Well, Fisher had to try something. 3-0 a few weeks ago, 3-0 today. They knew it was going to be an uphill battle, so they tried to put in Faded, but then they went back to Avani just a little bit later in the second two maps, and that's a little bit iffy because it gives your entire team whiplash. Even playing the exact same comps, the exact same heroes, there's still going to be whiplash between every single one of them. These two tank players do not play the same, and that was evident between Lijiang and the other two maps. And I don't know what difference it would have made if Avani was in the entire time or if Faded was in the entire time. But I think it would have helped build cohesion. It wouldn't have dragged them around, and maybe some momentum would have been sparked.
That could be the case. I mean, shaking up the team might be a bit of an issue. You want that consistent flow, and I'll talk about someone who was in a flow state the whole time. My God, the boy King. All dang game, all dang series was going crazy against their counterpart of Cave, Artie.
Yeah, okay, so I mentioned it earlier that if we see King on Genji, it might be getting a little silly. And I say that not because I'm throwing shade at the Genji play. I mean, King is a strong Genji, but when King is up against a wall and the Tracer play comes out, there are very few Tracers that you look at and go, I never want to take you in a one-on-one. I never want to take you in a two-on-one. I don't even want to see you in my ladder game ever. And that is why King on Tracer terrifies most players that end up going against it. The Genji was huge. We saw some great, even dry blades, but really it was a utility piece. It wasn't a playmaker piece. But King, I definitely got very happy near the end of Coliseo to finally see the Tracer swap over. Also, there was a Tracer swap on as well as on Circuit Royale. Absolutely superb, but providing more utility than anything else. Definitely how a team should play, not just to be the one and only playmaker. We see the dueling dragons. There was dueling males on this point as well. But at the end of the day, I gotta give my props over to Juby, the one that we elected as MVP. Definitely supports. Kat pointed it out here on desk. They were doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of eliminations, but what really solidified the choice for Juby in these situations was near the very end, there was just support utility that was provided. The ult utilization was just so much stronger. However, map 1, the differential, Cade versus King. King definitely wears that crown of the DPS ruler.
Without a doubt, you know, specifically the deflection on Circuit Royale into a headshot on an opponent, I jumped out of my chair. I didn't think it was really possible, but you know what, Maryville, they're making us believers. And Maryville, they're a team that really focuses in on games that they want to compete in, while Fisher competing in 4 different games here at the CECC Finals. Now, Kat, you got a little bit of insight into Maryville as a program. Do you think it's better to focus in?
I think it really depends on what your goals are, right? Like, Fisher also is a younger program. They haven't been around as long, and they have a little bit extra money to invest into multiple esports. So I think as you try to find an initial foundation, the more spread you are, right? The more things you throw at the wall, the more things that are going to stick, right? Where I think that for Maryville, a squad that does have 2 primary esports right now, I think they've looked so incredibly good because they've really defined that early. They got to a point where they have coaching, training staff brought for just those 2 rosters, so they're able to be so successful. Like, you play Maryville, right? You're not playing a collegiate team, you're playing a tier 2 organization almost every time. Their League of Legends team just got promoted to the North American Challengers League. They are a tier 2 team.
Incredible stuff, and I would always say that looking at Maryville throughout the collegiate ecosystem, you know, they're just a cut above. They certainly have proven it one more time here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, taking the grand champions. And one more look back at Juby.
Can I make
a
comment?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so supports, we've been trying to honor the supports in the Overwatch games throughout the course of this because, as Septilence pointed out, you're not going to be alive without your support who's giving you those heals. And originally when the game ended, we did kind of foreshadow Juby being MVP because we had the camera on him. And I'm looking at it, and all of us kind of start giggling. Juby looks completely gassed, gave everything into this game. But on top of that, man is disassociating, just kind of staring off into space. And I'm like, it's time to stop fighting the demons that are behind your computer screen because you're about to have to go make a speech. Still manages to do it, but Juby, hopefully your squad can continue to be successful going on to the future. You popped off. Keep doing what you're doing. Nicely done.
There's that Maryville squad, all signing the placard, about to put it up on the bracket, solidifying themselves, cementing themselves here in collegiate esports history as the 2023 Overwatch champions. Beautiful stuff. Congratulations to them, and thank you for coming for Fisher. Again, 3 different titles where they were able to make it to the finals. That is a phenomenal showing, and one where they actually took it for themselves. You got to give props, but of course, it ain't their day anymore. It's Maryville's, and I think we all have to take a look back and say this was a spicy buffalo. This was a spicy buffalo for me because you know what? It actually didn't hurt as much as I thought it would.
So it's spicy for that reason?
No, it's because just like spicy buffalo, it doesn't actually hurt.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got it.
Kat.
I was gonna say I think it's a spicy buffalo because I actually hate spicy things.
Oh, okay.
So I would never eat it, similar to how Fisher did not eat a map.
Okay. Oh. All right, I like that. You seem taken fully aback, Artie.
There's just so much sass. Sweet and sour for me again. As far as the Fisher players go, I'm a huge fan of Faded. And I mentioned at the beginning, I'm probably not going to see some Reinhardt play, and I was calling over towards our production and our replay organizer, like, hey, I really want to see a big shatter. I've not seen a successful shatter this entire tournament. If Faded gets this shatter, please clip it. Please get it in our highlights. And, of course, our TO goes, and you were saying? Because it's just Reinhardt's very difficult to play currently how he is. He got nerfed into the ground. He got the Genji treatment. I'm sorry, everyone that likes to run Rein into the back lines. It's just not how it is, and that's still going to make this a little bit of sweet, a little bit of sour, because I predicted Maryville, but I wanted that Rein shatter.
And you know what? I'm going to throw Fisher a bone and say I predicted completely overpowering with the Honey. And that really wasn't the case. As Dividing was noted, even though that was a decisive win, there were many instances where if one more fight went Fisher's way, that map was theirs. The issue is it wasn't. When the going got rough, when all the cards were really on the table, it was in fact Maryville who finished it off. Not in an overpowering way, so I'm retracting the Honey, but they got it done. They made it happen, and they gave us one heck of a show.
The Honey retracted, the Bees saved, and our job here on the analyst desk done. That is going to do it here. Take a look one more time at the bracket, or don't. We're going to head out in just a few moments. My name is Lowe's, joined by Catinator, Artie, and Miles. Thank you for joining us. We're going to come back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner Cup presented by McDonald's of North Texas with the awards ceremony, closing ceremony, right after this.
Good shot. Play defensive. Play defensive. Push up. Push up.
Hey guys, are you feeling hungry?
Definitely. How about the Pauly Hype Meal from McDonald's?
The Pauly Hype Meal?
You know, the Pauly Hype Meal.
The official Pauly Hype Meal is a quarter pounder with extra cheese, large fries, Oreo McFlurry, and large Coca-Cola.
Are you ready to get in the game?
Let's do this.
For legal reasons, we can't say an Egg McMuffin is a hangover cure. But it probably wouldn't hurt to have one delivered. Just putting it out there. Order McDelivery in the app.
So clear. It's a new day and no need to lie. You know we've been moving at the speed of light. Young, wild, and free when we lead a lot. We got the key, ain't no need to fly. We gon' come together just to celebrate. Jumpstart the future, we won't hesitate. This is what you've been waiting for. You better get ready, better get ready.
Your favorite thing delivered right to your door means that you never have to stop doing your other favorite thing. Nailed it. Order McDelivery in the app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We are finally here, the final hour to close out the night, and I am joined by Chief Operating Officer Ray Katz and our Chief Esports Officer Angela Bernard-Thomas for some final words.
Thank you, Paulie. Thank you. Thank you, Kari. And thank you to everybody for participating in May Madness, the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup presented by McDonald's. I also want to thank all of you and congratulate all of you. You're all winners. It gets harder and harder to make it to the CECC every year, and you should be very proud that you did. We look forward to seeing you next year. But I'm going to turn it over to the biggest winner for the final words, Angela Bernard-Thomas, our Chief Esports Officer, who has done an amazing job growing this event each and every year. Angela.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We've been planning this event for a year, just like all of you have been competing all year long, all season long to be here. There's so many team members and partners that have made this possible. This week, a staff of over 63 have worked 15 hours a day to bring this event to life, all to bring you a memorable experience that you can take home with you. We owe a big thank you to all of our sponsors for making it possible. McDonald's of North Dallas, Xbox, Apple Music, Smoothie King, Barbasol, Dream Seat, Monster Energy, New Street, and VisitRaleigh.com. Our strategic partners as well, Esports Foundry, Dallas Stars, Community, Padia Gaming, GameHers, and the Arlington Convention Visitors Bureau. All of the coaches and directors, the schools, the teams, the players, the parents that traveled here. Many of you teams traveled with more than 20 people to this event. Our influencers and content creators that made this an exciting entertainment experience for everyone. The community online and off, and everybody that came here this weekend to participate. We want to encourage each and every one of you to follow your dreams and stay true to your own heart. Texas has a big heart, and we thank you for the warm welcome. We appreciate you all, and on behalf of Collegiate Sports Management Group and Esports U, we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Angela and Ray. Well, Space Ghost, we started this journey, but unfortunately it now comes to an end.
It really does. I'd like to take just one brief moment to thank the two of you as well for putting this on, for having us, for creating such an incredible economy for all of us to invest in, indulge in, and have a great time in. Thank you so much for that.
All right, that's going to do it. Thank you all so much for coming out to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We'll see you next year. Woo! Let's go.